Name, Uchiha Chiha. Emotional value, 0. Shadow clone technique, proficient 20100. Shuriken throwing technique, mastery 3001000. Swordsmanship, proficient 86100. Chakra amount, 0.7 calories, current timelines Kakashi Hitaki. Wind attribute, beginner 010. Fire attribute, beginner 810. Bloodline limit, Sharingan 1 Tomo. Gazing at the attributes panel before him, Uchiha felt content with everything except his chakra, IT was. Quite remarkable to possess such abilities at the tender age of 7 evidently. The original owner was not an inept individual like Obito. Well then, from this moment forth, I shall be Uchiha Chiha. Uchiha Chiha, one among the myriad of traversers in the great celestial empire. Regarding his inexplicable arrival in this world, Uchiha felt a profound sense of bewilderment. He had neither been afflicted by a terminal illness, nor had he been struck by a vehicle while saving someone, neither had he suffered an electric shock from a toppled cup of water. During an exhilarating moment while watching a film, he had merely played games late into the night, brimming with energy, and then whimsically decided to peruse a mathematics book to induce some drowsiness. Little did he anticipate that barely a few pages in, darkness enveloped him, and he fell in a slumber at that moment. Uchiha mused how a mathematics book could be so effective. What need would insomniacs have for sleeping pills? What he experienced was not simply sleep, but rather a transition to, perhaps the heavens deemed it unacceptable for him to indulge in mathematics at a time when he was already employed. As for the original owner, upon hearing of his father's demise on the battlefield, he mourned for 3 days and nights before succumbing to a stupor, awakening to become the present Uchiha. Consequently, this body manifested a Onetamo Sharingan. 1 Tomo, what a pity! Had I witnessed my father perish firsthand, perhaps I could have attained the 2 Tomo. Uchiha lamented silently for a moment, though this thought was somewhat unkind. He merely accepted the memories of the original owner as if watching a film, devoid of any deep emotional connection. Imlata. If I dawdle any longer, the teacher will surely have my head. Suddenly, a figure dashed past Uchiha from behind, stirring a cloud of dust. Is being late truly that severe? Uchiha was astonished by the scene unfolding before him, but did not hasten his pace. Instead, he took a keen interest in the vibrant surroundings. Having already arrived late, what difference did it make if he was tardy by a minute or an hour? In the bustling streets, throngs of people flowed like a river, while small shops flung open their doors to welcome a new day's patrons. Street vendors pushed carts, calling out their wares, and residents with bamboo baskets engaged in lively haggling. With shopkeepers, ninja appeared intermittently, weaving through the throngs. As Uchiha meandered through the streets, he observed the sights with fascination. Though the prosperity here could not compare to the grand cities of his former life, it possessed its own unique charm. For instance, the occasional figures leaping across rooftops were certainly not a spectacle one would find in the urban sprawl of his past life. These figures moved with incredible speed, and Uchiha could only catch a fleeting glimpse of their masked faces. He recognized that these were members of Konoha's Umbu. At this moment, the ninja world was anything but tranquil. Although the Second Great Ninja War had concluded, skirmishes persisted along the borders of various nations, with casualties among the ninja of each village. A short while later, Uchiha arrived at the entrance of the Ninja Academy, where 2 figures stood, one tall, the other small. Once again, you Uchiha brat, devoid of any sense of time. It is truly remarkable that your clan has produced someone like you. A teacher from the Ninja Academy reproached a young boy. At that moment, Uchiha recognized the running figure Uchiha Obito, a fellow member of the Uchiha clan and of the same age. However, it seemed that Uchiha was of a slightly higher generation, resulting in their unfamiliarity, as neither wished to appear subordinate in front of their peers. Teacher, I'm merely what? Enough. I am in a foul mood today and do not wish to hear your nonsense. You shall be punished by sweeping the front gate. But that is clearly your responsibility, teacher. Who told you to be late? Uchiha observed the argument between the two, contemplating for a moment before stepping forward. He addressed the teacher of the Ninja Academy with a firm voice. Excuse me, teacher, please release that young man. The teacher paused, instinctively releasing Uchiha Obito, then turned to face Uchiha. Upon realizing that a young boy had called for him to stop, his expression shifted to one of surprise. Uchiha approached the teacher slowly, bearing an apologetic demeanor. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused by Obito's tardiness. I'm truly sorry. With that, Uchiha offered a slight bow to the teacher. Oh, it's nothing. Just a minor issue. There is no need for such formality. The teacher, taken aback by the formality from a member of the Uchiha clan, felt somewhat flustered. Although this young Uchiha appeared small, he was still of the Uchiha lineage people who walked through Konoha village with a certain air of superiority. It was not often that one encountered such politeness. Uchiha straightened up, noticing the flicker of astonishment in the teacher's eyes, and thought to himself, what a splendid opportunity. Then, unnoticed by both the teacher and Obito, a tomo flickered in Uchiha's eye that he continued, Teacher, while Obito's tardiness may warrant punishment, as the saying goes, a year's plan starts in spring, a day's plan starts in the morning. This morning being of such importance for a promising young man like Obito represents a day lost. Might I kindly request that you allow him to enter first? The teacher of the Ninja Academy, somewhat bewildered by Uchiha's eloquence, found his words remarkably persuasive, nodding repeatedly. Indeed, that makes sense. Very well, you may both enter. Thank you. You have been most gracious. Not at all. Not at all. The teacher waved his hands dismissively, genuinely taken aback by the politeness of this Uchiha. Seeing this, Uchiha promptly took Obito's hand and led him inside. Hey, it's you Uchiha. Obito, bewildered, was pulled along by Uchiha, and after a moment, he finally reacted. Wait, Uchiha, have we truly escaped punishment? As a seasoned latecomer, Obito frequently dealt with this teacher, and he could hardly believe they were led in so easily. Silence. Uchiha silenced Obito with a glance, then dragged him into the Ninja Academy, hastening towards the classroom. The teacher, watching them walk further away, sensed something amiss. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and clarity returned to his eyes. He shouted angrily at Uchiha and Obito. Hey, you little Uchiha brat, stop right there. Are you not late as well? Is this the Sharingan? The distant Chika has already dragged Uchiha Obito to the entrance of his classroom, releasing Obito's hand with a casual gesture. Chika, on a whim, decided to use the Sharingan on the teacher of the ninja school, hoping to disrupt the teacher's thoughts, and to his surprise, the effect was remarkably successful. Although the teacher was unprepared, the essence of Jinjutsu lies in its unexpected nature. This was merely a single Tomo Sharingan. The thought of evolving it to 3 Tomo, or even the Mangekyo, was beyond Chika's imagination. It's no wonder that those who have evolved to the Mangekyo Sharingan possess significant power. He winked at Uchiha Obito and said with a hint of excitement, All right, they shouldn't chase us anymore. Let us consider this matter resolved. You mustn't be late again. Sure. Uchiha Obito promptly responded, but then paused, bewildered. Wait a minute. Are you addicted to this? I must remind you, Uchiha Chika, even though by lineage we are of the same generation as my father, we are classmates now. And you cannot treat me this way. As one of the few peers, Uchiha Obito was familiar with Chika, though he generally preferred to avoid him. Chika's seniority always made Obito feel somewhat inferior, and Chika had a tendency to act overly profound, lacking the youthful vigor typical of their age. However, today, Chika seemed distinctly different. Observing Uchiha Obito's flustered demeanor, Chika felt a surge of delight and nonchalantly replied, all right, I yield to you. Uchiha Obito retorted, You have indeed changed. You've become even more insufferable. Gazing at Chika's smile, Obito sensed an air of benevolence emanating from him. It was infuriating. Why was there such a significant disparity in seniority among peers? From Uchiha Obito's disdain, emotion value, 1. First-time acquisition of Obito's emotion value, granting 500 experience points in shuriken throwing technique. Upon hearing the sound in his mind, Chika mused, just as I thought. Upon seeing the emotion value section in the system, Chika had his suspicions. Rescuing Uchiha Obito from the teacher was an experiment. It appeared that his assumptions were correct. However, he pondered why there was no emotion value from the teacher. From the teacher's furious shouts, it was clear that the negative emotional fluctuations were far greater than Obito's. Yet no emotion value was recorded for the teacher. Chika contemplated for a moment. The teacher had no appearance in the Naruto series, perhaps deemed insignificant. He was uncertain how much a single emotion value could enhance his attributes, and he had no intention of testing it just yet. He would wait until he accumulated more emotion values before proceeding. For now, he remained a student at the Ninja Academy, free from the worries of life and death. So there was no rush. As for the present, it seems you harbor some discontent toward me. Uchiha Obito. Chika's gaze sharpened slightly as he looked at Obito. This fellow was unpredictable. He had clearly lent a hand, preventing Obito from facing the embarrassment of cleaning the entrance. Yet instead of gratitude, he was met with disdain. This boy had an inherent rebellious streak. Why are you looking at me like that? Uchiha Obito took a slight step back under the menacing gaze of Chika. But upon realizing that retreat was tantamount to fear, a surge of courage welled up within him. After all, I, Uchiha Obito, aspire to become Hokage. How could I be intimidated by Chika? Enough already. Be careful, or I'll. Chika remained silent, his eyes growing increasingly dangerous, seemingly contemplating delivering a blow to Obito. Perhaps such an action would yield a greater accumulation of negative emotional energy. However, before Chika could act, a figure suddenly dashed out of the classroom. To Chika's astonishment, that figure landed a sudden punch on Uchiha Obito's head. Thud. Following the dull sound, a bright red bump emerged atop Obito's head. Ouch, that hurts. Why did you hit me? Obito exclaimed, clutching his head and turning to see Yoichi-sensei. You idiot, being late and dawdling at the door. Are you trying to get detention again? Sensei, I was late today because I was helping someone. I encountered a poor old lady selling flowers on my way here. Shut up and get inside for class. Yoichi had clearly grown tired of Obito's excuses, abruptly cutting him off while raising his clenched fist, indicating that further chatter would result in more punishment. Having taught numerous students, he had never encountered one who was perpetually late with such absurd justifications. Understood, Yoichi-sensei. Obito, recognizing the gravity of the situation, meekly entered the classroom. After reprimanding Obito, Yoichi turned to Chika and said, Chika, since you've concluded the arrangements for your father's affairs, focus on your studies and catch up on the homework you've missed these past few days. Chika, relieved to have escaped Obito's fate, quickly nodded and replied, I understand. Thank you for your concern, Yoichi-sensei. All right, let's begin class, Yoichi affirmed, stepping into the classroom. From Uchiha Obito's resentment, negative emotional energy value. 3. Chika's lips twitched slightly, grasping the reason behind this resentment. It likely stemmed from the perceived injustice of Obito being punished for tardiness while he himself was not. Now, let us commence our lesson. Before we begin, let's review the will of fire. In places where leaves dance, fire will burn, illuminating the village, and new leaves will sprout anew. It is only when one seeks to protect their most cherished individuals that a ninja's true strength manifests. Students, not only must you memorize this passage, but also comprehend its meaning, as it will be on the exam. What a way to brainwash us right from the start. Chika's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly diverted his focus, mentally reciting the 24-character mantra. As if they could brainwash me? Absolutely not. Following the routine promotion of the will of fire, Yoichi finally opened the textbook and officially commenced the lesson. At this time, it was the year 43 of Konoha, and the Second Ninja World War had just concluded, with various nations experiencing minor skirmishes at their borders, yet nothing too intense. However, the Ninja Academy in the Hidden Leaf Village adheres to a 3-year system, unlike the 6 years of Naruto Uzumaki's era. There are numerous reasons for this, but the primary factor lies in the depletion of vital forces during the Second Ninja War, necessitating an infusion of fresh blood. Furthermore, no one can predict when the Third Ninja World War will commence, prompting the village to hasten the graduation of these students to fill the void in ninja combat strength. The survival of children under 10 on the battlefield is not a consideration at all. In the classroom, teacher Chika Kenji passionately lectured at the podium, oblivious to whether the students were paying attention, as his thoughts wandered to the system in his mind. He had received 4 points of emotional value from Uchiha Obito. Chika silently recited a phrase in his heart, and a translucent attributes panel materialized before his eyes. At that moment, apart from the bloodline limit section, all other categories displayed a plus sign following their values. What a straightforward and unrefined method, Chika mused, tentatively concentrating his attention on the plus sign next to the fire attribute in his mind. Fire attribute. Beginner, 910, Chika raised an eyebrow. He had only mastered the fire release, great fireball technique. With the increase in the fire attribute, he felt a glimmer of insight regarding the technique. However, as he was in class, he could not demonstrate this ninjutsu, making it difficult for him to discern the exact changes. At the very least, he understood that the investment of emotional value in the fire attribute was 1-to-1. Presumably, the same applies to the wind attribute. This is rather promising. Although Chika had only acquired 4 points of emotional value, gaining these points was not particularly challenging, and he could repeatedly earn them from the same individual. A flicker of joy crossed Chika's mind. Without hesitation, he allocated another point of emotional value to the fire attribute. Now the fire attribute had advanced to proficient, 0-100. The sensation from beginner to proficient was significantly more pronounced. Chika even felt he could simplify the hand seals for releasing his great fireball technique. With 2 points of emotional value remaining, Chika did not intend to invest them all in the fire attribute and began to explore other aspects. He briefly considered the body flicker technique, shuriken throwing technique, and swordsmanship. Ultimately, Chika focused on his chakra capacity. 0-7 cards? Or is it the current timeline's Kakashi Hatake? Who does he look down upon? A true man born between heaven and earth cannot languish beneath others for long, setting aside other matters. Since the system utilized Kakashi Hatake as a measurement unit, this category must exceed Kakashi's. Allocate points. With the investment of 1 point of emotional value, 0-7 cards transformed into 0-8 cards. Chika had expected a 1-to-1 ratio, only to find it was 10-to-1. Even with another point invested, it would only yield 0-9 cards. The reality struck too swiftly, leaving Chika feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, he found himself lost in thought as he gazed at the words Kakashi Hatake of the current timeline. Does this imply that with the increase in Hatake Kakashi's chakra capacity, his 0-8 card might revert to a 0-7 card? If, at that point, the ratio remains 10-to-1, then investing emotional points could prove even more advantageous. With this thought in mind, Chika decided against allocating his emotional points to chakra enhancement. Moreover, the single emotional point he possessed was of little use. So he promptly invested it into the swordsmanship he was advancing in more rapidly. Swordsmanship, proficient, 87,100 ding-dong. As Chika exhausted his emotional points, the school bell rang, signaling the end of class. One commendable aspect of the ninja school teachers is their punctuality. They do not prolong lessons unnecessarily. The moment the bell sounded, class was dismissed. As teacher Ryoichi exited the classroom, the atmosphere instantly transformed into one of lively chatter. Boys with close camaraderie linked arms and engaged in playful antics, while girls huddled together, whispering secrets. At that moment, Chika realized that the original occupant of this body seemed rather solitary, with not a single companion approaching him for conversation. As if he were invisible. Was it perhaps due to the Uchiha clan's reputation? Contemplating this, Chika glanced at another Uchiha in the classroom. He initially assumed that Uchiha Obito would be as lonely as he was, but to his surprise, Obito was accompanied by a girl. The girl, with her round, delicate face and petite features, donned a black short-sleeved shirt that exuded a vibrant, youthful energy. 2 purple stripes adorned her cheeks, adding a playful charm rather than detracting from her beauty. She was none other than Obito's lifelong beloved, Rin Noera. As Rin gently tended to the large bump on Obito's head, she chided him softly, "Obito, try not to be late next time. I'm only late because I was helping. Without my assistance, that old lady would still be struggling to sell her flowers." Obito protested. All right, I know you're kind-hearted, but you must arrive on time for class. Otherwise, I won't be responsible for you." Yes, I'll listen to you, Rin." Chika couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. How unfair that this nephew received such special treatment. Rising from his seat, he approached them. "Chika, you're back to class." Rin was the first to notice him. "What brings you over?" Obito asked, perplexed by Chika's presence. "I came to borrow your class notes. I've missed several days and am a bit behind." Chika casually fabricated an excuse. "I'm a genius. I remember everything in class. No need for notes." Obito retorted with a scowl. He was well aware that he had the poorest theoretical grades in the entire class. The excuse for borrowing notes was rather flimsy. It became clear to him that Chika was merely there to intrude upon his time with Rin. From Uchiha Obito's resentment, negative emotion. 5. Is that so? Chika squinted at Obito, their gazes locking, while he effortlessly allocated 3 emotional points to enhance his chakra capacity. Chika was determined to never be inferior to anyone. Of course, the primary reason was that emotional points came to him with such ease. Merely walking over and exchanging a few words had already garnered him 5 points. Reflecting on the years spent at the Ninja Academy, It is evident that I have garnered quite a plethora of emotional experiences with Obito. Here, take mine, Chika said, as she prepared to head towards her seat. Observing her retreating figure, I couldn't help but exclaim, what a warm-hearted individual. Nephew, you certainly have an eye for talent. Of course, Obito replied, pride swelling within him. A girl who can leave such a lasting impression on Uchiha Obito cannot possibly be ordinary. Despite Chika's praise for Rin, he remained unperturbed by her calling him nephew, instead basking in his own self-importance. However, I believe she has her sights set on Kakashi, Chika remarked, rifling through her memories. In the recollections of the original owner, Rin appeared gentle and charming towards everyone, yet her cheeks would flush a delightful shade of red in the presence of Hitaki Kakashi, exuding an air of shyness. That white-haired boy cannot possibly compare to me, Uchiha Obito. Upon hearing the mention of his lifelong rival, Obito scoffed disdainfully. After all, I am a member of the Uchiha clan, the foremost noble family in Konoha. What could that white-haired boy possibly offer to compete for Rin's affections? Listening to Obito's grandiose declarations, Chika stroked her chin thoughtfully. If that is your stance, then I must admit, I am intrigued. What do you mean? Obito queried, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. If we consider the esteemed status of the Uchiha clan, what merit does Rin have in choosing you? With a grin, Chika replied, she could always opt to become your aunt, which would certainly elevate her status within the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Chika, let us duel. Today. It shall be either your demise or mine. With those words, Obito was nearly driven to the brink of fury by Chika's taunts. Obito's defenses are compromised, negative emotions. 100. Chika felt a surge of delight. However, there was no time to dwell on it as Obito lunged towards him. Clang. Not one to back down. Chika deftly placed his thumb on the hilt of his swift blade, lifting it slightly. The icy steel emanated a chilling aura. Obito immediately halted, a look of embarrassment crossing his face. A duel is a duel, but why are you drawing your sword? Chika let out a cold laugh. This is a mark of respect. I intend to employ my most formidable techniques in this encounter. Haha, using a sword is rather unwise. It could easily inflict harm. Even if it doesn't harm me, it could injure our classmates nearby. Surely, you wouldn't want to create more enemies for the Uchiha clan? Fear not. The Uchiha clan cares not. You lack martial ethics. As their playful banter continued, the school bell rang. I shall spare you this time. Next time, I shall thoroughly teach you a lesson. Glancing at the sword in Chika's hand, Obito merely uttered a parting remark before returning to his seat. After school, Chika returned to the Uchiha compound. Instead of heading home, he made his way to the small river at the edge of the Uchiha territory, a seldom frequented spot that provided the perfect opportunity to test the effects of today's enhancements from the system. Standing by the riverbank, Chika faced the flowing water, his hands beginning to form seals. Taking a deep breath, he placed his left hand near his mouth. Meanwhile, within his body, chakra converged along the meridians to the throat, and then, with a sudden force, it was expelled forward. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fiery orb erupted from Qian He's mouth, swiftly coalescing into a massive fireball that soared towards the river's surface. Boom! Upon striking the center of the river, it detonated with a tremendous explosion. The searing flames scattered in all directions, and the intense heat caused the river water to evaporate, rising in billowing mist. Compared to before, its power had significantly increased. Observing the scene before him, Qian He compared this instance of the great fireball technique to his previous attempts. Not only had the power magnified, but the chakra consumed had notably diminished as well. It appeared that with the enhancement of his fire affinity, the potency of all his fire techniques would experience a corresponding boost. Contemplating this, Qian He formed hand seals once more, Si, Shun, Hien. This time, drawing upon his understanding of the fire element, he simplified the hand seals for the great fireball technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. With the seals completed and the subsequent actions mirrored, Qian He unleashed the great fireball technique once more. A satisfied smile graced his face. Although the absence of two seals rendered the technique slightly less powerful in the heat of battle, one must consider not only the strength but also the speed of technique deployment. If he could eliminate one seal now, perhaps he could eventually release fire techniques without any seals at all. Moreover, this capability could extend beyond fire techniques to other elemental ninjutsu, allowing for seamless execution. The thought of such an image filled Qian He with delight. Hand seals. Did ninjutsu still require hand seals? Was it not simply a matter of clapping his hands to summon whatever he desired? With such musings, Qian He opened his attribute panel. After some contemplation, he advanced his wind attribute from novice to proficient. Although he had yet to learn any wind techniques, he possessed several scrolls pertaining to wind release at home, which he could master with diligent practice. After all, Qian He's late father had been a high-ranking ninja. Though he had passed, he had left a substantial legacy. Furthermore, fire could be enhanced by wind, allowing fire release to unleash even greater power. Subsequently, Qian He also elevated his swordsmanship to a proficient level. At that moment, his attribute panel transformed to reveal, name, Uchiha Qian He emotional value, 77 body flicker technique, proficient, 20100, shuriken throwing technique, mastered, 8001000, swordsmanship, mastered, 01000, chakra amount, 0911, current timeline S Hatake Kakashi, wind attribute, proficient, 0100, fire attribute, proficient, 0100, bloodline limit, Sharingan, 1 Tomo. Qian He understood that a ninja must not specialize in a single area, as this could lead to vulnerability. Encountering an adversary who could exploit one's weaknesses would indeed be a stroke of misfortune. A well-rounded enhancement also signified the absence of weaknesses, enabling adaptability to various environments. Of course, there were also profound achievements to be gained from mastering a single discipline to its utmost potential. Much like Might Guy, who specializes in physical techniques, was on the verge of delivering a decisive blow. However, Chika possesses a system that enables him to elevate all his skills to their utmost peaks, provided he accumulates sufficient emotional points. With 77 emotional points remaining, Chika has no intention of making further moves for the time being. Having already experimented with fire release, he now aims to hone his other abilities, the body flicker technique, swordsmanship, and shuriken throwing. As Chika diligently practices, he gradually comprehends the system's concepts of skill initiation, proficiency, and mastery. The entry-level skills correspond roughly to the power possessed by the genin students in a ninja academy. Proficiency signifies the rank of a chunin, while mastery indicates the status of a jounin. As for the levels beyond mastery, they likely pertain to the elite jounin. Among the skills Chika has acquired, only his shuriken throwing technique has reached the chunin level. Nevertheless, despite the finesse he exhibits, the limitations of shuriken throwing are apparent. Even a genin could evade a throw, regardless of the mastery level it represents. Conversely, the swordsmanship he has achieved at the same chunin level feels markedly different. Chika can distinctly sense that if he were to engage in a purely sword-based duel with his former self, he would utterly obliterate his past incarnation. However, despite attaining mastery in swordsmanship, Chika's overall prowess remains relatively modest. Therefore, he estimates his current strength to be akin to that of a lower-level chunin. Yet, with the enhancement of his swordsmanship and the Sharingan, he surmises that few lower-level chunin would stand as his adversaries. Perhaps, with a stroke of luck, he might even best a weaker chunin. After thoroughly training his abilities, he finds that few skills have improved, illustrating the potency of emotional points. Even a single point could equate to a day's worth of arduous practice. As the day wanes, Chika decides to conclude his training for the moment. He takes a moment to steady his breath and prepares to depart when he suddenly senses a disturbance behind him. Turning to investigate, he finds a young boy standing at the edge of the woods, locking eyes with him. The boy is clad in a deep black high-collared short-sleeve shirt, adorned with triangular protective gear and matching trousers with leg wraps, bearing a small tanto on his back. Chika immediately recognizes the boy, Uchiha Shursui, a man known for lowering the average attractiveness of the Uchiha clan. Of course, this is an exaggerated assertion. Shursui is not so grotesque as to warrant such a description. However, the Uchiha clan's reputation for beauty in Konoha is well established, making the occasional boy with a round nose appear rather unusual. Upon noticing that Chika has acknowledged his presence, Uchiha Shursui approaches him and sincerely states, "I apologize for interrupting your training, Chika-san." Chika tilts his head, scrutinizing Shursui for an extended moment, until the latter appears somewhat bewildered, prompting Chika to declare, "You ought to address me as uncle." Just as with Obito, Chika holds a seniority over Shursui. Uchiha Shursui blinks in surprise, contemplating this for a moment, and realizes it is indeed the case. He promptly responds, "Yes, Chika Ajisen." The addition of Ajisen is Shursui's final act of stubbornness. Chika touches his nose, pondering the exchange. He initially thought that when someone of a similar age asked to be addressed as an elder, there would be a hint of reluctance, perhaps even some negative emotions. However, he was taken aback by how sincere Uchiha Shisui was, willingly calling him uncle. Since the term had already been uttered, Chika had no choice but to adopt the demeanor befitting an elder. He gently ruffled Uchiha Shisui's hair and kindly asked, "Shisui, what brings you here? It's quite late. You'll surely be in trouble if you don't head back." Uchiha Shisui seemed entirely unfazed by Chika's actions. In fact, he leaned in closer, making it easier for Chika to tousle his hair. "Just like you, Uncle Chika, I've come here to practice." Uchiha Shisui beamed, his tone hinting at a desire for praise. Chika, somewhat speechless, withdrew his hand from Shisui's head and inquired with surprise, "Is that so? I thought you were starting school next year. Have you begun your training this early?" The youth appeared somewhat unusual. It is often said that girls should avoid touching feet, while boys should refrain from touching heads. Yet, after such vigorous ruffling, Shisui exhibited no signs of negativity. Instead, he seemed to revel in the attention. Uchiha Shisui explained, "The clan elders say I possess considerable talent and should not squander it. I want to begin training early to strive for surpassing Kakashi-senpai's record." Chika raised an eyebrow. It was rather bold to pursue a record for early graduation. Those stubborn old men. Ever since the Uchiha clan learned that Hatake Kakashi graduated from ninja school after just 6 months, they had been eager for their younger generation to break that record. Unfortunately, Chika and Obito, who were Kakashi's contemporaries, had not risen to the occasion. To the elders, Chika was merely of average talent within the Uchiha clan, and surpassing Kakashi seemed an impossibility unless he awakened the Sharingan. As for Obito, it was better left unmentioned, for it only caused headaches. In the first year of ninja school, there was another named Uchiha Tetsuhan, who was also known for his frequent appearances in fan fiction as a classic side character. Chika suspected that Tetsuhan lacked the necessary talent as well. Amidst the elders' lamentations, the 4-year-old Uchiha Shisui stood out during the clan assessments, and they all hoped he could break Kakashi's record. "Uncle Chika, I noticed your swordsmanship while you were training earlier. It was truly impressive. May I seek your guidance on sword techniques?" Uchiha Shisui was, in fact, drawn here by the explosive sound of Chika's fire release, great fireball technique. Upon his arrival, he happened to see Chika honing his sword skills. Chika, however, was so engrossed in his practice that he had not noticed Shisui's presence. Having observed Chika's swordsmanship from beginning to end, Uchiha Shisui recognized it was quite remarkable. He had also been studying sword techniques recently, hence his desire to learn from Chika. "No, absolutely not." Chika firmly declined. Upon hearing Chika's outright refusal, Uchiha Shisui quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Uncle Chika, it seems I have imposed." Though Shisui appeared somewhat disheartened, he bore no resentment towards Chika. Conversely, Chika remained oblivious to Shisui's negative emotions. As he gazed at Shisui, his eyes narrowed slightly, truly skeptical of the situation. Chika derisively remarked, "At your age, I doubt you have even mastered the fundamentals of swordsmanship. How can you seek my guidance under such circumstances? It seems I have been overly ambitious. Please, Uncle Chika, grant me a little time. Once I have thoroughly grasped the basics of swordsmanship, I shall come to you for counsel." "Huh, by the time you have done so, do you think I will not have grown? There will always be a disparity between us. Indeed, compared to you, Uncle Chika, I have much to learn. It appears I must redouble my efforts." "Effort will be futile. Abandon the notion. You are utterly inept in swordsmanship." "Uncle Chika, your words differ greatly from those of the elders, who commend my talent in swordsmanship. However, I suspect your intention is to encourage me to focus my efforts on fire release, so as not to bring shame to the Uchiha clan. How infuriating." If Chika could accept his own negative emotions, he would likely be overwhelmed by them. What virtue does the Uchiha clan possess to have birthed such a mild-mannered individual? Let us return. Chika, no longer wishing to converse with Shisui, turned and made his way towards the Uchiha compound. Shisui followed closely behind. The two soon arrived at the clan's grounds. Just as they were about to part ways, they noticed a group of clan members emerging from the compound. Leading them was the young clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, followed by members of the Uchiha Guard. Clad in ninja attire, their expressions were grave as they marched forward in silence. Chika and Shisui exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, standing still as the clan members approached. At this hour, one would typically be at home, embracing loved ones, tending to children, and enjoying warmth. It was perplexing to see them so formally attired and somber. Uchiha Fugaku halted beside Chika and Shursui, prompting those behind him to stop as well. He looked down at the two with a stern tone. Why are you both returning so late? Young clan leader. We were training in the outer woods and lost track of time, replied Chika. Upon hearing this, Fugaku's expression softened slightly, and he commended them. Well done. It is commendable that members of the Uchiha clan should possess such dedication to their training. After praising both Chika and Shursui, Fugaku continued, now, hurry back. Do try not to stay out too late in the future. Yes, young clan leader. Chika and Shursui responded in unison, watching as Fugaku and his group gradually receded from view. Once they vanished from sight, Chika muttered to himself, how peculiar. What has caused the young clan leader to be in such a foul mood? Although Fugaku was merely the young clan leader at present, his ascension to the position of clan head was all but assured. This should be a time of triumph for him. Why then? Would he wear such a dark expression throughout the day? Shursui, having overheard Chika's musings, explained, Uncle Chika, the young clan leader has been under considerable stress lately. Really? As Qian He remained somewhat bewildered, Shursui continued, Uncle Qian He, recently, with the return of ninjas from the front lines, there has been an increase in disturbances. The security team has apprehended numerous troublemaking ninjas. Although the Second Shinobi World War has concluded, in the years following its end, various nations have stationed a considerable number of ninjas along the borders to prevent any major power from abruptly breaching agreements. Consequently, friction along the borders has persisted, and it was under such circumstances that your father met his demise on the battlefield. However, as time passed, and it became evident that the nations were recuperating, Konoha village relaxed its vigilance and recalled a significant number of ninjas back to the village, leaving only a few to patrol the borders. With this return of ninjas, the number of disturbances within Konoha village has notably increased. After years of grappling with life and death, it is only natural for them to seek release in the peaceful and secure environment of their village, through drinking, massages, and brawls. However, once intoxicated, troubles frequently arise. When incidents occur, the Uchiha clan of the Konoha security team steps in. Initially, it is manageable, but as occurrences multiply, their frustrations inevitably rise. Consequently, their methods of maintaining order have become increasingly stringent, exacerbating tensions with other clans. Over time, the ninjas from various clans within the village have begun to distance themselves from the Uchiha clan. At this juncture, it is essential to acknowledge the remarkable strategies of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. By establishing the Konoha security team under the Uchiha clan, he entrusted the security matters of Konoha village entirely to them. This granted them not only the authority to apprehend and interrogate, but also the power to penalize offenders. Thus, they wield significant authority, effectively managing both administrative and judicial functions. On the surface, it appears that Senju Tobirama valued the Uchiha clan highly, bestowing such a critical position upon them. However, the challenge lies in the fact that if one does not possess the adaptability required for this role, it becomes exceedingly difficult to succeed. Unfortunately, the Uchiha, with their obstinate pride, approach complex security issues with an unwavering and impartial stance, meting out punishments without mercy. Thus, while this department may present a lucrative opportunity for other clans, for the Uchiha, it acts as a slow poison. This inevitably creates a rift between our clan and the others, deteriorating relationships to the point where even civilians begin to shun us. If this continues, our clan could find itself at odds with the entire village. Uncle Qian He, do you think our clan's relationship with the village could deteriorate to the point of conflict? Shursui fell silent, contemplating how to mend the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan. Observing Shusui's youthful introspection, Qian He interjected, why ponder so deeply? Perhaps the clan leader is not troubled by this matter at all. Then what could it be? Shursui inquired, eager to hear Qian He's insights. In my opinion, it must be Aunt Mikoto putting pressure on him. Consider it. Aunt Mikoto is not young anymore. It's time for her to focus on family. Perhaps she is pushing the clan leader too hard, which is why he walks around with a perpetual frown. Qian He chuckled. Indeed, once you become the clan leader, one can freely choose among the young ladies in the clan. How could one be foolish enough to hang themselves on a single tree? Men, I understand. As Qian He's words grew increasingly outrageous, Uchiha Shursui quickly interjected, Uncle Qian He, it's not like that. The young clan leader and Aunt Mikoto have been childhood friends. Their bond is quite affectionate. Qian He cast a scornful glance at Uchiha Shursui, remarking, you little brat, what do you know? No matter how dear a childhood friend is, they can't compete with fate's sudden interventions. Just wait. There will come a time when young ladies will vie for the position of clan leader's wife. That's not true. Uncle Qian He, the young clan leader, is very devoted and would never. Uchiha Shisui attempted to continue the debate, but suddenly paused, reflecting on the conversation. If memory served him correctly, they were supposed to be discussing the delicate relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan. How had they veered into the young clan leader's personal matters? Uncle, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Uchiha Shisui regained his composure, lifting his gaze to meet Qian He's eyes. Negative emotion from Uchiha Shisui detected. Emotion value 1. First acquisition of Uchiha Shisui's emotion value. Reward. Introduction to Jinjutsu. Haha. Not an easy feat. Qian He rejoiced upon finally eliciting a negative emotion from Uchiha Shisui, his spirits lifting as he placed his hand atop Shisui's head once more. Uncle Qian He, please refrain from fabricating tales about the young clan leader and Aunt Mikoto simply to change the subject. This time, Uchiha Shisui did not exhibit any enjoyment. Instead, he expressed a hint of dissatisfaction, saying, also, Uncle should refer to Aunt Mikoto as sister. Qian He suddenly felt that Uchiha Shisui might be more suited to this emotional value system than he was. Shisui, the sky is darkening. You should return home soon. Qian He then noticed that their conversation had continued until nightfall, addressing Uchiha Shisui. You think too much. If the sky were to fall, there would be tall people to hold it up. Well then, Uncle Qian He, I shall take my leave. Uchiha Shisui nodded and turned to walk in the direction of his home. Watching Uchiha Shisui's figure grow distant, Qian He's smile gradually faded. In a voice barely audible to himself, he murmured, it seems I must indeed contemplate how to alter the fate of the Uchiha clan. Qian He held no emotional attachment to the Uchiha clan. After all, he had recently crossed over, merely inheriting the original owner's memories, and felt little sense of belonging to the Uchiha lineage. Yet, undeniably, the blood of the Uchiha clan flowed through this body. Hence, since his arrival in the world of Naruto, Qian He's allegiance had inevitably shifted. This was dictated by bloodline, an unchangeable fact. Let it unfold gradually. The current conflicts are not yet dire. First, I must enhance my own strength, gaining a voice within the clan before I can truly engage. Upon returning home, Qian He prepared a simple meal for dinner. After dining, he rummaged through his belongings and soon discovered a plethora of ninja technique scrolls. Arranged these scrolls one by one upon the tabletop in the living room. Among the 5 elemental ninjutsu scrolls, the fire and wind techniques are the most abundant, with fire scrolls prevailing. It seems that Chika's rather frugal father possesses affinities for both fire and wind. Chika casually picked up a fire jutsu scroll and opened it, glancing through its contents. The scroll not only detailed the sequence of hand seals required for the technique, but also illustrated the flow of chakra within the body, concluding with some practical tips for mastering the jutsu. From the dozens of scrolls, Chika selected 2 fire techniques and 2 wind techniques: the Phoenix Fire Technique, the Fire Dragon Technique, the Great Breakthrough, and the Wind Cutter Technique. These 4 jutsu are relatively easy to master, making them well-suited for a novice like Chika. After some contemplation, Chika also retrieved the Shadow Clone Technique, which, although not part of the elemental ninjutsu, was included among the scrolls. Invented by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, this technique not only creates clones with independent consciousness, but also allows them to engage in combat. It is exceedingly practical, albeit not as advanced as the multi-shadow clone technique. Chika sighed inwardly, but then reconsidered, given his current chakra reserves. Attempting to learn the multi-shadow clone technique would be unwise, as it is classified as a forbidden jutsu, due to its excessive chakra consumption. Individuals lacking substantial chakra reserves risk injury or even death when employing it, even among elite ninja. However, with the emotional value system in place, Chika planned to enhance his chakra through the system before seeking ways to acquire this technique from Konoha. Having selected the jutsu he intended to practice, Chika prepared to return the scrolls for future use. At that moment, his gaze lingered on an exceptionally worn scroll, its cover inscribed with the character for illusion. Illusions? Chika mused, as memories of the introductory techniques he learned from Shisui Uchiha surfaced in his mind. Illusion, Introduction, 01000. This was the first instance in the system where an introductory level talent required 1,000 emotional value points for advancement, similar to the fire techniques. Enhancing this illusion talent would universally augment the effectiveness of illusions. Unlike ninjutsu or taijutsu, illusions target the five senses of the adversary, ensnaring them in a fabricated reality. As one of the three fundamental skills, many ninjas possess the ability to utilize illusions, yet few specialize in this art. Intrigued, Chika opened the scroll, scanning its contents, only to furrow his brow in surprise. It contained no specific illusions, but rather explained the principles of illusion techniques while outlining the conditions and effects necessary for their activation. How fascinating! With the enhancement of his illusion talent, Chika found himself captivated. The ocular prowess of the Sharingan, with its straightforward activation condition of merely making eye contact, could ensnare opponents in illusions with remarkable efficacy, controlling their actions and immersing them in the illusionist's constructed mental realm, where they would experience the sensation of pain. The auditory technique of the magical sound, while perhaps not as formidable as the Sharingan, possesses the advantage of distance, as long as the sound can be perceived. It can render the opponent's body unresponsive and induce illusions that strip them of their combat capabilities. Furthermore, due to its extensive range, the practitioner remains less susceptible to exposure. Damn it, this is a necessity for defense. Hurry, do not waste time. We haven't even had dinner due to the need to apprehend you few. Just as Chika was engrossed in the unfolding events, a cacophony of disarray drifted in from outside. Frowning, Chika rose and opened the door, allowing the sounds to become more distinct. Do you know who I am? I am of the Sarutobi clan. Even the Senju clan cannot treat me this way. I have served Konoha and shed blood on the front lines. I demand to see the Hokage. Silence. Your achievements on the battlefield do not absolve you of the crimes of brawling within the village. Could you please refrain from notifying my family? My wife has a weak heart. If she learns that I was drinking and fighting for another woman, it could be detrimental to her health. To have a wife yet still frequent such places, we Uchiha look down upon your kind. You shall be detained for an additional month for reflection. Uchiha Fugaku and his comrades operated with remarkable efficiency, not only addressing the unruly ninjas, but also bringing them all back. It seemed that there would be much to contend with in the coming days. Chika understood that this was merely one incident among many. As he had suspected, the Uchiha clan had become notably more active in recent days, dealing with disturbances, brawls, and the inebriated dancing in the streets, an array of foolish antics. The Uchiha were unyielding. Once they intervened, no matter who you were taken into custody. The leadership of various clans sought to intercede on behalf of their errant ninjas, approaching the Uchiha guard in hopes of leniency. However, judging by the somber expressions upon their return, it was clear that the Uchiha clan showed no mercy. As days passed, the commotion escalated, drawing the attention of Konoha's higher-ups. Considering that the ninjas' transgressions were merely instances of public disorder and not heinous crimes of murder or arson, the village intervened on their behalf, resulting in a modest fine to settle the matter. The raucous individuals were released, grateful to the village's elite, yet resentful toward the unyielding Uchiha clan. This was precisely the outcome that the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had envisioned. In the ninja academy, Chika rested a hand atop his head while the other drummed rhythmically on the table, his index finger tapping incessantly. The sound echoed with an inexplicable cadence. Chika, could you please stop? I can't focus on the lesson. Your drumming is echoing in my head, implored a fellow student seated beside him. Days prior, this same student had sat beside Chika without concern for his newfound habit. Initially, he had shown little reaction to the tapping, even joining in at times. Yet today felt different. The incessant rhythm had ensnared his thoughts, leaving him unable to recall what their teacher, Ryoichi, had discussed in class. Apologies. I shall be more mindful next time. Upon witnessing the scene, Chika halted his fingers and quietly offered an apology to the student from the Ninja Academy. Internally, he felt a surge of joy. After days of persistent effort, he was finally witnessing results. Ever since he had perused that tome on illusion techniques, Chika had developed a budding interest in the art of Jinjutsu. The sounds he had been producing over the past few days were, in fact, his practice of sound-based illusions. Thus far, his progress appeared promising, as he had begun to successfully disrupt the thoughts of his fellow student. With continued practice and variations in rhythm, he believed he could refine this illusion further. Well, that concludes today's lesson, announced teacher Ryoichi as the bell rang. Rather than hurrying to leave the classroom, he pressed down on the eager students attempting to rise. Next, I have an important announcement. Once he had captured everyone's attention, teacher Ryoichi continued. The semester is nearing its end, and the content for the final examination has been determined. It will be a practical assessment. Haha, this is my forte. It seems that the top spot is mine for the taking. Upon hearing the announcement of a practical assessment, Uchiha Obito could no longer remain seated. Being a typical middle school boy, he lacked self-awareness and stood to bang on his desk, declaring his bold intentions. Humph, the first place is yours. Have you consulted me on this? You're at the bottom. Sarutobi Asuma, another middle school boy, had long harbored disdain for Obito and seized the moment to mock him. Asuma, just wait. I look forward to being on the same team as you. Obito retorted. There's no need to wait. I'll teach you a lesson right now. Asuma responded defiantly. Humph, as if I fear you. Let us take this to the training ground. Obito shot back, unwilling to back down. Bang, bang. You too. If you continue this foolishness, I will disqualify you from the competition, and you will finish last. Before the two could exit the classroom, teacher Ryoichi, unable to tolerate their antics any longer, delivered a fist to each of their heads. As for why Asuma's bump was smaller than Obito's, that was easily explained. Asuma was the son of the third Hokage, his superior. Did Ryoichi genuinely want to jeopardize his standing in Konoha? Under Ryoichi's authoritative presence, the classroom fell silent once more. This assessment not only pertains to your rankings at the Ninja Academy, but the top 3 will also receive a certificate pinned by the third Hokage himself. A certificate written by the third Hokage? My goodness, I must put forth my utmost effort. The third Hokage is my idol. Indeed, if I could obtain that certificate, my parents would surely be overjoyed. The mere mention of a certificate signed by the Hokage ignited the students' enthusiasm. Humph, that old man's handwriting is not even as nice as mine. Only you would place such importance on that certificate. Naturally, with joy came discontent, exemplified by Sarutobi Asuma. As the son of the third Hokage, a certificate from him held little value. There was an abundance to go around. All right, everyone, quiet down and allow me to finish. Facing the exuberance of the students, teacher Ryoichi raised his voice to quell their noise. Once the classroom settled, he continued, the practical assessment will commence the morning after tomorrow, and I will now proceed to assign you to your groups. Narashikamaru versus Yamanaka Ino. Uchiha Obito versus Hyuga Tenji. Nora Rin versus Inuzuka Taku. With the groupings arranged by teacher Ryoichi, the students of the Ninja Academy ignited sparks of rivalry among themselves. Clearly, in the Hidden Leaf Village, where everyone idolizes the Hokage, a certificate pinned by the third Hokage himself greatly gratifies their vanity. This subtly attests to the success of the ninja school's indoctrination. Material rewards are unnecessary. A mere certificate suffices. How convenient and efficient. Uchiha Chika versus Yuhi Kurenai. What a coincidence. Chika was momentarily taken aback, having recently developed an interest in Genjutsu, only to discover that his opponent would be Kurenai, who would later specialize in the same art. He cast his gaze to the left front and locked eyes with Kurenai. They exchanged slight nods as a form of greeting. All right, you should all be aware of your opponents by now. With the groupings concluded, teacher Ryoichi, wearing a mysterious smile, announced, you all should take these 2 days to rest and adjust your states, striving to achieve commendable results in the practical assessment. Hooray, a surprise 2-day break. Teacher Ryoichi, you are truly considerate. Observing the excited students, Chika shook his head. These 2 days were hardly for their relaxation. They were meant for gathering intelligence. By announcing the groups in advance and granting 2 days of respite, the intention was to allow them to collect information about their opponent's jutsu, taijutsu, and so forth. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. This adage is particularly applicable in the world of Naruto. Despite having been in the same class for over a year, real combat assessments were few and far between. Moreover, given their age, their abilities could change dramatically from day to day. In unfamiliar circumstances, it is indeed challenging to ascertain what unique capabilities the other possesses. Furthermore, as students of an elite class, they hailed mostly from ninja clans and could have learned family secrets at any moment. Chika, he turned to find Asuma Sarutobi. Although Asuma was merely 7 years old at this time, his abundant hair and the toothpick he held in his mouth gave him an unexpectedly mature appearance. Chika couldn't help but reflect that the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, need not worry about questions of paternity. Asuma's appearance was undeniably indicative of his lineage. Ah, Asuma, have you come to gather information about Kurenai for her? Chika inquired. Haha, So you two have recognized Teacher Ryoichi's true intentions behind granting us 2 days off. Truly, you are an elite of the Uchiha clan, far superior to some stragglers. Asuma laughed heartily, complimenting Chika while simultaneously deriding a certain Uchiha Obito, who was still lingering around Noera Rin, desperately trying to win her favor. Then, with a serious expression, he remarked, Chika, even if Kurenai gathers all the information about you, she will still not be your match. Asuma's assertion was fundamentally accurate. From past combat experiences, Chika consistently ranked among the top 5 in their class, while Kurenai's best performances only reached a mediocre level. The principle of knowing oneself and one's enemy holds true only when the disparity between the two is not vast. In the face of overwhelming strength, intelligence gathering merely serves to inform one of the circumstances of their demise. Chika fixed his gaze upon Asuma Sarutobi, observing his unchanging demeanor, and nodded in agreement before inquiring, So, what brings you here? Asuma replied, Well, I hope you might go easy on the assessment, so that Hinata doesn't suffer a humiliating defeat. Chika shot Asuma a disdainful glance, noting the lengths to which he would go to impress a girl. Noticing Chika's silence, Asuma continued, You know, Hinata is rather delicate and unable to fend for herself. If I don't ask you to ease up, I fear she may fall victim to your prowess. Let us not speak carelessly. Though I do have a desire for such outcomes, my physical capabilities may not permit it. Chika retorted, But your physique seems quite adequate. Why could you not easily best Hinata? Asuma scrutinized Chika's entire form in disbelief. At his age, Asuma had yet to grasp the deeper implications of such phrases. Chika smirked, You're the one who said it. If I were to engage with Hinata in that manner, you mustn't take offense. What I meant was, be gentle and spare Hinata some dignity. Seeing Asuma remain unfazed, Chika felt a wave of boredom wash over him. After a moment of contemplation regarding Asuma's request, Chika decided to acquiesce. After all, Asuma did not wish for him to lose outright, merely to go easy, which would have minimal impact. Chika intended to showcase his abilities during this assessment. In striving to alter the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, strength was one facet. However, reputation was equally essential. Such esteem must be cultivated over time, beginning with demonstrating his talents at the Ninja Academy, thereby garnering the attention of both the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Only through this gradual ascent could he reach the pinnacle of success. Yet, with a naive target conveniently at hand, Chika saw no reason to forego an opportunity for gain. Contemplating this, he cast a knowing glance at Asuma and playfully twirled his fingers in front of him. All right, I can agree to ease my efforts. But surely a token of gratitude is in order? Asuma, we are classmates. Asuma replied, his expression devoid of emotion. While he may not comprehend the implications of Chika's words, he was quite familiar with the gesture. He often wore a similar expression when confronted by ninjas inquiring about his father's preferences for gifts. From Asuma Sarutobi's negative emotions. Emotion value 5. First acquisition of Asuma Sarutobi's emotion value. Wind attribute proficiency 80. Receiving Asuma's emotion value. Chika felt a surge of elation and clapped a hand on Asuma's shoulder, grinning broadly as he said, Indeed, we are classmates. Shouldn't we support each other? Since I am helping you, won't you assist me in return? Asuma's face flushed with indignation as he shrugged off Chika's hand from his shoulder. Retorting with a hint of anger, What do you want? Chika's smile widened, exuding a warm friendliness. Asuma, you know I am an orphan, and my resources are stretched thin, managing the household all on my own. Given your position as the son of the third Hokage, shouldn't you extend a helping hand to someone in need? I don't ask for much, merely 100,000 ryo will suffice. From Asuma Sarutobi's negative emotions, emotion value 3. Asuma Sarutobi harbored a desire to deliver a couple of blows to Chika, who had audaciously extorted him. Yet, contemplating his own objectives, he restrained his frustration, gritting his teeth and stating, There is no money. Do you desire a ninjutsu? The fire release, ash pile burning technique is not even recorded in your Uchiha clan's repertoire. Ah, the ash pile burning technique, you say? Very well, given your sincerity, I shall reluctantly accept, Chika replied, not motivated by the jutsu itself, but rather elated by the emotional value he had garnered from Asuma. With that said, when you strike in 2 days, be gentle. The body flicker technique is feeble, and I possess limited ninjutsu. Moreover, you must afford Kurenai the opportunity to take the initiative. Thus, if she were to lose, Irika-sensei would not assign her a low score. Chika intended to mention that Kurenai was also skilled in Jinjutsu, but upon glancing at Asuma, he noticed the latter was fixated on him, seemingly attempting to discern something. Sensing an odd tension, Chika reassured, "Fear not, I shall hold back during close combat to allow Kurenai a chance to shine. This way, Irika-sensei will not penalize her." "Agreed. Let us settle on that. I shall deliver the ninjutsu to your home tomorrow." Asuma, seemingly satisfied, departed, leaving behind an air of contentment. He approached Kurenai, and the two exited the classroom together. Chika's gaze shifted subtly as he stealthily trailed behind them. Asuma and Kurenai left the ninja academy, oblivious to Chika's discreet pursuit. Their voices unrestrained. "Asuma, I will gather information on Chika myself. There is no need for you to ingratiate yourself," Kurenai remarked, having observed Asuma's interest in Chika. Having known each other since childhood, they could be considered childhood sweethearts. Asuma shook his head, replying, "Kurenai, you are mistaken. If I wished to learn about Chika, I would seek out Obito, not approach him directly for information." "Then what was your purpose in going over there?" Kurenai inquired, taken aback, as she had never witnessed any connection between Asuma and Chika. In response to her curiosity, Asuma explained, "Haha, I merely sought to ascertain whether he was aware of your proficiency in Jinjutsu." At this revelation, Kurenai began to comprehend Asuma's intentions, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in her eyes. "Haha, at present, he knows nothing of your Jinjutsu, and I even feigned weakness to dissuade him from gathering information on you." As he spoke, Asuma recalled the moment he had been extorted by Chika, and a shadow of anger crossed his face as he muttered, "Isn't the Uchiha clan fond of Jinjutsu? I am keen to witness Chika's tears should he falter against your illusions. Rest assured, I have mastered that technique exceedingly well. It will surely astonish our classmate Chika." Kurenai thought of the prospect of using Jinjutsu to triumph over the academically gifted Chika, her heart swelling with exhilaration. The Uchiha clan, with their Sharingan, often looked down upon those of them without bloodline limits, perceiving their Jinjutsu as child's play. Her father had once been looked down upon by the Uchiha clan. "By the way, Asuma, you should familiarize yourself with your opponent." Upon saying this, Chika expressed concern for Sarutobi Asuma's adversary. Sarutobi Asuma replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured. My opponent is merely a civilian ninja, lacking any special techniques. I hardly take him seriously." As the two walked further away, Chika decided not to eavesdrop any longer and stepped out from the shadows. "What a pair of foolish lovers," Chika scoffed, realizing that had it not been for the peculiar situation, he would not have discovered the intricate thoughts of the seemingly straightforward Sarutobi Asuma. "Since you show no mercy, do not blame me for lacking principles." Initially, he had considered sparing Asuma a little, in light of the ninjutsu scroll, but it seemed a lesson was now warranted. Time swiftly passed, and soon 2 days had elapsed. Early one morning, the second-year students gathered at the ninja school's training ground, awaiting the arrival of teacher Ryoichi. Chika scanned the area and noticed Uchiha Obito was already present. He approached Obito and curiously inquired, "What brings you here so early today? Didn't you help the old lady sell flowers?" Uchiha Obito glanced at Chika and replied, "I did help." "Then why aren't you late?" Chika asked with a chuckle. "Oh, I have my methods," Obito replied, grinning with pride as he reached into his ninja tool pouch and pulled out a large bouquet of flowers. "Look, I've bought all the flowers from the old lady. She won't need to sell them today, and I won't be late." "You win," Chika exclaimed, marveling at Obito's actions. "That old lady must owe her prosperity to you. Do you think I would waste money?" Obito retorted, "I bought these flowers to give to Rin. It's a win-win situation." Sensing Chika's thoughts, Obito disdainfully glanced at him and returned the flowers to his pouch. The ninja school was indeed a great place to pursue girls, yet Chika seemed solely focused on his studies, lacking any wit. "All right, students, are we all present?" At that moment, teacher Ryoichi arrived, holding a notebook and standing in the center of the examination area. "Very well, the practical exam officially begins. First match, Okajima Nari vs. Totomasaya." As the two boys ascended the stage and performed their respective hand seals, they charged at each other upon Ryoichi's command to start. Chika initially watched with great interest, but as the battle unfolded with nothing but physical techniques, his enthusiasm waned. Students of this age typically possessed limited abilities, primarily relying on shuriken and taijutsu for combat. Moreover, these two were merely civilian ninjas, devoid of any extraordinary skills. Before long, one boy emerged victorious, and they exchanged reconciliation seals, concluding their battle. Ryoichi then assessed their performance before announcing the next match. Uchiha Obito versus Hyuga Tenji. With a spirited leap, Uchiha Obito made his grand entrance upon hearing his name. The clash between the Uchiha and the Hyuga had captivated the attention of all present. Senju, intrigued, was eager to witness the prowess of the future leader of the ninja world. Tenji, prepared to face the might of the Uchiha's shuriken. As anticipation hung thick in the air, Obito launched the first offensive. He reached into his ninja tool pouch and withdrew dozens of shuriken, sending them spiraling through the air at varying angles toward Hyuga Tenji. Although Obito often referred to himself as the underachiever, his practical skills were far from lacking. Overshadowed only by his theoretical scores, his mastery of shuriken was on par with that of Senju. However, Tenji was no pushover. Adopting the signature stance of the Hyuga clan, he deftly countered the barrage of shuriken with 3 swift hand strikes, neutralizing Obito's attack before advancing toward him. Impressive, you managed to deflect my shuriken. You are indeed a worthy opponent. It seems we must settle this in close combat, Obito declared, reaching for a kunai from his pouch, aware that facing a member of the Hyuga clan without a weapon would be unwise. At that instant, Tenji was upon him, his bandaged hand poised to strike. In a moment of desperation, Obito grabbed the nearest item from his pouch, lifting it defensively above his head. Tenji was taken aback, instinctively retracting his arm to avoid being pierced. Yet, when he finally discerned what Obito held aloft, he stood frozen in disbelief. The spectators gasped in astonishment as Obito revealed a rose, its vibrant red petals adorned with morning dew, glimmering in the sunlight. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Was Obito confessing his feelings? An unspoken tragic tale between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans? But Tenji was a boy. Could he not accept Obito's gesture? Was this a form of discrimination against same-sex affection? Amidst the whispers from the crowd, Tenji felt a wave of humiliation wash over him, his face turning a deep crimson. How could Obito subject him to such an embarrassing display? Was there no more discreet way to express his feelings? Fueled by anger, Tenji snatched the flower from Obito's grasp and crushed it beneath his foot, delivering a swift palm strike to Obito's forehead, sending him sprawling 15 feet away. Ah, that hurts. How could the Hyuga clan be so ruthless? Obito cried, cradling his face as he turned to Ryoichi. Teacher Ryoichi, I mistakenly grabbed the wrong item. I demand a rematch. Fool, you were the one who disorganized your pouch with such nonsense, and you still have the audacity to request a rematch? Uchiha Obito, you are at the bottom of the rankings. Ryoichi replied, not even glancing back as he walked away, scribbling Obito's score in the assessment book. Turning to the other students, he declared, classmates, although one among you has set a low standard, it is imperative to maintain a commendable performance. In this harsh world, survival demands that you be prepared for the unexpected, unlike certain individuals who would not last long on the battlefield. Did you hear that? Qian He stepped forward and firmly patted Obito on the back, saying, in your current state, you won't survive long on the battlefield. Obito disregarded Qian He's cruel remark, clinging to teacher Ryoichi's leg, pleading, please, teacher Ryoichi, grant me another chance. I can offer you a chance, but you should inquire whether those enemies will grant you one as well. Teacher Ryoichi bellowed furiously. Obito, now intimidated, fell silent and squatted in a dim corner, pouting. The other students watched in trepidation as teacher Ryoichi's face twisted into a menacing expression. They had never witnessed such fury from him before. Observing the fearful gazes of the students, teacher Ryoichi took a deep breath, softened his tone, and spoke earnestly, in the Ninja Academy. I can afford to give you repeated chances. However, once you step outside, who will offer you another opportunity? The world of ninjas is merciless, leaving no room for failure. Even a single misstep could cost you your life. Even if you survive by sheer luck, you may lose far more, perhaps even the lives of your comrades who fight alongside you. As he spoke, a subtle tremor of emotion crept into teacher Ryoichi's otherwise somber voice. Qian He keenly noticed this shift and looked up, catching a glimpse of the pain reflected in teacher Ryoichi's eyes. He sighed softly, recognizing that this was a man with a story. Following the Second Great Ninja War, the number of ninjas in Konoha had drastically diminished. With the demand for ninjas across various regions, many teachers who were once elites were now unable to return to the battlefield due to various personal reasons. Seeing teacher Ryoichi so earnestly convey this message, it became evident that he had suffered greatly due to this harsh reality. As for the specifics, Qian He felt no need to delve deeper. In the world of Hokage, the natural law of the jungle made such stories commonplace. As groups of exams concluded, it was soon Qian He's turn. Uchiha Qian He versus Uchiha Kurenai. Upon hearing his name, Qian He stepped into the arena and cast a glance at Sarutobi Asuma outside. Under Sarutobi Asuma's anxious gaze, Qian He smiled wryly, offering a reassuring look. Rest assured, I will teach both Kurenai and you a lesson. Sarutobi Asuma, believing Qian He would honor their earlier agreement, broke into a satisfied grin. Nearby, Nara Shikamaru squeezed in beside Sarutobi Asuma and called out to Obito, who was still sulking. Obito, hurry up. Qian He is up next. Humph, his opponent is Kurenai? What a dull match, utterly devoid of excitement. Obito stepped forward, and upon seeing Qian He's opponent was Uchiha Kurenai, an imbalance stirred within him. Both were prodigies of the Uchiha clan. Why was Qian He's opponent someone with mediocre taijutsu and ninjutsu? Meanwhile, his own adversary was from the Hyuga clan, whose strike had almost knocked out his front teeth. Just thinking about it made Obito wince in pain. He instinctively cast his gaze towards Hyuga Tengji, only to find that Tengji was also looking at him, his cataract-affected eyes revealing little. Yet his expression seemed tinged with a hint of shyness. What nonsense is this? You, the victor of the match, are shy? What are you talking about? Sarutobi Asuma could not tolerate anyone belittling Hong, especially from the bottom of the class. Uchiha Obito, observing Sarutobi Asuma, momentarily set aside his thoughts on Hyuga Tengji, dismissively remarked, Asuma, although I have my grievances with Chika, you are aware of Hong's capabilities. She ranks in the middle of the class, and that is including her exceptional theoretical scores. How could someone like her possibly defeat Chika? Asuma did not refute Obito's analysis, yet a cunning smile crept across his face as he boldly stated, while Hong's taijutsu and ninjutsu may indeed be lacking, she is exceptionally skilled in jinjutsu. What? Hong knows jinjutsu? Now it was Obito's turn to be astonished. For students still in the ninja academy, jinjutsu felt like a rare and sophisticated art. Observing Obito's reaction, Sarutobi Asuma felt a surge of pride, exclaiming, once both of your Uchiha fail today, let us see how you will retain the dignity of being the foremost clan in Konoha. On the field, Chika and Hong had completed their hand seals, and as teacher Ryo raised his arm, the battle officially commenced. Chika seemed to heed Asuma's counsel, refraining from rushing at Hong immediately. Instead, he drew his katana and stood his ground. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Hong made the first move, swiftly retrieving 3 shuriken from her ninja tool pouch and hurling them towards Chika. At this age, students typically had similar first strikes. Facing the rapidly approaching shuriken, Chika remained unmoved, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. With 3 swift thrusts, clang, the blade of his katana precisely pierced the center of the shuriken, causing them to spin momentarily before coming to a halt. Seeing how effortlessly Chika had neutralized her shuriken, Hong's expression grew serious, and she silently lamented her fortune in not allowing Chika the initiative. Given Chika's swordsmanship, had it been a close-quarters battle, she would have stood no chance. Although such thoughts crossed her mind, her hands were not idle, swiftly forming seals. It is time to end this. Chika, having granted Hong her moment to showcase, strode forward, arriving before her in an instant. With a swift motion, he raised his katana, its blade glinting coldly as it emitted a sharp whistle, seemingly poised to cleave Hong in two. Indeed, it was time to conclude this. In this critical moment, rather than evading, Hong displayed a cunning smile and called out, illusionary depths technique. The katana halted before her, and Chika stood rooted in place, his face gradually contorting into one of sheer terror. Ha ha, Hong's jinjutsu has succeeded. Witnessing Chika ensnared in the illusion, Asuma felt even more exhilarated than Hong herself, taunting Obito. The Uchiha clan is nothing special. Even a C-rank jinjutsu is beyond their grasp. Chika, you idiot, wake up. Uchiha Obito shouted loudly. Obito, do not compromise the fairness of the examination. Lin Noera exclaimed, hastily tugging at Uchiha Obito. Prior to the test, teacher Ryuichi had explicitly instructed them not to disturb the combatants. Give it up. Those ensnared by the illusion cannot hear your cries. And Chika has no inkling of the jinjutsu. He is currently enveloped in fear, though it remains a mystery what he truly fears. Asuma Sarutobi stood beside Obito, patting his shoulder while making sardonic remarks. How infuriating that this fellow could be so careless. Obito gritted his teeth. His concern for Chika was not genuine, but rather stemmed from Asuma's assertion that if Chika were to lose, it would spell utter disgrace for the Uchiha clan, akin to a total rout. Fortunately, Chika's speed was unexpectedly swift. Meanwhile, in the arena, Kurenai Yuhi let out a breath of relief, having arrived just in time. She extracted a kunai from her ninja tool pouch. The technique of Narukami merely forces the victim to confront their innermost fears. Those with robust mental fortitude swiftly regain their senses. Thus, Kurenai needed to deliver a decisive blow to conclude the examination. She slowly aimed the kunai towards Chika's throat, signaling the end of the test. It is over. Even teacher Ryuichi was poised to declare the conclusion of the battle upon witnessing Kurenai's action. However, he was taken aback to see a glimmer of clarity within Chika's fearful gaze, causing him to halt. The kunai shimmered coldly, and in an instant, Chika grasped Kurenai's wrist. What? Kurenai stared at Chika, her expression one of disbelief. Although Narukami was a mere low-level genjutsu, and not particularly challenging to dispel, the Sharingan's illusions required a different approach. Disrupting the flow of chakra within the body could break the spell, and some could even shatter the illusion through pain upon realizing they were affected. However, the illusions cast by the Sharingan necessitated assistance for resolution, which is why the Sharingan is so renowned. Surprised? I knew you would employ genjutsu, Chika said, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In the spirit of reciprocity, why not experience my genjutsu as well? With that, Chika activated his Sharingan, revealing a pair of crimson eyes that caught Kurenai by astonishment. In an instant, confusion clouded Kurenai's vision. Sharingan. How could Chika possibly awaken the Sharingan? I have yet to do so myself. Why should he be able to awaken it? Obito gazed at Chika's newly manifested Sharingan, his eyes brimming with disbelief. He had always considered himself a genius, believing that awakening the Sharingan would be akin to a chrysalis transforming into a butterfly, allowing him to surpass everyone present, even the already graduated Kakashi Hatake. Yet, unexpectedly, his own eyes had never even exhibited the slightest hint of the Sharingan, while Chika had silently awakened it. Wow, it's the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, the Sharingan. Those eyes look terrifying. Is this truly the Sharingan? Kurenai is surely doomed now. Chika is simply unrivaled. At the moment when Chika unveiled the Sharingan, the onlookers lost interest in the outcome of the battle, their curiosity piqued instead by Chika's mesmerizing eyes. Awakening the Sharingan at the tender age of 7 is a rarity even in the illustrious history of the Uchiha clan. Even the referee, teacher Ryuichi, wore a look of astonishment, never expecting to witness such an extraordinary gaze among students at the Ninja Academy. Uchiha Obito observed the shock of his classmates, the awe of his teacher, and even the subtle shift in Rin's gaze toward Chika. He couldn't help but clench his fists, wishing fervently that Chika was him at that moment. Teacher Ryuichi, Chika has already won. Please announce the results. It was Sarutobi Asuma who first broke free from the astonishment, his concern now shifting to Kurenai's state. He had some understanding of the Sharingan's terrifying potential and realized that Kurenai had no chance of recovery. Unfortunately, the concept of time in genjutsu differed greatly from reality. In what felt like an eternity, Kurenai had experienced a myriad of emotions: calmness, shyness, sweetness, followed by sorrow, rage, and despair. Finally, as if witnessing the most unbelievable revelation, she collapsed to the ground, crying out, "Asuma, we are siblings. There could never be a resolution." This proclamation plunged the entire arena into silence. My goodness, siblings. Had Asuma and Kurenai taken this too far? Although it seemed somewhat inappropriate, one could only commend Chika for his masterful execution. The surrounding students erupted in excitement, well aware that Kurenai's words were a result of genjutsu, yet they playfully teased Asuma. After being subjected to romantic displays repeatedly, their frustrations had reached a boiling point. All right, Chika, dispel the genjutsu, teacher Ryuichi urged as Kurenai completely lost her fighting spirit. With each passing second in reality, an unknown duration had elapsed within the genjutsu. Chika nodded, his crimson eyes gradually returning to their normal hue. As Kurenai emerged from the illusion, she looked around, realizing that everything had returned to normal and comprehending that her previous experiences were mere illusions. I lost. Kurenai looked up at Chika, her eyes filled with resentment. Is this the power of the Sharingan? This is the ability that even her father envied immensely? In that moment, Kurenai finally grasped the true strength of the Sharingan. She had diligently practiced genjutsu day after day, ultimately mastering the Narukuju technique. and her father had even praised her talent in illusions. Yet what of Chika? He had merely awakened the Sharingan, the most basic form with one tomo, and yet he wielded such formidable genjutsu prowess. However, this was not the most devastating blow to her. The greatest blow was that Chika effortlessly dispelled her genjutsu, rendering her utterly defenseless against the one tomo Sharingan. Witnessing Kurena's despairing countenance, Chika felt a twinge of sympathy and offered her a compliment. Actually, your genjutsu is quite impressive. Yet, the praise that escaped from Qian He's lips felt utterly like an insult. The negative emotions emanating from Shiri Hong registered a value of 10, marking her first encounter with this emotional response, thus granting her 60 experience points in illusionary arts. Her face flushed crimson with indignation. How infuriating. One day, I shall surpass you in illusion, becoming a master of this craft. I believe it. Qian He nodded in acknowledgement. Although Shiri Hong would undoubtedly falter before Uchiha Itachi in the future, that was only when confronted with the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Against a mere 3-tomo Sharingan, she would likely be able to muster some semblance of resistance. Hypocritical. Shiri Hong's negative emotions surged to a value of 20. Qian He shot her an incredulous glance and stated earnestly, I truly believe it. Shiri Hong's composure shattered completely. You scoundrel. You wicked Uchiha. The woman's pettiness was glaring. Merely a few words had sent her blood pressure soaring, and in terms of emotional contribution, she rapidly surpassed Obito, becoming Qian He's foremost source of emotional energy. Just as Qian He was poised to further provoke Shiri Hong, Asuma Sarutobi rushed over, arms outstretched, intending to assist the fallen Shiri Hong. However, upon seeing Asuma, she instinctively recoiled a step. Shiri Hong, it's me, Asuma, he exclaimed in astonishment. I'm sorry, Asuma. I just want to go home alone and reflect. Before Asuma could respond, Shiri Hong stood up and turned to Teacher Liangyi, asking, Teacher, may I leave early? Liangyi nodded and replied, Shiri Hong, you have clearly been through a significant ordeal and need time to recuperate. However, given your current state, I am concerned about you returning home alone. Perhaps Rin could accompany you? Thank you for the arrangement, teacher. It would be advisable to have a conversation with your father upon your return. He may have methods to alleviate your mental strain. Liangyi added, then called for Rin. Understood, Teacher Liangyi. Leave Shiri Hong to me. Rin readily accepted, having already completed her examinations. With Rin's support, Shiri Hong departed from the Ninja Academy. As she left, Asuma turned sharply, directing his ire at Qian He. What on earth did you make Shiri Hong experience in that illusion? Initially, he had not paid much heed to her exclamations within the illusion, but her subsequent retreat was too impactful, compelling him to seek to uncover the truth behind the illusion. I merely ensnared her in the illusion. How could I possibly know what she experienced within? Qian He shrugged. I do not believe you. Faced with Asuma's skepticism, Qian He explained with a hint of exasperation, Asuma, do consider this. I possess but a single tomo Sharingan, recently awakened. It is already a stroke of fortune that I could ensnare Shiri Hong in an illusion. How could I then exert further control? Asuma pondered for a moment, recognizing a semblance of reason in Qian He's words, yet soon found himself unsettled. But if you weren't in control, why did Shiri Hong utter such words? My illusion merely envelopes Hong in a delightful reverie. Have you pondered why her emotions became so fervent later on? Perhaps, in her subconscious, she perceives you as her brother. No, that cannot be. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Asuma was utterly dismayed. The transition from childhood friends to siblings is a burden too heavy for anyone to bear. Triggered by Sarutobi Asuma, emotional value, 100. Observing Asuma, who appeared utterly crestfallen, Qian He offered a sympathetic remark. You should try to see it differently. After Asuma departed, Teacher Liangyi chuckled softly and leaned towards Qian He, whispering, I must admit, I am quite curious about what you showed Hong. Noticing the significant glint in Teacher Liangyi's eyes, Qian He helplessly replied, Did I not mention that it was beyond my control? You may deceive Asuma, but not me. Teacher Liangyi cast a scornful glance at Qian He and continued, The moment you fixated on Hong with your Sharingan, it was evident that you were orchestrating the illusion. As Qian He sought further excuses, Teacher Liangyi added, TSK, with your ocular technique, managing such a performance must be exhausting. Look, your forehead is glistening with sweat. Faced with this, Qian He ceased to argue, smiling bashfully. Haha, I suppose I was indeed discovered by the teacher. So what kind of illusion was it? Qian He grinned, a grand magical romance steeped in ethical dilemmas, with Hong and Asuma as the lead characters. Qian He gave Qian He a thumbs up, recognizing that such an elaborate and lengthy genre could not be trivial. It would likely take Hong several days to escape the confines of this sibling narrative. For the next few days, Asuma would be unable to see Hong. Very well, you may go now, based on your performance in this battle. Securing first place should be no issue. After satisfying his curiosity, teacher Qian He urged Qian He to leave the stage. The ensuing matches held little intrigue for Qian He, who instead reveled in the 300-plus emotional points displayed within the system. Furthermore, he gained experience in wind affinity and illusion techniques from both Sarutobi, Asuma, and Hong. Without hesitation, he leveled both attributes up. Wind affinity, proficient 01000, illusion, skilled 01000. At the tender age of 7, Uchiha Qian He awakened his bloodline limit, the Sharingan, and triumphed in battle through illusion, a revelation that rapidly spread throughout the Hidden Leaf Village. Now, as he strolled through the streets, he felt like a celebrity, with onlookers pointing and even bold young maidens daring to present him with love letters. However, the fervor surrounding Qian He's awakening of the Sharingan did not linger long atop the charts of notoriety in the Hidden Leaf Village, as it was soon overshadowed. The new sensation was none other than the remarkable news that at just 6 years old, Hatake Kakashi, 1 year post-graduation, had passed the Chunin exam, ascending to the rank of Chunin. This revelation was far more shocking than Qian He's Sharingan awakening. After all, while it is rare for a member of the Uchiha clan to awaken the Sharingan at 7, it is virtually unheard of for a 6-year-old to navigate the rigorous evaluations and achieve the rank of Chunin. Consequently, the villagers' discussions shifted from the prodigies of the Uchiha clan to the genius of the Hatake family. In the training grounds of the Uchiha clan, Chika stood quietly, her gaze fixed upon a figure in front of her. Opposite Chika stood a robust man with short brown hair, adorned with distinctive patterns flanking his eyes. Uchiha Hakadai, a member of the Uchiha Guard, was a renowned ninja possessing the legendary 3-tomo Sharingan. Chika, today we shall practice the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan. Unveil your Sharingan and launch an illusionary attack upon me, commanded Hakadai. In response, Chika activated her single-tomo Sharingan, her crimson eyes locking onto Uchiha Hakadai. Ever since she had revealed her Sharingan, Chika regained the attention of the clan elders, who began to place significant emphasis on her development, occasionally even offering personal guidance. Under the influence of the Jinjutsu, Hakadai's left hand slowly drew a kunai towards his neck. However, in the next moment, he suddenly trembled, breaking free from Chika's illusion. Not bad, Hakadai remarked, his eyes narrowing before suddenly widening, the 3-tomo of his Sharingan swirling within their sockets. Observing this, Chika did not flinch. Instead, she met his gaze with equal intensity. As they locked eyes, a flicker of struggle appeared within Chika's calm expression, tiny beads of sweat forming on her forehead. In mere moments, this struggle transformed into confusion. Outside the arena, Uchiha Obito and Shizune watched in silence. Noticing the hint of bewilderment in Chika's eyes, Shizune softly stated, "It's over." "Humph, losing before Lord Hakadai is quite normal," Obito replied, crossing his arms, his gaze towards Chika filled with envy. In the arena, after a brief struggle, Chika knelt on one knee, rubbing her forehead with one hand. Good. You've made progress in your Jinjutsu," Hakadai acknowledged, nodding in satisfaction. Yet, as if struck by a thought, he added sternly, "But it is still insufficient. Kakashi, who is of your age group, has already become a Chunin. Our Uchiha clan must never be inferior to others. You must accelerate your growth." Chika rolled her eyes. Although she had not given much thought to Kakashi stealing the spotlight, the clan elders clearly held a different perspective. The Sharingan, while a bloodline limit that combines observation, replication, and Jinjutsu, primarily excels in the realm of illusion. Remember, you must adeptly wield the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan. In battle, eye contact is often unavoidable. Once the enemy makes contact with your Sharingan, it essentially signals their demise. In one-on-one scenarios, they must flee. In 2-on-1, strike from behind. This speaks not only of our clan's tactical responses, but also of the formidable reputation we Uchiha have carved on the battlefield. Of course, some exceptional ninjas will consciously avoid making eye contact with our clan. In such instances, you must seek opportunities utilizing your surroundings, whether it be reflections in water or even the blade of your katana to ensnare your opponent in an illusion. Uchiha Hakadai earnestly imparted to Chika various techniques regarding the application of the Sharingan's Jinjutsu. Beside them, Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Obito drew closer, listening intently. The innate talent of Uchiha Shursui was unquestionable. It was merely a matter of time before he awakened his Sharingan. As for Uchiha Obito, he was blissfully unaware of his own limitations. After Uchiha Hakadai concluded his discourse, he earnestly continued, "For us Uchiha, the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan is an exceedingly vital technique. You must adeptly apply it in actual combat." "I understand, Senior Hakadai." Chika humbly acknowledged Uchiha Hakadai's words. Observing Chika's understanding demeanor, Uchiha Hakadai nodded in satisfaction. Then with a teasing smile remarked, "One must not be overly modest, especially given your seniority, dear Chika." Uchiha Hakadai held a favorable view of Chika, and thus employed jest to foster a closer relationship between them. "Please, senior, refrain from jesting," Chika sighed in exasperation, casting a glare at Uchiha Shursui. Ever since their acquaintance, Uchiha Shursui had taken to respectfully calling Chika uncle whenever they met, leading Chika to believe that Shursui was a well-behaved child. However, he was taken aback by the fact that this unfortunate child would not discern the appropriateness of the situation, calling out uncle with even greater enthusiasm in the presence of other clan members. Consequently, all the Uchiha clansmen became aware of Chika's peculiar quirk, as they teased him by echoing Shursui's title, thus expressing their camaraderie with this talented individual. "Has the uncle arrived? Has the uncle eaten? Oh, look! The uncle has grown taller, almost to my waist. How dare you?" While Chika was not averse to being regarded as an elder, he preferred it to be sincere rather than as a form of mockery. In the face of Chika's furious glare, Uchiha Shursui shyly smiled and said, "Uncle, you have made progress once again." Chika, with his temper flaring, reached out, intending to seize Shursui for some playful retribution. To his surprise, Shursui did not flinch, but instead leaned in closer. "You wish to ruffle my hair? Dream on." At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku entered, surveying the room before addressing Uchiha Hakadai succinctly, "Hakadai, it is time for the meeting." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hakadai's expression turned serious as he replied, "Understood, young clan leader." Despite their solemn expressions, one should not assume the meeting bore great significance. In truth, the Uchiha clan convened monthly, comprising mainly mid to high-ranking members. The conversations during these frequent meetings were often tediously mundane, filled with grievances against the higher-ups of Konoha or reminiscing about the past, lacking any substantial content. "Very well. We shall conclude here for today." Uchiha Hakadai turned to bid farewell to Chika and the others before following Uchiha Fugaku out. However, before departing, Uchiha Fugaku glanced back at Chika and, after a moment of contemplation, said, "Chika, wait for me at home tonight. I shall come to discuss something with you after the meeting." Chika was momentarily taken aback, pondering what matters a mere student of the Ninja Academy could possibly discuss with him. "All right, I understand, young clan leader." Chika, without much thought, merely nodded and spoke. As Fugaku Uchiha and the 8th Hokage departed, Chika's expression abruptly transformed, contorting into a sinister grin. "Heh, since the 8th Hokage has matters to attend to. As your uncle, I shall take on the role of your training opponent, Shursui." "Uncle, perhaps that's not wise. With my current abilities, how could I dare to seek your guidance? Let me spar with Obito instead. We are evenly matched and can improve together." Shursui, realizing that training with Chika would subject him to merciless tactics, gradually retreated while casting a hopeful glance at Obito, wishing for his intervention. "Obito, don't you agree?" However, at that moment, Obito was oblivious to their exchange, lost in his thoughts until suddenly he exclaimed, "Ah, this is bad. Something terrible is about to happen." His outburst startled both Chika and Shursui. Chika, visibly displeased, smacked the back of Obito's head. "Why are you shouting? You've frightened Shursui," perhaps provoked by Chika's fierce demeanor. Obito occasionally retorted with sarcasm. Unable to tolerate this affront, Chika immediately chose to retaliate. Of course, Obito, possessing a stubborn spirit, was unafraid to engage. Unfortunately, aspirations often clash with harsh realities. In a direct confrontation, he was soundly defeated before Rin's eyes. In a covert ambush, he failed spectacularly, only to receive a severe beating in front of Rin yet again. While attempting to sneak attack with explosive tags during Chika's bathroom break, he was met with a brutal thrashing, nearly requiring hospitalization. Reflecting on the incident sent a chill down his spine, and he rubbed the back of his head. feeling both anger and frustration, casting a glare at Shursui. Chika, uncle, I'm not that timid. Please don't use me as an excuse to pummel Obito every time. He is already looking at me strangely. Chika inquired, what exactly is the matter? Today was my date with Rin. We planned to buy a gift for Kakashi this afternoon. Upon hearing this, Chika recalled Rin mentioning it previously. Kakashi had recently passed the Chunin exam and was now a Chunin. Hence, their group of still-enrolled Ninja Academy students decided to celebrate his achievement together, a notion Chika had agreed to at the time. Honestly, I barely know Kakashi. Why should I celebrate him? It's quite irritating, and he always wears that sour expression, Obito complained. Chika nodded in agreement, realizing that had Rin not suggested it in front of the class, he might have declined. In his memory, he had little interaction with Kakashi. Nevertheless, having agreed, he did not intend to back out. Very well, since we are to buy a gift, I shall accompany you. It would be improper to visit empty-handed, so I too shall procure a present. Why must you come with me? Can't you go alone? Toby was rather reluctant to have Chika follow him, as it was a rare opportunity to be alone with Rin. Why would he want Chika, the proverbial third wheel, tagging along? Chika rolled his eyes and retorted, why are you blabbering so much? I'm a guy. How would I know what gift to choose? Of course, I need Rin's guidance. Was this truly just for guidance? With no ulterior motives? Toby quietly inquired, you won't punch me in front of Rin, will you? Rest assured, as long as you don't act foolishly, I have no desire to harm you. After bidding farewell to Uchiha Shursui, the two exited the Uchiha compound. Previously, Toby seemed anxious, but once outside the compound, he strode with an air of confidence, evidently excited to meet his goddess, causing a stir in his heart. Observing this, Chika could only quicken his pace. They soon arrived at the rendezvous point agreed upon by Toby and Rin. Toby, you made it, Rin exclaimed upon seeing Toby finally arrive, not expressing any complaints, but instead smiling at Chika. Chika, are you joining us to pick out gifts? Indeed, I need Rin's help to figure out what to get Kakashi. Chika replied. He held no excessive thoughts regarding the young girl. He merely felt a refreshing sense of ease in Rin's company. The essence of gift-giving lies in the sentiment. I believe whatever we choose, Kakashi will be pleased, Rin said as she led Chika and Toby towards the street. All the while, Toby hovered around Rin, curiosity piqued. Rin, what kind of gift do you plan to give Kakashi? He asked. I intend to buy him a ninja tool pouch. I noticed his pouch had a hole when I ran into him a few days ago. That could be dangerous on the battlefield. A chance encounter? Or was it intentional? Toby's focus had shifted from the gift to another matter. Oh, Toby, what are you thinking? Of course, it was a coincidence. Kakashi is busy with missions most of the time. Ah, you're right. That guy only cares about missions and never takes the time to catch up with us. Chika trailed behind Toby and Rin, not participating in the conversation as his mind wandered. Given that Kakashi had been promoted to Chunin, was it not likely that his father, Tsukumo Hatake, would soon face his own fate? The original work left the timing of Tsukumo's suicide rather vague, but it was generally around the time of Kakashi's promotion. Now that Kakashi had indeed become a Chunin, if Tsukumo were still alive and well, it would suggest that the events transpired after Kakashi's promotion. Contemplating this, Chika's mind began to formulate a notion. Could altering Tsukumo's fate influence the higher echelons of Konoha and thereby improve the circumstances of the Uchiha clan? At this moment, Tsukumo's reputation in the village was at its zenith, positioning him as a strong contender for the next Hokage. His renown even eclipsed that of the three disciples of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. While Chika knew little about Tsukumo, the villagers and even those from the Uchiha clan regarded him not only as a formidable ninja, but also as an exceptionally upright individual. It is indeed remarkable that members of the Uchiha clan express admiration for Kakashi Hatake. Chika, likely perceiving that Kakashi harbors no prejudice against the Uchiha, finds this sentiment sufficient. In the current hierarchy of Konoha, the absence of bias represents the utmost goodwill towards the Uchiha. Thus, Chika resolves to explore the possibility of saving Kakashi's life. Naturally, this necessitates a deeper understanding of the true reasons behind Kakashi's suicide. However, the conspiracy theories surrounding his demise and Chika's previous life are numerous and perplexing, leaving him uncertain of their validity. Should these theories indeed encompass a dark conspiracy, Chika would prefer to abstain from involvement. As Chika pondered these thoughts, a pair of small hands waved in front of him. Oh, my apologies. Have you both made your purchases? Upon hearing Rin's voice, Chika snapped back to reality. Realizing that Obito and Rin had already chosen their gifts for Kakashi, while he stood empty-handed. "Rin and I have already selected our gifts. We are only waiting on you," Obito remarked, lifting the gift box in his hand. I still wanted to consult Rin on my choice." Chika glanced around and spotted a bookstore, his eyes lighting up as he discovered the perfect gift. "Rin, Obito, please wait for me here," he informed them before hastily making his way to the store. Upon entering the bookstore, Chika first surveyed the arrangement of various books. When he noticed a specific section dedicated to certain risque titles, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching before stepping forward with purpose. Kakashi had a penchant for reading the lewd novels penned by Jiraiya, the infamous pervert of the legendary Sannin, specifically Intimate Paradise. Chika was unaware of the explicit nature of the content, and at this point, Jiraiya had not yet authored it. After much contemplation, Chika decided to go straight for a book by Liu Bei as a gift for Kakashi. In a state of bewilderment, Chika selected a volume adorned with the image of a tall woman bearing ominous omens. As for the attire depicted within, it was merely a few sheer fabrics, which need not be elaborated upon. Presumably, Kakashi, who enjoyed Intimate Paradise, would also appreciate this stylistic approach. Having chosen his gift, Chika approached the counter to finalize his purchase. "Young man, are you certain you wish to buy this book?" The bookstore owner's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he observed the title, soon replaced by a peculiar smile. Under the proprietor's suggestive gaze, Chika could only respond awkwardly, "It's for a friend. I understand. However, I personally believe that starting with this book may be too much for you to handle. Perhaps you should consider a few titles from the romance series first." "Allow me to recommend," Chika, with a furrowed brow, interrupted the owner's chatter, insisting, "I want this one." After all, it was not as though he would struggle with it. Moreover, in his previous life, such literature barely constituted an introduction to education. There was no way it could overwhelm him. Whether Kakashi might become engrossed in it, to the point of obsession, was simply not a concern for Chika. Having settled the payment, Qian He gazed at the cover of the book and addressed the bookstore owner. "Excuse me, could you do me a favor and wrap this up? If I were to take it out like this, and it were spotted by Dato or Rin, I would be utterly mortified." Observing Qian He's caution, the owner quickly sensed that this was not Qian He's first experience, and he sighed deeply, saying, "Young lad, rest assured. I will handle this discreetly. No one will know you purchased this book. However, do take care of your health, as you are still in the stages of development. Do not become too engrossed. I too have made such mistakes, which is why I am of such diminutive stature. Alas, it is a sorrowful tale." Exasperated, Qian He accepted the neatly wrapped book and exited the store. Dato, curious, approached and inquired about the tightly wrapped book. "Qian He, what book did you buy for Kakashi?" "Nothing much. Just a book on human anatomy. As Kakashi is already a chunin, it would be beneficial for him to understand the critical aspects of human anatomy. Efficiency in combat is paramount." Later in the evening, Qian He bid farewell to Dato and Rin, returning to his home. Having made arrangements with Uchiha Fugaku, he did not engage in his usual training. With time to spare, he turned his attention to the gift intended for Kakashi. As the giver, merely observing the cover would not suffice to ascertain whether the recipient would be pleased. One must examine it personally to ensure its suitability. With this thought, Qian He opened the book. As time flew by while Qian He immersed himself in studying a foreign language, a knock on the door startled him. He swiftly repackaged the book and rose to answer the door. Standing there was Uchiha Fugaku. Welcoming him into the living room, Qian He said, "Young clan leader, please have a seat while I prepare some tea." "Thank you for your consideration," Fugaku replied, settling into a chair and exhaling deeply, indicating that the day's meeting had not gone particularly well. Noticing his demeanor, Qian He remarked, "It is disheartening to see such a promising youth appearing so drained. Laboring for the clan by day and discussing life aspirations with the beautiful Aunt Mikoto by night. It's no wonder one would feel overwhelmed." Feeling sympathetic, Qian He continued, "Allow me to prepare some goji berries for you. I happen to have some at home." Fugaku frowned and questioned, "What purpose do goji berries serve?" "They nourish the kidneys and replenish vitality." Qian He replied with a concerned expression, which only served to increase Fugaku's irritation. "No need for that," he retorted, his tone stern. Before adding, "I am in excellent health and do not require such supplements." No man would readily admit to feeling weak, even in the presence of children. Obtain negative emotions from Uchiha Fugaku, emotion value 10. First acquisition of Uchiha Fugaku's emotional value. Reward: 600 experience points in illusion techniques. Qian He was taken aback, indeed. Uchiha Fugaku's rewards were remarkable. The rewards he received from Uchiha Shursui and Asuma Sarutobi had only been a few dozen points. Considering the disparity in strength between Uchiha Fugaku and the others, Qian He suspected that the rewards were calculated based on one's prowess. After preparing the tea, Chika served a cup to both himself and Uchiha Fugaku, then took a seat opposite him, patiently awaiting Fugaku's words. Observing Chika's composed demeanor, Fugaku was somewhat surprised. Oh, to possess such poise at a young age is indeed a promising trait. He seems quite knowledgeable, even aware that goji berries are beneficial for vitality. Truly, he embodies the essence of the Uchiha clan. After taking a sip of tea to clear his throat, Fugaku finally spoke. Chika, have you ever considered graduating early? Chika's expression turned peculiar at this. Isn't it a bit late for the young clan leader to apply for early graduation? It's not due to the matter concerning Kakashi Hatake. Noting Chika's misunderstanding, Fugaku shook his head and remarked, "You must have heard about the discord between our clan and the village." Chika nodded in acknowledgement. Fugaku continued with a hint of implication, "Given this, you should understand that our clan requires supporters within the higher echelons of Konoha. So, young clan leader, which ninja do you wish for me to forge a bond with?" Chika had grasped the true purpose of Fugaku's visit. In the administration of the third Hokage, most members were former guards of the second Hokage. Influenced by the second, there was a prevailing bias against the Uchiha. In such a Konoha leadership, the targeting of the Uchiha clan had intensified. In times of conflict, the various clans united against the Uchiha, and in times of peace, they conspired to cause them trouble. Essentially, this had led to the isolation and marginalization of the Uchiha clan. Changing the attitude of the Konoha leadership seemed nearly impossible. Perhaps if Uchiha Kagami, also a guard of the second Hokage, were alive, he could have served as a bridge of hope. Alas, his untimely death severed the link between the Uchiha clan and the current Konoha leadership. If this administration is ineffective, they would simply await a change in leadership. It was evident that Fugaku harbored such intentions. Seeing Chika comprehend the situation so well, Fugaku nodded in satisfaction and stated directly, "Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze. He is an exceptionally gentle and humble individual, devoid of any bias against the Uchiha. Moreover, he is a disciple of Jiraiya among the legendary Sannin. And as long as he lives, he is destined to hold a prominent position within the village. Establishing a relationship with such a ninja would be beneficial for our Uchiha clan. Furthermore, he has a good rapport with Minato, and notably, their girlfriends are close friends." Seemingly concerned that Chika might not be familiar with Minato, Fugaku elaborated. Though Minato has recently been promoted to Jonin, his strength is formidable, and he is an excellent guiding Jonin. Kakashi Hitake's rapid ascension to Chunin is largely due to his mentorship. At this moment, Chika couldn't help but admire Uchiha Fugaku. Minato Namikaze shone brightly during the Third Great Ninja War, yet he is merely a promising Jonin now, perhaps still yet to master the Flying Thunder God technique. Compared to strength, he has yet to earn the same level of respect as Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin and a disciple of the latter. At this moment, to believe that Minato Namikaze would ascend to a high-ranking position indicates that Fugaku Uchiha possesses a certain discernment. Observing Chika's silence, Fugaku spoke earnestly. "Chika, given your talent, remaining at the Ninja Academy is merely a waste of time. You are already 7 years old. It is time for you to contribute to the family. I task you with graduating early from the academy and forging bonds with Minato and Kakashi in his class." Upon hearing the word task, Chika's expression grew serious. This was the first task entrusted to him by the family, and it demanded his utmost diligence. Sitting up straight, he responded gravely, "Young clan leader, serving the family is my duty as a member of the Uchiha clan." Pleased with Chika's attitude, Fugaku nodded approvingly. "Very well, Chika, since you are to establish unbreakable bonds, merely being a teammate will not suffice." Before Fugaku could finish, Chika interrupted, "Are you suggesting?" Fugaku paused slightly before inquiring further. "As teammates, an initial greeting gift is customary, is it not? Furthermore, isn't it essential to treat them to meals to strengthen the relationship? I've also heard that Senior Minato has a girlfriend. As the saying goes, one must give fully. If we have already presented a gift to Minato, we cannot neglect his girlfriend. Otherwise, a woman's whispers may jeopardize our plans. Moreover, is this lad asking me for a budget for the task?" From Fugaku Uchiha's negative emotions. Emotional value 50. Fugaku looked at Chika, speechless. The idea of sending Chika out to establish bonds was Fugaku's personal notion. He had even addressed it at today's assembly, but only a handful supported him. The majority believed that the clan's prodigies should be nurtured internally to ensure future contributions, rather than face an early demise on the battlefield. Thus, Fugaku did not have the family's backing in this regard. As for the budget, that was another matter altogether. Noticing Fugaku's silence, Chika incredulously asked, "Young clan leader, you aren't expecting me to cover these expenses, are you?" "Certainly not. Since you are undertaking a task for the family will assume full responsibility." Fugaku bit his teeth, his tone tinged with a hint of sorrow. "From the moment you join Minato's class, I will provide you with a monthly budget of 50,000 ryo for your tasks. 50,000 ryo is approximately the reward for a C-rank mission. Receiving such an amount monthly is quite generous." Chika's expression remained composed, although he spoke with a hint of grievance. 50,000 ryo? That will barely suffice. Ignoring Chika's expression, Fugaku continued, "Very well. Once school begins, apply for early graduation from the Ninja Academy. As for how you will join Minato's class, leave that to me. Although the lower ninjas graduating from the academy are typically assigned by Konoha Corps, there is little interference if both parties agree. Then I shall rely on you, young clan leader." Uchiha Fugaku nodded, feeling a pang in his heart regarding his monthly expenditure. After some contemplation, he addressed Chika, saying, "By the way, I will be marrying your sister Makoto in a month, and you must be sure to attend." Uchiha Fugaku emphasized Sister Makoto, seemingly conveying to Chika that attending the wedding would elevate him from a junior to a peer. As a peer, the customary gift of congratulations would be expected. Chika gazed at Uchiha Fugaku in disbelief, and from the latter's half-smile, he discerned a trap. To his astonishment, the usually composed and serious Uchiha Fugaku, who seldom indulged in jest, was indeed teasing him. Upon reflection, it made sense. Uchiha Fugaku was merely in his 20s, brimming with youthful vigor. And after Chika had taken advantage of him, it was only natural for him to seek some retribution. "The young clan leader, for you and Aunt Makoto, it's sister." Uchiha Fugaku corrected him with a stoic expression. "Very well, I fear I cannot attend your wedding. As you know, I am diligently training to graduate early from the Ninja Academy, so my focus must remain on that for the next 2 months. This is my commitment to the clan. However, to express my congratulations, I shall present you with this bag of goji berries," Chika declared, revealing a bag of goji berries that had seemingly appeared in his hand. Placing it on the table before Uchiha Fugaku, he boasted, without a hint of embarrassment, "According to my father, it was this that allowed my mother to conceive me. My early awakening of the Sharingan can also be attributed to its efficacy. Its results are undeniably remarkable." Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. While he intended to convey that Chika's monetary gifts were not so easily obtained, he did not anticipate such unabashed audacity from him. If only Chika had been more tactful in his request, Uchiha Fugaku might have let it slide. After all, no matter how much he pressed Chika for a gift, it would hardly amount to a significant sum. Yet, using a bag of ancestral goji berries as a gift felt rather excessive. "You must attend," Uchiha Fugaku asserted with an air of finality. "On that day, Minato Namikaze will also be present. The wedding is an excellent opportunity to strengthen our relationships." "He's not even a bridesmaid," Chika retorted. Realizing further argument would be futile, he sighed resignedly. "Understood. I shall heed the young clan leader's arrangements. I take my leave then, and I look forward to your presence in a month." Uchiha Fugaku felt a sense of relief upon seeing Chika's demeanor. Rising, he exited the living room with his hands clasped behind him. "Young clan leader, take care." Chika replied weakly, glancing up to realize, "Hey, where's my bag of ancestral goji berries?" "Young clan leader, that is worth a fortune." 3 days later, Chika, Obito, and Rin arrived at Kakashi's doorstep, celebrating Kakashi Hataki's successful promotion to Chunin. The door to Kakashi's home was already ajar, and voices could be heard within, indicating that others had arrived ahead of them. The trio of Chika, Kaka, and Naruto strode directly into Kakashi's home, only to witness the exuberant Might Guy, clad in his ever-vibrant green spandex, bouncing beside Kakashi. In his hand, he held a garment identical to his own. "Kakashi, this is a gift for you. Do you like it?" Kakashi's eyes drooped, lacking the courage to gaze upon the outfit in Guy's grasp. "Kakashi, do not underestimate this attire. It is specially ordered, made from an extraordinary fabric that is both waterproof and fireproof. Once donned, let us engage in an upside-down running competition." "No. Are you saying no to the upside-down run? Then how about a backward run?" What I mean is, I will not wear that outfit. But I have painstakingly prepared this for you. Kakashi's eyes resembled those of a dead fish. No? Upon receiving Kakashi's unequivocal rejection, tears sprang forth from Guy's eyes, as if he had been grievously wronged. Kakashi, your refusal of Kai's gift is a deep wound to his heart. This garment is a token of Kai's affection. How could you possibly refuse? Observing Kakashi's discomfort brought delight to Obito, who felt a surge of joy at Kai's boldness in gifting such an outfit to Kakashi. This attire, not even Kakashi could pull off, and if he were to wear it in front of Rin, she would undoubtedly lose interest in him. With this thought, Obito's excitement surged uncontrollably. He stepped forward, snatching the spandex from Guy's hands, suppressing his discomfort as he awkwardly modeled it on himself. Casting a sidelong glance at Kakashi while sighing, TSK, TSK, what a splendid outfit. Why wasn't it given to me? If it were for me, I would don my friend's gift without hesitation, never letting my friend down. Upon hearing this, Guy beamed at Obito with a look of appreciation and reached behind him, retrieving another spandex suit. Well said, Obito. As it happens, I ordered an extra one, so I shall reluctantly part with it for you. Why you have another one? This revelation left Obito astounded. Kakashi, I knew you and I are of the same ilk. Wear it. Let us embark on a youthful trial. Under Guy's expectant gaze, Obito's face turned pale. He had initially anticipated watching Kakashi's embarrassment, but now he found himself in dire straits, envisioning the mortifying image of himself in such an outfit. At that moment, it was Kakashi's turn to chime in. Go on, don't let Guy down. Chika added, yes, let Rin witness your youthful exuberance. Obito swallowed hard. Scanning the room, Guy's grin revealed a dazzling set of pearly whites, sparkling in the sunlight, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Meanwhile, Chika and Kakashi wore expressions of mischievous intent, eager to witness his humiliation. Even Rin, the only one who could save him, appeared curiously intrigued, seemingly eager to see Obito's gallant figure in spandex. However, at that moment, Obito understood that donning this outfit would sever his ties with all women in existence, Rin included. Recalling that my grandmother awaits my return for dinner, I decided to head back. Under such formidable pressure, Obito exhibited extraordinary prowess, first employing a body flicker technique to escape the encirclement of the crowd, then sprinting at remarkable speed toward the Uchiha clan's territory. Obito, you haven't delivered your gift yet. Rin called out to him, yet Obito did not glance back, vanishing swiftly from sight. If only this kid could showcase such speed during the exam, he wouldn't be at the bottom. Observing Obito's velocity, even Chihiro was taken aback. It seemed that Might Guy's attire wielded considerable impact. At that moment, Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi, and Shino Aburame also arrived. Negative emotion from Kurenai Yuhi. Emotion value 20. Chihiro cast a bemused glance at Kurenai. Despite the passage of numerous days, she still harbored resentment towards him. Asuma entered Kakashi's home. Surveying the surroundings, but finding no sign of Obito, he mockingly inquired, where's Obito? Is he late again? This guy can't even catch up to a warm meal. Rin explained to Asuma, Obito has already left. Asuma replied in surprise, left? That's uncharacteristic of him. Chihiro glanced at Might Guy, who was already filled with negative energy, then smiled at Asuma. Perhaps he was simply intimidated. Very well, Asuma, disinterested in pursuing the matter of Obito further, produced a beautifully wrapped long box and handed it to Kakashi. Kakashi, my apologies for the haste. I could only randomly select this short sword from my father's collection. It is said to be a masterpiece from the land of craftsmen, not particularly valuable, probably worth around 1,000,000 ryo. Asuma's words exuded a sense of opulence, and he glanced at Chihiro with a sense of pride, thinking, in a fight, I may not match you, but surely I am wealthier. In that moment, he felt he had surpassed Chihiro. He also stole a glance at Kurenai, witnessing her disbelief, her mouth agape, which only heightened his satisfaction. This gift was worthwhile. Not only did it allow him to vent his frustrations before his rival, but it also showcased his lavishness in front of his beloved. He hoped it would mend the rift between him and Kurenai. Relishing the admiration of those around him, Asuma continued, Ahem, Kakashi. I know this short sword cannot compare to your father's white fang, but please make do with it for now. When you ascend to Jonin, I shall select something more valuable, better, from my father. Thank you for your gift, Asuma. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback by Asuma's extravagance. Such a precious gift. Surely the third Hokage was unaware. If he knew, Asuma might find himself in a precarious situation. Contemplating this, Kakashi accepted Asuma's offering, expressing, "Thank you for your gift. I truly appreciate it, Asuma." The third Hokage's reprimands were of no concern to Kakashi. Following Kakashi's acceptance of Asuma's gift, others also presented their offerings to him. In comparison to the flamboyance of Asuma Sarutobi, the others appeared rather understated, presenting gifts of a more commonplace nature. When it was Chika's turn, he stepped forward and handed a book to Kakashi, whispering in his ear, "Ensure that you only open this when you are alone." Chika said this out of concern that Kakashi might open it on the spot. After all, everyone else had openly revealed the contents of their gifts. But should Kakashi unveil Chika's offering in public, he would have the opportunity to refuse it with an air of propriety, while Chika, the giver, would be left mortified. Even more alarming was the thought of Konoha's white fang, Tsukumo Hatake, discovering that Chika had gifted Kakashi a risque magazine. The repercussions were unthinkable. Kakashi paused, his hand, which had been poised to unwrap the gift, halted as he curiously inquired, "What is it?" Chika smiled enigmatically. "I apologize, but I must maintain an air of mystery. However, I can assure you that no other gift here today will resonate with your sentiments as much as mine." Kakashi regarded Chika with a perplexed expression. They were not particularly acquainted, and aside from Might Guy, he was not familiar with anyone present. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of gratitude that so many had gathered to celebrate his promotion to Chunin. Chika's unwavering confidence in the appropriateness of his gift piqued Kakashi's interest further. "Humph, pretending to be mysterious. I suspect you are simply too shy to reveal it," Asuma Sarutobi scoffed, eyeing Chika's offering. Chika shot him a disdainful glance, choosing not to engage with the brash youth. "Kakashi, please, open it only when you are alone," Chika reiterated earnestly. Kakashi, recognizing the gravity of Chika's request, quelled his curiosity. After all, it would be impolite to disregard the wishes of the gift giver. "I would like to express my gratitude for the gifts I have received. Please, come inside for some hot tea," Kakashi announced as Chika concluded his gift-giving. He bowed to the assembled guests in appreciation and led them indoors. As they entered, Chika took in his surroundings. Even the living room bore an impressive array of samurai swords adorning the walls, varying in size, with a few colossal swords among them. "These are my father's collection," Kakashi explained upon observing Chika's curiosity. "It seems your father has a fondness for samurai swords," Chika remarked thoughtfully. "Indeed, my family was once a samurai lineage. It was only in my father's generation that we transitioned to being shinobi." "Is that so?" Chika mused, lost in contemplation. Samurai? The spirit of the samurai? This was indeed a coherent thought. As a person of Chinese heritage, Chika had limited understanding of the samurai ethos in Japan. Yet one aspect was clear. Those who adhered to the samurai spirit often resorted to seppuku, which had evolved into a cultural phenomenon. Could it be that Konoha's white fang, Tsukumo Hatake, silently upheld the samurai spirit within? Chika pondered Kakashi's words. Indeed, there exists a distinct possibility. From Kakashi's words, one can discern that the Hatake clan were warriors before the era of Hatake Tsukumo. This implies that Hatake Tsukumo's father was indeed a traditional samurai. Although Hatake Tsukumo studied at the Ninja Academy in Konoha, upon returning home, the teachings imparted by his father would primarily revolve around the ways of a samurai. While the academy also instills the ideology of the will of fire, this philosophy does not inherently conflict with the spirit of the samurai. The more Chika pondered, the more plausible this notion became. Of course, regarding the incident of Hatake Tsukumo's suicide, there undoubtedly lies a conspiracy. However, Chika believed that the conspiracy was more directed towards undermining Hatake Tsukumo's reputation rather than a mere desire to extinguish his life. A ninja of such extraordinary caliber, surpassing even the legendary Sannin, is a rarity in the ninja world. It is implausible that Konoha would be so reckless. Chika recalled that in the original narrative, it was mentioned that the news of Hatake Tsukumo's suicide circulated only among the elite jonin, remaining unknown to those beneath that rank, indicating that Konoha had indeed attempted to suppress the information regarding Tsukumo. The manner of this suppression is particularly intriguing. The jonin were aware, yet those ranked chunin and below remained oblivious. It is essential to recognize that within the confines of Konoha, the prestige of individuals, be they chunin, genin, or even villagers, ultimately hinges upon their ability to ascend to the position of Hokage, a role reserved for the jonin. This is remarkably targeted and precise in its execution. Konoha, at its core, operates as a militaristic settlement. Were they to staunchly defend Hatake Tsukumo, who would dare utter a word against it. As for who among the higher echelons of Konoha would bear the blame, one cannot absolve Danzo from responsibility. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, likely chose to remain passive. Perhaps Sarutobi had his own ulterior motives, desiring his apprentice to inherit the title of Hokage, which might explain his tacit approval of the rumors that diminished Hitaki Tsukumo's standing. However, to drive Hitaki Tsukumo to his demise was not his intention. One might speculate that Sarutobi himself never anticipated that during his lowest ebb, Hitaki Tsukumo would recall the spirit of the samurai, even demonstrating the pinnacle of samurai honor. It is likely that upon hearing of Hitaki Tsukumo's suicide, Sarutobi's heart bled profusely. After analyzing his conjectures, Chika resolved to extend a helping hand to Hitaki Tsukumo. Of course, he could only express his intention to attempt this. Should darker elements be at play, for the sake of his own safety, Chika would choose to remain an observer. Under Kakashi's hospitality, the gathering enjoyed tea and conversation before dispersing. Initially, Chika wished to meet Hitaki Tsukumo, but upon learning that Tsukumo had departed the village on a mission, he took his leave. Not long after Chika exited the Hitaki residence, Kakashi began to unwrap the congratulatory gift from Chika. The moment he peeled back the packaging, his expression shifted dramatically. What does Chika take me for? Kakashi's face flushed with indignation. As a proponent of the will of fire, how could he possibly engage with such vulgar material? He grasped the book, intending to toss it into the trash, but as soon as he lifted it, the provocative imagery on the cover caused his vision to blur. Humph. The despicable fellow has even employed illusions in the book, thinking to deceive me. Kakashi is not so easily fooled. Well, since the cover exudes such potent illusions, I suspect there are more within the pages. I shall see how formidable they truly are, and consider it an opportunity for illusion training. With that, Kakashi opened the first page, as if unlocking the door to a new realm. The book in his hands radiated a divine golden light. Just one page. Let me see another. Such impressive illusions. From Kakashi Hitaki's negative emotions, emotion value 2. First acquisition of Kakashi Hitaki's negative emotions, reward, entry-level lightning attribute. Shortly after stepping out of his home, Chika received the system's notification, causing him to pause momentarily. However, with just this 2-point emotion value, Chika discerned that Kakashi was merely feigning. He must already be deeply engrossed and unable to extricate himself. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan grounds, Chika had not yet reached his doorstep when he encountered 2 figures approaching. Raising his gaze, he beheld Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto coming towards him. Fugaku, he is not home. Where could he possibly be? How should I know where he has gone? Do you care nothing for where your clan members are? He is already 7 years old, on the verge of becoming a genin. He is quite capable of self-sufficiency. You are not fulfilling your duties as the young clan leader. You are meddling too much. The two seemed to be engaged in a minor dispute, but upon noticing Chika, they promptly ceased their conversation and approached him. As they drew near, Chika was the first to speak. Young clan leader, Sister Makoto. Uchiha Fugaku replied, arms crossed. In a nonchalant manner. I was just looking for you, Chika. Upon hearing Chika refer to her as sister, Uchiha Makoto appeared particularly delighted. You were looking for me? Chika squinted, observing the two with contemplation. There seemed to be something amiss between them. As a couple, their lack of interlocking arms was one thing. After all, Uchiha Fugaku is rather unromantic. However, standing 2 meters apart was rather peculiar, especially in light of their earlier disagreement. Had they quarreled? A glimmer of insight flashed in Chika's eyes. An opportunity has arisen. Chika stepped forward and tugged at Uchiha Fugaku's sleeve, signaling him to lean closer. Uchiha Fugaku gazed at Chika with confusion, then crouched down, bringing his ear close to Chika's lips. Chika, covering his mouth with his hand, whispered, young clan leader. Did you have a fight with Sister Makoto? Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened. Don't be ridiculous. Makoto and I did not quarrel. Chika, even more astonished, inquired. So you did engage in a scuffle? From Uchiha Fugaku's negative emotions, emotion value 30. Uchiha Fugaku shot a glare at Chika, gritting his teeth as he said, you should know that a jonin's hearing is quite acute. At this distance, Makoto can hear perfectly well. If she hadn't overheard, I would not have said anything. Chika glanced up at the smiling Uchiha Makoto, who was attentively watching him, and continued pressing Uchiha Fugaku. So it is true that you fought? It seems your relationship is rather tense. Uchiha Fugaku, feeling helpless, could only explain his previous actions by saying, it's merely a slight dispute. It will pass in due time. Upon hearing this, Chika spoke earnestly. I must say, if this is how you are treated before even entering, what would it be like if you were married? Young master, perhaps we should reconsider this union. Indeed, let us not proceed. Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened further. If you don't wish to offer a dowry, just say so. From Uchiha Fugaku's negative emotions, emotional value 80. This woman's reaction is quite peculiar. Faced with Uchiha Fugaku's emotional outburst, Chika had anticipated this. However, Uchiha Makoto's complete lack of response caught him off guard. Could it be that she did not realize he was attempting to sever the bond between them? Did Uchiha Makoto harbor no feelings for Uchiha Fugaku at all? At this moment, it seemed Uchiha Makoto felt the need to respond, so she smiled and said to Chika, "It's merely a small misunderstanding between Fugaku and me. It hasn't escalated to the point of calling off the marriage." "Very well, I understand." Chika sighed. Since he could not extract Uchiha Makoto's emotional value from this situation, he resolved to intensify his meddling. He then feigned a casual inspection of Uchiha Makoto and asked with feigned curiosity, "Makoto, you seem to have grown more beautiful in just a few days." Uchiha Makoto, dressed in home attire, twirled around before Chika. Chika bluntly remarked, "No, you've gained weight." From Uzumaki Kushina's negative emotions, emotional value 20. First time acquiring Uzumaki Kushina's emotional value. Reward, 5 chakra points. Chika stared in bewilderment at Uchiha Makoto, as if he had seen a ghost. He quickly lowered his head to prevent Uchiha Fugaku and this seemingly Uzumaki Kushina from noticing his unease. What is happening? Uzumaki Kushina? The system surely would not deceive him, and since he had not garnered Uchiha Makoto's emotional value from his earlier remarks aimed at disrupting their relationship, it was evident that this was indeed not Uchiha Makoto. In that moment, Chika felt an urge to open his eyes and examine closely. However, considering that he had just provoked Uzumaki Kushina, he feared that if he were to open his eyes and she ceased her pretense, he might end up in a world of pain. He had heard of Uzumaki Kushina's notorious reputation as a tyrant in the village, instilling fear wherever she went. Yet, why would Uzumaki Kushina transform into Uchiha Makoto? At that moment, the Uzumaki Kushina masquerading as Uchiha Makoto bent down, a smile on her lips that did not reach her eyes, and pinched Chika's face. "Chika, casually calling a woman fat will not endear you to her." Hiss. The strength of that pinch, without a doubt, belonged to Uzumaki Kushina. Chika stepped back, daring not to allow further contact, and said, "Understood, Makoto, if there is nothing else. I shall take my leave." Without waiting to discover why they had sought him out, he hurriedly fled. Uzumaki Kushina made no effort to detain him, her gaze deepening as she watched Chika's retreating figure. "Now that he has gone far, it is time for you to return to your true self." Upon seeing Chika leave, Uchiha Fugaku immediately addressed Uzumaki Kushina. Upon hearing this, Kushina Uzumaki nodded and, amidst a swirl of smoke, reverted to her original form. Simultaneously, the true Makoto Uchiha appeared before them with a swift body technique. "Kushina, you nearly revealed yourself," Makoto exclaimed, expressing her discontent. As a dignified matron, she would never twirl about in front of others. Kushina, somewhat embarrassed, merely chuckled, saying, "Oh dear, I detest being told I've gained weight. I lost control for a moment and nearly transformed back." Makoto, unfazed by this, inquisitively inquired, "By the way, what were you discussing earlier?" "I noticed Fugaku was wearing a scowl." Considering that Chika was also a prodigy within the clan, Makoto maintained a respectful distance and had not overheard the conversation among the three. Kushina, laughing it off, replied nonchalantly, "Haha, Makoto, it's better if you remain uninformed." What Chika said, I can assure you, if you were to find out, it would certainly lead to consequences for him. Seeing this, Makoto ceased her inquiries, reasoning that once Kushina departed, Fugaku would inform her. With that thought in mind, Makoto returned to the topic at hand, stating, "So, what do you think of the disciple Fugaku selected for your boyfriend?" Hearing this, Fugaku directed his gaze towards Kushina. As the architect of the bond plan, Fugaku had approached Minato Namikaze the following day after discussing matters with Chika. At that time, Kushina was with Minato. Thus, upon learning that the Uchiha clan intended to send someone to Minato's tutelage, Kushina proposed to assess Chika's potential beforehand. As for why she did not present herself in her true form, it was simply that her notorious reputation in Konoha might frighten Chika. I was quite observant. Upon our first meeting, he instantly perceived the tension between Fugaku and me. Had it not been for my adept transformation technique, he might have unveiled the anomaly. Kushina remarked with satisfaction. That being said, she clapped her hands. I have made my decision. I shall take him on as my apprentice. What? Makoto's eyes widened in surprise. Even though they were close friends, Makoto struggled to keep pace with Kushina's train of thought. They had begun discussing assessing Chika for Minato, and now it had unexpectedly turned into Kushina's desire to take him as a disciple. Observing Kushina's earnest expression, Makoto turned to Fugaku, who had fallen silent. The fact that Kushina had taken an interest in Chika was indeed unexpected for Fugaku. Upon reflection, while Minato was undoubtedly an excellent choice, Kushina also seemed quite promising. Not only was Kushina a jonin in her own right, but as a member of the Uzumaki clan, she possessed remarkable expertise in sealing techniques. Many important locations within the village that required sealing were personally safeguarded by Kushina's intricate barriers. She held a significant status in the village, and her ability to act with impunity while remaining lively and spirited indicated that the higher-ups in Konoha were at a loss regarding her. Moreover, if Uzumaki Kushina were to serve as the guiding jonin for Chika, it seems one could uncover certain possibilities. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has been a well-guarded secret within the upper echelons of Konoha, known only to a select few. Uzumaki Kushina stands as the most suspicious individual in the entire village. Most importantly, since Kushina has taken an interest in Chika, could it not save a considerable sum in mission expenses? Uchiha Fugaku pondered this extensively before ultimately nodding in silent agreement. The unspoken communication between the couple went unnoticed by Uzumaki Kushina. However, Fugaku had previously informed Chika that he intended for Minato to be his guiding jonin. Should there be a sudden change, it is likely that Chika would object. Rest assured, you know well my esteemed reputation in Konoha, Uzumaki Kushina declared confidently, gesturing with her palm as if to grasp the air before her, asserting, he cannot escape my grasp. Observing this, Uchiha Makoto refrained from further comment. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku inquired, when do you intend to formally meet with Chika? His words implied a desire to swiftly confirm the relationship between Chika and Kushina. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Kushina contemplated for a moment before responding, I shall wait until he graduates from the Ninja Academy. I wish to surprise him. Uchiha Makoto expressed her astonishment. Are you not planning to attend our wedding? I almost forgot that you are getting married, Makoto. Do you need me to serve as your bridesmaid? Of course. But will you fit into the bridesmaid's dress? All right. You are now more irritating than Chika. I can become even more unbearable. You know, Fugaku and I are having a traditional wedding, so there is no need for a bridesmaid. Makoto, you are teasing me. In the presence of Uchiha Fugaku, Uzumaki Kushina playfully jabbed at Uchiha Makoto. Fugaku did not interrupt their playful banter. It was quite surprising that they had become such close friends. One gentle and reserved, the other lively and energetic. Perhaps this is the beauty of complementary personalities. Kushina, since you are so determined to take Chika as your disciple, what shall be said to Minato? It was only then that Uchiha Fugaku remembered that Minato had yet to be informed. Minato? Let him take Kakashi and go to his demise. It is one thing to undertake missions for the village, but upon returning, he still thinks of giving Kakashi special training, without a thought to spend some time with me. Furthermore, Fugaku, you are not much better. Minato is already so busy, and you want to send him another disciple. At the mention of Minato, Uzumaki Kushina felt a surge of resentment, some of which was directed at Uchiha Fugaku. Ever since he took in Hatake Kakashi, his affections seemed to have shifted, often discussing Kakashi's growth during their romantic moments. In such circumstances, Uchiha Fugaku still wished to send another prodigy to Minato. Was he so fearful that she and Minato would not quarrel? Uchiha Fugaku awkwardly explained, I considered that Minato's team was dissatisfied, which is why I sent Chika to his class. It might alleviate some of his burdens. Uchiha Makoto, sensing that Kushina was about to continue, promptly interjected, Kushina. Speaking of which, Chika and I share the same generation. If you take him as your disciple, does that mean I will be one generation lower than you? She was well aware of Kushina's combat prowess. Her boyfriend was certainly no match for Kushina in a verbal spar. Indeed, Kushina was instantly diverted, exclaiming, oh, I hadn't considered that angle. Now that you mention it, I am even more inclined to accept him. So this was your cunning plan, Kushina. I misjudged you. It was now Makoto's turn to playfully tease Kushina. Haha, Makoto, I stand corrected. Please, don't tickle me there. I'm quite ticklish. Observing his fiancée and Kushina engaging in such light-hearted antics, Uchiha Fugaku fell into a contemplative silence. Could it be that I am overthinking this? Can someone so vivacious and frivolous truly be a Jinchuriki? That night, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a long plume of smoke while scrutinizing a report. Kushina, you certainly present me with formidable challenges. As a key figure under Konoha's protection, Kushina was always accompanied by two Umbu operatives who exclusively adhered to Hiruzen's commands. Their role could be interpreted as both protection and surveillance. Typically, unless extraordinary circumstances arose, there was no need for them to report to Hiruzen on every matter. However, Kushina's intention to take a member of the Uchiha clan as her disciple was undeniably significant. Had it not been for the close friendship between Uchiha Mikoto and Kushina established during Kushina's ascension as a Jinchuriki, Hiruzen would never have permitted her presence within Uchiha territory. Regrettably, the sudden decision to sever that bond was fraught with implications. Not only would Kushina be opposed, but any discerning individual could surmise the underlying issues. Taking several puffs of his cigarette, Hiruzen then inquired of the reporting Umbu, "What of the boy's profile?" "It has been compiled." The Umbu, well prepared, promptly handed another document to Hiruzen. Uchiha Chika, age 7, possesses no particular hobbies, excels in swordsmanship, and is suspected to have awakened his Sharingan after his father's demise. Exhibiting a more cheerful disposition, Hiruzen read to this point, feeling rather perplexed. According to his mentor, Senju Hashirama, the Uchiha clan was known for their intense obsession. The more they loathed, the more powerful their ocular abilities became. He had anticipated that Chika would conform to the archetype described by his teacher. The Umbu, seemingly perceiving Hiruzen's skepticism, added, "I have gathered insights from both his teachers and fellow students at the Ninja Academy, and he indeed appears to have become significantly more cheerful." Is that so? The myriad of personalities was overwhelming. Hiruzen, having aged, found it hard to keep pace with the notion that Chika had undergone a soul transformation. After a brief silence, he remarked, "In that case, it may be acceptable. However, this might not be the most troublesome aspect." True to his prediction, before he could finish his thought, the office door was forcefully swung open. Shimura Danzo, leaning on his cane, entered with determination. "Sarutobi, I oppose this." Hiruzen's expression darkened. "Have you once again secretly turned my Umbu agents into your own?" He has just received intelligence that Kushina wishes to take Uchiha Chika as her disciple, and Danzo has rushed over to intervene. Considering the time it took for Danzo to travel from the route to the Hokage building, it is likely that one of those two Umbu members has already become part of the route. With a wave of his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen dismissed the reporting Umbu. Once they departed, he remarked, "There is still no shadow to this matter. Why the urgency? If I were not anxious, would you have agreed? Let Kushina make her own choice. She is a Jonin and has the right to select her own disciple. Furthermore, allowing a member of the Uchiha clan to interact with Kushina at this juncture could diminish her suspicion. While your point holds some merit, do not forget the words of our teacher and the mistakes made by the Uchiha clan. That child is still young. Even if he awakens his eyes, he cannot achieve much." Sarutobi Hiruzen replied solemnly. "Moreover, you should be aware of the level of evolution required for the Uchiha clan to control the Nine Tails, right?" Regardless, I oppose this matter. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen, you will come to regret this." The two exchanged their parting words before Danzo exited the Hokage's office, his expression revealing that this matter was far from over. Sarutobi Hiruzen merely pursed his lips, refraining from further comment, and gazed thoughtfully at Chika's dossier. By the riverside outside the Uchiha clan territory, Chika stood clad only in shorts, taking a deep breath to expel the distractions from his mind before stepping into the stream. With each careful step, he gradually made his way to the river's center. Walking on water was a practice aimed at mastering chakra control. Since receiving a substantial amount of chakra from Uzumaki Kushina, Chika had encountered significant difficulties in managing his chakra. Even his most proficient fire release techniques had become difficult to execute. Ideally, he should have begun with tree climbing exercises, but given his inability to control his chakra output, he feared he might inadvertently destroy a tree with a single misstep. In a matter of days, the village's security team would apprehend him for maliciously damaging village property. Thus, Chika had no choice but to engage in the more advanced practice of walking on water. However, water is a fluid medium, constantly flowing, and maintaining a stable position atop its surface requires a variable amount of chakra control. Each step must adapt to the shifting currents. The challenge far exceeds that of climbing trees. Come on, little uncle, cheered Uchiha Shursui from the shore as he observed Chika's progress. Be quiet. Chika snapped back, as the distraction caused his chakra to falter, causing his feet to sink. Realizing this, he quickly increased his chakra output beneath him. Just a little chakra is enough. Just a smidgen. Oh no, too much. Thud. Qian He's feet resembled the tail of a jet aircraft, propelling him directly into the sky in a spiraling ascent, soaring over 3 meters before plummeting into the water. As the ripples spread across the surface, Qian He emerged, his head breaking the water, and reproached Uchiha Shursui. If you disturb me during my training again, I shall give you a thrashing. Uchiha Shursui, unfazed by Qian He's threat, replied earnestly, Little uncle, you have made progress again. This time, you flew 325 meters, a reduction of 0.65 meters from before. He had gauged Qian He's advancement with his naked eye, though he was uncertain of its accuracy. In a bid to salvage his dignity, Qian He retorted, What do you know? Training to walk on water is exceedingly difficult. Is it? Shursui tilted his head, glanced at the water's surface, and stepped forward, standing effortlessly atop the water. Approaching Qian He even jogged a few steps beside him. Little uncle, you were right. It is indeed quite challenging. I dare not run quickly. It seemed that Shursui had been led astray by him. Although Qian He was momentarily vexed, he couldn't help but admire Shursui's talent. Merely observing his training for 5 days, Shursui was able to adeptly control his chakra on his first attempt. As he walked from the riverbank, Qian He decided to summarize his experiences and take a brief respite before resuming his training. Little uncle, did you come to train for an early graduation? Well, more or less, Qian He replied dismissively, unconcerned about the graduation examination. Yet, if his chakra control remained as it was during the examination, unforeseen circumstances could indeed arise. Then, little uncle, if you graduate, who will train with me? Graduating does not equate to dying. Qian He rolled his eyes. Little uncle, with the ninja school starting, I too will be enrolling. It's such a pity that I won't have the chance to attend school with you. Qian He responded, What a pity indeed. Attending school together as uncle and nephew sounds rather odd. After speaking, noticing Shursui's silence, Qian He turned to look at him, seeing a hint of disappointment on Shursui's face. Qian He paused, realizing that their time together had fostered a sense of dependency in Shursui. This child was only 4 years old and easily influenced. Indeed, the Uchiha clan was either obsessed with younger siblings or older ones, though in Shursui's case, it seemed more akin to an uncle's affection. Well, Shursui seems a bit different, an uncle's boy, perhaps? Qian He, not one to indulge in filial piety, contemplated for a moment before suggesting, How about this? I shall teach you a song, and if you can sing it at the opening ceremony, I won't graduate early. What song? Shursui's eyes sparkled at the question. The sun shines brightly, flowers smile at me, the little birds chirp early. Why is it that with a dynamite pack on your back? The school vanished with a bang. As Qian He sang with increasing enthusiasm, Shursui's expression darkened profoundly. Little uncle, I shall be expelled. The opening ceremony of the school was not only attended by all the teachers of the Ninja Academy, but even the esteemed Third Hokage would personally deliver a speech. If he were to sing this particular song on the spot, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. Would he dare? Little uncle, perhaps you should consider graduating early to join the battlefield. I believe that someone capable of composing such a song would excel remarkably in combat. Chika continued his training, offering guidance to Shursui on swordsmanship during breaks. Thus, a leisurely yet fulfilling day passed. After feeling a marked improvement in his control over chakra, Chika turned to the practicing Shursui and said, All right, Shursui, that will be enough for today. Understood, Chika replied, leading Shursui back towards their clan. Just a few steps into their walk, he turned his head to glance into the depths of the forest, a slight frown creasing his brow. For several days, he had been honing his chakra control here, yet he felt an unsettling sensation of being watched. What's wrong, little uncle? Shursui inquired, noticing Chika's peculiar demeanor. Chika shook his head, choosing not to elaborate, and they departed from the area. Chika's instincts were not mistaken. Shortly after their departure, a shadow flitted through the forest. In the roots, hidden within the shadows, the figure of Danzo, with one eye, lingered ambiguously. How has the investigation progressed in recent days? According to the reports from the Ninja Academy, this individual's strength is approximately that of a genin. However, considering the Sharingan, his prowess is indeed among the elite of genins, with little deviation from the known intelligence. Yet his control over chakra is exceedingly poor. Despite 5 days of training, he is yet to master walking on water. Humph. So he is merely an unremarkable ninja who has awakened his clan's bloodline limit. Indeed, the investigation confirms this. However, he is accompanied by a boy named Uchiha Shursui, whose talent is quite remarkable, as he was able to walk freely on water from the very first attempt. Oh, Uchiha Shursui, I believe I have heard of him. A prodigy of the Uchiha clan. After a moment of contemplation, Danzo concluded it was prudent to focus on Uchiha Chika for the time being. There could be no Uchiha in proximity to the Jinchuriki. The petty Sarutobi Hiruzen had even dispatched 2 Umbu assigned to monitor the Jinchuriki to the front lines. The thought of it infuriated Danzo. Because of one Uchiha Chika, he had lost track of the Jinchuriki's movements. As the guardian of Konoha's shadows, how could he operate without solid intelligence? He resolved to find a Chunin skilled in water release from the roots to serve as Uchiha Chika's instructor. He did not wish to see Uchiha Chika graduate from the academy. After all, he was merely a 7-year-old boy, even with his eyes awakened. His strength would not be formidable. Moreover, he had specifically sought out a water release ninja who could counter fire release and the Sharingan, ensuring that no unexpected incidents would arise. Understood. In the early morning, at the Uchiha clan's grounds, today marked the wedding day of the clan's young lord. Every Uchiha wore a smile upon their face. Even the members of the Konoha guard had shed their ninja attire, donning traditional kimonos, albeit with forced smiles. After dealing with the village's security issues for days on end, they had almost forgotten how to genuinely smile. On the day of the young clan leader's grand wedding, should he still present himself in that lackadaisical manner akin to his usual demeanor, it is certain he would face repercussions. I find it quite dubious that the wedding was scheduled a mere day before the commencement of the Ninja Academy. It seems the young clan leader might have orchestrated this deliberately to compel me into presenting a monetary gift. As I traversed the path, I was filled with indignation. The inherently malevolent Uchiha Fugaku was undoubtedly targeting me. Upon arriving at the threshold of Uchiha Fugaku's residence, the ceremony had yet to commence. Clad in a black kimono, Uchiha Fugaku stood at the entrance, greeting the arriving guests. "Qian He, you have arrived just in time," he remarked. Given the significance of his own nuptials, Uchiha Fugaku had scant moments to converse with me, merely gesturing towards a certain area within and instructing, "Please, go inside. Minato is over there. Kindly entertain him for me." Following Fugaku's pointed direction, I observed several individuals who were not of the Uchiha clan engaged in conversation. It seemed they could scarcely muster enough to fill a single table. Among them, one individual was animatedly conversing, exuding an aura of charm akin to a social butterfly, undoubtedly the renowned Minato Namikaze. Notably, none of the higher-ups from Konoha had graced the occasion with their presence, citing their hectic schedules as a reason for their absence. Although they were not physically present, their gifts had been sent in advance, ensuring that appearances were upheld. I approached directly, and although Minato was engaged in dialogue, his acute awareness quickly detected my approach. After exchanging a few words with his companion, he turned to greet me. "You must be Qian He. I am Minato Namikaze. It is a pleasure to meet you," he said, his warm smile radiating genuine charm. "Indeed, Minato-senpai, I am Uchiha Qian He. It is an honor to meet you," I replied, as we exchanged brief introductions. Minato continued, "I assume Fugaku has informed you about certain unforeseen circumstances." Before he could finish, a graceful figure approached, encircling Minato's arm with her hands. Kushina Uzumaki swayed playfully, exclaiming, "Minato, I just visited Mikoto, and her white kimono is absolutely stunning. I want to wear something like that for my wedding." Minato gazed at Kushina with tender affection, replying, "Kushina, didn't you mention wanting a modern wedding?" "Yes, but I'm torn. Minato, which do you think suits me better, a kimono or a wedding gown?" "Both are beautiful," he replied, attempting to placate her. "That is evasive. You must choose one," Kushina insisted, relentless in her inquiry. Minato, unable to withstand her persistence, quickly interjected, "Kushina, there are others present. Let us discuss this later." At his gentle prompting, Kushina relented, turning her attention to me. With both their gazes fixed upon me, I introduced myself to Kushina. "I am Uchiha Qian He. It is a pleasure to meet you." Kushina beamed at me and responded, "Hello, I am Uzumaki Kushina. It's delightful to meet you, though we are not meeting for the first time." "Not." I feigned confusion. Kushina playfully reminded me, "Last time, you did say I was overweight." Chika exclaimed in astonishment, "So it was you, Mikoto, back then." Indeed, Chika, I have taken a liking to you, Kushina Uzumaki, with her forthright nature, declared candidly. But, Senior Kushina, Senior Minato is still here. One must not speak so recklessly. Chika responded, utterly shocked. Did this woman not think before she spoke? Such words could not simply be tossed around. Beside them, Minato Namikaze wore a gentle smile that had slightly stiffened. His reaction was not so much in response to Kushina's words, but rather to Chika's astonishment. In the face of Chika's surprise, Kushina instead broke into laughter. Indeed, you and I are of the same kind. From their first encounter, Chika's whimsical desire to disrupt Fugaku and Mikoto's relationship over a mere monetary gift mirrored her own tendencies perfectly. Ah, this child and I share a connection, Minato interjected. Clarifying for Chika, what Kushina means is that she wishes to become your guiding jonin. Didn't Fugaku mention this to you? Oh, I see. You truly startled me. In truth, Chika had already sensed something amiss during the training sessions of the past few days. Yet hearing Kushina articulate it still left him incredulous. Simultaneously, he realized that his earlier feelings of being observed were indeed accurate. It seemed that Sarutobi Hiruzen had thoroughly gathered intelligence on him. Fortunately, he had been diligently practicing the art of walking on water, thus avoiding revealing too much. Noticing Chika's silence, Kushina inquired, "What is it? Are you unwilling?" "No. It's just that, since Uchiha Fugaku, the architect of this plan, has not objected, what right do I have to voice dissent? What advantages would there be in becoming your disciple?" Upon hearing this, Kushina laughed heartily. "Chika, you do enjoy seeking thrills, don't you?" Chika curiously retorted. "What makes you say that? From our first encounter, I noticed you were deliberately causing trouble for your clan's young leader, even attempting to provoke Mikoto into anger. While I do not know your reasons, it is evident that you seem to relish this reckless behavior. If you become my disciple, I can guarantee your safety while you indulge in your exploits here in Konoha," Kushina boldly proclaimed, thumping her chest. Were it not for the absence of a female Hokage atop Hokage Rock, Chika might have mistaken her for the Hokage of Konoha. Indeed, such a declaration was difficult to refuse. Chika instinctively licked his lips and gazed directly into Kushina's eyes, asking, "Even if it is the third Hokage, would that not pose an issue? As long as it is not in a public setting, it should be fine. Besides, that old man is quite easygoing. Perhaps due to his age, he seems increasingly benevolent and has a greater tolerance for those of your age. What about Lord Jiraiya? He is the least of your concerns." With that, Kushina shot a sidelong glance at Minato, who awkwardly closed his mouth. Clearly, he had intended to interject when he heard Chika mentioning provoking his mentor. But he fell silent at a mere glance from Kushina. And what of Lord Orochimaru? Chika's courage gradually grew. Kushina Uzumaki furrowed her brow slightly, but replied, "It's somewhat troublesome, yet manageable. I can handle it. Tsunade, on the other hand, if you offend me, I may have to take matters into my own hands. Oh, how about we switch to another? Might Lord White Fang be acceptable? No, what are you truly after?" At this point, Kushina found herself at a loss for words. From the tone of Chika, it was evident that this individual not only intended to provoke these few, but seemingly aimed to offend everyone of note within the village. If that were the case, Kushina felt a genuine sense of trepidation. "I was merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart, Senior Kushina," Chika hastily interjected, realizing that this was his future support and could not be frightened away. "Is that so?" Kushina's gaze towards Chika was filled with skepticism. Given Chika's eager tone, it was apparent he was not merely joking. "All right, we can discuss it later. The wedding is about to commence." At that moment, Minato interrupted their conversation, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He silently lamented how fortunate it was that Kushina had interjected. He truly could not have managed otherwise. In truth, even someone of Minato's caliber wished to express to Kushina, "Kushina, you are here to take on a disciple, not to seek out trouble for yourself." Amidst the congratulations of friends and family, Fugaku and Mikoto formally became husband and wife. This also signified the impending arrival of a renowned filial progeny in the annals of the ninja world. Once the tedious formalities of the wedding were completed, it was already evening. After partaking in the banquet, everyone returned to their respective homes. As for Chika, after escorting Kushina and Minato out of the Uchiha compound, he too returned home. The following day marked the commencement of the Ninja Academy, and Chika planned to apply for early graduation as soon as classes began. Therefore, this evening, Chika intended to release all the pent-up emotions he had accumulated over the past 2 months. The graduation examination of the Ninja Academy was not a concern for Chika. Yet once completed, he would officially become a genin. Chika opened his attribute panel. Name: Uchiha Chika. Emotional value: 1888. Transformation technique: Proficient: 56100. Shuriken throwing technique: Mastery: 8651000. Swordsmanship: Mastery: 3211000. Chakra amount: 6363. Current timelines: Kakashi Hatake. Wind attribute: Mastery: 351000. Fire attribute: Proficient: 48100. Lightning attribute: Beginner: 010. Illusion technique: Beginner: 6071000. Bloodline limit: Sharingan, 1 tomo, 301000. Each attribute had seen some enhancement, a result not only of the experience gained through the system, but also from his own rigorous training. Although Chika had been diligently practicing chakra control in recent days, he did not neglect his own strength. Naturally, the experience gained from personal training paled in comparison to that provided by the system. Were it not for this advantageous ability, Chika might not have dared to navigate the intricacies of Konoha village. As for his 4-digit emotional value, it was accrued over the past 2 months while he engaged in playful banter with individuals such as Obito, Shursui, or Asuma Sarutobi during his downtime from training. Moreover, the accumulation of negative emotions is not a singular event. It largely depends on how resentful the other party is. Take the young girl, Sunset Red, for instance. After being tormented by Qian He, she has held on to that grudge ever since. Even in the absence of direct contact, she sporadically emits negative emotions that reach him. This is why his emotional value has amassed to such a considerable extent. System enhance. The financially prosperous Qian He began to indulge in lavish expenditures. In no time, his attribute panel displayed: Wind attribute: Master, 05000. Fire attribute: Proficient, 01000. Illusion: Skilled, 05000. Bloodline limit: Sharingan, 1 tomo, 5081000. Qian He allocated all his attribute points to these 4 attributes, neglecting the lightning attribute he had obtained from Kakashi entirely. At present, he had not learned a single lightning technique, rendering any investment in that area futile. As for why he did not allocate emotional points to techniques like the 3-body technique, it was because Qian He perceived those forms of training to be relatively easier. With diligent practice, he could elevate his skills swiftly, hence he refrained from squandering emotional points. Furthermore, he chose not to prioritize upgrading the Sharingan, as he was on the verge of becoming a disciple of Kushina Uzumaki. Advancing to 2 tomos at this juncture could potentially provoke complications. Thus, Qian He resolved to temporarily cap the level of his Sharingan. This way, graduating from the Ninja Academy would be a certainty, and thereafter, it would be time for some serious action. Qian He murmured to himself. As a model citizen of the 21st century, he had never even harmed a single chicken, let alone taken a life. The following day, Qian He accompanied Shursui out of the Uchiha clan grounds. Observing Shursui's exuberant demeanor, Qian He sighed deeply. Time had truly flown by, and he had reached the age of sending a child to school. Today marks your first day of school. Are you excited? Qian He asked with a smile, extending his hand. Come, take your uncle's hand. Let us head to school. From Uchiha Shursui's negative emotions, emotional value 10. Ignoring Qian He, Shursui scanned the surroundings and, not spotting Uchiha Obito, inquired, Uncle, where is Obito? Ah, he has gone to help out again. With school starting, the old lady's flowers will be selling again. Qian He expressed without a shadow of doubt that the old lady was being quite intentional, having not sold a single flower during the 2-month break, only to become busy at the start of the school year. Obito truly has a kind heart. As they conversed, they soon arrived at the Ninja Academy. With the new semester commencing, new students were enrolling. Despite the hectic schedule, Hiruzen Sarutobi still carved out some time to impart the will of fire to these newcomers. Where the leaves dance, the fire burns, the flames illuminate the village, and new leaves shall sprout once more. The true strength of a ninja reveals itself when they seek to protect those they cherish the most. Standing at the podium, Sarutobi occasionally sipped from a thermos to quench his thirst as he spoke. The monotonous repetition of these words year after year had long since bored Qian He and his peers. However, for a freshly enrolled student like Uchiha Shursui, it was akin to a guiding beacon in life. As Qian He observed, Jishui's eyes sparkled with excitement. He quickly tapped Jishue on the back of the head, advising him to remain steadfast and not be swayed. For this was the highest level of illusion in our village of the leaves. Jishui looked at Qian He in confusion, questioning whether the words of the third Hokage held no merit. Ah, Jishui, you are still too young, Qian He replied. All wisdom is derived from experience. Do not merely heed the words of others, but rather observe their actions. This statement plunged Jishui into deep contemplation. The will of fire itself is not flawed. Rather, it is the executor who may falter. Thus, Qian He felt compelled to offer Jishui a word of encouragement. Noticing Jishui's pensive state, Qian He refrained from elaborating further, as the crowded surroundings were not conducive to a more explicit discussion. As time passed, the sun began to rise, and the sweltering heat caused restlessness among the students below. Even the assembled ninjas displayed signs of impatience. Unfortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained oblivious, engrossed in his speech. Had he known, he would not have arrived so early. The old man had become increasingly verbose with age. Kushina had never attended the Ninja Academy's opening day, but considering it was the day Qian He had applied for graduation, she was eager to witness his success. If Qian He passed, she would finally have a companion, nay, a teammate. Thus, she rose early to see him. Kushina, you must not be disrespectful to the Hokage, Minato remarked helplessly beside her. All right, I understand, she replied, pouting. Then, her gaze shifted to the students below. Spotting Qian He, she made a gesture of encouragement. Qian He nodded in acknowledgement. Well then, let us conclude for today. Sarutobi Hiruzen, likely parched from his lengthy discourse and having drained his cup, lost the desire to continue, expressing a wish to bring a larger teacup next time. Students, please return to your respective classrooms with your homeroom teachers. And the new students as well. Under the guidance of their instructors, the students of the Ninja Academy orderly made their way back to their classrooms. Upon returning to his classroom, Qian He approached Teacher Ryoichi and said, Teacher Ryoichi, I wish to apply for early graduation. Are you certain you want to graduate a year early? Teacher Ryoichi inquired, slightly furrowing his brow before relaxing again. Given Qian He's previous assessment scores, there was little more he could learn at the academy. The 2 years of exposure to the will of fire had been sufficient. Contemplating this, Teacher Ryoichi replied, In that case, I will report your request now. With that, he left the classroom to inform the authorities. At this moment, the Chunin exams in Konoha were markedly different from those in Naruto's era. Due to the ongoing war, the examination content was not solely limited to the 3 basic techniques. A greater emphasis was placed on a ninja's practical combat abilities. After all, those sent to the front lines as cannon fodder needed to possess at least some skills to prolong their survival. It would be unwise to dispatch those incapable of even a semblance of resistance. Before long, Teacher Ryoichi returned to the classroom, accompanied by an unfamiliar instructor from the academy. Chika, this is Teacher Murata, the chief examiner for your upcoming assessment. Chika cast a puzzled glance at Murata, as he had no recollection of ever encountering this instructor at the Ninja Academy. Sensing Chika's confusion, Teacher Ryoichi explained, Teacher Murata has recently joined the Ninja Academy. Although classes commence today, the faculty has been on duty for several days in advance. Murata is a retired ninja who sustained injuries on the battlefield, and it is unclear who facilitated his entry into the academy. You must be Uchiha Chika, the candidate for this assessment. Follow me. Murata stated expressionlessly before leading Chika towards the examination grounds. Chika trailed behind, accompanied by his classmates and Teacher Ryoichi. As they approached the assessment area, they encountered Sarutobi Hiruzen and his entourage. Lord Hokage. The group respectfully greeted Sarutobi. Aware of the situation, Sarutobi inquired, Ryoichi, what brings you here? Teacher Ryoichi stepped forward and replied, Lord Hokage, Uchiha Chika has applied for early graduation, and I am escorting him for his examination. Sarutobi's gaze shifted to Chika and then to the taciturn Murata, and he instantly understood the situation. With Murata's cold demeanor, it was clear to Sarutobi that he was not a regular instructor at the academy. A teacher at the Ninja Academy should possess a warm and approachable demeanor to effectively promote the will of fire. It seems that his associate is attempting to ensure that Chika does not pass the graduation assessment. Sarutobi had no intention of interfering with Danzo's machinations. Instead, he smiled and remarked, I see. Then I shall observe our academy's outstanding students. Please, Lord Hokage, follow me, Ryoichi responded, leading Sarutobi and his entourage. Kushina and Minato were among the group. Kushina approached Chika, encouraging him. Chika, do your best, my disciple. You must not perform poorly in the assessment. I know. Chika rolled his eyes, thinking that this early graduation exam had no grades. It was simply a matter of passing or failing. I almost forgot. I haven't discussed my intention to take you on as my disciple with the old man. Kushina, eager to converse with Chika further, suddenly realized that she had yet to personally inform Sarutobi about her plans. If Chika passed the assessment and was immediately assigned to a guiding jonin, she would feel quite embarrassed to intervene. Consequently, she hurried ahead to seek out Sarutobi. Once Kushina departed, Asuma approached Chika, astonished. Wait, Chika, how is she your guiding jonin? Oh, you know her? Chika glanced at Asuma. Asuma seemed to recall some unpleasant memories and whispered, I've seen her doing strange things near my home. What kind of strange things? Chika inquired, curiosity piqued. Asuma Sarutobi, with a hint of lingering fear, recounted, I recall my childhood, during which explosions frequently erupted near my home. Each time, she was present, purportedly experimenting with her sealing techniques, yet she could never quite maintain control. Before Chika could respond, Sakura, who had been listening intently, interjected incredulously. Surely the Hokage would not allow her to recklessly conduct sealing experiments so close to your home? Asakura, you are entirely unaware of this woman's formidable prowess. On one occasion, I witnessed her in the Hokage's office, playfully tugging at the old man's beard, managing to pluck several strands. Astonishingly, he merely chuckled, which left me utterly astounded. Asuma sighed, recalling the incident. I initially thought my father had lost his senses. Upon returning home, I even attempted to replicate her actions, only to find myself suspended and thoroughly chastised by my father, with neither my mother nor my elder brother able to intervene. That reprimand left me bedridden for 3 days. Chika, astonished, exclaimed, So you were beaten by your father. Why are you directing your emotions towards me? Arriving at the examination grounds, Asuma's father, Sarutobi Hiruzen, took his seat in the stands, prompting others to follow suit. The arena was left with only Chika, Murata, and Ryuchi. Ryuchi, holding a stopwatch, addressed Chika in a serious tone. This examination is a practical test. Uchiha Chika, you must either defeat teacher Murata or endure for 10 minutes in battle to pass. Do you understand? Understood, Chika nodded. Then, let the examination commence. Ryuchi declared, pressing the stopwatch. Simultaneously, Murata swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, Water style. Hidden mist technique. In an instant, the arena was enveloped in thick fog, rendering visibility non-existent. Although the hidden mist technique is a hallmark of the Land of Water, it is not uncommon among the ninjas of Konoha. Chika's expression faltered. Was it truly necessary to take this graduation exam so seriously? While his Sharingan was well known, this felt excessively targeted. In such dense mist, even the clarity of a one-tomo Sharingan would be compromised. After all, its observational prowess pales in comparison to that of the Byakugan. Chika had initially hoped to rely on his Sharingan and swordsmanship to bide his time, allowing him to graduate without revealing too much of his abilities. However, confronted with the suffocating fog and the palpable aura of danger surrounding him, he realized that without employing other tactics, surviving 10 minutes was a futile hope. Trouble loomed. As he moved swiftly, Chika began forming hand seals. There are numerous methods to counter the hidden mist technique, yet the most effective and straightforward is wind style. Fortunately, he had previously mastered 2 wind style techniques, one of which could disperse the mist. Having completed the hand seals for wind style, Chika took a deep breath, preparing to unleash his technique to clear the fog. Unexpectedly, Murata had silently appeared behind him. With his entire body leaning forward, he wielded his katana and aimed a swift strike at Chika's waist. This was dire. Chika, through the corner of his eye, had already spotted Murata. At this moment, if he were to successfully unleash his ultimate technique, he would undoubtedly suffer a grievous injury from Murata's blow. For the sake of his future happiness, Chika had no choice but to suppress his wind release. Forcefully stepping aside with a sudden leap, the katana whistled past him, narrowly allowing Chika to evade the strike. By forcibly holding back his ninjutsu, a tempest raged within him. Only Chika's substantial chakra reserves enabled him to contain it. Surprised that his unexpected assault had not succeeded and that Chika could withstand the backlash of his unutilized technique, Murata hesitated momentarily. Yet, rather than pressing the attack, he leaped backward, vanishing once again into the mist. Chika yearned to unleash his ninjutsu, but Murata had thwarted him, leaving his chakra in disarray. Could it be that Chika was in peril? Not even a minute had passed. Was graduation now out of reach? I find that hard to believe. My dear Chika has merely encountered a formidable opponent. Otherwise, he would surely graduate. Wait, since when did Chika become part of your family? Since the moment he awakened his eyes. The observing students of the Ninja Academy were blinded by the mist, unable to perceive the unfolding events. Save for Hinata Tenji of the Hyuga clan, who relayed the situation through his Byakugan. With impeccable timing and decisive action, this Murata was indeed a remarkable individual. In the fog, the Sharingan had lost its efficacy, and Murata appeared to be a master of water release. The Uchiha boy's most potent abilities were countered, making it a daunting task to endure even 10 minutes. Although the mist obscured the academy student's vision, it was insufficient to hinder Sarutobi Hizashi and his companions, who possessed sensory techniques to discern the happenings within the arena. Without alternative means, Chika would be in grave trouble. Against an adversary of this caliber, even Kakashi in his current state would struggle to prevail. Konoha's fourth Hokage wore a solemn expression, while Kushina beside him clutched his arm tightly, her countenance darkening. She might not think things through, but she was far from foolish. Against such a powerful opponent, let alone enduring for 10 minutes. Even 3 minutes would be a testament to a Ninja Academy student's prowess. Though aware that accepting Chika as a disciple was somewhat reckless and might inadvertently cause him trouble, she had not anticipated such foul play during the graduation exam. Turning her head, Kushina bitterly mocked Sarutobi Hizashi. Hokage-sama, you truly exhibit one demeanor in public and another in private. Clearly, Kushina believed that Hizashi was responsible for the underhanded tactics. Hizashi replied, "Oh, it's truly a sight to behold. I never thought I would one day be blamed for Danzo's misdeeds." He explained, "Kushina, I have been preoccupied with village affairs lately. I hardly possess the leisure to meddle in your personal matters." He expressed his desire to avoid taking the fall, lest he be hounded by Kushina in the future. If Chika doesn't graduate, just wait and see. Kushina was evidently skeptical. Had Watergate not been restraining her, she would have confronted Hizashi already. The battle within the arena had descended into a stalemate. Qian He found himself unable to locate his opponent, paralyzed by uncertainty. Meanwhile, Murata awaited the slightest misstep from Qian He, poised to deliver a lethal strike. At that moment, Qian He realized that this teacher had been meticulously prepared for him. If all graduation examinations were conducted with such seriousness and prowess, few Ninja Academy students would emerge victorious. Would they then be left to play the role of cannon fodder themselves? Contemplating this, Qian He let out a cold sneer, activating his Sharingan and drawing forth his katana. He surveyed his surroundings and declared icily, "Murata-sensei, if you do not act, 10 minutes shall pass." Murata remained silent, yet he understood the truth in Qian He's words. The moment Qian He drew his katana indicated a desire for close combat. After a brief hesitation, Murata recalled that swordsmanship was indeed one of Qian He's strengths. Logically, he should refrain from indulging Qian He's wishes. Even without identifying a weakness, he could utilize ninjutsu to attack. However, that would allow Qian He to observe his chakra flow through the Sharingan, inadvertently revealing his position. Upon reflection, how formidable could a 7-year-old's swordsmanship truly be? The information he had on Qian He indicated that he was merely an unremarkable ninja who had awakened the Sharingan. Thus, it stood to reason that Qian He's swordsmanship was only commendable among academy students. Moreover, within the fog, Murata had the advantage, rendering Qian He's Sharingan ineffective. Murata decided to act swiftly. Noticing Qian He's momentary lapse in focus, he executed a body flicker technique and appeared behind him. Here he comes. Qian He had been vigilant, and upon seeing Murata's emergence, his eyes sparkled with intensity. Murata raised his hand, and his katana sliced through the air, aiming at Qian He. Reacting with remarkable speed, Qian He pivoted as soon as he perceived Murata's presence. By the time Murata swung his blade, Qian He had already retaliated with a strike of his own. Clang! The two swords clashed, sending sparks flying. They held their ground for a brief moment, until Murata exerted force, pushing Qian He back while he himself retreated. Seeing this, Qian He advanced with his katana, intent on denying Murata any opportunity to vanish into the mist. With no chance to evade initially, Murata was compelled to continue the skirmish. Clash! 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 Yet with each encounter, Murata's expression darkened. Faced with Qian He's relentless onslaught, he felt as though the very air had become a heavy hammer, pressing down upon him. Inwardly, he cursed the source of his information, lamenting who had the audacity to label Qian He as unremarkable. He yearned to press that individual head beneath Qian He's katana and inquire how such a conclusion had been drawn. Unfazed by Murata's thoughts, Qian He bore the pain of his earlier disruption of the wind release technique. Though he had suppressed it, the ache within his chakra pathways lingered. Since arriving in the world of Naruto, he had never suffered such a significant setback. If he did not seek vengeance, what purpose would his existence serve? With malevolent thoughts brewing, the desire to kill arose naturally. As Murata found himself unable to evade, Chika raised his katana and struck down towards him. With no means of escape, Murata could only cross his own sword in defense. Yet, Chika awaited this very moment, and his katana emanated a pale blue glow. With a resounding clash, the sharp blade, enhanced by the wind element's unique cutting properties, shattered Murata's sword. The crisp sound of metal echoed throughout the arena. As Murata's weapon splintered, without the obstruction of his katana, Chika's blade descended effortlessly, striking Murata in the chest, blood splattering forth. How could this be? Murata stood frozen, astonished as he beheld the broken blade in his hands, and then cast his gaze down at the blood streaming from his chest, seemingly unable to comprehend this outcome. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. With Murata's fall, the mist technique naturally dissipated, revealing the scene before the onlookers. Chika stood alone, sword in hand, while Murata lay motionless, his fate uncertain. Had he truly emerged victorious? Just moments ago, he had been at a disadvantage. How had he turned the tide so swiftly? Chika had actually defeated his teacher, a feat far more impressive than merely enduring for 10 minutes. Yet, while the students of the Ninja Academy fixated on Chika's triumph, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions were far more intrigued by the katana in his grasp. Could it be a transformation of wind chakra properties? There was no mistaking it. The cutting quality emanating from that blade was undoubtedly a manifestation of wind chakra transformation. How old was he? 7. When I was 7, I couldn't even grasp the fundamentals of wind release. Yet he has already mastered the essence of cutting. Expressions of astonishment spread across the faces of numerous elite shinobi. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen displayed a hint of surprise. Though the glow on Chika's katana appeared faint, the subtle aura of sharpness made it clear to all that it was indeed a transformation of wind properties. Amidst the crowd's astonishment, Minato regained his composure and turned to Kushina, exclaiming, "Kushina, perhaps I should take on the role of Chika's guiding jounin?" Individuals with inherent wind attributes are exceedingly rare, and for one so young to have already grasped the cutting properties of wind suggests an exceptional talent. Such promise stirred Minato's interest. Kushina, too, was taken aback by Chika's abilities, but upon hearing Minato's words, her expression gradually turned stony. "What did you say?" Minato had not yet turned to face Kushina. His gaze fixed on Chika amidst the lingering mist, seemingly able to perceive every movement. "Chika possesses wind attributes, as do I. I can offer substantial guidance based on this affinity, allowing him to better harness his potential. Kushina, you have yet to fully master your wind abilities. In fact, you are not as skilled as Chika, making you less suited to be his guiding jounin." "You are correct. I have not fully mastered wind attributes," Kushina replied quietly. "Thus, wouldn't it be true that neither of us is suitable?" "Now, Kushina, I said nothing of the sort." At this moment, Minato finally comprehended the situation. He turned stiffly to gaze upon Kushina, whose hair danced as if moved by an unseen wind, and his expression instantly altered. Although he felt no murderous intent, he perceived himself as though submerged in the depths of the ocean, surrounded by immense pressure. Should he respond incorrectly, it could indeed be fatal. In the arena, "Chika, you have succeeded." Teacher Ryuchi no longer required the stopwatch, as the chief examiner lay unconscious on the ground, rendering the timepiece irrelevant. "Teacher Ryuchi, if you do not summon a medical ninja soon, Murata-sensei may not survive," Chika kindly remarked. Throughout the battle, Chika refrained from delivering a lethal blow, understanding that it would be unacceptable to kill the chief examiner during an examination. At Ryuchi's call, a medical nin advanced to treat Murata. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen approached Chika, flanked by a group of associates. He regarded Chika with admiration, exclaiming, "Uchiha Chika, your performance was commendable, showcasing a remarkable battle." "Thank you for your kind words, Hokage-sama," Chika humbly replied. Hiruzen, seeing this, felt even more satisfied. A genius without the arrogance typically associated with such gifts is indeed a rare and admirable trait. TCH. Asuma Sarutobi observed his father's appreciative gaze toward Chika. A flicker of jealousy ignited in his eyes. Asuma yearned for his father's approval, yet their contrasting personalities had always resulted in strained encounters, leaving him bereft of such moments. From Asuma Sarutobi's negative emotions, emotion value 30. Hiruzen did not linger long, offering a few more words of praise and encouragement to the gathered students before departing from the Ninja Academy. With Hiruzen's exit, the atmosphere became considerably more relaxed. Chika, congratulations on becoming a genin. Do not forget us. Classmates gathered around Chika. He smiled warmly at his companions and said, friends, do not merely offer verbal congratulations. How about some gifts to commemorate the occasion? At this point, Chika felt a twinge of shyness, a bashful smile gracing his face as he softly added, I remember the gifts you presented to Kakashi were rather extravagant. I have to study. Farewell, Chika. Yes, we must return to class. Observing his classmates disperse, Chika was momentarily taken aback. Hey, do not leave. Asuma, I recall you gifted Kakashi a short blade worth 1 million when he was promoted to Chunin. Since I am merely ascending to Genin, 50,000 will suffice. Do not bring that up. I was soundly reprimanded by my father for that little short blade. Asuma retorted, shrugging his shoulders and revealing his own scandal to avoid gifting. Red, we are both Jinjutsu-type ninjas. Consider our camaraderie. Chika directed his gaze toward Yugao. Yugao dismissed Chika with indifference, turning away. Is there such a vast chasm between us as classmates? At this moment, Qian He was filled with deep sorrow. Realizing that 2 years of camaraderie had yielded less favor than merely 6 months of acquaintance. Was he truly so unlikable? Just then, Kushina and Minato approached, with Kushina playfully remarking to Qian He, all right, enough of the act. Who rushes for gifts like this? Qian He gazed at Kushina with hopeful eyes, pleading pitifully. Then, teacher, could you offer some consolation for my wounded spirit? Upon seeing his expression, Kushina's face softened into a warm smile as she leaned down, cupping Qian He's cheeks with her hands and gently pulling them apart. Promise me, Qian He, that you won't pretend in front of your teacher anymore, all right? Understood, Kushina-sensei, Qian He replied, tears streaming down his face as he nodded vigorously, feeling the sting on his cheeks. What was happening? He had smoothly graduated from the exams, yet Kushina seemed irked. Well, it's nearly noon. Let us go out for a meal to celebrate your successful graduation. Sure, Qian He said, following closely behind Kushina. However, after just a few steps, Kushina abruptly halted and frowned at Minato beside her. Why are you following us? Aren't we celebrating Qian He together? Minato, realizing that Kushina was still upset with him, quickly smiled and replied, someone has to pay for the meal, right? Let me cover this one. Qian He watched the two bicker, puzzled but recognizing this as a rare opportunity. Kushina-sensei, I want to eat barbecue. Initially reluctant for Minato to tag along, Kushina cast a glance at him after hearing Qian He's request and said, all right then. I'll take you to the most expensive barbecue restaurant in the Hidden Leaf Village. Minato thought to himself, this extravagant woman doesn't he realize my money is essentially hers. From Minato Namikaze's negative emotions, emotion value 3, awarded with the entry-level Flying Thunder God technique. Qian He's expression brightened. He hadn't anticipated such a generous reward. The Flying Thunder God technique. This was an S-rank space-time ninjutsu. He hurriedly opened his attributes to check. Flying Thunder God technique. Entry-level 01000. Seeing that it required 1,000 emotion points just to level up, Qian He gasped in astonishment. Nevertheless, he felt he had struck a significant bargain. The trio soon arrived at the barbecue restaurant, and after indulging in their meal, Minato begrudgingly paid a hefty sum. Now that we've eaten well, Kushina, I'll take my leave, he said, glancing at his depleted wallet as he bid farewell to Kushina and Qian He. Though he had smoothed things over with Kushina at the restaurant, he wanted to leave some space for this new teacher-student duo to connect. Once Minato departed, Kushina led Qian He to the training field. Now that the distraction has left, we should get to know each other better. I won't bother introducing myself. I'm a jonin of the ceiling class in the Hidden Leaf. I enjoy salty ramen, despise bitter things, and absolutely cannot stand being called tomato. I hope you remember that. My dream is to become the first female Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. Qian He understood that this was an old tradition in the Hidden Leaf. Every new team would engage in such introductions. My name is Uchiha Chika, and I have a penchant for grilled meat. The previous meal was quite to my liking. I harbor an aversion to sweet delicacies and possess no particular hobbies. As for dreams, perhaps my aspiration is simply to lead a life of leisure. Upon hearing this, Kushina nodded in agreement. Aside from the slight issue with my dreams, everything else seemed perfectly normal. Thus, from this day forth, Kushina's class is officially established. Given your prowess, there is no need for further assessments. However, I do wish to gain a general understanding of your abilities. How about this? You shall showcase all that you have learned, and I will observe. Chika nodded. Since they had become master and disciple, as well as comrades, it was only fitting that they familiarized themselves with one another's strengths. Subsequently, Chika demonstrated his swordsmanship, wind release, and fire release techniques. There was no need to mention the Sharingan, though Chika chose not to disclose that he also possessed a few other Jinjutsu techniques beyond the Sharingan. Well, I must admit, I did not expect you to withhold so many abilities, Kushina remarked as she observed Chika effortlessly employing numerous ninjutsu while maintaining a calm demeanor. It was evident to her that his chakra reserves were quite astonishing. I have a basic understanding of your skills now, she continued, casting a disdainful glance at Chika. Next, we shall proceed to accept a mission. Becoming Kushina's disciple, in many respects, meant that Chika would have limited opportunities to take to the front lines. Furthermore, their small team consisted solely of him and Kushina, rendering it impossible to form a four-member combat unit. As the host of the Nine Tails, Kushina was an immense asset to Konoha, yet even with her perfect control over the beast within, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would still refrain from deploying her to the battlefield. Firstly, the likelihood of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki being discovered on the front lines was exceedingly high. Should enemy nations become aware of her presence, they would undoubtedly attempt to eliminate or capture her without regard for the consequences, something Konoha could ill afford. Secondly, there was Hiruzen's own perspective. He viewed the tailed beasts as a treasure to be safeguarded rather than utilized in combat. Unless faced with dire circumstances, he would not permit Kushina to venture to the front lines. Indeed, this was the reality. Other newly formed teams completed a few low-tier missions within the village, honing their teamwork before boldly charging to the front lines. Meanwhile, Kushina continued to toil alongside Chika in the sewers of Konoha. With Chika as her companion, Kushina found her life in the village considerably quieter, no longer troubling Hiruzen. At the edge of Konoha, at the mouth of a sewer, a small figure was diligently cleaning the filthy surface of the river, collecting household refuse, soaked to the skin and exuding a foul odor. Chika hummed a tune as he picked up a bottle containing an unknown liquid, accurately tossing it into a nearby trash bin. Kushina, with wads of paper stuffed in her nostrils to shield herself from the stench, sat idly by, watching Chika navigate the water's surface while gathering litter. From taking care of children to searching for lost kittens, collecting garbage, and weeding, Kushina had taken Chika through a myriad of D-rank tasks, yet to her surprise, he never once complained. In fact, he even managed to find joy amidst the drudgery. She initially believed that a young individual like Chika would be unable to contain their impatience and would soon demand she assign them more advanced tasks. Kushina took the opportunity to educate Chika about the virtues of patience and the importance of taking one step at a time. After all, being a role model could only enhance her own accomplishments. However, she was taken aback by how leisurely Chika appeared, seemingly unfazed, which was not at all characteristic of a spirited youth. As she listened to the unfamiliar yet melodious tune emanating from Chika's lips, Kushina's face grew increasingly exasperated. Finally, she abruptly rose from her seat, huffed in irritation, and carelessly discarded the crumpled paper from her nose, paying no heed to her appearance. She exclaimed loudly to Chika, "Chika, you've won." Chika, puzzled, raised his head and asked, "What did you say, Kushina-sensei?" With a tone of disdain, Kushina retorted, "Chika, did you already know that I would use these menial tasks to hone your skills? Isn't this the very duty of a lower-ranked ninja?" Chika tilted his head and replied, "Isn't it just that?" He genuinely did not mind the mundane tasks. They were easy and allowed for moments of idleness. Although the remuneration for D-ranked missions was minimal, one must not forget that Uchiha Fugaku provided him with a monthly stipend of 50,000 ryo. Thus, Chika was content to continue in this manner. Seeing that Chika's expression was sincere, Kushina understood. Indeed, the dream of a life of leisure was not merely a whimsical notion. With a sigh of resignation, she waved her hand at Chika and said, "Step aside, I will handle the next part." With that, she began to perform hand signs. Multiple shadow clone technique. In a burst of smoke, over 100 shadow clones of Kushina materialized around her. Chika's eyes lit up at this spectacle. "Kushina-sensei, when will you teach me this jutsu?" "No, Kushina was about to refuse, but upon reconsideration, she acknowledged that Chika had a considerable amount of chakra. However, due to his young age, he was still prone to danger, so she replied, perhaps in due time. All right, Chika nodded, understanding the implication of her words. While they were engaged in conversation, Kushina's shadow clones had efficiently cleared all the refuse from the sewer. All done, Kushina triumphantly declared, looking at the towering pile of garbage before her. Let us go. After completing so many D-rank tasks, you should take on a C-rank mission to hone your skills. Chika examined the now pristine sewer entrance and recalled, Kushina-sensei, I forgot to mention that our current task is timed, and the hourly pay is 100 ryo. Upon hearing this, Kushina candidly remarked, which fool issued this task? If they are assigning it to someone like you, they will surely suffer losses. Chika chuckled and explained, Kushina-sensei, this mission is designed to help us lower-ranked ninjas practice walking on water. Kushina paused momentarily, then scoffed, humph, training is a personal endeavor. There is no need to resort to such underhanded methods. With the garbage already cleared, there was little reason for them to linger. Not caring about the paltry sum, they proceeded to the Konoha Ninja Village's mission hall to submit their task. Kushina energetically pushed open the office door of the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. As Sarutobi Hiruzen dealt with his affairs, he did not lift his head and, with a tone of dissatisfaction, remarked, Kushina, you have already become a Jonin instructor. Why do you still act so presumptuously? At present, within the village of Konohagakure, the only individuals who could boldly enter without knocking and without Hiruzen's consent were Kushina and Tsunade. Tsunade, currently engrossed in gambling, was unlikely to seek him out, leaving only Kushina, the fiery red pepper. Unfazed by Hiruzen's reprimand, Kushina banged on the desk and shouted, Third Hokage, spare me the pleasantries and bring me the list of C-rank missions and above. Hearing this, Hiruzen helplessly raised his head and glanced at Chika behind Kushina before responding. Are you intending to take Chika out for some training? After speaking, he took a puff from his pipe, contentedly exhaling a large cloud of smoke. Kushina, observing Hiruzen enveloped in smoke, showed no respect and snatched the pipe from his hands, disdainfully saying, I must remind you, Third Hokage, that smoking in front of a lady is rather impolite. Hiruzen replied, it is quite surprising to hear the word politeness from you. Seeing Hiruzen's frustrated expression, Chika was awestruck. Despite Hiruzen's seemingly gentle demeanor, anyone who dared to confront Kushina in such a manner would surely find themselves in dire straits. With no pipe in hand, Hiruzen smacked his lips and began sifting through numerous documents, eventually locating a suitable C-rank mission for Kushina. He handed the mission scroll to her, stating, this just arrived yesterday. In a small village not far from Konoha, they reported the emergence of a man-eating creature, which has already claimed several lives. They hope we can send ninjas to handle the situation. Though Kushina could not join the front lines, she was still able to undertake missions within the Land of Fire. Is this it? Are there no missions heading toward the Land of Lightning? Kushina's mind raced. After all, Minato was stationed near the border of the Land of Lightning. If she were to go there, she might have the chance to see him and perhaps linger on the front lines for a while. Once outside, who could possibly restrain her fiery spirit? Hiruzen secretly glared at Kushina, realizing that her opportunity to leave the village was solely due to the end of the war. Otherwise, Konoha would not have permitted her departure. With earnest concern, Hiruzen advised, Kushina, this mission is simply to give your student some exposure. If it becomes too perilous, won't you consider the safety of your student? Hey, Third Hokage, do you look down on me or my student? If it weren't for Hiruzen interrupted her with a light cough, aware that the fact she was a Jinchuriki was known to only a few in Konoha. Kushina, realizing she nearly let it slip, fell silent, glaring at Hiruzen. Fearing that Chika might catch on, Hiruzen swiftly changed the topic, saying, all right, Kushina, this C-rank mission offers the highest reward among all C-rank missions. Upon hearing this, Chika's eyes brightened. Lord Hokage, how much? 100,000 ryo. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Upon hearing this figure and observing Hiruzen's expression, it was evident that he had contributed some of his own funds to appease Kushina. The old man's good intentions elicited a modicum of sympathy from Chika, who tugged at Kushina's sleeve. Very well, we shall accept this mission. Kushina cast a glance at Chika, stowed the scroll within the compartment of her ninja vest, and departed the Hokage's office with him. Once Kushina had left, Hiruzen stood alone in the now vacant room, somewhat bewildered, sensing that something was amiss. Given his familiarity with Kushina, he realized that even Minato could not easily persuade her to comply, let alone Chika, who was merely his disciple. He was taken aback by how generous the old man had been this time, providing such a substantial sum. Perhaps he should create a bit of a fuss the next time a mission arose. Upon exiting the Hokage building, Kushina smiled at Chika and then opened the scroll to examine the task details. Typically, a C-rank mission would yield a reward ranging from 50,000 to 100,000 Rio, depending on the task's difficulty. However, this seemingly ordinary beast-hunting mission was worth no more than 60,000 Rio. Kushina-sensei, when do we depart? Chika inquired eagerly. Kushina rolled up the scroll and replied, let us go. Although the timeline for the mission is tight, the location is not far from Konoha, so we have ample time. Prepare yourself, and we shall set off after lunch. Understood. Chika nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window, watching the retreating figures of Kushina and Chika with a faint smile. How amusing. It seems this young lad has indeed earned Kushina's favor. He mused, aware that not just anyone could coax Kushina into compliance as he had. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in black appeared behind Hiruzen, kneeling with a solemn expression. Lord Hokage, what are your orders? Hiruzen did not turn, but calmly stated, Kushina will be taking her disciple out on a mission for 3 days. Ensure that 2 Umbu covertly follow her. In case of an emergency, their safety must be prioritized. Should the situation escalate, bring Kushina back first. Understood. The man nodded before gradually vanishing from the office. It was inconceivable for a Jinchuriki to venture out without protection. Even within the village, Kushina was never without her guardians. After parting ways with Kushina, Chika made a beeline for his home. Since the mission site was nearby, he merely returned to gather some ninja tools and a pouch of food pills, an indispensable item for any journey. Initially, Chika believed he would arrive at the gate long before Kushina, yet as he approached the entrance of Konoha, he spotted the vibrant red-haired Kushina waiting at the gate, her eyes darting with excitement. Compared to Chika, who had never left the village, the hyperactive Kushina was brimming with enthusiasm. Upon the arrival of Chika, Kushina promptly registered their purpose of departure with the gatekeeper ninja and set forth with Chika towards the designated mission site. Along the way, Kushina engaged Chika in a detailed discussion of the mission specifics. 100 kilometers from Konoha, there lies a towering mountain, at the base of which rests a small village. Given that the Land of Fire is not a battlefield, even if enemy ninjas were to invade, they would hardly concern themselves with such a modest settlement. Consequently, the village is comprised entirely of ordinary folk, devoid of any ninja presence, relying on the bounty of the mountain and hunting to sustain their livelihoods. Recently, however, a peculiar creature has emerged from the mountain, resulting in the deaths of several hunters, compelling the villagers to seek assistance from Konoha by posting this mission. Indeed, it seems to be a straightforward task, Chika remarked, expressing his skepticism that a creature, formidable to mere civilians, could be effortlessly dispatched by any low-ranking ninja. Chika, such an attitude is quite inappropriate. Kushina admonished him with rare seriousness. Ninjas must not take missions lightly, regardless of their rank. Despite her typically carefree demeanor, she approached the matter of missions with utmost caution, even when faced with a modest C-rank task. Haha, it's mainly because we have teacher Kushina with us, Chika conceded, acknowledging the truth of his statement. After all, what creature could possibly rival the power of the 9 tails residing within Kushina? Alright, enough flattery. Let us hasten our journey and aim to reach the village today. Due to their proximity, the two swiftly arrived at the village within half a day. Upon their arrival, Kushina and Chika were warmly welcomed by the village chief, an elderly man with a weathered face and a head of white hair, supported by a middle-aged man. Approached them with brisk steps and courteously said, I presume you two are the esteemed ninjas who accepted our village's mission. I am Takagara Katsu, the village chief, and I welcome your arrival. Greetings, Chief Katsu. I am Uzumaki Kushina, a jonin from Konoha, and this is my disciple, Uchiha Chika. We have come in response to your village's request, Kushina replied with an air of dignity. Unlike her interactions with Sarutobi Hiruzen back in Konoha, where she never felt the need for such formality, she understood that outside her home, she represented the dignity and decorum of Konoha. Please, come inside, Chief Katsu said as he led Kushina and Chika. It is getting late, and we have prepared accommodations for you. The village is modest, so we kindly ask you to bear with us for the night. Thank you very much. If possible, we would like to gather information regarding the beast at this moment, Kushina said, observing her surroundings. The village appeared impoverished, with a small population, and if a formidable beast truly threatened them, they would be defenseless. Very well. There is a young hunter in the village who managed to escape the beast's pursuit. I will send for him at once. Upon hearing Kushina's words, Takemura Katsumi's expression brightened, and he hastily signaled to the person beside him for assistance. The individual promptly turned and jogged away into the distance. Takemura then led Kushina and Chika into a small cottage, engaging in conversation with Kushina while they awaited further developments. Chika, however, did not partake in their light-hearted banter. Instead, he stood at the entrance, gazing at the distant mountains. It has been approximately half a year since he arrived in the world of Naruto. During this time, he has experienced considerable growth, having graduated from the Ninja Academy and even managed to defeat a Chunin in actual combat. Nevertheless, in the grand scheme of the Naruto universe, this achievement is far from sufficient. Who could say what awaited in the later stages of this world, where Jonin often become mere fodder, and survival seems only possible through extraordinary means? As Chika stood lost in thought, he noticed a small black, gradually materializing in the sky, likely a bird. To observe it more closely, he activated his Sharingan, which allowed him to discern the creature's true nature, a raven, entirely black in hue. The raven flitted about in the air, its wings flapping awkwardly, as if injured. Upon noticing Chika below, it paused momentarily before swooping down towards him. Could it be seeking assistance? A glimmer of realization sparked in Chika's eyes. He had yet to acquire a summoning beast. Ravens are known for their intelligence and social nature. And in a world like Naruto, where the sentience and strength of various creatures have surged, many ninjas opt to summon ravens for various purposes, be it for reconnaissance or tactical support. However, just as Chika anticipated that the raven was approaching for help, he saw a flash of menace in its eyes. The raven opened its sharp beak and suddenly dove towards him, seemingly intent on attacking. Chika was momentarily taken aback, but as the Tomo in his Sharingan spun, the raven's gaze transformed to mirror his own. He exerted control, guiding the raven to land before him. At that moment, hearing the commotion, Kushina and village chief Katsumi emerged from the room to join Chika. Upon noticing the disturbance caused by the raven, Chief Katsumi promptly explained, "Ninja-sama, this raven likely belongs to a local flock. They do not typically attack humans and occasionally assist lost hunters in finding their way back, serving as our guiding birds." "Do not attack humans?" Chika mused, glancing at Chief Katsumi before releasing his Sharingan. As the raven regained its senses, it ascended into the air once more, circling briefly before diving at Chika again, targeting his eyes. This time, Chika refrained from using the Sharingan to control it. Instead, he simply leaped aside to evade the attack. After missing its target, the raven circled above, seemingly searching for an opportune moment. Chief Katsumi awkwardly remarked, "Ninja-sama, it appears this raven's injuries have triggered its aggressive instincts." Chika, however, paid little heed to the chief's comment, his gaze contemplative as he regarded the raven. After a moment of contemplation, Chika removed the forehead protector of Konoha and addressed Kushina, saying, "Kushina-sensei, please take off your forehead protector as well." "Oh, all right." Once the two had concealed their forehead protectors, the raven's desire to attack abruptly vanished. It circled the air for a brief moment before descending, hopping over to Chika's side. Upon witnessing this, Chika and Kushina exchanged knowing glances, understanding that the raven had been provoked by someone wearing a forehead protector. Kushina approached the raven, bent down, and examined the wound on its wing, remarking, "It's a shuriken." At that moment, a robust young man, approximately 20 years old, approached. "This is Kashiki, my grandson." After a brief introduction, he turned to Kashiki and instructed, "Kashiki, please relay the information about that beast to these two esteemed ninjas." "Understood." Kashiki nodded and recounted the details of the beast. "Are you saying it resembles a colossal wild boar, entirely encased in sturdy rock?" Kushina inquired after contemplating Kashiki's words for a moment. "Indeed, its tusks are long and sharp. It killed my companion in an instant, and it can even breathe fire." A hint of fear crossed Kashiki's face as he expressed his relief. "I happened to be in a water pool at the time, which allowed me to evade that beast." Hearing this, Chika, who was tending to the raven's wound, displayed a flicker of astonishment and glanced at Kushina. By such a description, this was no ordinary beast. At that moment, Kushina's expression darkened, She cast a sidelong glance at the embarrassed village chief Kashiki and coldly remarked, "Old man, this is vastly different from what was described in your mission." With that, the imposing aura of a Jonin surged forth, pressing heavily upon the village chief. Having recognized the injury on the raven, Kushina had already sensed that this mission could lead to unforeseen complications. Now, upon realizing that the old man had concealed the mission's danger level, her countenance grew even more grim. The ordinary villagers, Kashiki and Kashiki, trembled under the weight of her presence, cold sweat pouring down their faces. "I apologize, Lady Kushina. Our village simply does not possess the funds to issue a B-rank mission, which is why we chose to withhold this information." The village chief, suppressing his fear, stammered, "5 young hunters have already perished. If this continues, our entire village will be doomed." Noticing Kushina's silence, the village chief's face paled, and as he grit his teeth, he prepared to kneel. However, at that moment, Kushina retracted her aura and waved her hand dismissively. "We shall address your concealment later. Right now, I am far more concerned about the information regarding that beast." She produced a blank scroll and began to sketch rapidly. Chika, cradling the bandaged raven, leaned closer to Kushina, peered at the scroll, and immediately expressed disdain, saying, "Kushina-sensei, you truly lack artistic talent." From Kushina's negative emotions, emotion value 20. "Be quiet." Kushina ignored Chika's criticism, her focus unwavering as she diligently continued to draw. Qian He shrugged his shoulders, choosing not to disturb Kushina, and began to play with a crow nearby. Like Kushina, he sensed that the mission had taken an unexpected turn. Observing Kushina's serious demeanor, it was evident that the situation was quite grave. A few minutes later, after completing the drawing of the peculiar creature on the scroll, Kushina showed it to the young man, inquiring, "Is this what it looks like?" After staring at it for a long time, Chirin feigned admiration and replied, "Indeed. As expected of a master ninja, it resembles the real thing perfectly." "Shameless," Qian He muttered under his breath as he watched the young man speak such blatant lies. Kushina's face flushed with embarrassment. "Don't dismiss this. It is of great importance." Hearing this, Chirin awkwardly remarked, "Though there are some discrepancies, it is indeed quite similar." Upon hearing this, Kushina's expression soured significantly. The village chief, Kashiji, who had been attentively observing Kushina's demeanor, immediately inquired, "Ninja-sama, have you discerned what this beast is?" Kushina nodded and replied, "Old man, if possible, could you please step outside for a moment? My disciple and I need to discuss something." "Certainly, I apologize for the inconvenience," Kashiji acknowledged, leading Chirin out of the room. Once the two had exited, Kushina turned to Qian He and said, "We are in serious trouble." "How serious?" Qian He had already braced himself for the gravity of the situation given Kushina's troubled expression. Kushina explained, "This beast is called the Qian Boar, a summoning beast belonging to a small clan from the Iwa ninja village in the Land of Earth." "Summoning beast? From the Land of Earth?" Qian He's expression grew grave. This place was not far from the Hidden Leaf village, and the appearance of a summoning beast from Iwa ninja village signified a more considerable threat. The presence of a unique summoning beast from Iwa indicated that a team of Iwa ninjas was likely nearby. Ninja operations typically occur in squads, with solo missions being exceedingly rare. However, if a lone individual had come, it would pose an even greater problem, as it would imply that this person possessed extraordinary strength. Based on Chirin's description of the Qian Boar's size, it was likely at the level of a Chunin, suggesting that its master was not far behind in strength. Kushina had already dismissed the possibility of a single Iwa ninja being responsible. Most summoning beast strength is directly correlated with the ninja's own power. For instance, Naruto's ability to summon the Great Toad at the rank of a genin was essentially a cheat. Damn it, what are those ninjas patrolling the borders doing? A team of Iwa ninjas has managed to infiltrate the heart of the Land of Fire without detection. Kushina slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming in frustration, "A bunch of useless fools. They have already reached the village entrance, and yet there has been no response from them whatsoever. When I return, I will demand that the third Hokage deduct an entire year's worth of salary from them." Kushina proceeded to berate the border ninjas for half an hour, even dragging Minato, who was at the border of the Land of Lightning, into her tirade, vowing to make him pay upon her return. Qian He believed that Kushina was using this as an opportunity to vent her frustrations, as Minato had left the village hastily due to the urgent nature of his mission, failing to apologize to Kushina, which had left her seething with anger for quite some time. During this period, Chika had become quite familiar with the raven in her arms, gently offering it some provisions. Observing Kushina, who still seemed eager to unleash a few more scoldings, Chika softly remarked, "Kushina-sensei, now is not the time for reproaches. The crucial matter is what our next course of action will be." "Ah, you are right," Kushina replied, calming herself as she rested her chin on her hand, contemplating. "We must consider the arduous journey they undertook to arrive here. What could their intentions be? Assassination, sabotage of supplies, or perhaps intelligence gathering? Although the war has concluded, diplomatic relations between the land of earth and the land of fire have yet to be restored. If ninjas from either nation are discovered within the other's territory, they must bear the consequences of their actions." Chika, deep in thought about the motives of the rock ninjas, suddenly exclaimed, "Could it be that they are lost?" "Fool! Do not spout nonsense that disrupts your teacher's train of thought." Initially, Kushina had anticipated a significant discovery from her student, only to be met with such a dismissive answer, prompting her to deliver a light punch to Chika's head. "Isn't it just a way to lighten this tense atmosphere?" Chika grinned, rubbing his forehead, and sensing that Kushina was about to strike again, he quickly interjected, "Intelligence. They have come to gather information." During the half hour of Kushina's scolding, he had indeed contemplated much. Kushina, lowering her fist, regarded Chika with astonishment and inquired, "How did you deduce that?" "First, we can eliminate the possibility of sabotage. There is no need for them to venture so deep into the land of fire, so close to Konoha. As for assassination, based on our mission, this village spotted the red rock 5 days ago. Hence, we can conclude they arrived at least 5 days prior. In 5 days. Remaining inactive in this secluded mountain clearly indicates they are not here for an assassination, but rather to await the intelligence personnel infiltrating Konoha." Impressive. Upon hearing Chika's explanation, Kushina scrutinized him as if seeing him for the first time. "What is it, Kushina-sensei?" Chika asked, puzzled by her silence. Just then, Kushina's expression shifted to one of deadly intent. With a swift motion, a glint of cold steel flashed, and in the next moment, a kunai was poised against Chika's throat. Feeling the chilling presence at his neck, Chika froze, while the raven in his embrace flinched, letting out a low warning croak as if to caution Kushina. "Speak quickly. Who are you, and what have you done to my beloved student?" Kushina demanded coldly. "Enough of this, Kushina-sensei," Chika replied, rolling his eyes in irritation as he pushed the kunai away. Had he not caught a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, he might have been genuinely frightened. Nearly kneeling to plead, "Oh, great one, spare me. I am truly your devoted disciple." "Huh, I was merely attempting to lighten the mood," Kushina chuckled, ruffling Chika's hair playfully. "I saw your feet tremble." "Not just my feet. I nearly soiled myself from fright," Chika retorted, somewhat displeased. Noticing his discomfort, Kushina quickly offered a compliment. "But I truly did not expect you, Chika, to analyze so much." "Well done." With a furrowed brow, Chika pushed away Kushina's hand and muttered, "Kushina-sensei, if you were to engage your mind a bit more instead of fixating solely on Senpai Minato, you would arrive at the conclusion easily. It is indeed quite simple. It is only your aversion to contemplating that has led you astray. Now that we are aware of their intentions, we must deliberate on our course of action." Ignoring Chika's sardonic remarks, Kushina fell back into deep thought. Were it not for her disciple's presence, she would have charged in without a second thought. Regardless of whether it was one team or two of rock ninja, upon encountering them, she would have fought without hesitation, and if overpowered, retreating would pose no issue. However, with Chika, her first disciple, by her side, whom she held in considerable regard, her approach had to be more cautious. "Kushina-sensei, there's one more thing I haven't mentioned." After being startled by Kushina earlier, Chika nearly overlooked this crucial information. "What else do you know?" Upon hearing this, Kushina was momentarily taken aback. Chika's ability to deduce their purpose was surprising enough, but there was more. "I also know that their strength may not be as formidable as it seems." "Oh, how did you come to that conclusion?" Kushina found this hard to believe. Chika remained silent, gently caressing the raven nestled in her arms while offering it a piece of dried food. Just as the raven opened its beak to eat, Chika swiftly withdrew the food. She repeated this playful gesture, and the raven, undeterred, continued to engage in the tug-of-war feeding game with Chika. "I see now. It appears we are dealing with a ninja who cannot control their summoned beast," Kushina realized, observing the well-behaved raven in Chika's embrace. During missions, ninjas typically restrain their summoned beasts to prevent unforeseen complications. In such a perilous environment, Any disturbances should be avoided at all costs. Clearly, the ninja was incapable of managing their summoned creature, which had resulted in the villagers' casualties. Summoning a beast does not guarantee its unwavering loyalty. One must possess sufficient strength or pay a price to dominate it. For instance, when Naruto first summoned Gamabunta, he had to win a bet to gain the toad's acknowledgement. And even then, to enlist its help, he had to plead fervently. Orochimaru's Manda was even more outrageous. Each summoning required a tribute of 100 people as sustenance. If summoned multiple times, it would devour the common folk of the ninja world. Noticing that Kushina had grasped the situation, Chika continued, "However, I cannot fathom why that individual has not dispelled the summoning technique and instead allows the uncontrollable beast to wreak havoc. This could expose their presence." At this, Kushina suddenly interjected, "It is not that they cannot dispel it. Rather, they need the Akai Iwa boar." Chika inquired with curiosity, "Does the Akai Iwa boar serve another purpose? Your teacher enjoys reading during idle times in Konoha, and the information regarding the Akai Iwa boar is recorded in the Konoha library. It states that the Akai Iwa boar possesses a ferocious temperament and has an appetite for creatures with chakra, making them highly sensitive to chakra. Even the slightest trace of chakra falls within its perceptive range, allowing it to sense its presence. It is one of the rare few summoned beasts that possess both combat and sensing capabilities." Upon hearing Kushina's introduction, Chika nodded in agreement, stating, "Relying on the perception of the Crimson Rock Boar to evade the ninja explains why the border ninjas failed to detect us. Within the enemy's territory, constant vigilance is imperative, which is why the summoning beast was continuously deployed. There is no need to justify anything to those fools. I shall certainly report this to the Third Hokage." It seems that the presence of this team of rock ninjas has greatly angered Kushina, and understandably so. This area is exceedingly close to the Hidden Leaf Village. The mere thought of a team of rock ninjas approaching silently is terrifying. If the Third Hokage, Anoki, were to suddenly send a Jinchuriki here, the consequences for Konoha would be dire. Taking a deep breath to calm her emotions, Kushina then turned to Chika, furrowing her brow as she inquired, "By the way, do you intend to use a crow as your summoned beast?" "I have that thought in mind, but I have yet to decide," Chika replied, playfully toying with the crow in his arms, simultaneously assessing its intelligence level. "So far, it appears promising. I recall that your Uchiha clan favors using ninja cats as summoned beasts, correct?" "I haven't had much interaction with them. I neither understand nor like them," Chika responded. "Cats have a tendency to usurp their owners, and I cannot tolerate such behavior." Kushina pondered for a moment before continuing, "If you truly require a summoned beast, I could ask Tsunade-sama for a slug. If not, Jiraiya's lecherous toads would suffice." She mentioned two of the legendary Sannin, deliberately omitting Orochimaru. This was due to her unfamiliarity with him and her aversion to snakes, as she did not wish for her disciple to possess such a beast. "That won't be necessary. I rather like this little fellow. Moreover, I need not sign a contract with the crow to utilize it as a summoned beast." Chika shook his head. Kushina had indeed been kind to him, and he felt somewhat uncomfortable about having her repay a favor on his behalf. He would prefer to seek out opportunities himself. "Very well," Kushina conceded, not opposing Chika's insistence on using a crow as his summoned beast. For there are no stipulations regarding the use of a single type of summoned beast. "Kushina-sensei, what should we do next?" Chika asked. Although one of the opposing ninjas was below the Chunin level, the strength of the others could not be underestimated. At least one would likely be a Jonin leading the team. What is there to contemplate? Kushina slammed her palm onto the table with conviction, continuing. "How dare they come to Konoha to gather intelligence, truly believing that I, Kushina, am merely a decorative vase? Kushina-sensei, please consider this carefully. I am but a freshly graduated novice, and you are merely a Jonin. Confronting a team of rock ninjas is no small feat. A team of 4 rock ninjas presents a numerical disadvantage, 2 against 4. Furthermore, Chika had yet to experience life and death battles and was uncertain of his own capabilities. Since we have come this far, we cannot return empty-handed." Observing Kushina's unwavering determination, Chika muttered softly, "I fear they will return laden with spoils. It is one thing to prevent information from being leaked, but to bestow an additional grand gift by involving the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is quite another." The oblivious Kushina, unaware of the profound implications behind Chika's words, nonetheless recognized their numerical disadvantage. "Fear not, for I, your master, shall not engage in battles without certainty. Suddenly, a smile graced Kushina's lips as she winked at Chika, saying, "Wait here for a moment. I shall summon 2 individuals to bolster our ranks." With that, Kushina vanished from the room in an instant. Chika, perplexed by Kushina's intent, was startled by 2 sudden exclamations from outside. "Oh dear, you nearly frightened me to death, Kushina. How did you find us again? I knew you 2 were hiding here. Please don't remove my mask. Why wear a mask among acquaintances? After all, I am a ninja of the Umbu. Could you grant me a modicum of respect? All right, just come inside with me. We have encountered some complications with our mission." After a brief exchange, Kushina re-entered the room, accompanied by 2 Umbu from the Hidden Leaf village. It dawned on Kushina that her disciple was entirely unaware of her true identity. After a moment's contemplation, she addressed Chika. "Chika, are you aware of the title I hold in the Hidden Leaf village?" Chika glanced at Kushina and inquired, "Are you referring to the title of the second Demon King?" Yes, precisely that. Your teacher has been quite unruly in the Hidden Leaf, and the third Hokage, fearing the turmoil I might cause, dispatched 2 Umbu to monitor my every move." As she spoke, Kushina placed her hands on her hips, exuding an air of self-importance. Indeed, Kushina-sensei is truly formidable. Chika could only nod vigorously in agreement. Satisfied that her disciple was convinced, Kushina exhaled in relief, finally managing to clarify matters. With a grand gesture towards the 2 Umbu, she proclaimed to Chika, "Alas, what the third Hokage does not realize is that these 2 have already been swayed to my side. They are now my loyal subordinates." Kushina found it curious that the individuals tasked with her protection had been replaced just months prior. Upon discovering the personnel change, she had approached them to establish rapport, only to find them surprisingly easy to recruit. She had succeeded in just a month. Chika remarked, "It seems you are engaging in a game of espionage with Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the Hidden Leaf, is there anything your esteemed teacher dares not attempt? Furthermore," he pondered, "does Minato-senpai know you are publicly proclaiming these Umbu as your own?" Chika felt fortunate to have found such an audacious mentor, following Kushina's lead promise to yield ample emotional rewards. "Allow me to introduce them. The one donning the fox mask is Heihachi, and the one with the dog mask is called Ikima. Due to Umbu regulations, they must be referred to by their code names. Heihachi and Ikima, clad in similar attire and bearing similar physiques, could only be distinguished by their masks." After Qian He briefly introduced the titles of the 2 Umbu members, she leaned in closer to Chika's ear and whispered, "Speaking of which, these 2 are my classmates. They used to bully me back in the day because of their age, but I eventually gave them a taste of their own medicine. Let's not dwell on the past." Pingba interrupted Qian He, urging her to get to the point. Upon hearing this, Qian He proceeded to share her analysis regarding her and Chika. After concluding, she proudly declared, "This was all deduced by my disciple." Observing Qian He's eager anticipation for praise, Pingba responded with a hint of indifference. "Oh really? Truly impressive. Your disciple?" Iman nodded in agreement, echoing, Indeed. Finally satisfied, Qian He stated, "All right, enough of the pleasantries. I suspect that the IWA ninja spy in Konoha will arrive shortly, so we must not only detain this team of IWA ninjas, but also capture the spy in Konoha." The 2 Umbu exchanged glances, seemingly contemplating whether this situation was truly urgent. However, as Chika had analyzed, the opponent's strength was indeed not formidable. At least not in the presence of the 3 Jonin. Ima inquired, "Do you have a specific plan? What need is there for a plan when we are already so powerful?" Qian He retorted, emphasizing that the 2 Umbu guarding her were Jonin, and with her, they had 3 Jonin-level ninjas on their side. If we cannot handle a mere team of IWA ninjas, then what does that say about us? She continued, "In any case, 1 for each of us. I will take on the intelligence officer. Chika, you handle the summoning of the Chiyu-born ninja. Qian He-sensei, perhaps we should discuss this further first." Chika, cautious about her first battle, feared any unforeseen complications. "Are you opposing me as well?" Qian He exclaimed, pinching Chika's cheek with a pout. "Regardless, you should stand by my side, even if I am wrong. A ninja must never underestimate an opponent due to their task's rank or their own strength. This is what you taught me, Qian He-sensei." Chika lamented, feeling the intensity of Qian He's grip. "Is that so?" Qian He pondered for a moment before resuming her playful torment of Chika's face. "Wait, I never said the latter half of that." To avoid further torment from Qian He, Chika reluctantly suggested, "Qian He-sensei, Let us first ascertain how many IWA ninjas are actually in the mountains. Our previous analysis was merely speculative. What if there are two teams? Hearing Chika's reasoning, Qian He finally released her grip, saying, "But with the Chiyu boar present, we cannot approach." Crows? Are you serious? Why not give it a try? After all, a flock of crows resides in this forest, and I doubt the IWA ninjas will pay them any mind. Chika remarked nonchalantly before beginning her training with the crows. She first captured their attention, gestured towards Qian He, and then picked up a small pebble to place before herself. This is merely a common understanding for Chika. If this crow could truly comprehend Chika's intentions and accurately recognize the number of the rock shinobi, it would indeed decide to nurture them. Under Chika's continuous guidance, with each stone representing an individual, the crow observed the stones and the two members of the umbu before retrieving two stones and placing them before Chika. Quite clever. Seeing this, Kushina could not help but express her surprise. In light of this, let us proceed with the attempt. Under Chika's direction, the crow spread its wings and soared toward the mountains. At that moment, Heihachi remarked, "I and Akima will wait for the informant along the village's entrance." During this time, Kushina, please do not venture into the mountains. Kushina nodded, impatiently waving her hand. I understand. Honestly, I am the leader of this team. Meanwhile, on the mountainside surrounding the village, towering ancient trees stood majestically, their branches lush with foliage. For figures cloaked in black robes silently perched upon the trees, engaged in conversation. One, with a hoarse voice, solemnly inquired, "Captain Shida, has that individual from Konoha not yet arrived? We have been here for 5 days." As soon as he finished speaking, a diminutive figure beside him echoed, "Indeed, we are deep within the land of fire, and if discovered, we would have no chance of escape." The petite figure's words did not capture the attention of the rock shinobi Captain Shida. Rather, a tall ninja coldly retorted, "Humph. If it weren't for your inability to control your summoned beast, which led to the death of those villagers, we wouldn't be in such a hurry." With that, he slammed his hand against the massive tree and continued to grumble, "Damn it. If our previous sensory ninja hadn't perished on the battlefield, we wouldn't be relying on a rookie fresh out of the ninja academy." The diminutive figure meekly responded, "I apologize, Yosuke-senpai." Yosuke, faced with the apology from the small figure, felt his frustration intensify, his fierce visage betraying a hint of murderous intent. "If we are discovered by Konoha's ninjas, you'll be the first to pay the price." At that moment, Captain Shida interjected, "Enough, Yosuke. Abandon your hostility toward your comrade. Without his summoned beast, we might not have even reached this point." "Understood, Captain." Yosuke, under Shida's scrutiny, became subdued. Caw. At that instant, the low caws of crows captured the attention of the rock shinobi, followed by a chorus of cawing. Caw, caw. Soon, 100 crows flew out from the surrounding woods, circling and calling in the air. The 4 men were taken aback. But upon realizing it was merely the commotion of a flock of crows, they relaxed. Yosuke irritably remarked, "Not this flock of crows again." Observing them, Captain Shida furrowed his brow. The disobedient Akainu had not only slain 5 villagers, but had also disturbed the nesting grounds of a group of crows, compelling them to retaliate. Although they did not take it to heart, the unpredictability of the mission was worrisome, even if it stemmed from a minor incident. Caw. However, with a final caw, the flock of crows dispersed, and the forest fell silent once more. A flicker of unease crossed Shurtian's mind as he spoke. "After tonight, if no one arrives, we must retreat. I suspect the villagers have already reported to Konoha." Yangjia immediately interjected, "Captain Shurtian, this mission is of utmost importance. According to our preliminary intelligence, our spy has acquired the defense deployment map of Konoha's border." A diminutive figure chimed in. "Indeed, given the economic condition of this village, it can only be classified as a C-rank mission at most. Therefore, Konoha is unlikely to dispatch formidable ninjas, and we should still have some time to negotiate. Captain Shurtian, please stay a little longer. Konoha will hardly concern itself with the deaths of a few villagers." The high stakes and generous rewards of the mission made the 3 team members reluctant to abandon it, and they all urged him to reconsider. Faced with their objections, Nakamura suddenly barked, "Obey the orders." "Yes." The 3 responded helplessly. Half an hour later, as the crows returned, Chika and Kushina emerged from the room. A crow landed at Chika's feet, clutching 4 small stones. A glimmer of joy flickered across Chika's face, growing increasingly fond of the crow. After tossing a piece of dried food to the bird, Chika turned to Kushina and inquired, "What do you think, Teacher Kushina?" Kushina closed her eyes in silence for a moment, then suddenly opened them, her gaze filled with murderous intent. Kill. Since becoming the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, she had not experienced the thrill of life-and-death combat for a long time, and the tension had been building within her for ages, despite her yearning for peace. It is undeniable that those who become ninjas harbor a certain darkness in their hearts. Meanwhile, two members of the Umbu had appeared before Chika and Kushina. Ikima addressed Kushina. "Kushina, fortune smiles upon us. We encountered this fellow as soon as we left the village." Hanging from Ikima's back was the corpse of a ninja clad in Konoha's attire. Kushina stepped forward, lifting the corpse's face, only to realize she had never seen him before. After inquiring with the two Umbu members and receiving negative shakes of their heads, she dismissed the matter, knowing that once they returned to Konoha, the Yamanaka clan would uncover all necessary information. As Kushina rummaged through the ninja's pocket, she unearthed a scroll. Upon opening it, her expression changed dramatically. The defense deployment map of the Land of Grass. This revelation astonished the two Umbu as well. Between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, numerous small nations existed. These small countries were essentially battlefields for the two great nations, showcasing their military strength. Although these small nations had hidden villages, they were helpless against the great powers, forced to adopt a submissive stance. The Land of Grass was one of the primary battlegrounds, where Konoha had established several outposts to monitor the movements of the Land of Earth while defending against its incursions. Fortunately, we intercepted it. Otherwise, if a war were to break out, our losses would be immense. Kushina breathed a sigh of relief. Haping nodded, lamenting. It seems the peace in the ninja world will be short-lived once again. At this moment in the ninja world, despite some friction at the borders, the situation is significantly better compared to an all-out war, and it can be tenuously defined as a time of peace. However, the Land of Earth has audaciously sought to steal the defensive deployment plans of Konoha along the borders of the Land of Grass, whether intentional or not. This act could easily lead Kushina and others to believe that the Land of Earth is preparing for the next war. After a moment of silence, Kushina took the lead in speaking. "We will address future matters later. For now, we must deal with that team of rock ninjas in the mountains." With that, she turned her gaze towards Chika, inquiring, "Chika, how do you suggest we handle them?" Chika glanced at Kushina, noticing the evaluative glint in her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "The enemy, upon realizing their mission has failed, will certainly not linger. They will flee at the first sign of our presence. Given the vastness of this mountain, it is impractical for our small team to encircle a group of 4. Should they escape, the consequences could be dire." "Indeed," replied Heihachi, who had been listening attentively, nodding in agreement. "So what is your plan?" Chika continued. "Therefore, we must guide them to flee along the route we designate." "What should we do?" Kushina asked with curiosity. Chika smiled and said, "Kushina-sensei, this is where your expertise comes into play." "Oh." Kushina paused, a hint of curiosity on her face as she questioned, "What do you need me to do?" "The shadow clone technique. The enemy is unaware of our numbers. By deploying a multitude of your shadow clones, we can feed misleading information to their sensing ninjas, creating a false perception that they have been discovered and are being strategically surrounded by Konoha. In one direction, we can reduce the number of clones somewhat, which will lead them to believe that is their best point of escape. All we need to do is wait quietly for them to charge towards us, and perhaps even set traps, allowing us to inflict casualties before the battle even begins." "I see. I understand now." Upon hearing Chika's plan, Kushina's eyes lit up. This strategy could not have been devised without her involvement, demonstrating her disciples' keen understanding of leveraging their strengths. The feasibility is high. Heihachi and the two Umbu members, upon hearing the plan, nodded in agreement. "Kushina, you have taken on a remarkable disciple." Unlike his previous perfunctory praise, this statement from Ikima was heartfelt. It is quite impressive for a freshly graduated ninja to possess such analytical prowess. "Oh, come on." Kushina, flattered by the sincere compliment, adopted a humble demeanor. "All right, Kushina-sensei, it's time to get to work." Shadow clone technique. Upon hearing this, Kushina's expression turned serious as she immediately produced hundreds of shadow clones. With her chakra reserves, she could create thousands, even tens of thousands of them. However, the more she produced, the less chakra each clone would possess. If the enemy sensed that the arriving chakra levels were so minimal, they would quickly come to understand the situation. Moreover, for the sake of a mere 4 individuals, it is utterly unreasonable to mobilize 1,000. 100 would suffice. Let us depart. As the shadow clones dissipated, Chica and the others swiftly followed the smallest group of shadow clones. The night deepened, and a half-moon gracefully ascended, casting a luminous glow across the earth. On the mountainside, a slender figure, previously resting with closed eyes, abruptly opened them, directing a gaze towards the nearby Qian boar, which was emitting soft snorts. Before the slender figure could inquire further, the Qian boar suddenly became agitated. Its considerable commotion had already captured the attention of Sitian, who furrowed his brow in concern. What is happening? The slender figure hastily replied, It's bad, Captain Sitian. The Qian boar has sensed a significant amount of chakra approaching from below the mountain, at least 100 people, forming a surrounding circle that is rapidly closing in on us. Upon hearing this, Yangjia was instantly filled with rage, pointing at the slender figure and shouting, You scoundrel! It's all your fault. I ought to eliminate you right now. Hold on. It shouldn't be us that has been exposed. Sitian intervened, positioning himself in front of Yangjia to restrain him, explaining, With so many ninjas, it appears that Konoha has discovered our attempt to steal their intelligence. It seems our informant has been compromised. After saying this, he turned to the slender figure and instructed, Have the Qian boar search for an opening. Before they can tighten their encirclement, we must break through. Understood. The slender figure communicated a few words to the Qian boar, which then sniffed around before nudging its nose in a particular direction. Captain, this way, the slender figure exclaimed upon noticing. Without further delay, let us move. Sitian shouted, leading the group in the direction indicated by the Qian boar. Meanwhile, on the other side, waiting for Sitian and his team, Kushina suddenly spoke as the rock ninjas initiated their actions. They are coming. The two Umbu exchanged glances, then began to set traps, the effectiveness of which would depend on the enemy's sharpness. After preparing the traps, the two Umbu sought out hidden locations, silently observing the movements within the forest ahead. Kushina, on the other hand, lay in ambush nearby with Chica. At this moment, Chica, standing beside Kushina, trembled slightly as he grasped his katana, his eyes shimmering with an inexplicable light. He held no concerns for their safety, for they were accompanied by 3 elite jonin. Kushina, with her remarkable talent as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, possessed strength that exceeded that of many jonin. The two Umbu assigned to protect Kushina were undoubtedly formidable in their own right. Thus, Chica felt little anxiety regarding their safety. However, he was preoccupied with the thought of taking a life. This would be his first time. Personally, ending a person's existence was no trivial matter. His heart was a tumultuous sea of complex emotions, fear, anxiety, and excitement intertwined. Kushina, initially focused on the front, noticed Chica's state and, after a moment's contemplation, suddenly called out, Chica, Kushina-sensei. Qian He turned her head in confusion. She exchanged glances with Kushina, both wearing expressions of concern, and said, This is your first time taking a life, isn't it? Yes, Qian He nodded. I see. If you feel like vomiting, I won't mock you. I will keep it a secret. Upon hearing this, Kushina offered a faint smile and affectionately ruffled Qian He's hair. Qian He had anticipated some comforting words from Kushina. Although it did little to alleviate her anxiety about killing, her trembling hands had ceased. After some time, the Iwanin team, led by Tsukada, finally arrived. Leaping swiftly through the forest, Kushina observed Tsukada from a distance, her gaze sharpening slightly. The man had a well-proportioned physique, moving with a grace that left no sound even amidst the dense woods. His control over his own body was undoubtedly impressive. The two individuals trailing behind him were no ordinary foes either. However, that was not her primary concern. Her attention gradually shifted to the diminutive figure struggling to keep pace on the Qian boar. The youthful face and anxious demeanor indicated that he too was a freshly minted genin. Kushina couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Accompanied by a hint of pride, her own disciple was far superior. After assessing the situation, Kushina exchanged a glance with her two Umbu companions and signaled a reassignment of targets. In her view, the leader was formidable, warranting her full attention, while the two following him, though competent, could be managed by a single Jonin-level Umbu. So she entrusted them to Hibachi. As for Akima, he was to remain on standby, ready to assist wherever needed. Qian's objective remained unchanged. As the Iwanin squad drew nearer, Kushina's expression grew increasingly grave. Concurrently, sensing the presence of the Qian boar, the opposing team became aware of Kushina and her companions. Captain Tsukida, there are 4 ninjas ahead. All right, everyone, engage with full force and resolve this swiftly. A cold smile crept across Tsukida's lips as he charged forward with his team. They've spotted us, Kushina murmured, observing the relentless advance of the IWN, not particularly surprised. The 4 of them ceased their concealment, taking a defensive stance. Soon, under the watchful eyes of Qian He and the others, Tsukida's group was poised to enter the trap zone. However, just a few steps away, Tsukida abruptly halted, raising his arm. The 3 behind him followed suit. A trap? Tsukida glanced coldly at the nearly invisible wire stretched between 2 massive trees, a slight smirk forming on his lips as he scoffed. Is this all the Leaf's ninjas can muster? Noticing that the IWN had caught on, Kushina's expression shifted slightly as she concluded the multi-shadow clone technique, retracting a significant amount of chakra. At that moment, the small figure spoke up again. Captain Tsukida, the pursuers have vanished. Tsukida's expression changed instantly. This is bad. We've fallen into a trap. Upon catching sight of Kushina's flowing crimson hair and recalling certain details, I instantly realized I had fallen victim to the schemes of the Leaf Village ninja. However, at this moment of clarity, it was already too late. Under the astonished gaze of Shitani, Kushina abruptly lunged forward, her foot snapping the branch beneath her as she shot forth like a cannonball, directly intercepting Shitani, who was about to retreat. Clash. In an instant, the 2 engaged in battle with Kanai, while Heihachi approached the 2 IWA ninjas, launching a flurry of shurikens that effectively obstructed their path. As Kushina made her move, Chika followed closely, positioning himself against the IWA ninja mounted on the red rock boar, his eyes narrowing slightly. Rather than assessing the ninja, his focus lay on the boar itself. The red rock boar, possessing the strength of a chunin, was a massive creature. Encased in a thick layer of rock, its wide eyes glinting with ferocity, and its long tusks shimmering ominously in the faint moonlight. If the Sharingan were involved, it could prove quite troublesome. Chika murmured to himself, recognizing that this formidable summoning beast, with its high defense and substantial health, was rather unfriendly for a novice lacking offensive capabilities. As Chika scrutinized his opponent, the IWA ninja was also observing him. Noticing that Chika was younger, the ninja's anxious expression relaxed slightly. He gently patted the red rock boar and commanded, "Kill him." Roar. The boar shook its massive body, letting out a dissatisfied roar. The IWA ninja, as if understanding the boar's voice, replied helplessly, "Deal. I will present you with 5 living beings upon my return." With that, the IWA ninja leapt from the boar's back, retreating to safety. Meanwhile, the red rock boar, propelled by its hind legs, charged towards Chika like an uncontrollable armored truck, roaring ferociously. In the face of this intimidating assault, Chika's expression remained unchanged as a faint glow emanated from his sword. He too surged forward. The IWA ninja, positioned behind the boar, drew 3 shurikens from his tool pouch. With a decisive flick of his wrist, he hurled them without hesitation. Swish, swish, swish. Concealed by the night and shielded by the boar's bulk, the shurikens arced through the air towards Chika. It was only when they soared past the boar, appearing directly before him, that Chika took notice. As the boar lunged, its tusks aimed to pierce him, and the shurikens targeted his vitals. Chika's pupils constricted. With a powerful push from his legs, he leaped atop the boar's head. Thud! The shurikens embedded themselves deep in the ground, producing a dull thud. Roar! At that moment, the boar bellowed, its enormous head rearing up as its tusks glinted menacingly, aiming for Chika's abdomen. Unfazed, Chika thrust his sword down towards the boar's head. Bolstered by wind chakra, the blade sliced through as if into soft tofu, embedding itself into the boar's rocky exterior. Yet, the stone was sufficiently thick, and Chika's sword merely penetrated the surface, striking the boar's forehead. At this moment, the crimson boar was not vanquished. Instead, it succumbed to a frenzied rage. With a guttural roar, the boar unleashed a torrent of scorching flames from its putrid maw, aimed directly at Chika. However, Chika had anticipated this reaction. With a forceful grip, he leveraged the samurai sword embedded in the boar's flesh, executing a graceful aerial maneuver that allowed him to evade the fiery onslaught and position himself behind the beast, delivering a powerful stomp onto its back. In an instant, he propelled himself toward the rock ninja. From the outset, Chika's intention had never been to eliminate the boar. His true objective lay in the demise of its master, for upon the master's death, the summoned beast would automatically dissolve. How infuriating. The rock ninja cursed under his breath, who had initially hoped to quickly dispatch his opponent with the aid of the summoned creature, preserving his own strength. However, it was now evident that his adversary was not to be underestimated. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. In the land of Earth, he was regarded as a prodigy among his peers, unmatched in skill, which was precisely why he had been chosen by Shurdin to undertake this mission. He unsheathed his kunai, coldly awaiting Chica's approach. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as the two engaged in a fierce duel, both wielding kunai in a close-quarter combat that remained evenly matched. Although Chica's swordsmanship had indeed reached a masterful level, his proficiency with the kunai paled in comparison, rendering him momentarily unable to gain the upper hand against the rock ninja. Die! At that moment, the rock ninja bellowed. Seizing upon a fleeting opening in Chica's defenses, he raised both hands high, and in an instant, the two kunai descended violently towards Chica's head. Yet, at that precise moment, a flash of crimson light glimmered in Chica's eyes. The Sharingan Jinjutsu. The rock ninja realized the peril he was in as Chica unveiled his enigmatic gaze. But it was far too late. The Sharingan could not manipulate from a distance, especially not with merely a single tomo, which was why Chica had refrained from using it earlier. At this juncture, the outcome was inevitable. With the kunai poised against the immobilized rock ninja's heart, Chica hesitated for an instant. However, steeling his resolve, he thrust the kunai with force, piercing the ninja's heart. Blood gushed forth, splattering across Chica's face. The Sharingan. You are of the Uchiha clan. The rock ninja awoke from the Jinjutsu, his gaze falling upon the kunai embedded in his chest. A flicker of despair crossing his eyes before they dimmed completely, having swiftly dispatched his opponent. Chica noticed IWA, nodding in approval before shifting his focus to the other two battles. Observing that Kushina and Shurdin were still locked in a stalemate, IWA declared, "Remain here and do not move. I shall assist Hirabayashi first." After conveying this instruction to Chica, he dashed toward Hirabayashi's battlefield. The clash between Jonin was beyond the capabilities of this young lad to engage in, and IWA felt it prudent to issue the warning. He feared that the boy, unaware of his limitations, might recklessly intervene, thereby distracting Kushina from her own fight, which would be a grave mistake. Chica nodded, having just taken a life. The weight of guilt still lingered within him, and he had no desire to act recklessly. Taking a deep breath, he finally turned his gaze toward Kushina's battlefield. There is a well-known saying, the lower-ranked shinobi of Konoha can wreak havoc, while the higher-ranked ones engage in mere skirmishes. Although this phrase may not perfectly encapsulate the battle between Kushina and Satoda, it is not entirely inaccurate. Chica observed for a considerable time, noting that neither had unleashed a powerful ninjutsu. Instead, they relied on simpler techniques and spent most of the time in close combat. In truth, it was not that they were unwilling to employ grand jutsu, but rather that neither had found the opportunity to do so. The confrontation between Jonin is far more perilous than Chica could merely perceive. Both Kushina and Satoda exerted immense pressure on one another, where even the slightest misstep could drastically alter the outcome. It is worth mentioning that while Kushina possessed a slight edge in strength over Satoda, she had been confined within the village by Sarutobi Hizashi for so many years, resulting in a lack of combat experience. Satoda, an exceptional jonin, though perhaps not as powerful as Kushina, compensated with outstanding battle instincts and a fierce temperament, allowing him to maintain an even footing against her. Clang. Their kunai clashed repeatedly until they finally shattered, prompting a temporary separation between the two. The Uzumaki clan, surprisingly, they have not perished. Satoda stood upon the ground, scrutinizing this unfamiliar Konoha ninja. He had encountered her on battlefields against Konoha multiple times, but had never heard of such an extraordinary shinobi. With your prowess, you could never remain inconspicuous. Why have I never come across any intelligence about you? I am quite curious, who exactly are you? Upon hearing this, Kushina's eyes sparkled with excitement. Renowned shinobi in the ninja world possessed their own titles, and Kushina certainly did not wish to lag behind. She aspired to acquire a name that would resonate through the heavens, striking terror into the hearts of her enemies at the mere mention. Satoda's inquiry resonated perfectly with Kushina's aspirations. Clearing her throat with great solemnity, she introduced herself. Since you are so sincerely inquiring, I shall graciously divulge my identity. I am of the Uzumaki clan, determined to become the fourth Hokage and safeguard peace in the ninja world. Konoha's Crimson Lament. Uzumaki Kushina. Konoha's Crimson Lament? How utterly embarrassing. It is unexpected that my teacher possesses such a juvenile side. Chika, overwhelmed by her exuberant proclamation, could not help but cover his face with one hand, revealing a wry smile. As for Satoda, he was equally bewildered, his mind racing with confusion. Am I truly being cornered by such an opponent? At that moment, Kushina detected Satoda's momentary distraction. Sealing technique, adamantine sealing chains. 8 silver chakra chains suddenly emerged from her back, silently embedding themselves into the ground. Then, 4 chakra chains erupted from beneath Satoda's feet, ensnaring him before he could react, binding him like a rice dumpling. Success. Kushina's expression brightened as she swiftly dashed toward Satoda. And in a few agile leaps, she stood before him, her kunai piercing decisively into his chest, just as Kushina was secretly reveling in her triumph. Suden's corpse suddenly erupted in a cloud of white smoke, transforming into a mere tree trunk, upon which a detonating tag was affixed. A body double technique? This is bad. Observing the slowly igniting detonating tag, Kushina's expression shifted dramatically, prompting her to leap backward. Boom. The detonating tag did not inflict any harm upon Kushina. Yet the shockwave sent her hurtling through the air. She tumbled several times before coming to a halt. Kushina-sensei, are you alright? I'm fine, quickly come behind me. With Chika's assistance, Kushina rose to her feet and promptly pulled him to safety behind her. Meanwhile, Suden, having evaded detection through the body double technique, lay concealed in the underbrush, coldly observing Kushina. Initially, he had intended to utilize this technique to withdraw from the battlefield entirely. As for his comrades, a ninja's duty is to complete the mission, a principle he held dear and considered his guiding ethos. However, when Kushina unleashed the adamantine sealing technique, 4 chakra chains were directed at Suden, while the remaining 4 sealed off the area. A barrier potent enough to contain the 9 tails was beyond the capabilities of a mere jonin like Suden to dismantle. Casting a glance at the ongoing battles, he noted that a freshly graduated genin from the Ninja Academy had already perished at the hands of an opposing genin. Furthermore, his 2 subordinates, loyal for many years, were now entangled with 2 umbu, and death was merely a matter of time. The tide had turned. He could only remain like a venomous serpent, lurking in the shadows, waiting for Kushina to reveal a flaw. The only way for him to escape was if Kushina voluntarily dispelled the sealing technique or if he killed her. You cannot escape. Kushina stood her ground, with chakra chains swirling around her, continuously probing the nearby foliage. She was unperturbed by the prospect of a prolonged confrontation with Suden. Even though the adamantine chains consumed considerable chakra, her reserves were ample enough to instill despair in Suden. Damn it! Suden cursed under his breath. Suddenly realizing that remaining hidden was futile, the 2 umbu would soon free themselves to provide support. At that point, surrounded by 3 jonin, he would have no chance whatsoever. Just then, a spark of realization lit up his eyes. Since Kushina was unaware of his location, she had to remain vigilant of her surroundings, and at this moment, she had inadvertently turned her side toward him. An opportunity, he thought to himself. However, just as he prepared to charge forward, Chika, standing behind Kushina, suddenly pointed towards his hiding spot and shouted, "Kushina-sensei, he's over there." Trusting her student implicitly, Kushina did not hesitate. The chakra chains shot forth like arrows released from a bow. Chika's brief utterance completely deprived Suden of the initiative. Faced with Kushina's relentless onslaught, he could only evade narrowly. His expression turned cold, filled with murderous intent, as he glanced at Chika. Upon seeing the Sharingan in Chika's eyes, he understood why this youth was able to discern his position. The observational prowess of the Sharingan proved to be somewhat useful. Confronted by the murderous gaze of the rock ninja, Chika, emboldened by the support of Kushina, retorted without hesitation, "If you have the ability, come and kill me." Konoha truly abounds with talent. He gritted his teeth as he directed a cold glare at Kushina and Chika, awakening the Sharingan at such a young age. It was no wonder he could effortlessly eliminate the new generation of geniuses from the land of Earth. Chika stepped back. Kushina's expression was grave as she fixed her gaze on the current situation with Estan. At that moment, Estan resembled a cornered beast, posing an exceedingly high level of danger. Chika nodded, recognizing that Estan was preparing for a desperate fight. Under these circumstances, it was wise to refrain from showing off. Humph. Estan scoffed, offering no further dialogue as he charged straight toward Kushina. He formed hand seals, and suddenly, white smoke erupted on either side of him, revealing two Earth clones. The clones rushed forward, intercepting Kushina's 4 chakra chains. Meanwhile, his true self formed seals once more. Earth release, Earth flow spear technique. With his thunderous shout, the ground beneath them suddenly surged upward, floating into the air, coalescing into dozens of sharp spears that shot toward Kushina with ferocity. Upon witnessing this, Kushina's expression hardened as she intensified her chakra output, and in an instant, the golden glow on the surface of her chakra chains flickered. The 4 chains abandoned S 2 Earth clones and soared toward Kushina, darting through the air like agile dragons. Bang, bang, bang. The rapidly flying Earth spears were shattered under the impenetrable defense of her water-like barrier, crashing down to the ground. As she surveyed the now destroyed spears, Kushina furrowed her brow, realizing that this was more manageable than anticipated. A dying struggle of a Jonin was not merely limited to such strength. Just as Kushina peered through the dust toward Isten, she suddenly noticed that he had vanished from her sight, along with his 2 Earth clones. In an instant, her complexion shifted dramatically. She turned and, while running towards Chika, shouted, "Run!" Kushina called out to Chika, her feet never slowing as she sprinted in his direction. Yet at that moment, 2 figures erupted from the ground, one gripping Kushina's calf tightly. Earth release, heart-cutting technique. Kushina, overly concerned for Chika's safety, inadvertently neglected her own. In a moment of carelessness, she was dragged underground, leaving only her head exposed. However, before Kushina could free herself, another Earth clone executed another Earth technique. Earth release, Earth flow river. The soil around Kushina transformed into liquid, propelling her away. In an instant, the distance between Kushina and Chika widened. Damn it! As Kushina regained her footing, she saw the 2 Earth clones closing in again. Gritting her teeth, she silently cursed, understanding that the sole purpose of these clones was to ensnare her, preventing her from aiding Chika. Although these clones could only delay her for a mere few seconds, that brief interval was ample time for a Jonin to eliminate a Chunin. Even for Chika, Kushina could scarcely believe he would endure. In the distance, upon hearing Kushina's thunderous roar, Chika was enveloped by a palpable aura of lethal intent, making him feel as though he were trapped in quicksand, each movement requiring immense effort. Such is the might of a Jonin. Chika mused inwardly, as the tomo in his eyes began to rotate slowly, and the sword in his hand radiated a blue glow once more. At that moment, Suru's figure suddenly materialized before him. Die, brat. Chika's expression shifted in alarm. Even with the enhancement of his Sharingan, he could only perceive a blur rushing towards him. Clang! The sound of his sword clashing with a kunai resonated, prompting Chika to swiftly retreat, utilizing the force of the impact, while emitting a sharp cry. Caw! Following his call, a flock of crows emerged from behind him, led by one commanding bird, enveloping Chika in their midst. Unfazed by this unexpected turn of events, Suru advanced without hesitation, charging into the swarm of crows, maintaining his focus on Chika without allowing him to escape his line of sight. To Suru, fleeing was no longer an option, nor could he eliminate the Jonin who called himself the Crimson Elegy of Konoha. In light of this, he resolved to fight with all his might, seeking to vanquish this prodigious new generation of Konoha, thereby honoring his identity as a rock ninja. Step by step, nothing could impede Suru's advance. Die, brat. Soon, he stood face to face with Chika, whose visage bore the marks of clawing crows, rendering him a ghastly specter from the depths of hell, pursuing his prey. Chika seemed momentarily paralyzed by Suru's overwhelming presence, rooted in place, motionless. The kunai lunged towards his forehead, and Suru envisioned the grotesque scene of brain matter splattering. However, reality diverged sharply from his imagination. What? Suru exclaimed in shock, gazing at the deep crater before him. Yet, before he could locate Chika, he felt a sudden constriction in his chest. A sword had pierced his heart. How did you do that? Suru's eyes widened in disbelief, grappling with the impossibility of Chika vanishing so swiftly and reappearing behind him. It was clear that when he had set his sights on Chika, the boy had never left his line of vision. He had no opportunity to utilize the body flicker technique or any substitution jutsu. Yet, the boy had seemingly vanished before his very eyes, only to emerge unexpectedly behind him and strike. Apologies, but I shall not reveal my secrets, even in death. Chika offered no explanation to Suru's bewilderment. Flying Thunder God technique. Since acquiring this S-rank space-time ninjutsu from Minato Namikaze, Chika had eagerly sought to test it. Long before, he had crafted a kunai inscribed with the formula of the Flying Thunder God technique. His initial intention to place this kunai beneath the crow's claw was to facilitate his escape, never anticipating its unforeseen efficacy. Sudu opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. The brilliance in his eyes gradually succumbed to darkness, and he collapsed to the ground, perplexed and silent. Chika, hold on. The teacher is coming. At this moment, Kushina finally freed herself from the earth clone due to Sachida's demise, though she mistakenly believed it had vanished because the chakra of the clone had been depleted. Chika, observing the dense flock of crows remaining eerily still, a profound regret welled up within Kushina. Why had she insisted on acting bravely to thwart this team of rock ninjas? If anything were to befall Chika, she would never forgive herself for her recklessness. Among the crows, Chika heard Kushina's urgent call and swiftly waved his hand, dispersing the flock. Simultaneously, he deftly retrieved a specially crafted kunai from the talons of a crow he had rescued and tucked it into his ninja tool pouch. As the crows scattered, Kushina, racing towards him, suddenly hit the brakes and halted in her tracks. Her eyes transitioned from anxiety to astonishment, ultimately reflecting the same disbelief that Sachida had exhibited before his death. What transpired? The rock ninja has perished? It was crucial to note that she had been entangled with this rock ninja for quite some time and was well aware of his prowess. Even if she had intended to slay him, it would have come at a cost. Yet Chika had not only killed him, but had emerged unscathed. Chika, you have slain a jonin. Kushina gazed at Chika in astonishment, uttering the words. Chika humbly replied, without the prior exertion of Kushina-sensei, I would not possess such capability. Chika, you have slain a jonin. Kushina reiterated, clearly impacted by Chika's achievement in defeating Sachida. Kushina-sensei. Chika observed Kushina lost in a daze and gently nudged her to regain her focus. Kushina snapped back to reality, looked at Chika, and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Well done. You truly live up to being my disciple. At this moment, Hibachi and Ikima had also dispatched their adversaries. And upon discovering that Sachida had fallen by Chika's hand, their faces mirrored shock. How did this happen? Hibachi muttered, glancing at Sachida's corpse. A katana still piercing through his body, evidently a fatal blow from behind. I have no idea. The flock was too dense to discern the situation within. Ikima shook his head. The two refrained from inquiring how Chika had managed to kill Sachida, as such matters were considered taboo among ninjas. You two, keep tonight's events to yourselves. A tree that stands out is bound to attract the wind. Even a slightly outstanding talent can bring fame to Konoha and the ninja world. However, if one becomes too extraordinary, it could spell trouble. The assassination squads of various nations are no trivial matter. She did not wish for her disciple to become ensnared in an endless cycle of assassination. Rest assured, Kushina, we are far more adept at keeping secrets than you. The two Umbu nodded in agreement. With the entire team of rock ninjas eliminated, it was time to secure the battlefield. The two Umbu and Kushina proceeded to seal the corpses of the rock ninjas, while Chika gazed at the multitude of fallen crows, letting out a sigh. In such a brief time, dozens of crows had perished. At this point, Kushina had sealed Sachida's body within a scroll and approached Chika, saying, All right, do not worry too much. Crows grow rapidly. As long as you care for them diligently, they will soon flourish anew. Qian He nodded in agreement with Kushina's words. With the battlefield cleared, both Qian He and Kushina had effectively completed this C-rank mission. Upon returning to the village, they had the village chief sign the mission scroll to confirm its completion, and the four of them prepared to set off home. Throughout the journey, a radiant smile never left Kushina's face. The four hastened towards Konoha overnight, and as dawn broke, the two arrived at the gates of Konoha. Here, the mission of the two Umbu, Haiba and Yima, to protect Kushina came to a close, and they too prepared to depart. Yima remarked, Kushina, now that we have arrived, we should report back to the Umbu. Kushina nodded, observing Yima, who hesitated to leave, and with a hint of annoyance, she replied, I know. I will embellish the story about last night's battle, saying that I encountered danger, which necessitated your intervention. Yima rubbed his head, chuckling awkwardly, haha. Then I leave it to you. With that, he and Haiba vanished from Kushina's sight. Once back in Konoha, both Kushina and Qian He relaxed completely, even finding time to enjoy breakfast. After their meal, they leisurely made their way to the Hokage's office. Third Hokage, I, Kushina, have returned. With a familiar sound of the door slamming, Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Kushina in surprise. He well understood Kushina. It was rare for her to leave the village without going on a spree for a few days. Kushina strode in confidently, skillfully snatching the pipe from Sarutobi's hand, and declared loudly, "Third Hokage, we are here to report on our mission." Coming to his senses, Sarutobi questioned with a hint of confusion, "You're back so soon? Did something happen?" Upon hearing his inquiry, Kushina raised an eyebrow. This old man truly knew her well. If it weren't for the sudden incident with the rock ninja, she had indeed planned to revel with Qian He for a few more days before returning. Ahem, Third Hokage, take a look at this. Kushina tossed a scroll in front of Sarutobi. What is this? Sarutobi, initially puzzled, took the scroll and began to peruse its contents. However, after just a glance, his expression shifted dramatically, and he sternly addressed Kushina. "Where did you obtain this scroll?" "As fate would have it, the C-rank mission you assigned to me stemmed from a summoning beast of the rock ninja. After Qian He and I discovered the cause," Kushina recounted the events of the day, embellishing her and Qian He's contributions while omitting certain details regarding the embu. After listening to Kushina's account, Sarutobi fell into a prolonged silence before finally speaking. His voice tinged with anger. 3 months of confinement for you, and 1 month for Uchiha Qian He." Upon hearing Sarutobi's words, the lively expression on Kushina's face darkened immediately, and the atmosphere in the Hokage's office grew tense. Struggling to contain her rising anger, she spoke in a low tone. "Hokage-sama, are you sure you meant to say that? Kushina, you must understand that you are a member of the sealing team. Combat is not your forte. When confronted by this team of rock ninjas, the most prudent course of action would have been to retreat rather than to engage the enemy without any certainty of success." Facing Kushina, whose complexion was as dark as the bottom of a pot, Sarutobi Hiruzen rarely exhibited the gentleness he was known for. "The sealing team cannot receive special treatment. I am also a leaf ninja, and considering that you dispatched 2 embu to protect me, it was precisely this that gave me the confidence to intervene against the rock ninjas." Do you truly believe that the embu will heed your commands? Without my directives, those 2 embu will not listen to the words of a mere leaf jonin. This, in fact, is a consequence of my excessive leniency towards you. Upon hearing this, Kushina's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The impact of his words was overwhelming. She believed she had control over those monitoring her, and that everything presented to the higher-ups of the leaf was done with her consent. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen had delivered a resounding slap to that notion, revealing that all her actions were under his scrutiny. Her face turned pale, and with a tone of incredulity, she questioned, "Aren't they listening to me because I defeated them and then bribed them?" At this, Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly stood up, exuding an undeniable aura of authority, and spoke each word with gravitas. "The embu of the leaf do not succumb to threats or bribes." The force of his presence caused even the formidable Kushina to take a step back, staring in astonishment at Sarutobi Hiruzen, wondering if this was indeed the same amiable old man she had always known. Truly, experience brings wisdom. Standing behind Kushina, Chika silently reflected on the situation, acknowledging that the legendary ninja was indeed superior. Compared to the cunning of Kushina, she was several levels beneath. Though it appeared that the embu had been swayed by Kushina, in reality, it was merely an illusion she had crafted for herself. It was clear that Sarutobi Hiruzen had elevated the stakes, indicating that today's events were far more complicated than they seemed, and that Kushina might have inadvertently caused a significant issue. In any case, obedience to orders was paramount. Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing Kushina's lingering doubts, coldly asserted, "You must comply," before turning his attention to the mundane affairs at hand. "No. You must provide me with a reasonable explanation today, or I shall not leave." Kushina, having realized she may have erred, was determined not to relent without understanding the full context of the situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized Kushina's tenacious nature and replied, "Very well. If you seek the reason, I shall share it with you today." He pointed to the scroll on the table and asked, "Did you truly believe that this scroll contained our defensive deployment plans against ninjas at the border of the grass country?" Both Kushina and Chika were momentarily taken aback before simultaneously exclaiming, "Could it be?" Before they could finish, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted, "Indeed, this is false intelligence. I personally crafted this map. 2 years ago, I discovered that Ichiro was a spy from the land of Earth. Ichiro was the very spy you both eliminated. To this end, I undertook extensive preparations, even going so far as to provide Ichiro with confidential intelligence. enabling him to gain the attention of Inoki in the land of Earth, and allowing him to fulfill his role during critical times. Upon hearing this, Kushina and Chika comprehended why Sarutobi Hiruzen was so enraged. The two of them had utterly dismantled his carefully laid plans over the past 2 years. However, Chika found herself perplexed and could not help but inquire. If the Hokage had discovered this 2 years ago, he must also be aware of their intelligence exchange point. Why then did he allow us to proceed? At this, Kushina nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed. Why were we permitted to undertake this mission when you are well aware of my temperament?" Sarutobi Hiruzen first cast an appreciative glance at Chika before responding to Kushina with irritation. Ichiro is an exceptional intelligence operative with remarkable counter-surveillance skills. We could not guarantee he would not detect us along the way, which is why we have never tracked him outside the village. Furthermore, I merely needed him to come into contact with the intelligence I intended for him to encounter within the village, avoiding unnecessary complications. I see. Chika nodded, realizing that there was no need to become entangled in the minutiae. As long as the source of the information was controlled, everything remained within his grasp. Although Kushina had heard Hiruzen's words, she still complained, "What a mess. If we are to blame anyone, it should be the Hokage. Chika and I were merely unaware." Hiruzen's previously calmed fury surged anew at Kushina's words, and he exclaimed, "Kushina, you are a jonin now. Use your intellect. Do you truly believe that a team of IWA ninjas could evade the tightly secured borders with merely a Chunin-level sensing summoning beast? Do you think the border ninjas are fools? Do you think it is so simple to ensure that Ichiro receives this intelligence without detection? Do you have any idea how many ninja lives were sacrificed in this endeavor? I have poured my heart and soul into delivering this scroll to that old fossil Inoki. And yet, before it even left the Land of Fire, you placed it right in front of me. All the preparations were rendered futile due to your unilateral decision. And you still expect a reward?" As Hiruzen's scolding continued, Kushina's complexion paled. While she could blame Hiruzen for not informing her of these matters, she could not fault those ninjas who sacrificed themselves to ensure the false intelligence reached the Land of Earth. After expressing his frustrations, Hiruzen felt a sense of relief and, observing the silent and downcast Kushina, softened his tone. "You are to be confined for 3 months. Do you have any objections?" "I apologize, Hokage-sama." Chika, watching the silent Kushina, then bowed to Hiruzen. He nodded in response. "Take your teacher and leave. This matter cannot be entirely laid at your feet." Hearing this, Chika tugged at Kushina. "Teacher, let us go." At that moment, Kushina suddenly lifted her head and solemnly approached Sarutobi Hiruzen. Without the usual carefree demeanor, he solemnly bowed and said, "I apologize, Lord Hokage." After speaking, he exited the Hokage's office with Chika, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen in a state of astonishment. Once Kushina and Chika had departed, Sarutobi remained silent for a considerable while, then sighed deeply, reflecting on the challenges that lay ahead. It had been many years since Kushina had arrived in Konoha, and she had never spoken to him in such a humble tone. He had thought such a moment was beyond hope. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi's gaze fell upon a scroll on his desk, and he quickly set aside his thoughts, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. 0. An individual promptly appeared, kneeling before Sarutobi, and respectfully addressed him, "Lord Hokage." Taking a puff from his pipe, Sarutobi spoke slowly and gravely. "The A plan has failed due to unforeseen circumstances. We must initiate Plan B. This time, we must eliminate all risks and ensure that something like Kushina's situation does not occur again." He did not underestimate the leader of a village. A plan conceived over 2 years certainly warranted contingency plans, and he had even devised plans C, D, and so forth. Despite his stern tone directed at Kushina, he felt little genuine anger within. Yes, after a moment's reflection, Sarutobi continued. "Furthermore, during Kushina's and Uchiha Chika's confinement, assign 2 umbu to monitor them, 1 for Kushina and 1 for Uchiha Chika." Hearing this, the umbu hesitated, but Kushina, "Do not worry. I believe she will remain safely at home this time." "Understood." With that, the umbu acknowledged and departed to make the necessary arrangements. Meanwhile, after exiting the Hokage building with Kushina, Chika observed her walking silently with her head down and hesitated before speaking. "Kushina-sensei, no need to say anything. I'm fine." She interjected, raising her hand to interrupt him. Chika's expression shifted to one of curiosity. It was rare to see Kushina in such a state. It seemed the recent incident had brought her to a new level of maturity. The fault did not lie with them, And although Saratobi had scolded them harshly, he had not truly blamed them. Chika gathered his thoughts, intending to reassure his teacher not to dwell on the matter. However, just then, Kushina suddenly turned, fists clenched tightly, and exclaimed with indignation, "How despicable! Those two, Heihachi and Ikima, whom I trusted so much, conspired with the third Hokage to deceive me." Chika rolled his eyes, nearly awakening the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Indeed, we must teach them a lesson. Yet, witnessing Kushina regain her usual vigor relieved Chika, who fervently agreed and then shifted the conversation. "Kushina-sensei, our C-rank mission is considered complete, right?" "Of course," Kushina replied, puzzled by Chika's sudden inquiry. "Then what about the reward?" Jyoshinai was taken aback, as if a realization had dawned upon her. At that moment, her thoughts had been solely focused on preventing the rock ninja from garnering too much credit, and she had forgotten the original purpose of their outing. Now, recalling their mission, she asserted, "Since the task is complete, it stands to reason we should receive payment." Infuriated, she speculated. Could it be that this old fool is reluctant to part with a mere pittance, hastily rushing us out? Resolute, she declared, "I must return to reclaim our reward." As she turned to seek out Saratobi Hiruzen, Chika hastily grasped her arm, cautioning, "Teacher, let us postpone our confrontation until after we face our punishment. The Hokage is likely still in a foul mood. Provoking him further could lead to repercussions, perhaps adding months to our sentence." Contemplating Chika's words, Jyoshinai conceded, "You have a point. Once I emerge in 3 months, he shall not dare to withhold a single tale from me." She glared towards the Hokage's office, momentarily relinquishing the urge to confront Saratobi. "By the way, where shall we be confined?" Chika inquired, pondering their impending month of seclusion. He had only heard of a prison in the village but was unaware of any confinement chambers. "Oh, it's merely at my home. Meals will be provided," she replied playfully. "Though, truth be told, it has been a while since I experienced confinement. I find myself oddly nostalgic." Jyoshinai chuckled softly, reminiscing about some amusing past incidents. In matters of confinement, Jyoshinai possessed considerably more experience, having stirred up trouble on numerous occasions. During her time as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, she had enjoyed the protection of Mito, and none dared to challenge her. Even Saratobi had to show deference to Mito. Once she became the Jinchuriki, she was treated like a precious treasure, with her mistakes resulting only in restrictions on her freedom. For someone like Jyoshinai, who was accustomed to boundless liberty, such a punishment felt significantly more severe. However, this approach had only been effective when Jyoshinai was a genin or chunin. Once her strength elevated to that of a jonin, the concept of confinement had become virtually obsolete. Who could truly restrain a jonin within their own home without inflicting harm? Thus, Saratobi no longer wasted resources attempting to manage Jyoshinai, allowing her to run rampant within Konoha. Yet this time, Jyoshinai was prepared to dutifully remain at home for 3 months, willingly accepting her punishment. As the two awaited their fate, an unusual sound of footsteps accompanied by the clattering of wooden sticks approached. Jyoshinai and Chika turned in curiosity, only to find Shimura Danzo before them. Danzo squinted, ignoring Jyoshinai entirely. As he was about to pass by Chika, he halted and, casting a sidelong glance, inquired calmly, "You must be Uchiha Chika, correct?" The last time Murata returned from a failed mission, he lay on the ground cursing the person who filled out your profile. Who was the fool that labeled you as ordinary? After Danzo acknowledged that the statement was indeed his, Murata fell silent. From that day forth, Danzo realized he had underestimated Uchiha Chika, undoubtedly a prodigy. A shift in perspective led him to conclude that if he could not prevent Uchiha Chika's graduation, he might as well draw him into the rude organization. This way, provided he could successfully manipulate Chika's mind, not only would he have embedded a spy within the Uchiha clan, but he could also gain control over the Nine Tails Jinchuriki through Chika, a truly advantageous twofold strategy. "I have heard of your remarkable graduation results. Join Root. It is only within Root that you will find a stage to showcase your talents." Danzo gazed at Chika, forcing a benevolent expression onto his face, though it appeared rather strained. To Chika, this demeanor seemed all the more peculiar. Before Chika could respond, Kushina stepped in front of him, addressing Danzo with firmness. "I apologize, but Chika is a vital member of my team and will not be joining Root." "Humph. Personnel changes in Konoha are not solely determined by you, a mere jonin." Danzo shot a sidelong glance at Kushina, harboring a distinct disdain for the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Faced with Danzo's proposal, Chika was naturally disinclined to agree, yet he understood the necessity of maintaining decorum. Reflecting on the fact that he had never encountered Danzo before, Chika inquired, "If I may be so bold, could you please tell me who you are?" Danzo's previously amiable expression darkened considerably. It was remarkable that every villager, even children, recognized the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, while he, as the Hokage's aide, was entirely overlooked. All accolades were claimed by Sarutobi, leaving him in obscurity. In fact, earlier that day, a well-meaning youth had mistaken him for a frail old man, offering to assist him across the street. If memory served, that boy was also from the Uchiha clan. Damn Uchiha clan, do I appear so feeble in your eyes? From Danzo's negative emotions, emotion value 50. First acquisition of Danzo's emotion value, rewarded with 3,000 wind attribute experience. Chika was utterly perplexed. Was this old curmudgeon truly so sensitive? His greeting had been polite, yet it provoked such reactions. Even my girlfriend is easier to please than you. Danzo's anger flared quickly, but it dissipated just as swiftly. However, he needed to deliberate on Chika's question before responding. As the Hokage's aide, the leader of Konoha's root, a direct disciple of the second Hokage, and the heir to the will of fire, each title could make the young man before him tremble in reverence and bow down in awe. Yet, he wished to choose the title he cherished most. Danzo stepped forward slowly, under the puzzled gazes of Chika and Kushina, positioning himself directly beneath the engraved characters of the Hokage building. His expression turned solemn as he grasped his cane, addressing Chika in a low voice. "I am the Hokage." In that moment, Danzo felt he had finally reached the pinnacle of his life. A long-held ambition realized before this young man, albeit perhaps only for a fleeting few seconds, yet sufficient to provide him with years of reminiscence. Chika, upon hearing this, truly felt a jolt of surprise. However, before the second and third tremors could occur, they found themselves bowing their heads. Sarutobi Hiruzen, exhausted from his time upstairs, had descended to take a leisurely stroll, only to be taken aback by the sight of his friend declaring himself Hokage, nearly leading him to suspect that Danzo was instigating a coup. Sarutobi inhaled deeply from his pipe, exhaling clouds of smoke for a time to calm his tumultuous emotions before finally speaking. "Hokage? What is this?" Lost in his fantasies, Shimura Danzo's robust demeanor faltered, and he muttered, "To assist." Under the weighty gaze of Sarutobi, Danzo maintained a stoic expression. It was absurd. He was acting with utmost propriety, and any pauses in his speech were merely the result of catching his breath. "Lord Hokage, Lord Danzo wishes to transfer Chika to the root." Upon Sarutobi's arrival, Kushina's spirits lifted considerably. In the village of Konoha, Danzo was notoriously difficult to deal with, and only Sarutobi could effectively suppress him. "Sarutobi, you know this young man possesses exceptional talent. Keeping him by Kushina's side would be a waste. If he joins root, I can cultivate him, not only to bring forth an elite jonin for the future of Konoha, but also to better safeguard." Danzo's words trailed off as he exchanged glances with Sarutobi. Sarutobi was well aware of the unspoken conclusion Danzo was reaching. He sought to ensure the safety of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But is that truly protection rather than control? Sarutobi had long recognized Danzo's ambition for the position of Hokage, a fixation born from a singular choice made in the past. He could comprehend and tolerate it. Yet when it came to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he could not allow Danzo any opportunity for interference. Shaking his head, Sarutobi replied, "There is no need. I trust Kushina will guide Chika well." Just as Danzo was about to continue, two Umbu appeared behind Sarutobi. "Enough, Danzo. You did not come to the Hokage Tower to quarrel over personnel with Kushina, did you? If there is something to discuss, let us go inside." Sarutobi interjected, keenly aware that if Danzo continued, while he could not predict whether the Nine-Tails would go berserk, he was certain that Kushina would. Realizing that it was futile to attempt to lure Chika into root in front of Kushina, Danzo followed Sarutobi into the Hokage Tower. However, before entering, he cast one last glance at Chika, his eyes filled with determination. "From now on, keep your distance from that man. His root carries a heavy malice." Once the two departed, Kushina disregarded the two Umbu behind her and directly addressed Chika. "I understand, Teacher Kushina." Chika nodded, yet felt that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. According to the orders from the Hokage Tower, Kushina was to remain at home under the surveillance of two Umbu, while her disciple would also be monitored by an Umbu in his own residence. The leading Umbu stepped forward, and spoke to Kushina in a low voice. We kindly ask for your cooperation with our duties. To this, Kushina did not protest, merely nodding as she led Chika onward, simultaneously conveying to him, indeed, as your esteemed teacher, I am a master of sealing techniques. As my disciple, you ought to acquire a few sealing arts, don't you think? Kushina remarked, extracting 3 scrolls from her ninja tool pouch. She handed the scrolls to Chika and continued. These 3 sealing techniques are relatively simple among the myriad of sealing ninjutsu, and I believe they will suffice for you to study for a month. Understood, Teacher Kushina. Chika responded thoughtfully, reaching out to accept the scrolls she had offered. When it comes to sealing arts, the one that left the most profound impression on Chika was the notorious S-rank forbidden sealing technique known as Shikifuji. However, it was also rather awkward, for it stated from the outset that the souls of both the sealed individual and the caster would eternally loathe and struggle against one another within the belly of the Shinigami, doomed to never be reborn. It was indeed terrifying, yet ironically, during the 4th Great Ninja War, Orochimaru managed to extract the Shinigami's kidney, thereby releasing all the souls. Thus, this Shinigami is among the least reputable of its kind. Nevertheless, sealing techniques do possess their merits. They can effectively seal away immortals or indelible jutsu, proving their practical significance. As Chika took hold of the scrolls, Kushina added, since we still have a bit of time, let me elaborate on these 3 sealing ninjutsu. The techniques Kushina presented were not overly complex. The first was the contract seal, which could be employed to dispel a summoning beast of Chunin level, such as the one conjured by your rock ninja opponent when you found yourself unable to contend with it. The second was the sealing curse mark. While it may lack practical application in combat, it can effectively seal away the chakra of an enemy if you wish to bring back a prisoner of war. The third was the yin-yang seal, a simplified version of the 4-symbol seal, albeit with a higher degree of difficulty. In the midst of their conversation, they had approached the vicinity of the Ninja Academy. At that moment, classes had commenced, and just as they were about to part ways, Chika heard someone call his name. Turning his head, he recognized Uchiha Obito as the one who beckoned him. Observing the broom in Obito's hand, Chika chuckled. Obito, are you late again? Humph. It vexes me to no end, Obito replied, irritation evident in his voice. I encountered this old man, leaning on a cane, with one arm bandaged and one eye blind. Out of goodwill, I attempted to assist him across the street, but he brusquely pushed me away, declaring, I am in the prime of my life and require no assistance from you, Uchiha brat. Despite my initial annoyance, I felt this old man was merely unwilling to accept his age, so I approached him again to lend my support. To my astonishment, he struck me with his cane. As a well-behaved youth, I have never been struck while helping an elderly person cross the street, and yet this old man shattered that record. Truly infuriating. Were you not able to retaliate? Chika inquired, curiosity piqued. From Obito's description, it was evident that the man in question was Shimura Danzo. Until today, Chika had never encountered Shimura Danzo, and it was evident that Obito, who had yet to become a ninja, would have no connection with him either. Thus, Chika firmly believed that Obito truly did not recognize Shimura Danzo. Obito cast a surprised glance at Chika and remarked, that is an elder. How could one treat him so? He continued, surely you have something to say? Of course, Chika replied. It is unwise to provoke an elder. Hence, I merely advise that as one ages, they should accept their limitations. Given his current state, he ought to remain in the hospital and refrain from wandering about, causing trouble. He should take a page from the third Hokage, who, despite his advanced years, tirelessly dedicates himself to the welfare of the entire Konoha. Chika was taken aback. You just delivered a few sharp jabs at Danzo. Ha. Kushina burst into laughter, her earlier frustrations dissipating. Upon hearing Kushina's laughter, Obito finally noticed the person beside Chika. Chika, is this your guiding jonin? He inquired. Chika nodded and turned to Kushina, saying, Kushina-sensei, this is Uchiha Obito, my peer, and by extension, he could be considered my nephew. Negative emotional energy from Uchiha Obito, emotional value, 30. Obito's expression darkened as he retorted, Chika, refrain from discussing our generational relationship with inconsequential individuals. Before Chika could respond, Kushina's face darkened. You little brat, what do you mean by inconsequential? I am Chika's master, which makes me akin to your grandmother. It is one thing not to call me Grandma Kushina, but to dismiss me as inconsequential is unacceptable. Obito glanced at Kushina and then noticed her vibrant red hair, disdainfully stating, "I certainly do not resemble a tomato of a grandmother." Chika recalled that Kushina had previously mentioned her distaste for being called a tomato. He realized that Obito had inadvertently breached a taboo of hers. Observing Kushina's grim expression, he sensed the gravity of the situation. Perhaps due to Obito's earlier ignorance in offending Shimura Danzo, Kushina retained a degree of fondness for him, which was why she refrained from immediate retaliation. Pouting, she warned, "You little rascal, consider this your first warning. I will overlook your transgression this time. But should you dare to compare me to a tomato again, I can't take it anymore." Before Kushina could finish her sentence, Obito pointed at her while clutching his stomach in laughter, exclaiming, "Chika, your teacher looks even more like a tomato now." Kushina fell silent for a moment, suddenly radiating a crimson aura. Her red hair dancing wildly as if animated by an unseen wind, resembling the 9 tails of the 9 tails. Chika sensed the shift in her formidable presence and instinctively took a few steps back, as did the 2 Umbu trailing behind them. The 3 exchanged glances, realizing that they were not in a sufficiently safe position, and retreated a step further. Obito finally grasped the situation, recognizing that the tomato before him was on the verge of an explosive reaction. As Obito turned his head in search of Chika for assistance, he was dismayed to see Chika retreating 10 meters away. He exclaimed in frustration, "Did you not claim to be my uncle? Why do you flee at the first sign of danger? Hurry and help me restrain this madwoman." "Obito, you have never acknowledged me as your uncle, so please take care." Chika responded with a look of pity. "Ketchup, I swear, if I do not beat you into a pulp today, I am not Kushina Uzumaki," Kushina declared, seizing Obito and unleashing a flurry of slaps that left him bewildered. "Help! Help! Teacher Ryoichi, your obedient and adorable student, is being attacked." Obito cried out, "Chika, Chika, I acknowledge you as my uncle now. Please intervene with your teacher. She might just kill me." The teachers at the Ninja Academy had certainly noticed the commotion, yet none dared to intervene, casting wary glances at Obito. The homeroom teacher, Ryoichi, had already appeared, but upon hearing Obito's plea, he had no intention of stepping in. After all, who would dare confront the infamous blood-red pepper of Konoha? "Obito, my student, you truly are a ninja." As for Chika, he had closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight of such brutality. Since meeting Kushina, he had never witnessed her in such a furious state. It seemed the term ketchup had struck a nerve. Had it not been for Minato, Kushina might still have been resentful of her hair. After venting her rage on Obito for some time, Kushina finally felt a sense of relief. "Humph, consider yourself lucky. I might have truly beaten you to a pulp if you hadn't previously avenged me," she remarked, displaying restraint by merely administering a beating without going overboard. With a satisfied clap of her hands, she resumed her demeanor as the friendly neighborly sister and smiled at Chika. "All right, Chika, we shall part ways here. Be sure to diligently practice the sealing technique I gave you. Do not be lazy. I will test your skills when my confinement ends." "Understood, Teacher Kushina." Chika cautiously opened his eyes, relieved to find that Kushina had departed, before glancing at Obito. "Oh dear. Several of your front teeth are missing, and your face is swollen like a bun. The lumps on your forehead are stacked one atop the other. You resemble a Buddha statue." In such a state, had Chika not known beforehand that this was Obito, he might not have recognized him at all. Observing Obito lying there, Chika chose not to intervene. After all, this was the consequence of his own audacity. Moreover, according to the original storyline, Kushina could be considered a mentor to Obito, treating him quite well. Yet, even so, the corrupted Obito had ultimately taken Kushina's life. In that regard, a beating from Kushina seemed hardly excessive. Upon returning home, Chika found the Umbu explaining the precautions regarding his confinement, standing guard at his doorstep as mere decoration. He made his way to the yard, retrieving a sealing scroll. Release. Suddenly, hundreds of crows sealed within the scroll soared into the air, with the foremost being the crow that Chika had rescued. In that small village, Chika had brought the crows along, and after circling in the sky for a while, they descended into the courtyard under the guidance of the leading crow. This crow perched itself upon Chika's shoulder. Observing the crow's affectionate demeanor, Chika smiled and inquired, "Shall I bestow upon you a name?" "Caw. Then let it be called Crow Feather." "Caw caw." Hearing the joyful tone in its call, Chika smiled faintly and marked each crow with the insignia of the Uchiha clan beneath their feet. Although crows were considered symbols of good fortune in the everyday world, Chika feared that the sudden influx of hundreds of crows might disturb others, leading them to clear them away. Thus, he left the mark to signify that they had been adopted. Go forth, crow feather, and find a home for your kin nearby. Chika gently patted the crow on his shoulder. Caw. Upon hearing this, Crow Feather took flight, circling once in the air before emitting a resounding call. In an instant, hundreds of crows spread their wings in unison, following Crow Feather towards a forest. As the crows flew away, Chika entered his room, marking the official commencement of his month-long confinement. A month later, Uchiha Chika, your confinement has come to an end, a member of the Umbu stated before vanishing in an instant. Upon hearing this, Chika, who had been feeling agitated, displayed a look of joy. He had overestimated himself, thinking that the reclusive nature of his past life would allow him to easily endure a month of confinement. Living in a world devoid of phones and computers was truly monotonous. The month prohibited him from going outside, engaging with others, or receiving visitors, leaving him entirely alone. Had it not been for the 3 sealing jutsu that Kushina had given him to study, Chika would have found it unbearable. It seemed that Kushina possessed experience with confinement. Clearly, she had intended this, which is why she provided him with the jutsu before departing, allowing him to immerse himself in learning and thus forget the tedium of his isolation. Chika pushed open the door and gazed up at the radiant sky. His spirits lifted instantly. Just as he was preparing to step outside for a leisurely stroll, Shursui approached from a distance, running towards him upon spotting Chika. Uncle, your confinement is over. Ah, Shursui. Seeing his nephew, Chika's face brightened with gratitude. It was commendable that Shursui was the first to visit him after his confinement ended. Unlike Obito, who had boisterously spread the news of his confinement, making it known throughout the ninja academy. He even brought Asuma and Kurenai to mock him. If it hadn't been for the Umbu's intervention, Chika would have been tempted to confront him. Are you not attending ninja school today? Chika inquired. Since we have a practical assessment in 2 days, our teacher has granted us a 2-day break, Shursui replied. Upon hearing the familiar method of examination, Chika recalled the initial days of his arrival, reminiscent of teacher Ryuichi's approach. Shursui, you little uncle, I understand. It pertains to intelligence gathering. Rest assured, I am well acquainted with our adversaries' every detail. Before Chika could finish his thought, Shursui interrupted. Acknowledging Shursui's comprehension, Chika opted for silence. In truth, what he wished to express was that there was no need for further intelligence collection, as the entire class could scarcely withstand a single blow from him. During the commencement of the school year, Chika had observed Shursui's cohort of ninja students, none of whom he recognized. They were all mere novices. Although Chika's assessment may have been somewhat exaggerated, given Shursui's prodigious talent, it was only a matter of 2 years before he would outpace those novices, dispatching them effortlessly. Chika then inquired, what are your plans for today? I intend to practice shuriken throwing by the riverbank we often frequent, Shursui replied, casting an expectant glance at Chika, asking, Little uncle, do you have time to train with me today? Reflecting on his own circumstances since becoming a genin, first assisting Kushina with D-rank missions, followed by a lengthy confinement, Chika realized it had indeed been quite some time since he had trained alongside Shursui. Moreover, with Kushina-sensei still 2 months away from lifting his confinement and unable to undertake missions alone, he anticipated that even if he could, they would likely be mundane tasks such as supervising children or collecting refuse. Thus, upon seeing the eager expression on Shursui's face, Chika readily assented, very well. It so happens that I have no pressing matters. My supervising jounin will remain confined for another 2 months, so I anticipate no tasks in the near future. Shursui's eyes sparkled with delight. So, does this mean you will accompany me for training over the next 2 months? Roughly speaking, Chika nodded. Hearing this, Shursui's tone brimmed with excitement. In that case, little uncle, let us depart. I am eager to see how much you have grown since entering the Ninja Academy. Amused by Shursui's impatience, Chika smiled. After a month of inactivity in his room, he felt as though he were rusting, and it was indeed a perfect opportunity to engage in some physical activity with Shursui. The two arrived at the familiar riverbank and took their positions. Little uncle, let's postpone the shuriken practice for a moment. I wish for you to witness the results of my recent training. With that, Shursui began forming hand seals, then proclaimed, Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a puff of smoke, 2 clones materialized beside him. Oh, Shadow Clone Jutsu, is it? After scrutinizing the clones, Chika praised, without the aid of sight. One could hardly discern the authentic from the imitation. It appears you have been diligent, Shursui. Upon receiving his uncle's commendation, Shursui proudly lifted his chin. Of course, now that little uncle has become a genin, I cannot afford to squander my time at the Ninja Academy. I must keep pace with you and strive for an early graduation. With a bit of luck, I may even be placed in the same class as you. Given that, it seems only fair that I respond in kind. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Chika declared, summoning 2 shadow clones. Observing Chika's execution of the technique, Shirsue's expression shifted to one of astonishment, for this ninjutsu was notably more complex, categorized as B rank. Moreover, while the shadow clone technique is merely a diluted version of the multiple shadow clone technique, it still imposes certain demands on chakra levels. Shirzue himself hesitated to practice this ninjutsu due to his chakra limitations. He estimated that, should he wish to master this technique, it would require at least 2 years of diligent training. To his surprise, however, his uncle not only mastered it, but also wielded it with remarkable proficiency. Shirzue, let me impart a crucial lesson. Once a ninja enters battle, there must be no room for distraction, Chika declared, directing his shadow clones toward Shirzue. There was no need for prolonged engagement. The shadow clones swiftly dispatched Shirzue's clones one by one. Meanwhile, Chika performed a body flicker technique. Appearing behind Shirzue with his sword poised at his neck. With a light chuckle, Chika remarked, "You let your guard down, Shirzue." Shirzue retorted, "Uncle, isn't that a bit excessive? Clones against shadow clones. This is simply cruel." A hint of disappointment flashed across Shirzue's face as he realized that, despite 2 months passing since he enrolled in the Ninja Academy, the gap between him and his uncle had only widened. The primary reason for this was that the curriculum at the Ninja Academy was extensive, and the practical training for newcomers was minimal, predominantly focusing on theoretical and ideological education. Shirzue, being quite earnest, couldn't bring himself to skip classes, resulting in a slower progression in his training compared to his previous endeavors. Perhaps it is for the best that I am not attending this Ninja Academy. Well, you are still young. It is only natural that there is a gap between us. Chika consoled Shirzue gently. Shirzue pouted, on the verge of speaking, but his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a sudden caw. Caw. Both Chika and Shirzue looked up to see Karasu, the crow, swooping down. Clearly, after noticing Chika's departure from the room, Karasu had come in search of him. The crow landed gracefully on Chika's shoulder. Chika felt a slight discomfort from the crow's claws and turned his head to discover that Karasu was clutching a stolen leaf headband. "From whom did you pilfer this?" Chika asked, gently patting Karasu's body, a hint of fondness in his tone. Karasu shook its head and cawed once more. After a month of interaction, Chika had begun to understand the crow's calls and inquired, "Not stolen, but seized then?" Upon realizing that Chika had grasped its intent, Karasu cawed proudly. "When did you acquire such skills, able to snatch a headband from a ninja?" Chika gazed incredulously at Karasu. Although the crow was indeed stronger than an ordinary one, it still fell short when compared to a ninja. Karasu shook its head again, but its cawing became somewhat complex, leaving Chika puzzled for the moment. Could it be that some mischievous child, masquerading as a ninja, was discovered and thus had their headband taken? Observing their interaction, Shirzue's earlier disappointment faded away, and he watched Karasu intently. "Uncle, is this crow yours?" he asked. "Indeed," Chika replied to Shirzue. "Its name is Karasu, and I encountered it during my last mission." Curiosity piqued, Shizumi leaned in closer to observe the raven feathers perched upon Chika's shoulder. The lustrous plumage gleamed with a vitality that signified the bird's robust condition, while its obsidian eyes sparkled with a hint of intelligence. The raven, however, exhibited a mild disdain towards Shizumi's proximity, turning its back and presenting its rear. This gesture did not dishearten Shizumi. Rather, it filled him with delight. "If you have an affinity for ravens, I can bring back a few hundred for you to select from, though this one is off limits, as it shares a special bond with me," Chika remarked. Noticing Shizumi's fondness for the creatures, it turned out that the recent influx of ravens in their clan was due to Chika's uncle. Upon hearing this, Shizumi felt a sudden clarity. He had wondered why the Uchiha clan had been mysteriously graced with a flock of ravens of late. This revelation eliminated his need to seek out their nests, as he had initially intended. "Is this truly acceptable, uncle?" Shizumi inquired, fully aware that Chika's intention in bringing the ravens was not for companionship, but to amass strength in numbers. He feared that Chika might have been overly affectionate, thus reluctantly parting with them. "There's no cause for concern. They are merely a handful of ravens, though you will need to nurture them yourself," Chika waved dismissively. Since arriving in Konoha, the absence of larger avian predators had allowed the raven population to thrive, enhancing their nocturnal activities. Chika anticipated that a significant number of the ravens would soon hatch. "Get back my forehead protector, you foul raven." Chika had intended for the raven to guide them to the raven's nesting site when a voice interrupted, indicating that the creature had stolen the Konoha forehead protector from its rightful owner. The childish tone led Chika to assume it was a young child, but upon turning, he was surprised to find a small dog instead. This revelation clarified why the raven had been able to snatch the forehead protector. "You wretched raven. Just wait until I grow up." The little dog scurried to Chika's feet, ignoring him as the raven's master, and directed its ire towards the raven. Squawk. The raven, unfazed by the canine's threats, responded nonchalantly. "Hey, you think I won't grow up? Impossible." Squawk. "Humph. My mother assured me that my father is a large breed. I shall certainly grow quite big." Squawk. "My mother deceived me. No way." As the raven and the dog engaged in their spirited quarrel, Chika crouched down and kindly explained to the pup, "Well, your breed is known as a pug in my homeland, and truth be told, you won't grow very large. You won't grow big, and neither will your entire family." Negative emotions from the summoning beast Parker detected. Emotional value 80. Chika remarked, "This system is truly indiscriminate. Even a dog isn't spared." The summoning dog, named Parker, appeared to be incensed by Chika's words, baring its teeth and preparing to nip at his hand. However, before it could bite, Parker sniffed Chika and began to bark excitedly. "Woof, woof. Chika, so this is where you are?" Parker's barking attracted two figures, who turned out to be Minato Namikaze and Kakashi Hitaki. Clearly, the two individuals arrived at the Uchiha clan grounds with the intent of seeking out Chika. However, upon reaching Chika's residence, they discovered that he had already departed, prompting Kakashi to summon his familiar, Pakin, to locate him. To their surprise, they had yet to find Chika. But Pakin's forehead protector was snatched away by a raven. "Is that you, Minato-sensei and Kakashi? So this little dog is your summoning beast, Kakashi?" Pakin inquired. "Indeed. His name is Pakin," Kakashi elucidated, adding with emphasis, "He is a tracking hound with little combat capability." Chika rolled his eyes at this remark, questioning Kakashi's competitive spirit. "Yubane, return the Konoha forehead protector to Pakin." Recognizing familiar faces, Chika felt it unnecessary to allow Yubane to continue teasing Pakin and called out to him. To his surprise, Yubane was reluctant to comply. "Enough of this nonsense. I will make you one next time," Chika promised. Upon hearing this, Yubane finally relinquished the forehead protector. Observing Yubane's spirited nature, Shirsue's eyes brightened with intrigue. He returned the forehead protector to Kakashi while also facilitating introductions among Shirsue, Minato, and Kakashi. Shirsue politely addressed them, saying, "Minato-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, I am Uchiha Shirsue. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Hello, I am Minato Namikaze, a jonin of Konoha. I look forward to working with you," Minato replied. "Greetings, I am Kakashi Hitaki, a chunin of Konoha. I look forward to your guidance," Kakashi added. After the trio exchanged pleasantries, Chika turned to Minato with curiosity, asking, "Minato-sensei, what brings you here?" Minato smiled gently and replied, "I heard you have completed your confinement and wanted to check on you." It was evident that Minato's visit was not merely a casual one, even considering Chika's status as Kushina's disciple. Thus, Chika understood that Minato had a purpose in mind. "Since Kushina is still in confinement, I assume you currently lack a team?" Minato noted, observing Chika's silence as he gazed at him. Minato chuckled awkwardly and proceeded to articulate his intentions. Chika, suddenly enlightened, scratched his head and said, "Are you suggesting I join your team, Minato-sensei? Is that within the rules?" At this, Shirsue's expression soured, his previously curious demeanor now tinged with hostility. Recognizing Chika's initial reluctance to accept, Minato sensed an opportunity and replied, "Rest assured. It would merely be a temporary assignment. There are no issues with that, and currently, it's just Kakashi and me in the team. We urgently require additional personnel, and I believe Hokage-sama would not refuse your inclusion." Upon hearing Minato's assurances, Chika lowered his head slightly, neither nodding nor outright rejecting the proposal, as he contemplated the situation. He indeed needed to seek opportunities to engage more closely with Minato. It is worth noting that his Flying Thunder God technique was essentially unlicensed. Although it was a significant trump card that he would not easily reveal, one could never predict the unexpected events that might transpire on the battlefield. Should he expose the technique to the Konoha ninja, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions, accompanied by a series of torturous interrogations and the secrets of the mountains. Not even Kushina or divine intervention could save him from such a fate. Certainly, the legalization of the Flying Thunder God technique is not the primary reason for Chika's increased interaction with Minato. After all, Minato acquired the technique from the Hidden Leaf Village, and it is likely that there exists a confidentiality agreement with the village, preventing any easy dissemination of such knowledge. Chika even harbors doubts that Minato might bear a curse mark, one that could trigger his demise upon uttering the name of the technique. His main objective remains to shadow Minato, to learn extensively about his application of the Flying Thunder God technique in the heat of battle. The Flying Thunder God technique, an S-rank ninjutsu, falls within the realm of space-time ninjutsu, although the difficulty of mastering it is exceedingly high. Chika refuses to believe that since its inception by the second Hokage, only Minato has succeeded in mastering this technique. Surely, others must have trained in it. However, it is only Minato who has refined its use to an extraordinary level. Of course, one cannot deny the formidable nature of the Flying Thunder God technique, as it has undoubtedly complemented Minato's prowess. With that in mind, having joined, Chika resolved to seek Minato's guidance over the next 2 months. After a moment's contemplation, he acquiesced to Minato's request. His uncle, Shisui, immediately called out to Chika, his voice tinged with reluctance. They had agreed to train together for 2 months. Yet it had only been a day before Shisui had to part ways. Shisui, I apologize. A ninja must prioritize their missions. I will accompany you for training when time permits. Observing Shisui's sulky demeanor, Chika resorted to his secret weapon, placing his hand on Shisui's head and tousling his hair playfully. To his surprise, Shisui seemed to enjoy this gesture, as did most youths of the Uchiha clan, who often appreciated such affectionate actions. Uncle, please refrain from such behavior. There are others present. Chika nearly delivered a playful smack to Shisui's head. However, casting a glance at Minato and Kakashi, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. What brings a smile to your face? Shisui inquired, puzzled, while Minato and Kakashi looked on with similar confusion. Chika merely shook his head, smiling in silence. How could he explain that the 3 most gifted individuals in the Hidden Leaf Village, perhaps even the entire ninja world, were gathered in one place? As for why he did not count himself among them, that was obvious. He considered himself a mere underachiever, not a genius. Noticing Chika's silence, the others chose not to press further, attributing his demeanor to a moment of eccentricity. At that moment, Kakashi leisurely approached Chika, brandishing the short blade worth 1 million ryo that Asuma had gifted him. Upon seeing this, Chika instantly grasped the situation and, with an air of resignation, turned to Minato. Minato-senpai, please tell me you're not about to assess our strengths again? Minato sheepishly scratched his head and replied with a smile, it's unavoidable. After all, we are partners in life and death. We ought to have a general understanding of each other's abilities. Is it truly just an understanding? Chika noted the glint of battle intent in Kakashi's eyes, feeling somewhat incredulous. Once again, Minato offered an awkward smile. He truly was not adept at deceit. Chika, you need not put Minato-sensei in a difficult position. This sparring session was my suggestion, Kakashi interjected promptly. Both had graduated early from the Ninja Academy, regarded as contemporaneous prodigies. Kakashi had long believed that among his peers in the Ninja Academy, none were formidable. Yet, to his surprise, Chika had surpassed expectations, even defeating a Chunin during the graduation examination. Though this news did not circulate widely, Minato shared it with Kakashi, prompting him to reassess his classmate. Every genius possesses their own pride, and Kakashi was no exception. He yearned to prove his superiority over Chika. Kakashi, give it your all. Defeat this guy and avenge me. Parker cheered as he witnessed the two engage in combat. The crow, which had been resting upon Chika's shoulder, took flight upon hearing Parker's raucous encouragement. With no offensive capabilities of his own, Parker found himself retreating clumsily under the crow's relentless assault. Kakashi glanced at Parker's beleaguered state, his expression sharpening. This battle was destined to determine who truly deserved the title of Konoha's top genius. It was certainly not merely a quest for vengeance on behalf of his canine companion. Come on, little uncle. As Shisui observed Chika preparing to battle Kakashi, he remained, eagerly anticipating this contest between prodigies. Chika recognized the inevitability of this confrontation and, relinquishing his doubts, unsheathed his katana, his crimson eyes fixed intently on Kakashi, vigilant of his every movement. Both Uchiha Shisui and Hatake Kakashi were prodigies of Konoha, their potential for growth remarkable. While it may not be a daily transformation, a multiplication of strength over the course of a year was a trivial matter. Thus, while Chika could afford to show leniency to the 4-year-old Shisui, he could not extend the same courtesy to the 6-year-old Kakashi. Let the match begin. Having prepared both combatants, Minato assumed the role of referee, his gaze unwavering, ready to intervene if necessary. However, the question remained, whom would he need to rescue, Kakashi or Chika? As Minato's voice faded, Kakashi immediately channeled chakra throughout his body, invigorating his cells. In an instant, he moved like the wind, launching a close-range assault, his short blade striking towards Chika with the swiftness of lightning. Chika deftly sidestepped this attack, effortlessly evading it, while simultaneously activating his body through the use of chakra. Kakashi's gaze sharpened. He did not falter in his offensive rhythm, unleashing a series of rapid slashes with his blade, the glimmer of steel flashing in the air. Yet, Chika appeared to anticipate Kakashi's every move, evading each strike with precise timing. The Sharingan. Kakashi realized that Chika's ability to dodge his attacks so effortlessly was largely attributed to this ocular prowess. In that moment, Kakashi felt a twinge of envy towards the Sharingan. How incredibly swift! Shisui's eyes were wide with astonishment. Initially believing that his little uncle would hold back, he now recognized that Chika had never truly taken him seriously. My little uncle must be concerned that being too earnest might cause me harm. In the arena, the close-quarters combat between Chika and Kakashi reached its climax. The speed they displayed was elite even among Chunin, not to mention the dazzling techniques of their blades. Ultimately, Chika's prowess proved superior. He approached Kakashi with the swiftness of the wind, his eyes glimmering with the pattern of the Sharingan, quickly discerning Kakashi's vulnerabilities. Seizing the moment, Chika wielded his blade, executing a horizontal slash aimed at Kakashi's waist. Kakashi, taken aback by Chika's remarkable speed, could only hurriedly defend himself, instinctively raising his short knife to shield his chest. With a resounding clang, Kakashi awkwardly parried Chika's strike, yet he was unprepared for the formidable force behind the blow, causing pain to ripple through his right hand and momentarily compromising his grip on the weapon. Unfazed by the loss of his weapon, Kakashi retreated while retrieving a few shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, launching them towards Chika to buy himself some time. In tandem, he swiftly formed hand seals, seemingly intent on resolving the encounter through ninjutsu. Chika, however, showed no intention of evading the incoming shuriken. He skillfully swung his katana through the air, deftly severing each shuriken before they could reach him. Kakashi, your hand seal speed is impressive, he remarked, noting Kakashi's rapid formation of seals with admiration. Truly, Kakashi's prowess after 6 years of solitude was commendable. Could it be that the book he had gifted him had made an impact? Yet, ninjutsu demanded more than mere speed. With hands clasped together, Chika gathered his chakra and declared, "Fire release, great fireball technique." Instantly, a fireball erupted from his mouth, hurtling toward Kakashi, who was still in the midst of forming seals. Standing by, Minato and Shisui observed, registering negative emotions emanating from Kakashi, Shisui, and Minato themselves. Would you like to hear what was said? Initially, Chika's words suggested a desire to contest the potency of ninjutsu, but he unexpectedly unleashed a simplified version of the fire release. Kakashi, bewildered, watched the massive fireball approach, the searing heat singeing his white hair. At that moment, Minato's figure suddenly appeared before Kakashi, positioning himself between the fireball and Kakashi, wielding a kunai, and slicing through the fireball with precision. The fireball was cleaved in two, dissipating in midair. Chika's expression grew serious. Although it was a simplified version of the great fireball technique, its impact was still significant. Minato-senpai, is it too much to ask for a little respect for the Uchiha clan's legendary techniques when you so easily extinguish it with a mere kunai? Well, Chika, I now have a fair understanding of your abilities. Let us conclude our spar here, Minato stated, observing that neither combatant showed intent to continue. As for the outcome of their exchange, it was clear to all present. Kakashi recognized his defeat, having been comprehensively outmatched by Chika. In physical combat, ninjutsu, and especially jinjutsu, he had no chance against the might of the Sharingan. However, he did not succumb to despair. His father mentioned that the family's secret ninjutsu had yet to be imparted to him, rumored to be called 1,000 Years of Killing. His father had gained renown in the ninja world through this technique. Senpai Minato, How did you arrive here? At this moment, Chika displayed his astonishment. Minato showcased the kunai in his hand, offering a brief explanation. This is the Flying Thunder God technique. I can instantly teleport to locations marked with the Flying Thunder God seal. As you can see, this kunai bears my mark. Chika feigned attentiveness. Then with a gaze full of desire, inquired, Senpai Minato, pardon my boldness, but may I learn this technique? I'm afraid not. This is an S-rank forbidden ninjutsu, and cannot be disseminated without the Hokage's permission. If you truly wish to acquire the Flying Thunder God technique, you must first achieve sufficient military merit and personally seek out the Hokage for an exchange. Moreover, you should strive to complete more missions. Minato shook his head, expressing his regret. He comprehended Chika's ambitions. In truth, anyone who had witnessed the Flying Thunder God technique yearned to master it. However, the learning curve was steep, and for those lacking talent, even finding the entrance to this knowledge posed a challenge. Furthermore, the prerequisite for learning this technique was to possess adequate military accomplishments. Minato also believed that Chika's desire to exchange for the Flying Thunder God technique from the village was exceedingly difficult. After all, this ninjutsu had been developed by the second Hokage specifically to counter the Uchiha clan, so it was illogical to grant them access. Nevertheless, considering Chika was under Kushina's protection, Minato refrained from being overly definitive. He knew his girlfriend well. If pressed too hard, Kushina might resort to stealing the Book of Seals. It's already noon. Shursui, could you catch some fish for our esteemed guests? Today we shall feast on grilled fish. Since they were in the territory of the Uchiha clan, Minato and Kakashi were guests, and thus Chika felt obliged to honor the local customs and instructed Shursui accordingly. As for why they did not dine at a restaurant, it was simply because the fish from this river were renowned for their exquisite, untainted flavor. Minato and Kakashi were not particular individuals and paid no mind to Chika's obsession with wealth. Upon seeing Shursui go fishing, they assisted Chika in igniting a fire. Before long, Shursui returned with 7 or 8 small fish, each weighing over a pound. Skillfully, he cleaned the fish and skewered them. The group gathered around the campfire, engaging in light conversation as they awaited the fish to cook, and time flew by swiftly. As the aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air, they began to eat. Yatu, this is for you. After carefully grilling a fish, Shursui, noticing the raven perched on Chika's shoulder, offered the grilled fish. The raven first regarded Shursui for a moment before grasping the fish, and under Shursui's eager gaze, it turned and presented the fish to Chika's lips. Chika smiled and shook her head, prompting the raven to indulge heartily. Shursui remarked, in the end, it was a misplaced affection. From Uchiha Shursui's negative emotions. Emotion value 50, Kakashi observed this scene and commented, Chika, is your raven just an ordinary one? Indeed. Qian He nodded, perplexed, and inquired, is there a problem? You must be familiar with the Inuzuka clan. My ninja dog was purchased from their lineage. Naturally, Qian He was aware of the Inuzuka clan, renowned for their expertise in canine care, and their rivalry with the Uchiha clan was well known, given one's affinity for cats and the other's for dogs. The mere thought of them clashing without even meeting was a testament to their enmity. Qian He was somewhat bemused by Kakashi's sudden mention of the Inuzuka clan and turned to him with a questioning gaze. Kakashi, noticing this, elaborated. While the Inuzuka clan is celebrated for their ninja dogs, they also possess considerable knowledge in nurturing other summoning beasts. And I recall that they offer secret medicines aimed at enhancing the abilities of such creatures. I suggest you take a look. It may bolster the strength of your crow. In the world of Naruto, the realm is rife with the unscientific, particularly in the medical field. One of the most ubiquitous items is the soldier pill, an essential for every ninja, allowing for rapid chakra replenishment during battle. The Akimichi clan also has a trio of secret medicines for temporary strength enhancement. However, the optimal choice would be to consult Orochimaru, a veritable scientist in the ninja world, as he has a profound grasp of these matters. Unfortunately, Qian He was not well acquainted with him. Regarding the crow, Qian He had never considered it as a combat-oriented summoning beast. His initial intent was merely to utilize it for illusion techniques or reconnaissance. However, upon hearing of the Inuzuka clan's medicinal offerings, he found himself intrigued. He recalled from the anime that after feeding Akamaru a secret medicine, Kiba's companion increased in size. If his crow could similarly grow large enough to support his weight while flying, Qian He would possess a means of aerial travel, which would prove invaluable for both expeditions and escapes. After pondering for a moment, Qian He asked, could there be any side effects? Kakashi responded, not at all. It is said that the secret medicines of the Inuzuka clan are quite mild, with minimal side effects. If one were to mention any, it might be that their gentleness leads to a diminished effect, necessitating prolonged use. Upon hearing this, Qian He's expression darkened. It sounded suspiciously like a sales tactic. Minato, having little advice to offer on the topic of summoning beasts, his own being a toad from Mount Mayaboku, which boasted a complete lineage and even mastery of sage techniques, looked at the sky and declared, in that case, Kakashi, take Qian He to the Inuzuka clan's shop. I must prepare some ninja tools and shall not accompany you both. With Minato's words, the four parted ways. Shursui remained behind to continue practicing shuriken throwing. Qian He, accompanied by Kakashi, set off towards the Inuzuka clan's shop. On their way, Qian He mischievously remarked to Kakashi, by the way, Kakashi, does that book of mine still meet your approval? Kakashi replied solemnly, please refrain from gifting me such books in the future. I, Kakashi, am dedicated to the will of fire. In truth, he possessed a rare edition of a book where the characters were entirely devoid of fabric. Where is it? Qian He, please be sure to keep this safe. Qian He, the two individuals arrived at the Inuzuka clan shop. Rather than a store, it resembled a dog breeding facility, with the sound of barking echoing all around. After all, the Inuzuka clan primarily engaged in the sale of ninja dogs. In truth, the Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs were sold widely, and even ordinary folks could purchase one for guarding their homes, provided they could afford it. They could train any dog to meet your needs. Upon entering the dog facility, they were greeted by a member of the Inuzuka clan, accompanied by an imposing black giant dog that stood over 2 meters tall. Kakashi stepped forward and called out, Elder Joshion. Upon hearing his name, Inuzuka Joshion turned around and, upon recognizing Hatake Kakashi, broke into a smile, saying, Ah, Kakashi, how is my dog, Paku, doing? Kakashi replied with a grin. His sense of smell is quite keen. He can locate targets swiftly, very impressive. Joshion nodded with satisfaction, saying, that's great. Since you have a tracking dog, how about considering a combat type as well? Our large dogs are excellent partners in battle. Kakashi shook his head, indicating, not this time. I'm just accompanying him. Oh, is this guest in need of a ninja dog? Jioshion's face brightened at Kakashi's mention of introducing a client. However, upon noticing the Uchiha clan emblem on Qian He's clothing, his expression darkened instantly. The large black dog behind him took on a fierce demeanor, baring its teeth at Qian He. Confused, Qian He wondered why the warm disposition towards customers had shifted upon his arrival. Hey Sha! Joshion called out to the black dog. The dog stepped closer to Qian He, circling him before its expression softened. It then said to Joshion, this Uchiha brat doesn't carry the scent of those foul cats. Only then did a smile return to Joshion's face. Welcome, esteemed guest. Please, do not hesitate to express your needs. Qian He felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, reflecting on how their disdain for cats could spark a cat-dog war in Konoha. Hello, Elder Joshion. I wish to purchase some enhancement elixirs for my raven. Upon hearing the term elixirs, Joshion's demeanor became serious as he scrutinized Qian He, finally noticing the raven feather on his shoulder. Although my clan lacks experience in raising birds, I can see that this raven has grown quite well. Joshion complimented the raven but then expressed regret, saying, it's a pity, though. It's still just an ordinary raven. Even with elixirs, the results won't be remarkable. Seeing the look of disappointment on Joshion's face, Qian He assumed the Inuzuka clan's elixirs would be ineffective for the raven, feeling a sense of loss. However, Joshion then shifted his tone, adding, but our Inuzuka clan possesses a more advanced elixir that, with long-term use, can absolutely elevate your raven to the level of a chunin. As for the price. As he continued, Joshion adopted a more mercantile demeanor, chuckling. Qian He inquired, how much? At his age, he finds little joy in extravagant pursuits, and his expenditures are modest. Thus, should the price be reasonable, he would be amenable to enhancing the prowess of his crow's feather. For 5,000 taels, a month's supply of secret medicine promises advancement to the rank of Genin in 2 years and Chunin in 5, with a full refund guarantee. After careful calculation, Qian had determined that reaching Genin status in 2 years would cost a total of 120,000 taels, which did not seem exorbitant. Please provide me with a 3-month supply of the medicine to test its efficacy, Qian He proposed after some contemplation. Certainly. In the wake of the successful transaction, Inuzuka Kyuju's spirit soared. With his mood considerably brightened, He regarded Qian He with newfound warmth. By the way, Qian He, now that you have acquired a flying summon, would you not consider purchasing a combat dog for ground engagements? Before Qian He could decline, Inuzuka Kyuju had already slipped into his sales pitch. Qian He-san, behold my Heisha, he exclaimed, gesturing towards the imposing figure of Heisha, who was all too eager to assist his master's efforts. Standing over 2 meters tall, Heisha displayed his menacing demeanor, his muscular frame accentuated by defined lines. His short, coarse black fur stood erect, resembling steel needles, adding an air of ferocity. With a low growl that emanated from his sharp fangs, Heisha directed a chilling gaze toward Qian He, instilling an undeniable sense of intimidation. What do you think? Quite imposing, is it not? Of course, Heisha cannot be sold to you, but I happen to have a descendant, his sole offspring, which I would be willing to part with. As Heisha continued to showcase his prowess, his expression suddenly shifted, and he implored Inuzuka Kyuju, Master, please, do not. Was it not said that my sole offspring is intended for the young master? How could you bear to sell him to a member of the Uchiha clan? Enough. Heisha, Qian He is the first Uchiha to visit our Inuzuka clan, to foster enduring friendship between our clans, and to move forward hand in hand. Selling your offspring to him is a testament to our alliance. Upon hearing this, Heisha clung to Inuzuka Kyuju, lamenting, Master, your heart is so cruel. Not only to me, but also to the young master. You must realize, my sole offspring has already attained the strength of a genin and can utilize fire techniques. He has even mastered anthropomorphic ninjutsu, and with such talent, he will undoubtedly become a formidable ally for the young master. Inuzuka Kyuju, resolute, waved his hand dismissively, closing his eyes and gritting his teeth. My decision is final. Do not speak further. Observing their theatrical exchange, it was not only Qian He who found amusement. Kakashi too struggled to suppress a smile. What do you think, Qian He? Inuzuka Kyuju inquired, eager to discern Qian He's interest after such an elaborate performance. No, thank you, Kyuju-senpai. I find myself financially constrained at the moment, perhaps another time. While Qian He felt a flicker of temptation under Inuzuka Kyuju's persuasive charm, he recalled the evident disdain Kyuju harbored for the Uchiha clan. Given that the Inuzuka clan appeared to be averse to the Uchiha's ninja cats, it stood to reason that the Uchiha would harbor similar sentiments towards the Inuzuka's ninja dogs. Bringing a ninja dog home would likely result in constant skirmishes with ninja cats, as Inuzuka Q's voice of persuasion echoed behind them. Chika and Kakashi departed from the Inuzuka clan shop. Not long after their exit, they encountered Minato approaching them. Chika, have you resolved your matters? Minato inquired upon seeing Chika and Kakashi. Chika nodded, but then noticed an unusual expression on Minato's face. A hint of lingering shyness graced his otherwise handsome cheeks. Coupled with the familiar fragrance that enveloped Minato, one reminiscent of Kushina's favorite perfume, Chika immediately understood and asked, Minato-senpai, have you secretly visited teacher Kushina? Minato paused, momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly masked his embarrassment with a stiff smile, replying, how could that be? Kushina is under confinement, and there are umbu guards at the entrance. I couldn't possibly enter. Is that so? Chika and Kakashi exchanged glances, narrowing their eyes as they scrutinized Minato. Although he claimed that the umbu were monitoring, under Minato's flying thunder god technique, their presence seemed trivial. Under their gaze, Minato, feeling the pressure, changed the subject, saying, well, since you two have finished your business, I have restocked my ninja tools. Let us head to the Hokage building to take on a mission. Indeed, Minato-sensei, we should resume our tasks. After resting for a week in the village, I feel as if I've begun to rust. Kakashi promptly agreed. The reason for their prolonged hiatus from missions was to await Chika's confinement's conclusion. Now that Chika had been invited into the team, Kakashi's excitement was palpable at Minato's suggestion to resume missions. Chika, too, did not object. In comparison to Minato and Kakashi, he had enjoyed a longer respite. On their way, Chika turned to Minato and asked, by the way, Minato-senpai, I know I have expressed great interest in the flying thunder god technique. May I inquire about a few aspects of it? Upon hearing this, Minato turned with a smile and replied, as long as your questions do not pertain to the core secrets of the flying thunder god technique, feel free to ask. Chika's eyes lit up, and he quickly posed a question. Minato-senpai, does the flying thunder god technique operate by sensing the flying thunder god seal for transportation? Minato affirmed, indeed. When executing the flying thunder god technique, You must inscribe your flying thunder god seal at the location you wish to teleport to. Is this technique fixed? Or does it vary from person to person? I recall that your seal appears to be textual. Chika pondered aloud before continuing. This varies by individual. The second Hokage's seal was a pattern, while mine is textual, Minato explained. Once inscribed, does the flying thunder god seal disappear on its own? Or must it be obliterated through special means? Chika queried, recalling that the flying thunder god technique seal could not be erased. Although Obito had managed to eliminate Minato's seal after becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, perhaps, with sufficient strength, one could indeed erase the mark. Minato shook his head and replied, once inscribed, the flying thunder god seal cannot be destroyed. Therefore, Chika, if you ever have the opportunity to learn the flying thunder god technique, you must exercise caution when inscribing the seal. Do not inscribe it recklessly. At this juncture, Minato's expression turned serious as he regarded Chika earnestly. Qian He nodded gravely, then inquired, so, Senior Watergate, where did you imprint the flying thunder god technique on Teacher Kushina? Watergate replied, on her posterior, 10 centimeters beneath her waist. From the negative emotions of Minato Namikaze, emotional value 99. Qian He and Kakashi exclaimed, impressive. Even under such circumstances, you remain unfazed. Senior Watergate truly deserves the title of the village's radiant sun. At that moment, Watergate's gentle smile faltered, and he urgently addressed Qian He. How could you ask such a question? With a mischievous grin, Qian He retorted, are you finally admitting to having visited Teacher Kushina before? Were you merely trying to extract information from me about whether I sought her out? You had denied it previously. I spent over a month with Teacher Kushina and am quite familiar with her fragrance. Watergate's eyes brimmed with tears. Had he known earlier, he would not have concealed the truth. Observing Watergate's tear-streaked face, Qian He refrained from offering comfort and instead curiously asked, I am quite intrigued as to how Teacher Kushina agreed to let you imprint the flying thunder god technique. Before Qian He could finish his sentence, Watergate covered his mouth. All right. Qian He, let us refrain from discussing this matter any further. It touches upon the core secrets of the flying thunder god technique. What could he possibly say? Could he confess that, in a moment of uncontrollable impulse, he had acted rashly? This incident had indeed made Kushina quite upset with him for a long time. If Kushina were to discover that he had inadvertently revealed this secret, he would truly be doomed. Qian He looked at Watergate with disdain. To have imprinted the flying thunder god technique on such a part of Teacher Kushina, it seemed Watergate was not an ordinary person. Indeed, how could a disciple chosen by the lecherous sage Jiraiya from among the masses be anything less than extraordinary? Under the scrutinizing gazes of Qian He and Kakashi, Watergate could no longer endure and suggested, let us go to Lord Third Hokage to receive our mission. If we delay any longer, he might close up for the day. With that, he strode towards the Hokage building, eager to depart alone if he weren't obliged to report to the Third Hokage with Qian He. Along the way, Watergate appeared somewhat despondent, as the virtuous facade he had maintained for years was now shattered. Moreover, this clandestine imprint of the flying thunder god technique felt like a leverage firmly held in Qian He's hands. Watergate was deeply fearful that Qian He might exploit this secret to bargain for his flying thunder god technique. It wasn't until they arrived at the Hokage building, where more ninjas began to appear, that Watergate regained his spirits and his face resumed its usual smile, greeting the passing ninjas. Ah, it's Watergate. Come to pick up a mission again? You're really working hard. Oh, just trying to save a bit more money, Watergate replied modestly. Watergate, let us have a drink together when you return from the mission. I hear there's a new batch of performers in Konoha Kabukicho. Oh, I'm not good at drinking, so I must decline. My apologies. His refreshing smile, combined with a gentle tone, endeared him to all the ninjas he encountered. Only Qian He lingered at the back, muttering softly to himself. In the realm of pretense, hypocrites abound, their facades polished yet insincere. The concealed emotions emanating from Minato Namikaze are palpable, manifesting in escalating intensity. It is evident that beneath the surface, even those seemingly impervious to provocation can be easily unsettled when their vulnerabilities are exposed. Knock knock, came the call, as Kakashi and Chika entered the office of the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, taking a drag from his cigarette, greeted them with a smile. Ah, Minato has arrived. Lord Third Hokage, the Minato team is here to receive their mission. Minato responded respectfully. Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, finding increasing fondness for his sole remaining disciple. Indeed, Minato, you exhibit far greater maturity than Jiraiya. That rascal has ventured to the land of hot water under the pretense of gathering material for his novels, yet fails to return and share the burden with me. His master. As Hiruzen lamented over Jiraiya's lack of progress, he could not help but sigh inwardly. While Jiraiya claimed to be gathering inspiration, Hiruzen was well aware of his pupil's true nature, merely indulging in voyeurism. However, this was not the source of his frustration. Rather, it was Jiraiya's inability to master even the basics of his craft. To this day, he remained fixated on rudimentary techniques, such as the pinhole imaging method and the art of concealment in the grass, far beneath the sophistication of the telescope technique. Alas, this child is beyond redemption, Hiruzen thought, turning his attention to Minato with a heartfelt admonition. Minato, your teacher has become rather useless. Do not emulate his lack of self-respect, otherwise I shall have to intervene on Kushina's behalf. Despite his words, Hiruzen felt a pang of regret. Minato was a remarkable talent. Yet Jiraiya had failed to impart the profound teachings of their lineage. Sigh, we shall have to look to the next generation, he mused, shifting his gaze to Kakashi. It was then that he noticed both Kakashi and Chika were regarding Minato with an inexplicable expression, causing beads of sweat to form on Minato's brow. What could this mean? Had he misspoken? Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Minato awkwardly attempted to redirect the conversation, stating, Lord Third Hokage, I have a matter to discuss with you. Oh, what is it? Hiruzen inquired. His curiosity piqued as he turned his attention to Chika. Minato continued, given that Kushina is currently in confinement and Chika lacks a team, I propose to temporarily assign Chika to my squad, forming a trio. Would that be acceptable? Chika, is it? Hiruzen nodded, offering Chika a warm smile. That is perfectly fine. During Kushina's confinement, you shall lead Chika. By the way, Minato, what level of mission do you wish to undertake? Hiruzen inquired further. As Sarutobi Hiruzen finally returned to the main topic, he let out a sigh of relief and said, It is entirely up to the esteemed Third Hokage's instructions. Very well. I shall select a task suitable for you, he continued. Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. He appreciated Minato's willingness to accept any assignment. He sifted through a pile of documents on the desk, beginning to choose an appropriate mission for Minato's team. Considering that your squad consists of only 3 members, and that Chika has only recently graduated, this B-rank mission should suffice. With that, Hiruzen returned the other assignments to their original positions, holding only the scroll of the next task, which he then handed to Minato. Stepping forward, Minato accepted the scroll and glanced over it, quickly grasping the nature of the mission. It was not overly complicated. Essentially, they were to travel to a Leaf Village outpost in the Land of Rivers to retrieve intelligence concerning the Land of Wind. Esteemed Third Hokage, we shall undertake this mission on behalf of Team Minato, he stated after comprehending the task requirements. Very well, go ahead. This mission allows for a generous time frame, so you may rest well at home tonight and set off tomorrow morning, Hiruzen replied, gesturing for Minato and his companions to take their leave. Upon exiting the Hokage building, Chika and Kakashi turned to Minato and inquired, Minato-senpai, what kind of mission is this? It's an intelligence retrieval mission. We need to head to a small town in the Land of Rivers to collect information, Minato succinctly explained the task. Shouldn't such intelligence retrieval missions be classified as C rank? Why is this one a B rank? Chika asked, puzzled. That brings us to discuss the dynamics between the Land of Rivers and the animosities that exist between us and the Sand Shinobi, Minato elaborated, providing Chika with a brief overview of the situation. The Land of Rivers is strategically situated between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. Logically, it should serve as one of the primary battlegrounds for the conflict between the Leaf and Sand. However, this nation has exhibited remarkable astuteness. The feudal lord has been quite shrewd, opting not to establish a ninja village and instead delegating all missions to the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire, paying a substantial sum annually. As major clients of both nations, the Leaf and Sand are reluctant to engage in open conflict in such a lucrative territory. While large-scale battles may not erupt in the Land of Rivers, minor skirmishes are unavoidable. Moreover, since the Leaf and Sand operate as rivals, direct attacks on clients are prohibited, yet targeting their hired agents remains permissible. Consequently, ninjas from both sides undertaking missions in the Land of Rivers often find themselves in precarious situations. The Sand, in particular, is in dire need of the contracts from the Land of Rivers, as their homeland is predominantly desert with scant resources, relying heavily on mission commissions for sustenance. Thus, The Land of Wind has long sought to eliminate leaf ninjas from the Land of Rivers to monopolize the assignments there. At this juncture, Chika began to comprehend why an intelligence retrieval mission would be classified as a B-rank task. By the way, Chika, you haven't ventured outside the Land of Fire. Have you? Minato inquired with a smile after outlining the critical aspects of the situation. Chika nodded in acknowledgement. Watergate then remarked, "Fortunately, we have ample time for this mission, which provides an opportunity for you to experience the beauty of foreign lands." However, Qian He felt no excitement at his words, as he had scarcely witnessed the scenery of his own province in his previous life. Watergate glanced at the sky and addressed Qian He and Kakashi. "All right, let us conclude for today. This mission will take approximately 10 days. Make sure to pack your belongings and do not forget anything. Even though this is merely an information-gathering task, we must not underestimate it. Bring along any useful ninja tools and ensure you rest well tonight. We shall convene at the main gate at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning." His words were primarily directed at Qian He, as Kakashi had been a ninja for over a year and had already developed a habit of preparing for missions. In contrast, Qian He had only served as a genin for 2 months, one of which he spent confined at home. Watergate was concerned that Qian He might overlook something. After issuing his instructions, Watergate prepared to take his leave. Noticing this, Qian He mischievously asked, "Are you off to see Teacher Kushina again, Watergate-senpai?" "Yes," Watergate replied, glancing at Qian He and nodding earnestly. "We will be apart for 10 days. I should bid farewell to Kushina, don't you think? Of course, it wouldn't be right to leave her worrying at home." Qian He nodded in understanding, adding, "Then please convey my regards to Teacher Kushina, informing her that I have concluded my confinement and have temporarily joined your team." "Certainly." Watergate, feeling somewhat vexed, smacked his forehead in realization. During his previous visit to Kushina, he had been so absorbed in their intimacy that he had completely forgotten to mention this matter, and it was only now that Qian He brought it up. Qian He continued, "Also, about the 3 sealing techniques she taught me. I've mastered 2, but the third one, the 2-instrument seal, still presents some challenges. I'll wait until her confinement ends to seek her guidance." "Understood," Watergate acknowledged. "I have a basic understanding of the 2-instrument seal, so you may inquire about it during our journey." After pondering for a moment, Qian He shook his head. "I think I should let Teacher Kushina maintain her role as an instructor." "That's a valid point," Watergate chuckled, aware that Kushina held Qian He in high regard. If he were to usurp her role as a teacher, it might provoke her ire. Simultaneously, Watergate nodded approvingly at Qian He, acknowledging his consideration for Kushina's feelings. The bonds between ninjas require nurturing, and it was evident that Qian He had made some initial progress in his relationship with Kushina. Watergate gently inquired, "Is there anything else you wish to convey?" "Tell her not to worry. I will eat on time and won't be picky," Qian He replied earnestly. "Indeed, I shall also keep up with my studies and ninja techniques, diligently learning and recording any difficulties to discuss with Teacher Kushina once her confinement is over." "Very well. And will you be staying at Teacher Kushina's place tonight?" A wave of negative emotion from Namikaze's Minato, emotional value 80. In this moment, Minato longed for a temperament akin to Kushina's, one that allowed her to effortlessly strike someone when provoked. He cast a sidelong glance at Chika and declared, "This matter is not for you to concern yourself with. Disperse." With a wave of his hand, he feared that if the conversation continued, Chika would uncover the little secrets he shared with Kushina. Within a vast underground cavern, the elderly and nearly decrepit Uchiha Madara stirred upon hearing White Zetsu's words. Tomorrow, one of the candidates, Uchiha Chika, will depart from the Hidden Leaf Village. Madara, whose vitality had waned over the years, had been preoccupied with the affairs of the Land of Water, while also dividing his attention towards the pair of Rinnegan he had entrusted elsewhere. Thus, he had been somewhat oblivious to events transpiring in Konoha. Fortuitously, with White Zetsu's unparalleled intelligence-gathering capabilities, he managed to stay informed about the movements within the ninja world. A sense of displeasure washed over him. "Uchiha Chika," Madara murmured, contemplating the need for a successor to carry out his forthcoming plans, aware that his frail body could not endure much longer. Yet, as he reflected on the details contained within Chika's dossier, a flicker of hesitation crossed Madara's aged visage. Noticing this, White Zetsu inquired curiously, "Lord Madara, are you dissatisfied with the candidate Uchiha Chika?" Madara nodded, then shook his head. It was undeniable that a child who awakened the Sharingan at the tender age of 7 possessed extraordinary talent. However, The term cheerful in the documentation left even Sarutobi Hiruzen bewildered, and Madara himself had never encountered such an optimistic member of the Uchiha clan. Madara was well aware of the emotional turmoil required to awaken the Sharingan. He understood that the pain of losing a loved one could concentrate grief within the mind, resulting in intense stimulation of the neural pathways. In some Uchiha, this anguish could be channeled into strength, while in others, it led to extremities. However, a shift towards a more optimistic disposition was utterly unprecedented. Was it a deficiency in emotional stimuli, or perhaps an overwhelming excess? The former seemed implausible. Clearly, the emotions were present. Yet, if the stimulation was excessive, it should not result in such cheerfulness. As Madara pondered these complexities, White Zetsu, awaiting further instructions, succumbed to boredom. "Lord Madara, are you planning to sleep? Shall I fetch you a blanket?" He glanced at Madara, unable to contain his remarks. "Given your age, it is essential to keep warm while you sleep. A cold could be fatal at your age." Silence. Madara's expression darkened. While White Zetsu's intelligence-gathering skills were indeed valuable, his personality left much to be desired. Despite the interruption, Madara had already devised his next course of action. He instructed coolly, "Send a copy of the task information regarding Uchiha Chika to the Land of Water. Their leaders will know how to proceed." Even in his diminished state, Uchiha Madara's power is not to be underestimated. He understands that mere intelligence is insufficient to plunge the shinobi world into chaos. Thus, he seizes the opportunity to control the Land of Water. Although one of the 5 great nations, the Land of Water maintains limited communication with the outside world and is distanced from the mainland, making the leakage of information unlikely. This is precisely why Madara chose this land. "Very well, Lord Madara." White Zetsu nodded and prepared to depart. Suddenly, Madara inquired, "By the way, who is the guiding Jonin for Uchiha Chika? And who are his 2 teammates?" His knowledge of Uchiha Chika's information was still rooted in the time of his graduation from the Chika Ninja Academy. An elder, indeed. It had only just occurred to him that Konoha still adhered to the tradition of one guiding Jonin accompanied by 2 teammates. This arrangement serves as excellent nourishment for the evolution of the Sharingan. Ideally, one of them would be a girl, for at this age, young men are often driven to madness by love. White Zetsu replied, "It is Uzumaki Kushina, the host of the 9 Tails, and there are no other teammates. It is just the 2 of them." "Oh, it seems I underestimated Sarutobi Hiruzen's capacity. He dares to place a member of the Uchiha clan next to the 9 Tails host." Upon hearing this, a hint of derision crossed Madara's face. He had once controlled the 9 Tails using his Sharingan, an act that not only shocked the shinobi world but also instilled a sense of unease in Konoha's ninjas regarding the Uchiha clan. White Zetsu continued, "However, accompanying Uchiha Chika on his mission is a Jonin named Namikaze Minato, a commoner ninja, along with a Chunin named Hatake Kakashi." At this point, White Zetsu chuckled, and amidst Madara's confusion, he added, "Oh, by the way, this Namikaze Minato has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique." Upon hearing the name of this space-time ninjutsu, a flicker of disdain appeared in Madara's otherwise impassive eyes. His beloved brother Izuna had perished at the hands of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who had employed the same technique. Tobirama, as the person Madara loathed most, was equally despised for his ninjutsu. In light of this, he decided to relay the information to the Sand Shinobi and, incidentally, send a copy to the Land of Earth as well. "Lord Madara, do you not wish for Uchiha Chika to survive?" At that moment, even White Zetsu felt the cruelty of having the 3 great nations simultaneously dispatch ninjas to target a mere Konoha team. It was utterly absurd. If he cannot endure even a modicum of pressure, it signifies that Uchiha Chika is unworthy to be my substitute. Madara resolutely refused to acknowledge that his emotional response to the mention of the Flying Thunder God technique had been impulsive. "Very well, I shall make the arrangements. How bothersome it is to traverse 3 nations." White Zetsu grumbled as he vanished into the earth. As White Zetsu departed, Madara leaned back in his expansive chair, gazing up at the outer path golem, murmuring to himself, "Time is running short. The Land of River is finally upon us." Perched on a branch of a great tree, Chika gazed ahead. "Yes, we shall rest here for the night and regain our strength." Minato nodded in agreement. In recent days, as they traversed the territory of the Land of Fire, Chika and her companions moved with great urgency. However, upon entering the Land of Rivers, the circumstances necessitated a more measured approach. as they needed to conserve their strength for any unforeseen emergencies. Chika, when setting up camp in the wilderness, it is imperative to first assess the surrounding environment, Watergate advised, turning to her. During their journey, he had generously shared his wealth of experience, emphasizing that caution is the most essential trait a ninja should possess. Most ninjas excel in ambush tactics, poison application, and trap setting. Under such treacherous methods, overcoming adversaries is not a daunting task. Understood, Watergate-sensei, Chika replied, retrieving a scroll from her ninja tool pouch. Upon unsealing it, a dozen crows burst forth into the air. Following Chika's instructions, the crows dispersed in various directions to scout the area. Before long, they began to return one by one, and once the last feathered scout had returned, Chika reported to Watergate, "There is no one nearby." While Chika was engaged in reconnaissance with her crows, Watergate had already set up traps and a perimeter around their campsite. With all preparations complete, the trio settled down to consume their provisions. After Chika finished her meal, she took out the secret medicine she had procured from the Inuzuka clan. The raven perched on her shoulder had been eagerly awaiting this moment, its eyes filled with longing. With a gentle smile, Chika offered it a morsel, and after consuming the medicine, the raven emitted a satisfied call before succumbing to slumber on her shoulder. Chika had already utilized her Sharingan to observe the raven, noting that in just 2 days, it had developed a trace of chakra within its body. Although the amount was minuscule and would go unnoticed without careful scrutiny, the secret medicine had indeed begun to take effect. At that moment, Chika couldn't help but reflect that one truly gets what one pays for. As the trio finished their meal, twilight began to descend. Our mission in the Land of Rivers is solely to gather intelligence, and we must avoid contact with the Sand Ninja at all costs, necessitating a discreet route, Watergate stated as he produced a map of the Land of Rivers. Illuminated by the flickering firelight, he traced a path from their current location to the designated intelligence rendezvous point. Chika and Kakashi leaned in closer to examine the map, observing the serpentine route that largely circumvented areas frequented by the Sand Ninja. Chika held no objections, while she believed that should they encounter a squad of Sand Ninja, it would be their misfortune. The mission's priority was clear, gathering intelligence without instigating conflict. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi inquired, Watergate-sensei, if we encounter an unexpected situation and suddenly face Sand Ninja, how should we proceed? Should we retreat? Watergate pondered for a moment before responding with resolute gravity. If their numbers are fewer than a squad, then we shall overpower them. Kakashi was taken aback by Watergate's response, remarking, Watergate-sensei, this seems at odds with your previous conduct. Kakashi has been following Minato for a year now. Due to the shortage of manpower in Konoha, they have consistently operated as a duo. And Kakashi has become quite familiar with Minato's cautious approach during missions. He would never easily engage in unnecessary conflicts. Kakashi, times have changed. You ought to adjust your mindset. Minato remarked, affectionately ruffling Kakashi's hair with a smile. Indeed, Kakashi had transformed his previous behavioral patterns. As his proficiency in the Flying Thunder God technique has grown, he has risen to an elite status among Jonin, and his self-confidence has begun to blossom. If he were to continue retreating strategically upon encountering a larger number of adversaries, how could he ever aspire to the position of Hokage? How could he hope to see Kushina become Hokage? I understand, Minato-sensei. However, we are at a numerical disadvantage, and we should not take such risks, Kakashi replied. Upon hearing this, Chika chuckled. What's this, Kakashi? You seem to have grown quite timid since arriving in the Land of Rivers. Are you worried about paying for your father's debts? Kakashi rolled his eyes at Chika, choosing not to retort. Surprisingly, Chika had indeed hit upon a concern of his. Among the three of them, while Minato undertook the majority of missions and consequently offended many ninjas, he had yet to gain widespread notoriety in the ninja world. Few in rival nations were aware of him, and those who were regarded him merely as a formidable jonin, unlikely to target him intentionally. Kakashi, however, was in a different position entirely. His father, Tsukumo Hatake, had shown no mercy towards the Sand Ninjas during the Second Great Ninja War, wielding his short blade to instill fear among them. It was said that even children in the Sand Village would cease their crying upon hearing tales of him. More importantly, Tsukumo had taken the lives of Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, a vendetta that could not go unavenged. Rumor had it that a significant portion of the bounty on Konoha's White Fang, set at a staggering 80 million ryo, was provided by Chiyo herself. Thus, if the Sand Ninjas were to discover that Tsukumo's only son had arrived in the Land of Rivers, they would undoubtedly dispatch an assassination team to eliminate Kakashi. Observing Chika teasing Kakashi, Minato chuckled lightly and reassured him, "Kakashi, do not worry. Your father is your father, and you are you. I doubt Chio would go so far as to send an assassination team for you." Chika, watching Minato comfort Kakashi, added, "Minato-sensei, perhaps you should be more concerned about yourself. I remember that Jiraiya-sama dealt quite a blow to the rock ninjas during the Second Great Ninja War. If they cannot find Jiraiya-sama, they might just take their frustrations out on you." Minato laughed helplessly, realizing he had inadvertently drawn attention to himself. He exchanged a glance with Kakashi before turning his gaze back to Chika. "What? Are you still looking to find my enemies? This is my first mission outside. The opponents from that previous C-rank mission are all gone, completely unaware of my existence." Chika, brimming with confidence, responded, "Who says one must seek revenge to be targeted? Tell me, why do the Wind and Earth countries have it out for me?" Chika scoffed, relishing the unfolding drama between the two. After a moment of contemplation, Watergate softly remarked, "Chika, you are the only one among us three who possesses a bloodline limit. And your family's Sharingan is certainly coveted by many in the ninja world. Oh, Watergate-senpai, are you implying that someone might seek me out due to these eyes? Who can say? Perhaps even the distant land of water might send ninjas to extract your eyes." Kakashi chimed in, attempting to add to Watergate's jest. Chika abruptly rose to his feet, plunging his katana into the ground and resting his hands upon its hilt, proclaiming with bravado, "Puff, the land of water is nothing. Even if those so-called 7 ninja swordsmen were to come, I would annihilate them without a trace. I could use a few more ninja blades, anyway." He was well aware that he was boasting, yet he chose to elevate his claims. Otherwise, how could he let Watergate and Kakashi think he lacked the audacity to boast? "Humph, the land of wind is no better. Even if Chio of the Sand were to show up, I would not flinch. It would be an opportunity to eliminate the threat from my father, so he wouldn't have to sneeze every day. A family must remain whole." Kakashi, not willing to be outdone, stood alongside Chika, matching his intensity. "Ah, you two?" Watergate observed their youthful bravado with a sigh. These two truly were childish, competing even in their exaggerations. Yet he understood that their talents were exceptional in the ninja world. Their grandiloquent declarations were not mere bluster. With time, they would surely achieve what they proclaimed, perhaps even surpass it. Unlike him, for he had already matured. Well then, the land of Earth is trivial. Even if they dispatched thousands of ninjas to seek vengeance upon me, I would fell them all. This would allow Jiraiya-sensei to experience the allure of the Iwanin women. Watergate joined the two, and they huddled together. After a brief silence, a faint blush crept across their faces as they simultaneously chuckled inwardly. How embarrassing. What was I just thinking? How could I have such a juvenile side? Ahem. The first to regain composure, Watergate glanced at the sky and said, "All right, enough boasting. It is time to rest. We shall take turns keeping watch. I will begin, followed by Kakashi, and finally Chika." "All right," Chika replied, glancing at Kakashi to see that he did not object. He added, "Thank you, Watergate-senpai and Kakashi, for your efforts." Chika recognized that Watergate was looking out for him. Although it was late, it was only around 8 o'clock. Watergate and Kakashi would each keep watch for 4 hours, meaning that by the time it was Chika's turn, it would be around 4 in the morning, allowing him at least 7 or 8 hours of sleep. "Then I shall take my leave to rest. Please wake me in 4 hours, Watergate-sensei." Kakashi paid Chika no mind, and simply addressed Watergate before entering the makeshift tent. "Chika, you should also go inside and sleep soundly." Watergate gently encouraged, before settling by the fire. Upon hearing this, Chika nodded and followed Kakashi into the tent. The three of them were men, devoid of any peculiar hobbies. Thus they opted for a simple arrangement, erecting a modest tent. Given the slight frames of Chika and Kakashi, rolling around would hardly yield any escape from the confines of the tent. Lying beside Kakashi, Chika covered himself with his blanket and was just about to close his eyes when a thought struck him. He turned to Kakashi and inquired, "Kakashi, you don't snore, do you?" "I am quite a light sleeper. The slightest noise tends to rouse me." From Kakashi Hitaki's negative emotions, emotional value 10. "I do not snore," Kakashi replied gruffly. Chika, appearing quite satisfied, continued, "Oh, then you wouldn't mind if I snore, would you?" From Kakashi Hitaki's negative emotions, emotional value 50. "If you dare to snore, I will kill you," Kakashi retorted. "Nonsense. Once I am asleep, how can I control my snoring?" "Kakashi, you are utterly unreasonable." From Kakashi Hataki's negative emotions, emotional value 60. Minato, seated by the fire, listened as the commotion within the tent gradually subsided, leaving only the rhythmic sounds of Chika and Kakashi's breathing, which brought a faint smile to his face. Ever since Chika joined the team, Kakashi had indeed become more animated. Though Kakashi was his disciple, the age difference created a slight gap between them. Their interactions typically consisted of Minato's incessant chatter, while Kakashi quietly listened, rarely interjecting. Yet, it seemed that Kakashi and Chika unexpectedly harmonized well. However, Chika's personality was undeniably a tad infuriating. Minato glanced up at the moonlit sky. The bright moon foretold a clear day ahead, perfect for traveling. "Oh, what a dazzling star!" Minato exclaimed, surprised to see a single star shining brilliantly beneath the luminous moon. Meanwhile, 3 reports regarding Chika and his companions were dispatched to 3 distinct locations within the ninja world. In the Land of Wind, the news of Kakashi Hatake, the sole heir of Konoha's White Fang, arriving in the Land of Rivers, was met with unrestrained glee by Chiyo, the advisor to the 3rd Hokage, who occupied her own independent office. Gazing at the intelligence brought by her subordinates, she was overwhelmed with joy. The deaths of her son and daughter-in-law had long been like a thorn embedded in her heart, fueling her desire for revenge against Tsukumo Hatake. However, at that moment, Tsukumo was at the pinnacle of his power. Even with the 3rd Hokage intervention, the outcome would be uncertain. She had resigned herself to the belief that she would never have the opportunity for vengeance in this lifetime. Yet now she had received detailed information regarding Tsukumo's only son, Kakashi Hatake. It felt like a timely boon amidst adversity. If the elder could not be dealt with, could the younger not also be confronted? With this thought, a chilling expression crossed Chiyo's face. "Tsukumo Hatake, I shall make you taste the agony of losing a son." After contemplating further, she furrowed her brow and asked, "However, how did you acquire this information?" The Dark Division of the Sand Shinobi replied, "Rest assured, Lady Chiyo, this intelligence was gathered by one of my Chunin subordinates. He has served the sand for many years and is not a ninja from an enemy nation." Upon hearing this, Chiyo nodded. The source of the information was indeed trustworthy, indicating that it was not a calculation by malefactors. With this in mind, let us commence the assassination plan. I am determined to ensure that Hatake Kakashi meets his demise in the Land of Rivers. Just as Chiyo was preparing to assign personnel for the assassination of Kakashi, a young man with striking red hair and an elegant visage entered the room. "Grandmother Chiyo," he greeted. At this moment, Sasori had yet to sever ties with the sand, and at a tender age, he had already attained the rank of Jonin, acclaimed as the most talented puppet designer in Sunagakure, having earned the moniker of Sasori of the Red Sand within the shinobi world. Seeing her beloved grandson enter, Chiyo's previously stern countenance transformed into a warm smile, and she affectionately inquired, "Sasori, what brings you here at this late hour?" "I have learned that Hatake Kakashi is currently on a mission in the Land of Rivers. I wish to undertake this assassination mission personally to avenge my parents," Sasori replied softly. Creating a puppet from the enemy's offspring would make for a splendid work of art. Her heart ached for her unfortunate grandson, who had been engulfed in solitude since childhood due to the loss of his parents, with no companions in the entire village. All of this was the result of the actions of Tsukumo Hatake. Perhaps having Sasori personally eliminate Kakashi could alter this dismal state. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chiyo acquiesced to Sasori's request. "Very well, you shall lead this assassination mission." In the Land of Earth, in contrast to the blinded by hatred Chiyo, the shrewd 3rd Hokage, Inoki, remained remarkably composed. Upon receiving the dossier, he promptly sought to verify the sources and authenticity of the intelligence. However, the methods of White Zetsu were not easily discernible, and thus Inoki found no discrepancies in the information. Mastering the Flying Thunder God technique is no simple feat. We cannot afford to have another figure like the 2nd Hokage emerge from Konoha. Arrange 3 demolition squads to retrieve the head of Minato Namikaze. I am eager to witness how Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old relic, will react upon the death of his beloved disciple. Lord Tsuchikage, might 3 demolition squads be excessive? What do you know? The Flying Thunder God technique excels at evasion. Without sufficient personnel, how can we secure the kill? But the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobarama, silence. I am the Tsuchikage, and you are but a mere subordinate. In the Land of Water, as the Mist Village fell under the control of Uchiha Obito, the upper echelons showed no concern regarding the origins of the intelligence. Hearing that a Konoha team was on a mission in the Land of Rivers, which boasted 3 of Konoha's prodigious ninjas, including one with the Sharingan, it was the perfect opportunity to eradicate this team and frame the Sand Shinobi, thereby disrupting the fragile peace between the two nations. The third Mizukage casually devised a pretext to launch an attack on Chiyo and her companions. The Sharingan is a coveted asset. Arrange for 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen to retrieve it for me. 2 days later, at a small town on the border of the Land of Rivers, the hot spring street awaited. Due to the conspicuous nature of the Konoha ninja attire, the trio of Chika had opted to don the garb of ordinary citizens, strolling through the bustling streets. Now amidst a town teeming with people, it was impossible to discern whether any of them might also be disguised adversaries from rival nations. This quaint town thrived with activity, its broad avenues flanked by an array of hot spring inns, hotels, and casinos. The presence of a red light district was evident, with elegantly dressed ladies beckoning passers-by with enchanting allure. Watergate Senpai, our base isn't hidden within one of these establishments, is it? Chika inquired, casting a glance at Watergate. Certainly not. Watergate replied, shaking his head. Even I am unaware of the exact location of our base. We must seek someone here who can guide us to it. What a pity. I thought I might have the chance to experience it firsthand. Chika remarked, his curiosity mingled with a sense of longing as he observed the ladies, feeling a twinge of regret for having never indulged in such experiences throughout both his lifetimes. Watergate shot Chika a disapproving look. Stop your nonsense. Haven't you memorized the 3 prohibitions of a ninja? It's merely curiosity, Chika retorted. Curiosity is innocuous. But the issue lies in whether you possess the means to confront them at your age, Watergate responded, a trace of amusement glinting in his eyes as he regarded Chika's lower half. Since that fateful night when they had boasted to each other, the bond among the trio had grown considerably, allowing for light-hearted banter. Watergate Senpai, you seem to underestimate me, even without weapons to confront them. Should we simply allow ourselves to be provoked? Chika expressed indignantly. As ninja, we ought to fear no temptation, shun no adversity, and withstand no threats, even sans weaponry. We must face death unflinchingly and forge ahead. Watergate sighed, casting a weary glance at Chika. All right, enough of this. Once our mission is complete, I shall treat you both to a soak in the hot springs. It has been several days since we properly tended to our bodies. With that, he led Chika and Kakashi into the vibrant thoroughfare. Upon noticing the trio, the ladies' eyes sparkled with interest. The 2 younger boys were swiftly overlooked, their tender ages rendering them utterly harmless, lacking even the means to pose a threat. However, the young man stood apart. It had been quite some time since such a dashing and radiant figure had graced their presence. Hey, they are handsome. Care to come in for a little fun? It's quite delightful. One lady called out. Indeed. Come on, handsome. Our sisters are beautiful and charming. We can accommodate any desire. Another chimed in. Hey, don't be shy. Are you feeling bashful? Oh, you're making me more and more delighted. Watergate remained unfazed, his expression stoic, refraining from uttering a word. He understood that the moment he engaged them in conversation, the ladies would pounce on him like hungry wolves. Of course, that was not the primary reason for his reticence. Many men would dream of being so fervently pursued by such enchanting ladies. His mentor, Jiraiya, certainly would. The main concern was the presence of a disciple of Kushina within his team. He could be certain that as soon as he cast even a fleeting glance at this group of young ladies, Qian He's character would undoubtedly leverage the situation to threaten him. The 3 meandered aimlessly through the town for quite some time when suddenly, a few beggar children, noticing the presence of strangers, approached them. Big brother, I haven't eaten for 3 days. Please give me some money. Big brother, I beg you. Qian He glanced at the children, observing that the older ones were roughly of his age, while the younger ones appeared to be merely 3 or 4 years old. Each child bore the emaciated appearance of true hardship, which did not seem like a mere facade. However, such war orphans were a common sight in the shinobi world, and Qian He felt no surge of sympathy, merely watching with cold indifference. On the other hand, upon seeing the group of children beg, Minato's eyes lit up. He quickly retrieved a handful of coins from his pocket and began distributing them to each orphan. I don't have much to spare, just one for each of you. I'm sorry, he said, his voice filled with empathy, even shedding a tear. Qian He and Kakashi exchanged glances, recognizing that Minato would not engage in such futile acts during a mission. Moreover, Minato's display of emotions felt rather contrived. After Minato finished distributing the coins, most of the orphans left joyfully, clutching their newfound treasures. However, one child examined his coin, noticing a scratch on its surface, and suddenly understood. He glanced at Minato without uttering a word, and, once Minato noticed him, proceeded to walk ahead. Stay close and be wary of our surroundings. Minato instructed Qian He and Kakashi before trailing behind the child. The trio followed at a distance, navigating through several streets until the crowd thinned, leaving only a few ragged individuals wandering aimlessly. Their vacant gazes suggested a profound loss of hope, resembling mere shadows of their former selves. Led by the child, they arrived at a dilapidated temple. At that moment, a middle-aged man, having noticed their arrival, stepped out with a wary demeanor. The guiding child approached the man and handed him the coins. The man examined the coins closely, his expression slightly relaxing yet still cautious. Before signaling to Minato with a series of gestures, Minato reciprocated with different gestures. At this juncture, the exchange was deemed complete, and both Minato and the middle-aged man exhaled in relief. "You are a day later than expected," the man remarked. "I apologize. I took a longer route to avoid confrontation with the Sand Shinobi." The man nodded, then produced a scroll and handed it to Minato, stating, "This contains the intelligence you require for your mission. Please ensure its safekeeping." "Thank you for your assistance," Minato replied as he accepted the scroll. "Since the intelligence transfer is complete, we shall take our leave." The man nodded, making no attempt to detain them. Given the extreme secrecy of this outpost, the sooner they departed, the less likely it would be exposed, ensuring his own safety as well. Upon witnessing the scene, Minato ceased to speak further and led Chika and Kakashi away from the dilapidated temple. "Well, we have obtained the intelligence scroll, and we can consider the mission largely accomplished," Minato remarked with a smile as he turned away from the crumbling structure. Chika's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Does this mean we can now indulge in a hot spring?" "Indeed. The hot springs of the Land of Rivers are splendid, far superior to the environment of our Leaf Village," Chika replied, lounging in the water with only his head visible above the surface, a towel perched atop. The hot spring was surrounded by lush bamboo groves, and in the night, the water's surface reflected the brilliant moonlight, shimmering gently. Steam rose languidly, infused with the scent of sulfur and the unique humidity of the springs, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Kakashi appeared beside Chika and responded, "That's because you haven't been to the land of hot water. Their springs are truly delightful." "Is that so? I would relish the opportunity to experience the hot springs of the land of hot water," Chika replied, just as he noticed his Nin-ken, Pakin, paddling past him in a doggy paddle. "Hey, Kakashi, why did you bring Pakin in here? A summoning beast is also our companion. What is the issue with enjoying the hot springs together? You could bring your crow too," Kakashi replied nonchalantly. "Have you ever seen a crow in a hot spring?" Chika asked incredulously. "I have," Kakashi asserted with conviction. Faced with Kakashi's fabrications, Chika felt utterly helpless. He never imagined that his first experience in a hot spring would be shared not with a charming lady, but rather with a dog. Turning to Minato, Chika inquired, "By the way, Minato-sensei, what did the intelligence say?" Since the intelligence scroll from their mission was not of utmost secrecy, Minato had opened it during their journey. This was also to ensure that in the event of unforeseen circumstances, or if the scroll were to be lost, Minato could recount its contents from memory. The scroll states that the previous feudal lord of the Land of Wind has passed away. The new feudal lord is a frivolous individual, more concerned with pleasure than governance. He seems dissatisfied with the substantial portion of his annual budget allocated to Sunagakure and wishes to reduce its funding. He even contemplates abolishing the ninja village system, emulating the Land of Rivers by entrusting all missions to other countries, particularly mentioning the Leaf Village, Minato explained. Chika chuckled at this revelation. He recalled the feudal lord from the anime, who had been mentioned during the plans to destroy Konoha. Due to the feudal lord's cuts to Sunagakure's budget, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, had to rely on ninjutsu to extract gold from the desert to support the village, even pushing for the feudal lord to allocate funds to demonstrate strength. It was surprising that the new feudal lord of the Land of Wind had already harbored such intentions upon taking office. The reason for the lack of immediate action was likely due to his recent ascension, which rendered him unstable and cautious of antagonizing the third Kazekage. During the fourth Kazekage's tenure, the third had gone missing, and the fourth's hasty rise to power created an opportunity for the feudal lord to cut funding. Do not rejoice too early. The existence of the ninja village serves to uphold national security. If funding for the Sand Hidden Village is curtailed, leading to a loss of ninja personnel and a lack of formidable strength to maintain order, it could result in national turmoil. The proposal by the daimyo to reduce the budget for the sand-hidden village is not a wise choice. Even if the reduction fails, a rift will have formed between the sand-hidden village and the land of wind. Minato then remarked. Kakashi, puzzled, inquired, isn't that a good thing? Minato shook his head and explained, good is relative. In the short term, due to the lack of funds, the land of wind will intensify its efforts to take on commissions from various nations, leading to fiercer competition with the sand ninjas over the commissions in the land of rivers. In the long run, if the rewards from the commissions that the sand-hidden village secures cannot offset the amount reduced by the daimyo, it could lead to war against external forces. The best option would be the resource-rich land of fire, Chika whispered. After all, when internal conflicts remain unresolved, one can only attract greater external discord. At this point, both Chika and Kakashi fell silent. Chika was indeed aware that the Third Great Ninja War was imminent, which would also mark Minato's rise to fame. It is still early. The new daimyo does not hold absolute power over the entire land of wind. Moreover, such a short-sighted daimyo must certainly be a source of concern for the sand-hidden village. Minato chuckled silently, observing how men are full of opinions when discussing matters of state. As the trio conversed, time passed swiftly, and they all grew hungry. We've soaked in the hot springs long enough. It's time to get something to eat. It has been ages since I've had anything warm, Minato declared. Chika and Kakashi offered no objections, but Kakashi looked at Chika and asked, so, the question arises, who is going to pay for the meal? No need. I'll take care of it. Minato interjected before Chika could respond. Minato-sensei, you've already treated us to the hot springs. It's only fair that we contribute as well. We can't let you shoulder all the expenses, Chika replied, realizing it was indeed inappropriate to allow Minato to pay for everything. If they were to form a team in the future, it would not be right for Minato to bear all the costs, especially considering his future marriage to Kushina. You pay. Chika and Kakashi stated simultaneously, rising slowly without regard for whether Minato had seen their embarrassment. Their gazes seemed to spark with intensity. Observing the apparent tension between the two, Minato shook his head helplessly while casting a quick glance at their lower halves. Kakashi has lost again. After a moment's thought, Minato cheerfully suggested, let us have a contest to see who can hold their breath the longest underwater. The loser treats. That's a splendid idea, Chika responded, noticing the gleam of competitiveness in Kakashi's eyes, and then asked Minato, Minato-sensei, why not compare sizes instead? What is there to compare? Kakashi has already lost. Minato replied without a second thought. Kakashi, negative emotion from Hatake Kakashi, emotion level 80. Minato-sensei, you actually peeked at us. What I meant by comparing sizes was not the mere 2 pounds beneath. Chika promptly dove back into the water. Understanding his misunderstanding, Minato quickly apologized to Kakashi, saying, I'm sorry, Kakashi, I thought Chika was referring to age. Teacher Minato, please assist him. However, this explanation only deepened Kakashi's despair. Even considering age, with an additional 10 months in the womb, he was still 2 months younger than the other. Minato, with a double entendre, reassured, Kakashi, do not be disheartened. You are still young, and there will come a day when you grow up. Yet, Chika was merely 7 years old. Perhaps he was exceptionally gifted. Feeling hunger pangs, the trio decided to seek a nearby eatery, adhering to the principle of proximity. Aware of the significant emotional blow Kakashi had suffered, Chika generously offered to treat them to this meal. Sitting cross-legged on the tatami mat, they gazed hungrily at the steaming food, ready to indulge when suddenly, Parker, nestled in Kakashi's arms, caught a whiff and exclaimed, Kakashi, there's an odd smell in here. Alerted by Parker's words, the three became vigilant. Just as something erupted from the ground beneath Minato's feet, his expression shifted dramatically as he leaped back, evading the attack while drawing a specially crafted kunai. Shouting to Chika and Kakashi, run. Quick to react, Chika and Kakashi had already reached the windowsill, lightly leaping onto the eaves. Boom. At that very moment, the eatery collapsed in an instant. The violent explosion drew the attention of the surrounding crowd, prompting screams as they sought safety. Chika and Kakashi dashed along the eaves toward the outskirts of the town. Glancing back toward Minato, Chika noticed 2 ninjas clad in sand village attire assaulting him. Let us not dwell on that. We need to retreat. Kakashi urged Chika. He was well aware of Minato's prowess, and as long as they ensured their own safety, Minato could withdraw at any time. Chika understood this logic, merely casting a quick glance before following closely behind Kakashi. However, contrary to their intentions, two ninjas adorned with Sand Village headbands blocked their path. Chika and Kakashi halted, their expressions grave as they assessed their adversaries. Though there were only two, the aura they exuded indicated they were formidable opponents. "We have waited long enough for you. We had been contemplating how to separate you from that Jonin. Yet you parted so easily. It seems the bonds among your leaf ninjas are not as strong as presumed. Is it the case that the esteemed ninjas of the Sand Village resort to such despicable tactics as poisoning?" Kakashi queried coldly, realizing that without Parker, he might have indeed fallen victim to their treachery. "You must be Hitaki Kakashi. We initially intended for you to perish quietly, ensuring your bodies would remain unblemished. After all, combat can easily damage corpses, complicating my art of puppet making. Even if I were to craft puppets from you, they would be flawed masterpieces." The leader of the Sand Ninja was none other than the Scorpion of the Red Sand. As he gazed upon Kakashi's head of white hair, it seemed to merge with a figure he had glimpsed in a photograph. Instantly, a torrent of murderous intent surged within him. Upon hearing this, Chika understood who stood before them and whispered to Kakashi, "Kakashi, the opportunity has arrived. This is the Scorpion of the Red Sand, Chiyo's grandson. Do you recall what was said that fateful night? Shouldn't you collect some interest first? But now is not the time for jest. We must contemplate our escape." Kakashi, too, recognized the man before him, though he had not anticipated such a coincidence. Among the Sand Ninja, one was indeed the enemy of his father. The use of poison was a clear indication that they were specifically targeting them. It appeared that his intelligence had reached Sunagakure, provoking Chiyo's vengeance, and they intended for Scorpion to exact it personally. At that moment, a Sand Ninja standing behind the Scorpion glanced at Chika and Kakashi, astonished. "Such immense chakra. Scorpion-sama. That Uchiha brat possesses chakra 6 or 7 times greater than Hitaki Kakashi." Upon hearing this, Scorpion finally turned his gaze towards Chika. "It seems you not only possess the Sharingan, but also a remarkable physique. Just what I need for my research on human puppetry. Your body shall serve my purpose well." Scorpion's interest in Chika was piqued. As a prodigious puppet master, Scorpion's talent in the art of puppetry was beyond question. At this age, he was already contemplating how to surpass the first-generation puppet master, Monzaemon. The greatest advantage of a human puppet is its ability to retain all of the individual's ninjutsu and bloodline limits from their lifetime. "How perverse," Chika retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Scorpion. "You certainly choose the worst of role models." Scorpion paid no heed to Chika's remark, instead instructing the Sand Ninja behind him in a calm tone, "Leave this to me. Go assist the other two installing that Jonin. And once I have dealt with these two, I will confront him." "Yes, Scorpion-sama." The Sand Ninja clearly believed that allowing Scorpion to handle 2 6- or 7-year-old children posed no challenge at all. However, sensing the precarious situation of his teammates on another battlefield, he swiftly departed to join Minato's skirmish. With the Sand Ninja gone, Kakashi turned to Chika. "It seems we must endure against this fiend for a while until Minato-sensei returns," Kakashi said gravely. The title of Scorpion of the Red Sand was one forged in blood within the ninja world, and Kakashi felt uncertain of their victory, even with Chika's assistance. The incident had unfolded so suddenly that Minato hadn't been able to evacuate them promptly, and now he was entangled with 3 Sand Ninja, unable to extricate himself at once. Nonetheless, both Chika and Kakashi had unwavering faith in Minato. Those 3 Sand Ninja could only delay him, certainly incapable of killing him, and they might even face retribution. "All right, you focus on the offense while I look for an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow." Chika nodded solemnly in agreement, recognizing that he was indeed superior to Kakashi in close combat. "Exercise caution, for the adversary is not merely a puppet master, but also a master of poison. Do not allow them to inflict harm upon you. This opponent is a ninja skilled in controlling puppets. The weapons upon those puppets are imbued with lethal toxins, and without an antidote, contact will lead to certain death. This is precisely why Chika has been designated as the primary attacker. Possessing the Sharingan, Chika can perceive the movements of the puppets through its keen insight, enabling evasive maneuvers." "I understand." After a brief consultation regarding their strategy, Chika activated her Sharingan, drew her katana, and charged towards Sasori of the Red Sand. "Have you finalized your plan? Then it is my turn to commence." Observing the two whispering for an extended period, Sasori grew increasingly impatient, and upon seeing Chika advance, he let out a cold smirk. He retrieved a scroll from his robe and slowly unfurled it. Before him materialized 10 humanoid puppets clad in crimson robes, encircling him like stars around the moon. Simultaneously, Sasori extended his hands and declared, "Secret technique, 10 machine manipulation." 10 slender chakra threads extended from his fingertips, each connecting to a puppet. In an instant, the 10 puppets suspended in midair appeared to come to life, revealing their respective weapons beneath their robes. At this moment, Sasori had yet to attain the formidable strength he would later possess, nor had he transformed his body into a human puppet capable of controlling hundreds. Yet, under his meticulous guidance, each of these 10 puppets functioned as if they were elite ninja of the Chunin rank. The limitation of his fingers restricted Sasori's capabilities. The 10 puppets remained silent, obediently following Sasori's commands. 8 of them surged forward towards the approaching Chika, while the remaining 2 stood guard at either side of Sasori. After all, a puppet master does not prioritize the cultivation of taijutsu or jinjutsu, rendering their physical combat skills rather lacking. Although Sasori outwardly dismissed Chika and Kakashi, he was inherently a cautious individual. Shadow clone technique. Faced with such a formidable array of 8 puppets, Chika did not dare to take the situation lightly. She formed hand seals, summoning shadow clones to confront the 10 puppets collectively. Concurrently, Kakashi, positioned behind Chika, employed the shadow clone technique as well, sending one clone forward to alleviate some of the pressure on Chika. Having executed this maneuver, Kakashi's original form remained behind, ready to form seals once more. Chika had already engaged with the 8 puppets. The foremost puppet wielded a serrated great sword and swung it towards Chika's head, while another puppet lay hidden behind, poised to strike. The tomo in Chika's Sharingan flickered momentarily, allowing her to discern the trajectories of the 2 puppets' assaults. With a swift twist of her body, she positioned her katana horizontally before her chest, evading the strike of the serrated sword, while simultaneously parrying the thrust from the hidden puppet's spear. Oh! Truly remarkable is the renowned Sharingan of the ninja world. It would be a shame to use your body as a mere vessel for experimentation with human puppets. Very well. I shall preserve your physical form. Rest assured, I shall safeguard it, and once the development of human puppets is successful, you will serve as my inaugural creation. Upon witnessing the Sharingan of Chika, the scorpion of the red sand felt an exhilaration surge within him. How absurd! Chika spat at Scorpion, surprised that he was not under the watchful eye of the village's Uncle Snake, but instead caught the attention of this pretty boy first. It was truly outrageous. Faced with such a perverse desire, Chika understood that only someone equally twisted could contend with it. You are not without merit. In my village, there exists an Uncle Snake who likely shares common interests with you. How about I send you to his operating table to discuss the intricacies of life? Humph. If you wish to take me to Konoha, you must first pass my puppets. Scorpion sneered, his fingers curling as he controlled the puppets to attack Chika. In an instant, the 2 puppets surged forward like they had been injected with a surge of adrenaline, launching a frenzied assault on Chika. Simultaneously, Chika and Kakashi's shadow clones engaged the 2 puppets, a cacophony of clashing blades and sparks flying in every direction. The intense sounds of battle reached Minato's ears from afar. Facing an assault from 3 ninjas, Minato's expression shifted. He had believed that as long as Chika and Kakashi departed first, he could escape the conflict even if he could not eliminate his adversaries. However, it now appeared that Chika and Kakashi were entangled with formidable foes, detained by them. Moreover, judging by the density of the sounds, the enemy's numbers were considerable, at least exceeding 10. Naturally, Minato contemplated the possibility of a puppet master being involved. Yet apart from Chio, no one could control such a multitude. Shaking his head, Minato thought that if it truly were Chio, Chika and Kakashi would not have been able to hold out for so long. Unable to pinpoint the identity of their adversaries, Minato began to feel anxious. Regardless of the circumstances, the danger to Chika and Kakashi was undeniable. A change in plans was imperative. Gradually, a solemn expression settled on Minato's face, and he inexplicably produced a specially crafted kunai with both hands held before him. With a voice laden with murderous intent, he addressed the 3 sand ninjas. Next, I shall eradicate all of you in the swiftest manner possible. Humph. A mere 17 or 18-year-old jonin dares to make such grand proclamations before us. Are Konoha's ninjas merely boastful? As for Chika, the shadow clones were but mere shadows, significantly weaker than their original. Kakashi's shadow clone could no longer withstand the onslaught of the puppets and dissipated into a cloud of smoke. With the dissolution of Kakashi's clone, the pressure on Chika intensified. Even with the Sharingan, he struggled to evade the attacks. In that moment, Chika, along with his two shadow clones, found themselves retreating under the relentless assault of 8 puppets. At that precise moment, Kakashi completed his hand seals, taking a deep breath before unleashing a wind blade from his mouth. Wind release, wind cutter technique. The wind blade whistled through the air, striking accurately at one of the puppets encircling Chika. This particular puppet, unable to withstand the force of the wind blade for more than an instant, was shattered into fragments that scattered across the ground. Seeing this, Chika's eyes brightened. Seizing the fleeting opportunity created by the sudden gap in the enemy's formation, he took a step forward, evading the fierce strike of a puppet. Suddenly, he leapt into action, swiftly slashing at another puppet's waist. In that instant, the katana in his hand transformed into a gleaming silver moonbeam, radiating a brilliant light in the darkness. A crisp crack echoed as the puppet was cleaved in half, its upper and lower halves collapsing to the ground. 2 down. It seems you truly must return to Konoha with me, Scorpion. Chika laughed heartily, having dismantled 2 puppets. The pressure on him significantly alleviated. His exquisite swordsmanship, combined with wind attribute chakra, left the puppets hesitant to advance. I underestimated you too. The expression on Chiyo's face darkened upon losing 2 of his puppets. However, he refrained from deploying the remaining 2 puppets immediately, aware of his own weakness in hand-to-hand combat. Moreover, he remained cautious of any unknown techniques the opponent might possess. If there were any sudden teleportation jutsu, it could spell disaster. Each puppet was meticulously crafted, boasting formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. Yet, against all odds, that Uchiha youth managed to endure until his allies' jutsu support arrived, seizing the perfect moment to counterattack and sever the puppet. It appeared that the opponent not only excelled in swordsmanship, but also adeptly wielded the transformation of wind attribute chakra. Is it true that members of the Uchiha clan are such prodigies? Heaven knows if Chika were to close the distance, would he meet the same fate as that puppet? Humph, the battle has only just begun. Chiyo scoffed, pulling his hands with determination to continue manipulating the puppets. As his words fell, the remaining 6 puppets began to tremble under his command. Crack, crack. Just as Chika found himself bewildered, the joints of the 6 puppets suddenly began to emit sounds, then disassembled, revealing blades and even rotating knives within. Trouble. Chika's heart sank as he realized that Chiyo was now fully engaged. Previously, he may have harbored intentions of retrieving Chika and Kakashi's bodies to transform them into human puppets, thus refraining from employing this tactic to preserve their integrity. However, now that he discerned the ordinary state of the puppets was no match for the 2, he had evidently abandoned that notion. The transformed puppets no longer appeared harmless. They resembled porcupines adorned with weapons all over their bodies. Given the principles of puppet masters, they were likely coated in poison as well. Not only that, their speed had increased, and in a single encounter, they dispatched 2 of Chika's shadow clones, subsequently ensnaring him with 4 of the puppets. The remaining 2 surged toward Kakashi. It was clear that Chiyo understood he could not allow Kakashi the opportunity to assist Chika with ninjutsu. In this dire situation, Kakashi could no longer provide jutsu support and was forced to evade the puppet's relentless assaults with great difficulty. Unlike Chika, he could not withstand the onslaught unscathed. Meanwhile, Chika found himself in a precarious moment. Unable to counterattack against the overwhelming assault of 4 puppets, he could only retreat. The 2 individuals found themselves in a precarious situation. Qian He held on for a moment, but soon revealed a flaw. At that moment, the scorpion's eyes sparkled with excitement as one of the puppets, equipped with serrated curved blades at its joints, swiftly advanced. The 2 blades, glinting with a chilling luminescence, plunged directly into Qian He's waist simultaneously. Simultaneously, another puppet emerged from above the first, wielding a rapidly spinning blade that emitted a deafening roar. It sliced through Qian He's head, cleaving him in 2. However, at that instant, Qian He's bisected body suddenly transformed into dozens of crows amidst a cloud of smoke. Using crows as decoys, the scorpion, initially believing he had finally vanquished this troublesome foe, was taken aback by the appearance of the substitutes. With a cold snort, the 4 puppets operated like a harvester, swiftly severing all of Qian He's crows. Qian He, having evaded the puppets' assault by hiding among the crows, felt a fleeting sense of relief, only to turn and witness his dozens of crows lying motionless on the ground. His face flushed crimson with rage. You killed my crows. How dare you slaughter my crows? Little did he know, the scorpion was so petty, taking out his frustrations on Qian He's crows when he couldn't strike at him directly. Those were 39 precious mother crows. In that moment, a rare spark of anger ignited within Qian He. He clapped his hands forcefully and shouted, "Fire release, Phoenix fire technique." Instantly, he drained a significant amount of chakra, causing him to spew forth a barrage of flames. In an instant, hundreds of fireballs surged toward the scorpion's puppets. The explosive barrage resembled a machine gun firing, not only resulting in intense explosions, but also heating the surrounding air to a searing temperature. The scorpion's expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated Qian He's proficiency in fire release, capable of instantaneous casting with formidable power. Caught off guard, two of the puppets failed to evade in time and were struck by Qian He's fireballs, igniting in midair before melting away into ashes. "Is it permissible for you to destroy my puppets?" In that moment, the scorpion's fury ignited. "You can destroy my puppets, yet I am forbidden from avenging my crows." From Scorpion's negative emotions, emotional value 50. First-time acquisition of Scorpion's emotional value rewards a significant enhancement in chakra control. Puppet Inferno formation. Enraged, the Scorpion finally unleashed the two puppets beside him. They charged forward, standing about 10 meters from Qian He, and opened their gaping maws, revealing dark, ominous pipes within. Subsequently, two streams of searing flames erupted forth. The two main attacking puppets were not idle. One retracted its limbs and head, transforming into a spherical shape, then launched a barrage of dense poisonous spikes, resembling a meteor ball, which the scorpion manipulated and hurled at Qian He. The other puppet opened its chest, ejecting a metallic lion head inscribed with sealing symbols from its abdomen. "Is this a battle of ninjutsu? Very well, I shall indulge you." Upon witnessing the scene, Chica let out a cold laugh, disregarding the rewards obtained from the scorpion, and instead summoned another shadow clone. At this moment, the shadow clone clearly understood Chica's intentions, and, in unison with Chica's true form, they clapped their hands together. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. A straight line of flames erupted from Chica's mouth, while the shadow clone unleashed a powerful gust of wind. Bolstered by the wind technique, the dragon fire technique swelled to more than 3 times its original size, roaring forth like a dragon. The fire dragon first reduced the meteorite puppet to ashes with ease, and the iron lion's head melted into molten metal in mere moments. The relentless fire dragon continued to push back the inferno prison formation. How could this be? The red sand scorpion's expression changed drastically. Not only was Chica proficient in instantaneous fire techniques, but he also wielded wind techniques with such finesse. If their sand shinobi witnessed this instantaneous wind technique, they would undoubtedly feel ashamed. Not only was the red sand scorpion astonished, but even Kakashi, who was still entangled with the puppet, wore a look of disbelief. He was well aware of Chica's prowess with fire techniques, yet he never anticipated that Chica had such a hidden skill. The fire dragon roared, igniting the surroundings with its intense heat, and the inferno prison formation could not withstand for long before being consumed by the dragon. In that moment, the red sand scorpion realized his defeat. Despite being a talented ninja from the Sand Village, he never imagined he would be reduced to such a state by two youths, particularly the Uchiha Chica, whose strength was astonishingly formidable. Simultaneously, he recognized the inferiority of his puppets. Although they were numerous, they lacked true strength. Had it been his grandmother Chiyo's 10-puppet technique, the situation would have been entirely different. At that moment, the red sand scorpion was resolute in his decision to develop human puppets, and he already had a target in mind. However, he needed materials to practice with first. Though many thoughts flashed through the red sand scorpion's mind, only an instant had passed. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Chica seized the opportunity, moving like a specter, swiftly closing the distance to stand before the red sand scorpion. The puppet master's greatest fear was an enemy at close range. And now Chica had positioned himself at the scorpion's side. Chica's gaze was as sharp as a blade, the crimson Sharingan glowing eerily in the night, while the katana in his hand radiated a chilling light. Faced with such an imposing presence, the red sand scorpion could no longer evade. He dared not meet Chica's eyes. It was over. Without unnecessary movements, Chica stood before the red sand scorpion, raising his katana, prepared to strike him down to avenge the destruction of his crows. However, just as Chica believed the scorpion had no other means left, he suddenly noticed a faint smile at the corner of the scorpion's mouth. At that moment, several blades inexplicably extended from the scorpion's back, the sharp tips aimed directly at Chika's heart. Chika's heart raced, and he forcefully twisted his body, narrowly evading the deadly strike. In my heart, I could not help but sigh. Truly, he is the scorpion of the red sand, a member of the Akatsuki, and at this moment, he has begun to manipulate his own body. It seems that a complete transformation is not far off. However, Chika was alert, otherwise, he would have been caught off guard by this sudden assault. Yet, Chika was unwilling to let his attack go to waste. He swiftly pivoted the blade, and the katana carved an arc through the air, striking fiercely at Scorpion's arm. In an instant, blood gushed forth as the arm fell, staining his clothing and creating crimson blossoms upon the ground. Nevertheless, the Scorpion merely grunted, furrowing his brow before directing his weapons towards Chika. Simultaneously, two puppets abandoned Kakashi and approached Chika from behind, brandishing their weapons. Surrounded on both sides, Chika had no choice but to retreat, deftly tapping his toes against the ground and swiftly sidestepping away. Seeing Chika's withdrawal, the Scorpion exhaled in relief, then deftly manipulated 3 chakra threads to extract intact components from the remnants of the ground puppets. He pieced together 3 new puppets. Observing this, Chika's lips curled slightly in resignation. Having failed to deliver a fatal blow in close combat earlier, his chances now seemed even more elusive. Indeed, one must never allow a puppeteer a moment to react. Little did Chika know that these 3 puppets were hastily assembled and could hardly be compared to the original. Collectively, they were already considered formidable compared to just one of the previous puppets. In that moment, both parties paused. Chika watched as the Scorpion staunched the bleeding from his arm and solemnly declared, "Scorpion, your arm has been severed, and you have only 5 puppets remaining. The outcome of this battle is uncertain. It would be prudent to retreat now. You can still reattach your severed limb." This battle had also drained a significant amount of Chika's chakra, and he could not guarantee maintaining his previous intensity in close combat without using emotional points. A mere arm, after all, would eventually require modification. You might as well make that decision for me. At this juncture, the Scorpion understood that killing both adversaries was no longer feasible. Yet the idea of retreating left him feeling unsatisfied. Flesh is frail, but machines ascend, is it? Very well, your resolve is commendable. If that is the case, then you shall accompany me back to Konoha. Chika, seeing this, steeled himself, preparing to engage in another battle with the Scorpion. Just as Chika was readying himself to utilize the system to bolster his abilities against the Scorpion, the silent Kakashi suddenly spoke. "Scorpion, if you are waiting for reinforcements from the Sand Ninja, I advise you to depart at once. Do not underestimate them. Among those 3, there are 2 Jonin." Although the Scorpion's expression remained unchanged upon realizing Kakashi had discerned his intentions, anxiety brewed within him. Could those 3 truly be incapable of handling even 1 Jonin? At that moment, the Scorpion noticed that the sounds of battle from the other side had begun to dwindle, yet the echoes of conflict still lingered. This precisely illustrates that the opposing Jonin is systematically eliminating his adversaries. A group of inept fools. The Scorpion of the red sand cursed under his breath, oblivious to the fact that his inability to subdue 2 youths rendered him equally incompetent. He cast a dark glance at Kakashi before shifting his focus to Chika Uchiha. Although he regarded Kakashi as formidable, he believed he could not withstand a prolonged confrontation with him. However, Chika Uchiha, the one responsible for the failure of tonight's assassination, was a different matter altogether. The Jonin-level swordsmanship of this Uchiha youth thwarted his puppets, and his effortless mastery of fire and wind release posed a significant threat. The Scorpion of the red sand could hardly fathom that such prowess resided in a mere 7-year-old. If he had already attained such skill at this tender age, what might he achieve in a few years? Yet at this moment, he found himself utterly cornered, unable to eliminate Chika. Chika and Kakashi discerned the Scorpion's wavering resolve, and a relaxed smile spread across their faces. "Uchiha Chika, I shall remember you," thought the Scorpion, casting a lingering glance at Chika as he prepared to retreat. "Please, do not forget me." "Thank you," Chika responded, genuinely hoping the Scorpion would always keep him in mind. Despite the Scorpion's nonchalant dismissal of his severed arm, it had already yielded Chika an influx of 300 to 400 emotional points. Clearly, the grudge for the severed limb had been established, and Chika anticipated further emotional points from the Scorpion in the future. However, at that moment, An inexplicable chill began to permeate the surroundings, akin to the dense fog that descends before dawn, enveloping the battlefield in an aura of mystery. Fight on, continue fighting. They had initially thought they could secure the target without lifting a finger, only to find themselves compelled to engage directly. It seemed the scorpion of the red sand was not as formidable as they had presumed. Our luck today has been quite favorable. Not only have we located the target, but we can also capture the scorpion, the precious grandson of the elder Chio. Indeed, bringing him back would surely yield substantial profit from the land of wind. With our blood boiling from this spectacle, it is time for us to take action and send them to their demise. Their conversation echoed through the mist from all directions, rendering it impossible to discern their location. The mist ninjas from the land of water, Chika, Kakashi, and the scorpion all exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions shifting to one of caution as they surveyed the thick fog. The mist ninjas excelled in assassination techniques. In such dense mist, one could hardly predict from which direction they would strike. The heart, liver, kidneys, throat, each is a prime target. How difficult it is to choose. The hidden mist ninjas taunted Chika and the others, their words seemingly designed to provoke them. Enough of this charade. Chika scoffed, clapping his hands as he prepared to unleash a wind release to disperse the fog. Be careful. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly shouted towards Chika. Qian He was taken aback, sensing something amiss. He turned around only to discover a towering figure looming behind him. At that moment, the figure, realizing it had been spotted, swiftly launched an attack, wielding a long, sharp weapon aimed directly at Qian He's heart. How swift! The speed was so astonishing that even Qian He, who had activated his Sharingan, could only discern a vague silhouette. It dawned on him that this individual was undoubtedly a Jonin, perhaps even an elite one. Compared to the lackluster opponent he had encountered during his graduation exam, this hidden mist assassin's stealth was far superior. With no time to evade, Qian He had no choice but to employ the body substitution technique once more. As the long blade surged towards him, Qian He transformed into a crow. This time, Kurosame Shiranui did not follow the same course of action as Sasori, instead targeting Qian He's crow. Taking refuge nearby, Qian He breathed a sigh of relief. Raising crows was no easy task, and he hoped not to encounter another cunning adversary. At this juncture, Qian He finally had the opportunity to assess the newcomer. With disheveled, spiky yellow hair, clad in a black top and trousers, and a mask concealing his face, the figure was tall and slender. It was none other than Kurosame Shiranui, a member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist. The 7 Ninja Swordsmen, as the name suggests, are a unique team of 7 ninja from the hidden Mist Village, each wielding a distinctive sword. This title is hereditary and designated for those who undertake difficult missions on behalf of the Land of Water's hidden Mist Village. Each of the 7 possesses a formidable blade that complements their unique jutsu, making them elite jonin of equal caliber. When united, even those at the level of Hokage must approach with caution. Little brat, you dodge quite swiftly. I hope the other little brat possesses the same speed in body substitution. Kurosame Shiranui, brandishing a slender long sword with a wire attached to its back, did not strike at Qian He's crow but instead turned to thrust at Kakashi. Unfortunately for Kakashi, he was not as fortunate. Although he reacted in time to leap backward, narrowly avoiding a fatal hit, the long blade pierced through his thigh. He was mere moments away from a far graver fate. Upon witnessing this, Qian He dared not linger and rushed forward to provide assistance. However, someone was swifter than he. With a swift sound, a specially crafted kunai appeared between Kurosame Shiranui and Kakashi, followed by the emergence of a figure. Kurosame was taken aback, astonished that someone could so abruptly materialize before him. Apologies for my tardiness. Those 3 sand ninja proved stronger than I anticipated. Minato first offered an apology to Qian He and Kakashi, then noticed Kakashi's injury, his expression immediately turning grave as he brandished his kunai and engaged Kurosame in combat. At this point, Qian He felt a sense of relief and hurried to Kakashi's side, examining the wounds. In such a brief span, Kakashi had been grievously injured by Kurosame, with penetrating wounds marring his thigh and arms. As Qian He bandaged him, he inquired, "Can you hold on? I won't be dying anytime soon." Kakashi gritted his teeth in response. "Damn it, the village hidden in the mist. I shall remember you." Meanwhile, the scorpion of the red sand found himself in a precarious situation, desperately evading the onslaught of another mist ninja. 3 of his 5 puppets had already been destroyed, and the demise of the remaining 2 was merely a matter of time. Upon uttering these words, he caught sight of the appearance of Minato, which darkened his expression further. Among the 3 sand ninjas he had brought with him, there were 2 jonin and 1 sensor ninja. To his utter disbelief, all 3 had fallen to the prowess of that jonin from Konoha. The strength of this leading jonin was utterly unexpected. At this juncture, Scorpion of the Red Sand relinquished any thoughts of vengeance. One of the puppets under his control produced a scroll from within his long robe, and as it unfurled, a cloud of black-purple poison gas swiftly dispersed. More poison. The sand ninjas are fond of such underhanded tactics. The mist ninja engaged with the scorpion clearly disdained such poisonous methods and retreated. After all, the sand ninjas were notorious for their lethal poisons. Succumbing to it was practically a death sentence unless a skilled medical ninja was present. Once the toxic smoke cleared, the scorpion of the red sand had vanished without a trace. Damn it, he escaped. Never mind. Do not pursue. Our target is the people of Konoha. Kurosame Tsukimaru, entangled with Minato, noticed the situation and promptly called out to his comrades. Minato's arrival had placed unprecedented pressure upon him, with his eerie entrance and speed surpassing his own. Before such a formidable jonin, he found himself at a complete disadvantage. Upon hearing Kurosame Tsukimaru's words, another mist ninja comprehended the gravity of the situation. The jonin from Konoha seemed exceptionally powerful. He approached his companion, wielding a weapon resembling a massive pillar, adorned with countless explosive tags. This weapon was none other than the exploding blade, one of the 7 ninja swords. The identity of the newcomer became clear. Uchiha from the 7 ninja swords, who was partnered with Kurosame Tsukimaru, referred to later by Guy as the Heartless Duo. As he drew near to Minato, Uchiha brandished his weapon, causing the explosive tags to detonate. Boom! The explosion severed the conflict between Kurosame Tsukimaru and Minato. Forewarned, Minato effortlessly retreated to join Chika and Kakashi, his gaze fixed upon Kurosame Tsukimaru and Uchiha. With the departure of the scorpion of the red sand, only the mist ninjas and Chika remained in the arena. After a brief exchange of blows, both parties stood opposite one another, scrutinizing each other. In contrast to the mist ninja's eyes, filled with murderous intent, the expressions of Chika's trio were decidedly peculiar. They exchanged glances, recalling the words spoken that fateful night. If it were merely sand ninjas, their presence in the land of rivers would not be surprising. However, the mist was an entirely different matter. Minato addressed the mist ninja. Have you come specifically for us? I do not recall having offended the village hidden in the mist. His statement bore truth, since Minato's ascendancy. He had scarcely engaged in conflict with the village hidden in the mist. This nation has long been ensconced within its maritime realms, preferring to engage in solitary pursuits, rarely encountering others in the wild, let alone in the land of rivers. It is for those captivating eyes that we have come. Kurosame Koranmaru, brandishing his long blade like a needle, pointed menacingly at Chika, a chilling smile gracing his lips. So, you are here for me, Chika replied in a somber tone, lamenting the absence of any pre-battle omens. The faces of Chika and his companions grew increasingly peculiar at Kurosame's declaration. Kakashi's Chiyo, Chika's 7 ninja swordsmen, and Minato's countless rock ninjas were all present. As it stands, Kakashi's Chiyo has transformed into the scorpion, and 2 members of Chika's 7 ninja swordsmen have also arrived. Although the situation is not as dire as when they first made their claims, it is still precarious. The only ones remaining are Minato's numerous rock ninjas. Chika turned to Minato and inquired, Minato-sensei, do you still possess the ability to extricate us from this predicament? Ninjas are inherently task-oriented, and their previous reluctance to abandon their fight against the sand ninjas stemmed from the presence of an ongoing battle. Furthermore, Minato had been separated at the outset, unable to teleport Chika and Kakashi away from the battlefield. Thus they were forced to confront the sand ninjas directly. Currently, their energies had been considerably depleted in the skirmish, while the opposing mist ninjas were well prepared. To engage once more under such circumstances would not be a prudent decision. Minato shook his head, his expression one of awkwardness. I apologize, but the seals I left behind are too distant. Given my current chakra levels, I cannot traverse the necessary distance. We must at least retreat another 10 kilometers. Though Minato had left markers along their path, the distance was far too great. Additionally, transporting both Chika and Kakashi would necessitate a significant increase in the chakra required for the Flying Thunder God technique. The opposing forces comprised elite Jonin-level ninjas, equally swift, rendering a 10-kilometer escape implausible. Furthermore, during this retreat, none of the trio could stray from the group. Otherwise, Minato would be unable to carry all three. Upon hearing this, Chika's expression darkened as he glanced at his two companions. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely declared, "Then we shall fight. There is no other choice." Minato nodded in reluctant agreement and proceeded to share the intelligence he possessed with Chika. The adversaries included Kurosame Kuranmaru, a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen wielding the long blade needle, and the explosive blade, Fubuki Munashi. Of these, I hold scant information. However, I will provide you with what I know. The needle boasts an extensive attack range and formidable lethality. Be wary of the steel wire tethered to its hilt, as its destructive potential surpasses that of the blade itself. As for the explosive blade, it can summon countless explosive tags and hurl explosive scrolls at foes. Both of these individuals are known for their cold-bloodedness and ruthless natures, infamous even in the land of water, so exercise utmost caution. Having concluded his briefing, Minato turned to Kakashi, concern evident in his tone. "Kakashi, can you still endure?" Kakashi's wounds had been staunched by Chika's ministrations, yet it was evident that he could not engage in battle. He staggered to his feet, struggling to maintain his balance, and replied, "Minato-sensei, I can still fight. Do not force yourself. It is wise to recuperate your strength. Allow me and Elder Minato to handle the forthcoming battle," Chika urged, simultaneously opening his attribute panel. At this juncture, he realized that he could only allocate points before the battle. Initially, he had presumed that a reconnaissance mission would not encounter formidable foes. Hence, he had refrained from enhancing his abilities prior to departure. However, to his astonishment, the mere act of setting a flag had manifested into reality, far beyond his expectations. Name: Uchiha Chika. Emotional value: 1463 ninjutsu. Proficient: 61100. Shuriken throwing technique. Mastery: 865-1000. Swordsmanship. Mastery: 435-1000. Flying Thunder God technique. Beginner: 331000. Chakra amount: 0563 cards. Current timelines: Kakashi Hatake. Wind attribute. Mastery: 30005000. Fire attribute. Mastery: 01000. Lightning attribute. Beginner: 010. Illusion technique. Proficient: 05000. Bloodline limit. Sharingan, 1 tomo, 655-1000. Chika's attributes had not grown significantly. During his seclusion, only the Sharingan had gained a little over 100 points in progress through the experience of taking lives. He had initially intended to avoid hastening the evolution of his Sharingan, but the overwhelming speed of his opponent left him no choice. Without hesitation, he poured a substantial amount of emotional points into enhancing his Sharingan. Bloodline limit. Sharingan, 2 tomo, 05000. Noticing he still had 1118 emotional points, Chika contemplated briefly before investing some points into his chakra capacity. The reward he received from the Scorpion of the Red Sand had greatly improved his chakra control, so he decided to allocate some emotional points to increase his chakra amount. Chakra amount: 0664 cards. Current timelines: Kakashi Hatake. Chika sighed in relief. Fortunately, his enhancements did not solely raise the limit, but also allowed for recovery. Without further delay, he dedicated an additional 36 emotional points. Chakra amount: 4,210 cards. Current timelines: Kakashi Hatake. Chika engaged his chakra within, discovering it remained within his control, which eased his mind. Particularly grateful for the significant boost in chakra control he had previously received from the Scorpion. Otherwise, he would have hesitated to allocate such a considerable sum. He resolved to utilize all his emotional points, as retaining them now would be futile. Would he need them in the realm of the dead? In the impending confrontation, he surmised that his swordsmanship and Sharingan would prove invaluable. Thus, after upgrading his swordsmanship, he channeled all remaining emotional points into enhancing his Sharingan. Chika's attribute panel transformed to Swordsmanship. Mastery: 05000. Bloodline limit. Sharingan, 2 tomo, 516-5000. With his enhancements complete, Chika felt a surge of confidence. He stepped forward and addressed Minato. "Elder Minato, I shall engage one of the mist ninjas, while I entrust you to deal with the other before coming to my aid." Watergate suggested, "Let us opt for a 2-on-2 match. This way, I can swiftly teleport to your aid in times of peril." But Watergate-senpai, the opponents are a duo with far more experience in collaborative combat than we possess. In a one-on-one scenario, we might stand a better chance, Chika candidly asserted. His words held merit. The adversaries had long partnered in missions, while Chika and Watergate were merely a temporary team. Despite their amicable rapport, their collective experience in facing foes was insufficient, making them vulnerable to potential miscommunications that could lead to defeat. Upon hearing this, Watergate recognized the validity of Chika's reasoning. Yet, as he gazed at Chika's petite figure standing resolutely in front, his eyes flickered with hesitation, and he contemplated expressing more. "Do not worry. I shall be fine," Chika declared, turning to Watergate and Kakashi with a bright smile. In his crimson eyes, the two tomo swirled, emanating an otherworldly and enchanting glow amidst the thick mist. "Two tomo Sharingan?" Watergate and Kakashi exclaimed in unison, their expressions frozen in shock. "Two tomo Sharingan." Watergate stared blankly at Chika's youthful visage, enveloped in silence. He was somewhat familiar with the evolution of the Sharingan and had often heard whispers in the village, claiming it to be a malevolent eye, bringing forth nothing but bloodshed and animosity. However, witnessing Chika's transformation from one tomo to two, and seeing him courageously step forward to confront the enemy in order to protect his comrades, made Watergate question the validity of those rumors. He realized that those in the village who labeled the Uchiha clan as inherently evil were utterly mistaken. This eye had emerged solely to safeguard companions. Should anyone dare to assert that the Uchiha clan were born of wickedness, Watergate would be the first to object. The power that erupted from the desire to protect one's comrades was commendable, and Chika, you have earned my utmost respect. In that moment, Watergate felt a surge of emotion, biting his lip. Chika must regard us as his most cherished individuals. Meanwhile, Kakashi clenched his fists, feeling excluded from this battle alongside Watergate and Chika. He never anticipated a day would come when he would feel like a burden. He even speculated that Chika had pushed himself to evolve his Sharingan in order to protect him. Observing the two move to the brink of tears, Chika merely pursed his lips, ultimately swallowing his words. He had initially intended to assure them that he had casually activated his two tomo. It was not a particularly arduous feat. "Ah, what a touching scene, yet regrettably, it holds no value for us," Shinbachi sneered, pointing his explosive blade at Chika. "Little brat, your eyes are increasingly to my liking. It seems there is some merit to Lord Third Mizuki's interest in your gaze. Be cautious of that blonde-haired one. If I am not mistaken, he employs the Flying Thunder God technique of the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju. Oh, the Hidden Leaf Village truly produces remarkable talents. As yet another wielder of the Flying Thunder God technique emerges. Indeed. But the prospect of bathing in the blood of such a formidable foe has my blade quivering with anticipation." The two prepared to strike, poised for action. Kakashi, observing the situation, Minato could only suppress the overwhelming emotions stirring within him. He stepped forward a few paces to stand alongside Chika, then handed a specially crafted kunai to Kakashi, saying, "Given your current condition, it is unwise for you to engage in battle. Take this and retreat. Perhaps the key to our survival lies in your hands." Although Minato had resolved to fight to the death, he deemed it prudent for Kakashi to withdraw, as the latter was no longer fit for combat and would only serve as a burden, potentially distracting them both. Furthermore, allowing Kakashi to depart with the specialized kunai provided a potential escape route for him and Chika, perhaps even enabling them to teleport directly after Kakashi had distanced himself. Kakashi clenched his teeth, recognizing the significance of the kunai. He tucked it into his vest and solemnly declared, "Minato-sensei, Chika, you must return alive." With that, he turned and left the battlefield. "Humph, the brat thinks he can escape?" Kurasame Shiranui, observing the scene, immediately unleashed his long blade in an attempt to intercept Kakashi. Clang. However, the two-tomo Chika clearly perceived Kurasame's movement, swiftly drawing his katana to accurately parry the attack, sending the long blade crashing to the ground. At that moment, Kakashi had vanished into the mist. "Humph, just a coward fleeing the battlefield. No need to concern ourselves with him. Besides, that kid is already injured and won't get far. Once we deal with each other, we can pursue him at our leisure," remarked Wari Senpachi dismissively. "To harm Kakashi, you must first get past us." In an instant, Chika and Minato surged forward to confront the merciless duo. "Ah, such courage. You leaf ninjas possess a bit more spirit than the sand," Wari Senpachi exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face as he noted their audacious assault, casting a scornful glance at Sasori of the Red Sand. It was evident that he was displeased with Sasori's retreat, while he himself chose to remain and fight. Wuri Senpachi brandished his explosive blade, Hisho, and brought it down with tremendous force, triggering a barrage of explosive tags from the scroll attached to the weapon. In an instant, a deafening explosion erupted. Chika and Minato halted their advance, swiftly leaping apart to evade the blast. At that moment, a figure materialized before Chika. "Brat, relinquish your eyes." Kurasame Shiranui appeared, lunging with his long blade aimed directly at Chika's heart. This time, however, Chika was fully aware of Kurasame's intentions and adeptly parried the strike with his masterful swordsmanship. Simultaneously, Chika used the momentum to leap backward, evading into the mist with several agile movements. "Umph, you think you can escape?" Kurasame Shiranui immediately pursued, disregarding whether his companion could withstand Minato's onslaught. He harbored his own concerns, recognizing that Minato's prowess was formidable, and he dared not face him alone. The two individuals were inherently cold-blooded and indifferent to the fate of their comrades, should they perish at the hands of Watergate. It would merely be a testament to Wooly Shinba's inadequacy. Observing that Qian He had successfully restrained one of the mist ninjas, Watergate retrieved 6 specially crafted kunai from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them towards Wooly Shinba. "Merely a trifling skill," Wooly Shinba exclaimed, as he swung his explosive blade, resulting in a thunderous explosion that scattered the 6 kunai in all directions. The stage was set. The true performance was about to commence. Watergate's eyes gleamed with a flicker of insight, evidently having devised his strategy for the ensuing battle. Lishan Chuanwan had been trailing Qian He for some time, and just as Qian He was on the verge of escaping the confines of the mist technique, he finally halted. "Youngster, have you chosen your own burial ground? If it were that funeral-loving fellow, Thunder Fong, he would surely rejoice at your initiative to select your own grave." Qian He paid no heed to Wooly Shinba's prattle, instead producing a summoning scroll, which he promptly unfurled. With a rustle, hundreds of crows erupted from the scroll, the leading crow, Yiyu, alighting upon Qian He's shoulder and gently pecking at his ear. "All right, I understand now. I'll be more careful next time." Qian He replied apologetically, recalling that among the 30 deceased crows, many had shared a bond with Yiyu. One had even been summoned during an affectionate moment, never to return. A dense cloud of crows obscured Qian He's figure. Observing this, Lishan Chuanwan's wariness surged. He swiftly launched a long knife, the needle blade, into the air. The sharp, slender blade, accompanied by a trailing wire, sliced through the air, piercing 4 or 5 crows that failed to evade in time, continuing its relentless trajectory towards the heart of the avian swarm. Sensing impending danger, Qian He's gaze sharpened. He ceased his interaction with Yiyu, quickly placing a specially crafted kunai beneath Yayu's wings and extracting his katana to deflect the incoming needle blade. Clang! The needle blade spun mid-air before returning to Lishan Chuanwan's grasp, still bearing the remnants of several crows. What a surprise! Merely ordinary crows. I had thought you possessed some hidden prowess. Lishan Chuanwan refrained from further assault, instead scrutinizing the fallen crows. Realizing they were merely common ravens, his vigilance diminished significantly. His previous attack was a mere test to ascertain whether the crows held any extraordinary attributes. Now, convinced they were merely summoned substitutes, he relaxed his guard. Qian He's eyes turned cold. The individual responsible for the demise of his ravens had already lost a hand, and the fate of this one remained uncertain. "Go forth. It is time to witness the fruits of your training," he instructed Yiyu, gently patting it. Within the flock, all necessary preparations were now complete. With a caw, having spent ample time with Qian He, Yiyu comprehended his intent and flapped its wings vigorously, soaring into the sky. Subsequently, all the crows trailed behind Yaya, swirling momentarily in the air before dispersing in all directions. They then descended upon the vicinity of Chika and Ritsuka, forming a circle around them. Attempting to detain or eliminate a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen is no trivial task. Chika must employ every tactic at his disposal. Among these tactics are those that cannot be revealed to Minato and Kakashi, as well as those that could influence Minato's battle. Thus, Chika suggested that the two separate to engage in combat. "Did you summon all these crows to herald your funeral?" Ritsuka surveyed the scene, chuckling lightly, and jested. 100 crows to send you off. Quite the flair you possess. "Ah, that name has a nice ring to it. I shall borrow it." Chika's eyes gleamed at his words, and he replied, "However, the one being sent off will be you." With that, all the crows fixed their pitch-black eyes upon Ritsuka. Emitting a low, ominous cawing. The erratic cawing, imbued with an unusual melody, caused Ritsuka's brow to furrow. Yet, before he could comprehend the situation, he saw Chika charging towards him. Armed with a katana, Chika swiftly closed the distance to Ritsuka, each step accompanied by the quivering of his blade, heralding the imminent clash. Before long, Chika stood before Ritsuka, his katana slicing through the air with blinding speed aimed directly at him. Engaging in swordplay before the formidable Ritsuka, Chika was courting death. Ritsuka let out a cold laugh, deftly retreating a step to evade the lethal strike with ease. Then, with a swift counter, he lunged with his long blade. Targeting Chika's throat, Chika executed a backflip, narrowly avoiding the deadly thrust. However, Ritsuka's relentless assault offered Chika no respite. He released his grip, transforming the long blade into a projectile aimed at Chika. As Chika landed, he glanced up to see the blade hurtling towards him. Instinctively, he twisted his body to avoid a fatal hit. The blade grazed Chika's cheek, leaving a 3 to 4 centimeter gash, blood trickling down his face. At that moment, disregarding his wound, Chika raised his katana and swung fiercely at the slender wire of Ritsuka's long blade. Yet, despite the katana's usual prowess enhanced by wind chakra, it failed to sever the fine wire. If only I had asked Asuma for a better katana. Chika sighed. Acknowledging the formidable reputation of the 7 swords of the Land of Water, he realized that he might need to acquire a more suitable weapon. Otherwise, facing adversaries like the 7 ninja swordsmen without an adequate armament could prove fatal. You must not underestimate me in battle. Ritsuka sensed Chika's distraction and felt a profound sense of disrespect. Suddenly, a surge of momentum enveloped him. One hand grasped the steel wire while the other deftly manipulated it. Under his skillful command, the long blade transformed into mere phantoms in the air, relentlessly assaulting Chika. Faced with this rapid onslaught, the crimson glow of Chika's Sharingan flickered in his eyes, swiftly discerning the trajectory of the blade's attack. Clang, clang, clang. As the battle raged on, Kurosame Kuranmaru was astonished to discover that Chika's swordsmanship had grown increasingly fierce. It surged like tumultuous ocean waves, unceasing and relentless. Initially, he believed that Chika's prowess was merely a result of the enhanced power granted by the Two-Tomo Sharingan, allowing for a back-and-forth exchange. However, it soon became evident that not only had Chika's eyes evolved, but his swordsmanship had also ascended to a new level. Could the evolution of the Sharingan yield such an effect? Yet, Kurosame Kuranmaru quickly suppressed his astonishment and, with a mocking smile, taunted, "You must find the Two-Tomo Sharingan quite burdensome, little brat." As he spoke, his manipulation of the steel wire quickened further. In an instant, Chika felt the weight of increased pressure, yet his eyes began to bleed tears. This was precisely why Kurosame Kuranmaru remarked on the strain Chika experienced with the Sharingan. "Humph. This will suffice to end your life in due time." Aware of his predicament, Chika began to feel the toll of the intense combat, his breath growing labored. The radiant glow of the Sharingan flickered erratically. "I can almost envision your demise." Kurosame Kuranmaru chuckled triumphantly at the sight. Another fierce exchange ensued, and Chika's vision began to blur. He swayed unsteadily, the tip of his sword carving a deep mark into the ground. Clearly, he had reached his limit. Seizing the opportunity, Kurosame Kuranmaru launched a decisive attack, aiming directly for Chika's heart. Chika's body had reached its threshold, leaving him incapable of evading this strike through physical prowess. Yet, in this moment of life and death, despair did not mar Chika's expression. Instead, he softly intoned Crow's secret technique, 100 crows for the funeral. As his words fell, the cacophony of crows grew more fervent, as if responding to his summons. The clamor transformed into a dreamlike resonance, ensnaring all who heard it. In that instant, Kurosame Kuranmaru's movement slowed, as though ensnared by an invisible force. Jinjutsu. His countenance shifted dramatically, finally comprehending Chika's intent in summoning the crows. Those seemingly ordinary crows were, in fact, the conduits of his illusionary technique. Having always believed that the Uchiha clan excelled in visual-based Jinjutsu, he had never considered that one of their own might practice auditory illusions. To his astonishment, this young man not only possessed the Sharingan, but had also devised a method to wield Jinjutsu through the cawing of crows. Now, it was too late to shut off his hearing with chakra. Under the influence of the Jinjutsu, Kurosame Kuranmaru's movements became sluggish, while Chika seized the opportunity to counterattack. The sword in his hand sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, striking true at the heart of Kurosame Tsukimaru, who gazed on in despair. From Kurosame Tsukimaru's negative emotions, emotional value 80. For the first time, gained Kurosame Tsukimaru's negative emotions, reward, 3,000 swordsmanship experience. With a gasp, Kurosame Tsukimaru stared in disbelief at the blood gushing from his chest. He had anticipated that the task assigned by the third Mizukage would be a simple one. Even when encountering Team Minato, he had deliberately chosen the seemingly easy target of the novice Jonin, Chika. Little did he expect that he would not perish at the hands of the Jonin wielding the Flying Thunder God technique, but rather succumb to the Jinjutsu of a young Uchiha. Had he misjudged his opponent? As Kurosame Tsukimaru approached death, his thoughts raced, but he quickly regained his focus. Glaring fiercely at Chika, and snarled, "Do you really think you've won?" Chika, upon hearing this, looked up and realized he was ensnared by an intricate web of steel wires. These wires, woven through the eaves and pillars around him, formed a dense net that ensnared him entirely. It seemed that Kurosame Tsukimaru had set this trap during their previous fierce battle. "Heh, let your body become the harbinger of a bloody rain for my funeral." The pain in his chest jolted him free from the Jinjutsu of the 100 Crows, and with the last vestiges of his strength, he tugged at the steel wires in his grasp. Long blade ninja technique, celestial spider's stitch. In an instant, all the wires tightened, constricting around Chika. Kurosame Tsukimaru felt a surge of confidence. The young man before him was at the end of his rope and had no means to evade this assault. He envisioned Chika being mercilessly shredded by the wires. Chika merely rolled his eyes at Kurosame Tsukimaru and softly replied, "You overestimate yourself." With that, to Kurosame Tsukimaru's astonishment, Chika's figure vanished in an instant. When Kurosame Tsukimaru glimpsed Chika again, he found him emerging from the wings of a crow, brandishing a specially crafted kunai. "You too can use the Flying Thunder God technique?" Kurosame Tsukimaru's eyes widened in shock, unable to close them in death. From Kurosame Tsukimaru's defense being broken, emotional value 100. Even in his final moments, he contributed emotional points to Chika, a fitting end. It was only then that Chika collapsed onto the ground. This battle had been the greatest life and death crisis he had faced since his arrival in this world. Due to the presence of mist and the opponent's precautions against his Sharingan, they would not easily meet his gaze. Thus, Chika had to take an unconventional route, employing the auditory Jinjutsu he had trained in during his time at the Ninja Academy. However, using this technique through a crow required some time and necessitated that Kurosame Tsukimaru remain unsuspecting, compelling Chika to engage directly and desperately entangle him. Kurosame Tsukimaru's swordsmanship was astonishingly refined. Had he not temporarily enhanced his own skills, he would not have been able to endure for so long against Kurosame Tsukimaru's prowess. As for placing the specially crafted shuriken beneath the wings of the crow feathers, it remains another hidden trump card, merely left unutilized. At this moment, Minato approached Chika. Startled, Chika initially believed another enemy had arrived, only to realize it was Minato. Minato, wielding the explosive kunai, with the lifeless body of Noari Shinpachi slung over his shoulder, appeared disheveled and battered. It seemed that although he had vanquished Noari Shinpachi, the wide-ranging damage from the explosive kunai was unavoidable, even for Minato. Upon noticing Chika still alive, Minato exhaled a sigh of relief before turning his gaze to the corpse of Kurosame Karamaru. "You managed to deal with Kurosame Karamaru?" In that moment, even Minato found it hard to believe. "Weren't we supposed to wait for my support? How did you resolve it on your own?" "Minato-senpai, this is not the time for astonishment. Please help me up. I cannot move," Chika said weakly. This battle had thoroughly drained him. Oh, here. Take a soldier's food pill to restore your chakra." Minato quickly discarded Noari Shinpachi's body, stepped forward to assist Chika, and placed a soldier's food pill in his mouth. The two sat amidst the ruins, taking a moment to recuperate. Noticing Chika was able to move again, Minato said, "Chika, since the Mist Ninja has been dealt with, I should go retrieve Kakashi. You stay here and seal these two corpses in a scroll, the two blades as well. I will return shortly." "Understood." Chika nodded. Minato felt the mark of his Flying Thunder God and vanished from Chika's sight in an instant. With Minato gone, Chika complied with his instructions and began to tidy up the battlefield. After finishing, he noticed Minato had yet to return. Chika activated his Sharingan, only to be met with blood streaming from his eye sockets. He promptly deactivated it. "Fortunately, I did not elevate my Sharingan too early. I hadn't anticipated that the burden of the Tsutomu Sharingan would be so severe." Chika reflected, realizing that under his current physical condition, he could not utilize the Sharingan effectively. The absence of the Sharingan would indeed be a significant disadvantage for him. His prowess in close combat was partially attributed to the Sharingan's capabilities. Never mind. I shall wait until my physical condition improves. Surely, I cannot encounter rock ninjas again. With that thought, Chika chuckled softly, understanding that his earlier remark had been mere jest. The third Tsuchikage would not genuinely consider Minato a threat. However, at that moment, Minato and Kakashi returned, but they appeared from the direction where Minato had battled Noori Shinpachi. Chika, taken aback, thought, Minato-senpai, this is rather excessive. There are no opponents left, and you could have leisurely escorted Kakashi back. He wondered if it was truly necessary to showcase the speed of the Flying Thunder God technique. Before Chika could voice his thoughts, Minato, carrying Kakashi on his back, shouted, "Run! There are rock ninjas over there." Fortunately, during Kakashi's departure, he had fortuitously encountered the rock ninjas, and Minato had arrived just in time. The rock ninja initially believed he was merely encountering a wandering leaf ninja in the wilderness, only to be taken aback by the sudden appearance of Minato. This momentary surprise provided Minato with the opportunity to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, bringing Kakashi along with him. This explains why he had hastened from the direction of the battlefield at the No Pair Shinpachi. At that time, he rushed to support Chika without clearing the battlefield, carrying the corpses instead. Unbeknownst to him, the unclaimed special kunai became the key to their escape. The escape route was fraught with peril. The three teams of rock ninjas, true to their explosive nature, relentlessly pursued them, employing earth techniques to alter the terrain, causing considerable distress to Chika and his companions. Moreover, they were accompanied by adept sensory ninjas, making it nearly impossible to shake them off. Fortunately, Minato displayed remarkable skill with the Flying Thunder God technique, and by consuming the military rations like chocolate beans, he successfully brought Chika and Kakashi back to the Land of Fire. With the assistance of the ninjas at the borders of the Land of Fire, the trio finally managed to rid themselves of the pursuing rock ninjas. As the gates of Konoha came into view, relief washed over Chika and his companions. They had finally returned. Minato looked up at the engraved gates of the Hidden Leaf Village, his slightly gaunt face reflecting a moment of contemplation. From the time they accepted the mission until now, nearly 10 days had passed. While this was not the longest mission for Chika and Kakashi, it was undeniably the most memorable. They were filled with emotions that words could scarcely encapsulate. After completing their village registration, the trio entered with faltering steps, met with astonished gazes from the registering ninja. Throughout their journey, even Minato refrained from engaging in conversation until they reached the Hokage's office. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, perpetually cluttered with mountains of paperwork. He was smoking a pipe when he noticed their presence and lifted his gaze. "Ah, it's Minato," he exclaimed. However, upon recognizing the trio, he was momentarily stunned. The sight of Chika and his companions left even Sarutobi momentarily at a loss. The three were battered and weary, and Minato's cheeks appeared drawn, as if he had been drained of vitality. Had it not been for Sarutobi's understanding of Minato's character and the fact that he had personally assigned the mission, he might have suspected that Minato had indulged in a few days of leisure in the red light district before returning. Yet, this was merely a B-rank intelligence-gathering mission. How had they ended up in such a disheveled state? Sarutobi was well aware of Minato's strength. Even in the face of unforeseen circumstances, he would not have been unable to escape. But judging by the appearance of the three, it seemed they had endured an unimaginable battle and were clearly the disadvantaged party. Was this truly the Minato he knew? Regaining his composure, Sarutobi asked gravely, "Did you encounter an enemy?" "No, Lord Hokage," Minato replied. "After we left the village, we rushed straight to the mission site. After completing the task, while resting in a small town, we were first ambushed by the Sand Ninjas." Minato recounted their encounters with the Sand and Mist Ninjas, as well as their harrowing escape from the Rock Ninjas. Of course, he refrained from mentioning the flag they had set that night. After listening to Watergate's report, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into a contemplative silence, his gaze fixed intently upon the trio of Chika, the Sand Ninjas Sasori of the Red Sand, the Mist Ninjas formidable members of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen, namely Kirasame Shichibukai and Kurasame Shiranui, alongside the Rock Ninjas' explosive squad, were indeed an impressive assembly. Such treatment, he mused, even he, the Hokage, would seldom experience. "Lord Third Hokage, here lies the intelligence scroll pertaining to our mission," Watergate stated, placing the scroll upon the table in light of the Hokage's silence. He then cast a glance at Chika, who, in response, nodded and produced 3 sealing scrolls. Watergate, taken aback, regarded Chika with a questioning look. My apologies, Watergate-senpai, Chika clarified. During our escape, my ninja tool pouch was damaged, and I inadvertently lost one, Kurisame's corpse. At the time, while being pursued by the rock ninja. I had not foreseen this. It was only upon returning to the Land of Fire that I recalled Kurisame had witnessed my use of the Flying Thunder God technique just before his demise. Thus, I feared that surrendering his body might attract scrutiny from the Yamanaka clan. Consequently, I took the opportunity on my journey back to destroy Kurisame's remains. Watergate, upon hearing this, refrained from further comment. After all, Kurisame bore no bloodline limit, rendering his corpse unremarkable. Bringing it back would merely divulge the intelligence he possessed, which was likely already lodged in Shichibukai's mind. Chika unfurled the 3 scrolls in succession, and soon 2 ninja swords and a corpse materialized within the Hokage's office. Rising from his seat, Sarutobi approached the body and the swords, confirming their identities with a nod. Indeed, these are the long sword of suturing and the explosive blade of mist. It was then that he recollected Watergate's report, which indicated that Chika had single-handedly slain Kurisame. Turning to scrutinize Chika closely, he recalled how, under Kushina's guidance, Chika had already exhibited the prowess to eliminate a Jonin. Although Kushina had instructed 2 Umbu to remain discreet, Sarutobi was aware of Chika's commendable strength. Yet, he had not anticipated that Chika had grown formidable enough to dispatch Kurisame. Remarkable. In merely a few short months since your graduation, Chika, you have evolved to the point of being able to slay Kurisame, Sarutobi praised. Truly, you are a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Chika, modestly bowing his head, replied, I am honored by your words, Lord Hokage. It was Kurisame's negligence that afforded me the opportunity to defeat him. Indeed, a young man who remains humble and unruffled shall undoubtedly grow into a formidable ninja, Sarutobi remarked, nodding with satisfaction. He then addressed Chika and his companions. Originally, these 2 swords should be considered your spoils. However, the Land of Water is unlikely to relinquish them easily. What are your thoughts? Exchanging glances, Watergate and Chika grasped Sarutobi's intent. They were to relinquish the swords to their village, allowing the village to negotiate for some benefit from the Land of Water in return. Neither Chika nor Watergate opposed this notion. Let it be decided by you, Lord Hokage, Watergate concluded. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen called out to the Umbu at the entrance, instructing them to take the 2 blades and the corpses away. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Chika and the others. Although the village had not issued a mission targeting the 7 ninja swordsmen, your success in vanquishing Kurisame Shizuma and Maki Shinpachi, along with retrieving their blades, is a momentous achievement for us in Konoha. It would be remiss not to reward you. Therefore, aside from the initial B-rank mission for intelligence gathering, I shall consider this as the completion of an S-rank mission. Watergate, representing Chika and Kakashi, bowed in gratitude to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Nonchalantly waving his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued exuberantly. In light of this, not only will you receive a substantial bounty, but you will also have the opportunity to exchange for ninjutsu from the village. Do you have any specific techniques in mind? While Watergate and Kakashi needed time to deliberate, Chika spoke up without hesitation. Lord Third Hokage, I wish to exchange for the Flying Thunder God technique from the Book of Seals. How impolite of you. I was merely being courteous. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Watergate. Understanding the origin of Chika's ambition, likely inspired by witnessing Watergate's remarkable use of the technique during this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback by Chika's earnestness, immediately requesting the Flying Thunder God technique. He chuckled awkwardly. Chika, the Flying Thunder God technique is classified as an S-rank ninjutsu in the Book of Seals. Merely completing an S-rank mission is insufficient. Very well, then I have nothing else to exchange. I shall hold on to my points for now. Chika cast a sidelong glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, having initially believed that any ninjutsu could be exchanged. Disappointed, he wondered why Sarutobi Hiruzen had been so grandiose in his promises. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to set aside the matter of ninjutsu for the time being, assuring them that they could inquire any time they had made their choices. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he shifted the conversation. The demise of 2 members of the Mist 7 at your hands will undoubtedly reverberate throughout the ninja world. His expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze on Chika, then spoke solemnly. Logically, we should celebrate the emergence of a talent like you. However, given your current age, should it become known that you were responsible for Kurasame Shizuma's death, you would face relentless assassination attempts. Therefore, I will publicly state that it was Watergate, with your assistance, who eliminated these two. I hope you bear no resentment towards this arrangement. Upon hearing this, Chika nodded, recognizing the wisdom in the decision. Akin to how Kushina had concealed his own involvement in the death of that IWA ninja. A tree that stands out invites the wind, he understood. Not wishing to endure assassination attempts before he had fully matured, Watergate interjected, as if I would be exempt from assassination attempts. After confirming the details of their public statement with Chika and the others, ensuring that no discrepancies existed, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and added, by the way, Chika, it seems you have not seen your teacher for quite some time, have you? Chika nodded in response. In that case, I shall make an exception and allow you to visit your teacher. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen personally drafted a pass for Chika, handing it to him. You shall entrust this to the Umbu stationed at the entrance of Kushina's residence. Upon reviewing it, he will naturally grant you entry. This pass truly is what Chika currently requires. It has indeed been over a month since I last saw my master. It is high time I paid a visit to Kushina. Moreover, given his current chakra capacity, he is now capable of learning the shadow clone technique, which happens to be one of Kushina's most proficient jutsu. Carefully stowing the pass, Chika expressed his gratitude to Hiruzen Sarutobi. I am most grateful, Lord Third Hokage. Meanwhile, the ever-watchful Minato felt a twinge of envy. He, too, yearned for a similar document. Oh, Minato, do you desire one as well? Hiruzen seemed to perceive Minato's thoughts and spoke first. However, despite his words, there was no intention of drafting a similar note. Instead, he regarded Minato with a bemused expression. It was quite surprising for Hiruzen to realize that even the typically gentle and courteous Minato could resort to the Flying Thunder God technique to clandestinely visit Kushina. Had it not been for his fortuitous use of the telescope technique to ascertain whether Kushina was abiding by her confinement, he might have remained oblivious. As for what he witnessed during his visit to Kushina's abode, that remained a delicate matter. Minato's heart sank with a sudden realization, hastily and resolutely declining, Lord Third Hokage, there's no need for me to intrude. Since Kushina's confinement is a consequence of her mistake, allowing Chika to visit is already a generous act on your part. My presence would be rather inappropriate. I shall convey your sentiments to teacher Kushina verbatim. Chika whispered to Minato. Negative emotions from Minato Namikaze. Emotional value 80. A barbecue feast. It's a deal. Observing the subtle exchanges between the two, Hiruzen chuckled lightly before continuing. Very well, you may take your leave. I shall leave the ensuing matters to the village. Do ensure you rest well upon your return. You have both endured much these past few days. Thank you. Lord Third Hokage, we shall take our leave now. The trio departed from the Hokage building, each too weary to engage in further conversation. Upon returning home, Chika collapsed into slumber. After a day and night, Chika awoke, refreshed himself slightly, and made his way to Kushina's home within the village. Kushina's residence stood on the outskirts of Konoha, a charming two-story house surrounded by a serene environment, with few neighbors and encircled by trees, resembling a suburban villa. Before Chika could approach, he sensed a probing chakra sweep over him. He feigned ignorance and continued onward. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of Kushina's home. Observing the guardian at the door, Chika presented the pass issued by Hiruzen Sarutobi, stating, I have come to visit teacher Kushina. This is the authorization from the Third Hokage. Please take a look. The Umbu examined the document closely, found no discrepancies, and thus permitted Chika to enter. Chika, were you injured on your mission? Did you manage to get sufficient rest? Have you been eating well? After a prolonged absence from each other, the sight of Chika brought an expression of delight to Kushina's face. She flung the door open and playfully pounced upon Chika's cheek, seemingly her way of expressing joy. Kushina-sensei, if you keep that up, my face will swell. Chika exclaimed, well aware of Kushina's strength. Nonetheless, she was touched by Kushina's affectionate greeting. All right, I understand. Please, come inside, she said. Upon hearing this, Kushina muttered, I haven't even begun to apply much force. Once they entered the room, Kushina inquired about the details of Chika's recent mission. Chika did not hold back, recounting her experiences, except for the matter concerning the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon listening, Kushina's expression turned to one of astonishment. So, you have awakened the two Tomo Sharingan. She focused on the Sharingan, fully aware of Konoha's cautious stance towards the Uchiha clan. The apprehension from Konoha's higher-ups was minimal, considering that Chika was merely a 7-year-old child with a one-tomo Sharingan. Thus, when Chika was accepted, there was some opposition, but it was not substantial. The complexity of further evolution would only increase, and by the time Chika might reach the 3-tomo Sharingan, the current Konoha leadership would likely have retired. At that juncture, the entire Konoha hierarchy would have undergone a transformation, with the Hokage's position likely held by one of the legendary 3, or perhaps even the White Fang of Konoha. These figures did not harbor significant suspicion towards the Uchiha clan. However, Chika's evolution was progressing far more swiftly than anticipated. She had only awakened her one-tomo less than a year ago, and now she had already achieved the 2-tomo Sharingan. Could it be that my disciple might truly evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan? Kushina pondered, though Chika remained oblivious to her thoughts. Yes, but using it puts too much strain on my body. I cannot utilize it for extended periods like I could with the one-tomo, Chika remarked, noticing Kushina's silence. Chika curiously asked, Kushina-sensei, what are you thinking? Oh, it's nothing. Kushina snapped back to reality, suddenly realizing that since Hiruzen Sarutobi allowed Chika to visit her, it indicated that he was not overly concerned about the situation. Why should I worry when that old man is shouldering everything? Coming to this conclusion, Kushina decided not to dwell on it further and shifted the topic. By the way, have you mastered the 3 sealing techniques I taught you? Oh, the first 2 were no problem, but the 2-instrument seal is a bit challenging. I still have some questions to ask you. Really? Go ahead. Kushina's interest piqued. As she had longed to indulge her teaching instincts with Chika, Chika smiled at Kushina and began to explain the difficulties she encountered with the 2-instrument seal. It should be applicable to the human body, right? Yet, I always seem to fail when I attempt to use it. Does the technique need to be altered? Oh, you mean that? Indeed, it is feasible. You need to utilize the 2-in cycle to seal your ninjutsu within your enemy or within yourself. When the seal is broken, it can be released instantaneously. However, you must make some improvements to the sealing technique. Allow me to illustrate. After a brief silence, Kushina addressed Chika's inquiry regarding the 2-in sealing. As an expert in sealing ninjutsu, Kushina guided Chika with such proficiency that he learned the 2-in sealing with ease. Impressive. To master 3 sealing techniques in such a short span of time indicates that you possess a certain talent for sealing ninjutsu. In the future, I shall teach you the ultimate techniques of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina remarked, clicking her tongue in surprise at Chika's quick comprehension, feeling less like a teacher than expected. Observing Kushina's lingering enthusiasm, Chika continued, Kushina-sensei, could you teach me the multi-shadow clone technique? Kushina's eyes sparkled momentarily, but soon dimmed as she hesitated, responding, it is not that I refuse to teach you, but this technique is far too perilous for someone of your age. Without a substantial amount of chakra, practicing it could be fatal. However, I believe I possess enough chakra within me. Chika asserted, is that so? Show me your hand. Upon hearing this, Kushina beckoned Chika to extend his hand. After a moment, she gazed at him in astonishment, exclaiming, how do you have such an abundance of chakra? I did not possess this much at your age. Perhaps it is because I awakened the 2-tomo Sharingan, which dramatically increased my chakra. Chika replied, nonsense. If the 2-tomo Sharingan could augment chakra to such an extent, your Uchiha clan would have long since defeated the Senju clan. There would be no Konoha village left. Kushina shot Chika a disapproving glance, dismissing his fanciful claims. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, by the way, Chika, where is your mother from? Chika's expression darkened. My mother is an ordinary ninja from the Uchiha clan. Rest assured, she does not possess the Uzumaki bloodline. Neither does my father. Haha, I was merely asking out of curiosity. Kushina laughed awkwardly, though a hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes. Noticing this, Chika suddenly recalled that during the clan's massacre, some of the members had fled and remained in other countries. Of course, he chose not to dwell on Nagato of the Uzumaki clan, as that individual was constantly under the scrutiny of Uchiha Obito. Approaching him would be tantamount to courting death. This line of thought led Chika to feel as though he too might be under Uchiha Obito's watchful gaze. Otherwise, why would the Land of Water target him without provocation? Could it be that Uchiha Obito had included him among the candidates? Contemplating this, Chika's expression shifted dramatically, sensing an overwhelming intensity in the air. What is wrong? Kushina asked. Noticing his changing demeanor, her concern evident. Is there an internal injury that has not healed? I am fine, Kushina-sensei. Chika replied. I merely had a sudden thought that there might still be remnants of the Uzumaki clan existing in the ninja world. In the future, while I am on missions, I shall assist you in searching for them. Kushina gently pinched Chika's face, her eyes softening as she smiled. There's no need to pay special attention, my dear student. I am not so fragile, and as long as you return safely from the outside world, it brings me great joy. Now, let us set aside such matters and delve into the technique of multiple shadow clone jutsu. Kushina continued. This technique is not particularly difficult, especially for someone who has already mastered the shadow clone jutsu. The greatest challenge lies in the amount of chakra, but with the chakra you possess, you should be able to utilize this ninjutsu with care. She then demonstrated the technique of multiple shadow clones. As time passed, noon quickly approached. Just as Kushina and Chika were about to prepare a meal, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Hey, why won't you let me in? Apologies, Lady Tsunade. But Uzumaki Kushina is currently under confinement and no visitors are allowed. Don't try to fool me. I can hear voices inside. Are you telling me that only Kushina is there? Entry requires a pass personally written by the third Hokage. I don't care. I have urgent matters to discuss with Kushina, and you will bear the consequences of any delay. Hearing the disturbance, Chika and Kushina leaned out the window. It's Lady Tsunade. The legendary Sannin you often speak of, Kushina remarked to Chika, who nodded in understanding. Since Tsunade's lover and brother perished on the battlefield, her demeanor had shifted dramatically, and she developed a phobia of blood. Her days were now consumed with gambling and drinking. Chika had initially thought Tsunade had left the village, but upon reflection, he realized Shizun was still attending the Ninja Academy, indicating that Tsunade was likely waiting for Shizun to graduate before departing together. Kushina then warned Chika, when she comes in, be sure not to provoke her, refrain from speaking out of turn, and avoid staring. She does not possess my level of patience. But, Kushina-sensei, the Umbu are blocking the entrance. It's not so easy for Lady Tsunade to gain entry, Chika replied, casting a skeptical glance at Kushina. If your temperament were truly so amiable, you wouldn't have earned the nickname Blood Red Chili Pepper in Konoha. Kushina shot a playful glance at Chika, saying, you underestimate the Umbu far too much. Just then, it seemed Tsunade had grown weary of the Umbu's words. Her expression darkened as she struck the surrounding wall with a powerful fist. Instantly, a crater about a meter in diameter formed, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading outwards. The masked Umbu, unable to reveal his face, visibly shuddered and stepped back, addressing Tsunade with respect. Lady Tsunade, please proceed. Humph. It would have been better if you had done this sooner. You've wasted my time. Tsunade huffed, entering Kushina's residence. Kushina-sensei, you are nowhere near her level, Chika remarked, utterly astonished. He recalled how in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi had confidently claimed that the Umbu did not yield to threats. He wished he could bring Hiruzen here to see if the Umbu truly could withstand intimidation. With an expressionless face, Kushina replied, I am merely giving the third Hokage some face. Otherwise, the Umbu would have been thoroughly dealt with by me. While Kushina considers herself inferior to Tsunade, she could not possibly show any signs of weakness in front of her own disciple. Now that Tsunade has passed by the Umbu at the entrance, Kushina led Chika to the door and opened it for her. Chika slightly raised her head but could not catch a glimpse of Tsunade's face, leading her to inwardly lament that this individual could easily assemble a football team. At that moment, Tsunade seemed to carry a hint of intoxication. Her cheeks were slightly flushed as she entered Kushina's room. Before exchanging any words with Kushina, she had already noticed Chika. Oh, I thought the one in your room was that young man Minato. Instead, it is such a little brat, Tsunade said, looking down at Chika with surprise. She had not been attentive to village affairs for quite some time and was unaware of Kushina taking on a disciple. Sister Tsunade, this is Uchiha Chika, my disciple, Kushina said, placing her hand on Chika's head while smiling as she introduced her. A disciple? And from the Uchiha clan? What are you thinking? Tsunade inquired, momentarily taken aback, her brows furrowing slightly. There is nothing to ponder. I simply felt a strong connection when I saw Chika, Kushina replied. Is that so? Although Tsunade had not received explicit instructions from Konoha's higher-ups, she had formed her own conclusions regarding the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Thus, she was astonished that Kushina would take a member of the Uchiha clan as her disciple. However, she quickly returned to her senses. She was about to leave the village. So what was the point of overthinking? At that moment, Kushina cheerfully said, Sister Tsunade, you arrived just in time. I have just prepared a meal. Let us sit down and eat together. Good. Tsunade's eyes sparkled at the invitation. Is there alcohol? Yes, it is on the counter. Although Kushina adhered to the 3 prohibitions of ninjas, she felt it necessary to prepare refreshments for her guests. After a satisfying meal, Tsunade unceremoniously slumped down. Kushina, you really know how to manage a household. The food was delightful. It seems Minato is quite fortunate. Kushina's face flushed slightly, but she did not refute this, instead asking, Sister Tsunade, what brings you here today? As the conversation shifted to the main topic, Tsunade's expression changed immediately. She straightened up and addressed Kushina. Do you happen to have any money? Ah, Sister Tsunade, you came all this way just for this matter. What was all that talk about having something important to discuss with the Umbu? Kushina's expression fell. Tsunade replied matter-of-factly, of course, this is an important issue. At this rate, I might as well resort to working in a nightclub. If you were to work in a nightclub, Jiraiya, that lecher, would undoubtedly come to support you. Kushina retorted. I would go too. Chika silently added in her mind. Tsunade, having thickened her skin in pursuit of borrowing money, was unfazed by Kushina's teasing and instead adopted a pitiful demeanor. So, Kushina, you wouldn't want to see me bullied by Jiraiya, would you? Chika and Kushina exchanged glances. You seem to have gotten that all wrong. Kuna remained silent for a moment, letting out a resigned sigh before responding. Very well, I understand. Given Tsunade's insistence, Kuna could hardly let her mentor struggle to afford a meal. Rising from her seat, she retrieved a substantial stack of banknotes from her private treasury and handed them to Tsunade. Upon a cursory glance, Chika estimated the sum to be around 3 million ryo, and she gazed at Kuna in astonishment, not anticipating that her mentor possessed such wealth. Without a flicker of hesitation, Kuna entrusted the money to Tsunade, stating earnestly, Sister Tsunade, this 3 million ryo is for your use, not for gambling. Well, I shall take 1 million as my wager, Tsunade retorted, clearly unfazed by Kuna's admonition. Now that the money was in her hands, she would decide its usage. Sister Tsunade, oh Kuna, fret not. I have a strong premonition that today will be my lucky day. I shall return your principal along with the winnings. Had I known, I would not have given you the money, Kuna exclaimed, feeling exasperated. She remained unmoved by Tsunade's confidence. Her decision to lend was firm. Yet Tsunade's claims of borrowing had never resulted in repayment. The reason Kuna could offer such a generous sum was due to their close relationship, as Tsunade had often looked after her, allowing her to live freely in the village. Now that the important matter is settled, I must take my leave and not intrude upon your conversation any further. With the funds secured, Tsunade's demeanor towards Chika softened considerably. Ah, Sister Tsunade, did you truly come solely to ask for money? Is there not some seal in Konoha that requires my assistance? Kuna inquired, a hint of reluctance in her voice. After being confined for over a month, she was beginning to feel the strain, yet she was too proud to let Sarutobi Hiruzen discover her disregard for the rules. Kuna, you are well aware that I have long ceased to involve myself in village affairs, Tsunade replied dismissively, showing no intention of aiding Kuna. She understood that Kuna, being someone who valued her pride, was suffering unnecessarily. Otherwise, a mere umbu could never confine her. Noticing that Kuna was about to speak again, Tsunade swiftly interjected, furthermore, Kuna, please be precise with your words. I merely asked to borrow money. Borrow. With her hands on her hips, Tsunade declared herself a trustworthy individual, adamantly denying any intention of deceitful financial gain. Then might I trouble you, Sister Tsunade, to first return the money you borrowed previously? Kuna asked, exasperated. A significant portion of her treasury had been lent to Tsunade, yet there had been no follow-up. Tsunade's face stiffened, awkwardly clearing her throat. Ahem, in any case, Kuna, you must trust me. This time, I am bound to win. After all, I have lost so many times already. Statistically, it is my turn to triumph. When that happens, not only will I repay you, but I will also furnish you and Minato with a new home. Very well, Sister Tsunade, go forth. I eagerly anticipate your victorious return. With a wave of her hand, Kuna signaled her weariness of Tsunade's grandiose proclamations and chose not to engage in further discussion. I shall take my leave now, Kushina, Tsunade declared with unwavering resolve, striding purposefully towards the nearest casino. I, the illustrious Tswanda, have returned. After Tsunade departed, Kushina turned to Chika with a serious tone. Chika, you must be cautious of the 3 forbidden activities for ninjas, particularly gambling. Should I discover your involvement in such vices, humph. Kushina waved her fist. issuing a stern warning to Chika. At that moment, Chika was oblivious to Kushina's words. He merely gazed at Tsunade's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. If his memory served him correctly, Tsunade bore a notorious black mark, always loses at gambling. Essentially, she was destined to lose every time she gambled. Even transforming her opponents into gambling deities, her accuracy surpassed that of fortune tellers and bordered on the absurd. She would only emerge victorious in the face of personal tragedies or ominous events. In the ninja world, she was famously dubbed the Great Cash Cow. Chika mused that since Tsunade had come to him, it would be a grave error not to profit from her presence. As this thought crossed his mind, he found himself struggling to contain his excitement. Kushina-sensei, I must take my leave. I shall return when the opportunity arises. With that, Chika stood and made his exit. Have you mastered the multiple shadow clone technique? Kushina was taken aback, not expecting Chika to leave so abruptly. He had come to learn ninjutsu. Yet now he seemed eager to depart. Fear not, Kushina-sensei. I have grasped the essentials. With sufficient practice, I shall be fine. Chika called back without turning, then exited Kushina's residence. Why are you in such a hurry, Chika? Kushina murmured, sensing mischief afoot in his departure. Summoning technique. Follow that woman ahead. Chika summoned a raven, knowing that Tsunade had not strayed far. Fearing discovery, he dared not follow her directly and instead sent the raven to trail her while he prepared himself. As Kushina had predicted, Chika was indeed gearing up for a significant gamble. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. The greater the storm, the more valuable the catch. Aware of Tsunade's dubious reputation, Chika felt it would be remiss not to take advantage of the situation. Naturally, he also needed to be equipped to weather the ensuing storm. Engaging her directly was out of the question. The title of the legendary Sannin was not earned through frivolity. Seeing the raven follow Tsunade into the distance, Chika concealed himself in an alley. Ensuring no one was around, he sliced his fingertip, collecting the flowing blood into a vial. Thankfully, he knew of Tsunade's hemophobia. Otherwise, he would have hesitated to take such a drastic step. This vial of blood would be crucial for his escape. After some consideration, he upgraded his body replacement technique to a higher level. Body replacement technique. Mastery 01000. Although this level was not particularly high, Tsunade had consumed some alcohol and was in a state of half-drunkenness. It was likely that her vigilance and perception as a ninja had diminished significantly. The casino, with its intricate web of characters, was certainly not a place where Tsunade would deliberately observe. It was time to adopt a suitable guise. A thought struck Chika as he rummaged through his mind for ideas. Transformation jutsu. With a swift incantation, Chika enveloped himself in a cloud of smoke. As the mist dispersed, he emerged as a dashing middle-aged gentleman with slicked back hair, clad in a tailored black suit and an overcoat. He was the embodiment of a gambling god, reminiscent of a suave con artist. At that moment, the raven he had sent to track Tsunade returned, circling overhead before signaling him to follow. So soon? A glimmer of excitement flickered in Chika's eyes. Indeed, one should never underestimate Tsunade's moral compass. After acquiring funds from Kushina-sensei, she had promptly sought refuge in the nearest casino. Everything was in place. It was time to commence. Disguised as the gambling maestro, Chika trailed behind the raven and soon arrived at the entrance of a particular casino in Konoha. As he surveyed the grand entrance, he straightened his attire and strode confidently inside. The moment he set foot in the bustling casino, an unexpected hush fell over the lively crowd. With all eyes converging upon him, unfazed, Chika advanced with poise, responding to every gaze with a charming smile, his movements exuding elegance and ease. Who is this? Such a commanding presence. Clearly a seasoned gambler, murmured the onlookers. A master, without a doubt, perhaps even akin to a gambling deity. Observing the astonished expressions around him, Chika sighed inwardly. What a pity. If only there were a fitting background score, they might prostrate themselves in reverence. Among the crowd, Tsunade, who had only just arrived, took notice of Chika. After a brief appraisal, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Dressed so finely at a casino, he must be wealthy, and undoubtedly an easy mark. My fortunes are bound to change with him. Tsunade had certainly overheard the murmurs regarding Chika's reputation. Yet, to her seasoned eyes, it appeared merely superficial. Could he truly be a master? With her extensive experience in gambling, she was not easily deceived. With a tipsy flush on her cheeks, she swayed toward Chika, leaning into him. Hey, sir, care to wager a couple of rounds with me? Her breath reeked of alcohol, her gaze hazy and inviting, suggesting a carefree approach to the evening. To engage this unsuspecting target, she had even resorted to her charms. Chika was taken aback. He had been contemplating how to approach Tsunade, only to find her advancing toward him instead. How curious. Did she not perceive his overwhelming aura? He was caught off guard by her boldness. Paying little mind to her playful jostling, he discreetly withdrew his arm. While his transformation was not easily unraveled, considering Tsunade's prowess, he dared not let her draw too close. In response, Qian He could only inwardly lament the missed opportunity. With a playful smile gracing his lips, he inquired, "Oh, little lady, what game do you wish to play, little lady?" Tsunade's lips curled into a smirk as she realized he was not from Konoha and decided that such a naive target was not to be overlooked. "How about dice? Let us see who fares better." "I have no objections," Qian He replied. Though his forte lay in card games, he was willing to indulge Tsunade in any game she desired. With our opponent's negative status at full and our buff stacked, how could we possibly lose this round? The two agreed upon the game and made their way to the dice table. Seated across from one another, Qian He took out a piece of chocolate, leisurely unwrapped it, and elegantly placed it in his mouth, chewing while casting a faint smile at Tsunade. "What a show-off," Tsunade muttered under her breath. Yet she couldn't deny the charm exuded by his calm demeanor. Were it not for her advancing years, she might have found herself utterly captivated. I ought to dress like that when I visit the casino next time." At that moment, the dealer had finished shaking the dice, and it was time to place bets. Due to Qian He's formidable presence upon entering, no one else dared approach, leaving only him and Tsunade at the table. Tsunade boldly withdrew 100,000 ryo from her stack and placed it down without hesitation. 100,000, bet small. Observing this, Qian He toyed with the banknotes in his hand, casually tossing them forward with a light chuckle. 100,000, bet big. The dealer revealed the result, and indeed, it was a high roll. Just luck. Tsunade scoffed, unfazed by her initial loss. In the subsequent rounds, predictably, Tsunade continued to lose to Qian He. This time, her expression shifted noticeably. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in her mind. From Tsunade's negative emotions, emotion value 20. First-time acquisition of Tsunade's emotion value. Reward, beginner sage body. Haha. It seems fortune smiles upon me today. 100,000. Let us bet small again. Upon hearing the delightful electronic chime, Qian He could no longer suppress his mirth. "Humph. Old man, this is just the beginning. Soon enough, you'll be the one crying." Seeing Qian He reveling in his success, Tsunade's expression darkened. 100,000, I bet big. I refuse to believe there won't be a single high roll. As Tsunade asserted, this was merely the beginning. Qian He soon experienced the thrill of a winning streak. The stack of banknotes before him rapidly multiplied, and his emotion value surged as well. From Tsunade's negative emotions, emotion value 20. From Tsunade's negative emotions, emotion value 30. From Tsunade's negative emotions, emotion value 40. Ultimately, after frivolously spending the 3 million ryo borrowed from Kushina over 20 rounds, Tsunade was left with merely 300,000. I must say, dear lady, your remaining banknotes are quite limited. Perhaps it would be wise to conserve your funds. They could last you a while, Qian He remarked, feeling a twinge of sympathy. After all, it was Kushina's money lent to Tsunade, and should he win it all, Tsunade would inevitably have to approach Kushina for more. "Humph, I shall do as I please. Do you presume to meddle in my affairs?" Tsunade, her eyes ablaze with fury, more crimson than the Sharingan, thrust her hands forward, intent on crushing the 300,000 ryo before her. Yet, her outstretched hand hesitated, a flicker of rationality returning as she furrowed her brow and regarded Chika with suspicion. "Wait, who are you?" Having spent countless years in the gambling dens, Tsunade was acutely aware of the nature of those who frequented such establishments. They would never relent until they had extracted every last bit from their opponents. However, this individual before her had inexplicably withdrawn at the last moment, advising her to refrain from playing, to save some money for a modest life. This was utterly incongruous with the typical demeanor of a gambler. Chika faltered, uncertain where he had erred, yet he recognized that Tsunade had seen through him. Remaining any longer could spell disaster. He tucked the banknotes from the gambling table into his pocket and declared, "All right, I've had my fill for today. This is where I draw the line." Transformation technique. Tsunade, now fully alert, cast a few discerning glances at Chika and quickly identified the source of her unease. Her heart ignited with wrath. To think someone in Konoha would dare to swindle me. They must truly wish for their demise. Chika bristled at this accusation. What swindle? He had merely relied on his skills to secure his winnings. He hadn't cheated. It was merely that his opponent had been too careless. Just as he opened his mouth to contest Tsunade's claims, he turned back only to witness her entire being enveloped in chakra, an overwhelming aura suffusing the air, rendering him nearly immobile. With each deliberate step, Tsunade advanced towards him, her murderous intent palpable, piercing through Chika's very skin. Such strength. Is this the might of one of the legendary three? Chika's heart raced, fully aware that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. If he could not escape, he might very well meet his end this day. Summoning every ounce of strength within him, Chika, under the oppressive weight of Tsunade's presence, finally extracted a vial from his pocket. Without a moment's hesitation, he shattered it. In an instant, vibrant crimson blood gushed forth. Tsunade, now in a state akin to a deflated balloon upon witnessing this, collapsed to her knees, terror etched across her face, her trembling hands covering her cheeks. Unwilling to behold the sanguine spectacle in Chika's grasp, seizing the opportunity, Chika hastily fled the scene. The moment he exited the casino, he utilized the body flicker technique to vanish into an empty alley. He then employed the flying thunder god technique, reappearing within the secluded nest of crow feather in the small grove. Only then did he exhale a sigh of relief. Squawk. At that moment, crow feather, perched atop a certain raven, jolted at Chika's sudden appearance, shivering before swiftly taking flight. My apologies for interrupting your endeavors. Chika chuckled awkwardly, adding, It seems your romantic fortunes are quite favorable. Have you found a new partner? I recall the previous one had slightly longer tail feathers. Squawk. Negative emotions from the summoned beast crow feather detected. Emotional value 90. Have we finally reached this juncture? The system has finally begun to act against its own. Qian He felt that if the system continued in this manner, it would soon be able to collect his emotional value. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the air as Yeyu flew onto Qian He's shoulder, pecking fiercely at his ear. Not only had Qian He interrupted its delightful endeavor, but it had the audacity to speak of matters concerning its beloved in front of him. Was this not an invitation to witness the conflagration of its harem? How could this be tolerated? All right, stop pecking. Your master has accomplished something grand today. In an effort to placate Yeyu's fury, Qian He produced 2 million taels from his bosom, proclaiming, Behold, this is all for your sustenance. Were it not to support you, would I exert myself so? At this moment, Qian He recalled the explosive scene of Tsunade's fury, and a shiver ran down his spine. Tsunade was indeed formidable. It would be wise to avoid provoking her in the future. Was this the aura possessed only by those of the shadow level? Qian He realized he still had a long journey ahead. Reflecting on his recent overconfidence, he recalled how he had single-handedly defeated and slain the formidable Kurasame Shuriken, leading him to believe the gap between himself and the shadow-level ninjas had significantly narrowed. While he dared not claim he could withstand several exchanges, he thought it unlikely he would be annihilated so easily. However, the disparity between elite Jonin and shadow level was indeed vast. He must strive diligently in his training. Qian He sighed, yet the rewards he had reaped were indeed substantial. Within a mere hour, Tsunade had contributed 2,000 points to his emotional value. It seemed each encounter with her was a gamble, yet she would falter, which was utterly terrifying. Moreover, this was not even the pinnacle of his gains. Upon inspecting the system, he noted, Sage Body, Beginner, 01000. This attribute belonged to the bloodline limit, judging by the emotional points required for advancement. It seemed comparable to the one Tomo Sharingan. Previously, at the casino, Qian He had not been inclined to sense the changes in his body. Now, however, he could distinctly feel the steady enhancement of his physical strength. As he activated his 2 Tomo Sharingan, time passed without any complications arising in his vision. The ocular nerve pain that typically accompanied the awakening was entirely absent. Qian He felt confident that even with the 3 Tomo, under the condition of possessing the Sage Body, he would encounter no issues. Consequently, he upgraded his bloodline limit to the next level, Sage Body, Intermediate, 05000. In the twilight of a serene grove, Qian He meandered back toward his home. Along the way, he encountered the long-unseen Uchiha Hakadai and a multitude of injured members from the Konoha police force. They leaned on one another for support, their faces marred with bruises, and some had arms wrapped in bandages, suggesting fractures. Surprised, Qian He noted that all members of the Uchiha clan who made it into the Konoha police force had awakened their eyes, indicating formidable strength. Yet now they returned, each bearing injuries, a rare sight indeed. Senior Hokage, what has transpired? Qian He speculated that this incident might be linked to him, likely involving Tsunade. Uchiha Hokage, upon hearing this, bore a countenance of dismay. It remains unclear which individual provoked that woman, compelling her to dismantle the entire casino and even resort to violence against those who attempted to impede her. If it weren't for the chaos, Uchiha Hokage exclaimed, suddenly covering his mouth as he reached inside, extracting a molar. This woman has truly lost her mind. Hokage lamented, then proceeded to recount the events to Chika. Through Hakage's narration, Chika managed to reconstruct the sequence of events. After Tsunade recovered from her blood phobia, she discovered that the perpetrators had vanished without a trace. And in her fury, she unleashed her wrath upon the casino. With her extraordinary strength, it took mere moments for the entire establishment to collapse. Subsequently, the Uchiha clan, responsible for maintaining order, arrived on the scene. Upholding their status as one of the legendary Sannin, the Uchiha did not engage immediately. They are proud. Yet their actions are dictated by the nature of their adversary. They would not dare act recklessly against a figure of such renown. Following protocol, they inquired about the situation, and upon learning that Tsunade had been deceived while gambling, they were left speechless. This matter fell outside their jurisdiction. Moreover, those who choose to gamble must accept the consequences of their wagers. Yet, Tsunade's destruction of the casino was certainly unjustifiable. Renowned for their lack of mercy, the Uchiha clan set aside their weapons and attempted to counsel Tsunade with earnest words. After all, the Hidden Leaf Village was built by your grandfather, and this very casino had even witnessed his participation in games of chance. They urged her to reconsider her actions and to compensate for the damages inflicted upon the casino. However, could a rampaging tailed beast be swayed by reason? Furthermore, the Uchiha clan audaciously expected her to reimburse the casino for its losses. It goes without saying that the enraged Tsunade retaliated against the members of the Uchiha Guard. And it was not until Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived with the umbu that the situation was finally quelled. At that moment, a member of the Uchiha clan, whose arm was wrapped in bandages and whose body bore no unscathed areas, seethed, I wonder who the fool is that caused me to be pummeled by Lady Tsunade. If I ever catch him, I shall give him a proper thrashing. From Uchiha Yokai's Negative Emotions, Emotion Value 50. First time acquisition of Uchiha Yokai's Emotion Value. Reward, Illusion Technique, 400. Chika silently cast a glance at the youth named Uchiha Yokai, thinking, why should I be blamed for your misfortune at the hands of Tsunade? If you have the capability, go confront her. Enough of this. Uchiha Hokage interjected, observing Yokai's increasingly absurd claims, and then, his eyes slightly glazed, added solemnly, if you wish to confront that individual, you must first wait your turn. From Uchiha Hokage's Negative Emotions, Emotion Value 80. First time acquisition of Uchiha Hokage's Emotion Value. Reward, Fire Attribute 2000. Indeed, Yokai, you must wait in line. I too have suffered greatly at the hands of Lady Tsunade, and I am determined to seek vengeance on that wretch who has offended her. From Uchiha Genji's Negative Emotions, Emotion Value 80. First time acquisition of Uchiha Genji's Emotion Value. Reward, Lightning Attribute 1000. Me too. Let us not kid ourselves. You stand no chance. Do you truly believe Lady Tsunade would spare that person? Oh, it seems you have a point. Listening to the incessant messages echoing in his mind, Qian He felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Goodness. This time he had not only offended Tsunade, but also alienated his own clan. Although the enraged Tsunade was forcibly taken away by Hiruzen Sarutobi. In order to quell her fury, Sarutobi had to dispatch the umbu to search for those who had deceived her. Moreover, Tsunade, who had not participated in village matters for years, personally joined the investigation, seemingly intent on uncovering Qian He. However, after 3 days of probing, there had been no results. They still did not know whether the individual in question was male or female. The primary reason for this lack of progress was Tsunade's misguided investigation, which was further complicated by Qian He's blood-related deception. After all, few were aware of Tsunade's hemophobia, and the upper echelons of Konoha would make a point of publicizing such a detail. Searching under those conditions, it would be a miracle to find anything at all. Nevertheless, Tsunade had not given up. It was rumored that she was currently frequenting the various casinos in Konoha, hoping to encounter Qian He once more. Of course, whether her intentions were to investigate or to indulge in gambling remained ambiguous. The commotion surrounding this incident was significant, as it marked the first instance in Konoha of someone daring to provoke Tsunade. However, the headlines were soon overshadowed by an official announcement. During a mission, the elite ninja Minato Namikaze encountered an assassination attempt by the Sand, Mist, and Rock Ninja. With the assistance of 2 teammates, Namikaze decimated 3 Sand Ninja. And after vanquishing them, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to eliminate both Noira Shinji and Kurosakamaru from the 7 ninja swordsmen, ultimately escaping the encirclement of 3 explosive squads from the land of Earth. In no time, Minato Namikaze's renown spread through the streets and alleys of Konoha. Was this truly the extent of Minato's prowess? Remarkable. The Flying Thunder God technique. Once I complete another S-rank mission, I too shall exchange for this forbidden art. Speaking of which, weren't there 2 teammates accompanying him? Who were they? It is likely they were a hindrance, which is why their names were not mentioned. Otherwise, Minato could have dealt with the remaining Rock Ninja as well. Indeed, your reasoning is sound. This news quickly reached the ninja world. Upon receiving the report, the Land of Wind promptly issued a statement, delivered by the elder Chiyo. Chiyo first denied that the Akatsuki member Sasori had attacked Konoha ninjas, claiming his presence in the Land of Rivers was purely coincidental while on a mission. She simultaneously accused the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, of being cunning and deeply scheming. Knowing full well the enmity between the Land of Wind and Konoha's White Fang during the Second Great Ninja War, he still sent Kakashi Hatake, the only son of the White Fang, to the Land of Rivers on a mission. She had reason to suspect that Sarutobi was aware of Sasori's mission in the Land of Rivers and had deliberately dispatched Kakashi to exploit her beloved grandson's thirst for vengeance, aiming to eliminate the new generation genius Kakashi Hatake, thereby facilitating the ascent of his inept son. What fault did her cherished grandson Sasori bear? The vendetta of killing his parents was an unforgivable one. Was it excessive to pursue Kakashi Hatake? Not at all. How pitiful was her beloved grandson, who at such a tender age had lost both parents and could only find solace at night by clutching the puppets of his deceased parents. Such a lonely and helpless individual must endure the schemes of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who is nothing short of inhumane. Chiyo stood upon the stage, weeping and lamenting, her eyes brimming with tears, engaging in a barrage of emotional outbursts. In that moment, she stirred the hearts of the ninja from the Land of Wind, inciting a united front against their common foe. Had it not been for the silence of the third Kazekage, they might have been prepared to wage war against Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi inwardly acknowledged Chiyo's cunning. While denying the dispatch of assassins, she sought to sow discord between him and Tsukumo, with the Kazekage remaining silent. There was no necessity for Sarutobi to ascend the stage to counter her claims, for it was a matter of shadows confronting shadows. At that moment, the weary Tsukumo Hatake returned from a distant mission. Upon taking the stage, he declared, "If the scorpion of the red sand seeks vengeance, so be it. I await in Konoha. However, I implore you to bring your kin along." Chiyo, already grieving the loss of her beloved grandson S-Arm, was incensed by Tsukumo's audacious proclamation, her anger nearly propelling her towards the afterlife. Had it not been for Chiyo's ally, the elderly Hozuki, who intervened to remind her that even together they would be no match for Tsukumo, she would have charged to Konoha for retribution. As the 2 factions exchanged barbs, the third Mizukage found himself bewildered. He had been awaiting the return of Wuri Shinpachi and Kuriaseri, only to be met with the grim news of their demise. Conveyed by official reports from Konoha, cursing their incompetence, he hastily issued a statement. The 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen had succumbed to depression after years of relentless missions. The Mizukage, filled with compassion, had granted them leave to travel to the Land of Rivers for a respite, only for them to fall victim to the assassins of Konoha. He stated that if the 2 swords were returned and compensation of 50 million ryo was paid, the Land of Water would overlook the incident. This declaration left Hiruzen Sarutobi so furious that he could have exhaled smoke without smoking. He nearly resolved to confront the Mizukage personally. For several days, the 3 parties engaged in verbal skirmishes, yet no substantial resolution emerged. Nevertheless, Konoha remained unperturbed. While the Land of Wind and the Land of Water appeared to be embroiled in heated exchanges, in reality, no action was taken. From their rhetoric, it was evident that neither nation wished to acknowledge the breach of their peace treaty, indicating that they were not yet prepared for war. Their conflict was merely one of words. With the people of the Land of Wind having perished and no significant treasures left behind, their quarrel soon fizzled out. The situation was different for the Land of Water, as their two prized swords remained in Konoha's possession. Realizing that verbal negotiations were futile, they discreetly sent envoys to Konoha to reclaim their blades. In the home of Uchiha Fugaku sat across from her, his once robust physique appearing somewhat diminished. It seemed he had been preoccupied with matters of the heart alongside Mikoto. "I have heard you have been home these past few days, so I thought I would pay you a visit," he remarked. "I intend to lay low for a while," Uchiha explained. The resounding achievements of Minato Namikaze had drawn the attention of those with ulterior motives towards his two teammates. The moment Uchiha stepped outside, inquiries regarding the details of that fateful battle would inevitably ensue. In light of recent events, the beleaguered Chika had no choice but to retreat to the tranquility of his home for a few days, awaiting the storm to pass. Uchiha Fugaku, delving into the matter at hand, candidly stated, "Speaking of this, I have come precisely for this purpose." "Ah, is the esteemed leader of our clan also so inquisitive?" "There is little to discuss. The rumors hold true." "What, then, is your opinion of Minato?" Chika glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, noting his serious demeanor, and surmised that Fugaku sought to gauge Minato's true capabilities. Perhaps his response would determine the extent to which the Uchiha clan would invest their strength in Minato. After a moment of contemplation, Chika replied softly, "The demeanor of a Hokage." "The demeanor of a Hokage?" Uchiha Fugaku echoed, then inquired, "Are you suggesting that Minato has the potential to become the fifth Hokage?" "Esteemed leader, your perspective is rather conservative," Chika countered, shaking his head with conviction. "What I mean is that the senior Minato will become the fourth Hokage." "The fourth Hokage?" Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily taken aback, then laughed heartily. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." He could concede that Minato possessed the qualities of a Hokage, but to claim he could ascend to the position of the fourth Hokage was rather exaggerated. At this juncture, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was nearing 50. Although still in his prime, he had begun to decline, and once that descent commenced, one's abilities could plummet precipitously. Under such circumstances, the Hidden Leaf Village would inevitably elect a new Hokage, indicating that the transition would occur within the next 5 or 6 years. Currently, Minato was merely 18. Even 6 years hence, he would be only 24, too young for such a role. Of course, age was not the sole factor. The most critical aspect was that there were several formidable candidates vying for the position of fourth Hokage, all possessing considerable strength and prestige: Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kakashi. Among these four, they were the most likely contenders for the role of fourth Hokage. In fact, even Uchiha Fugaku himself entertained thoughts of the fourth Hokage position, although he was aware of his slim chances. Nevertheless, even the most modest of hopes for the fourth Hokage position surpassed Minato's prospects. Chika rolled his eyes. He had previously regarded Uchiha Fugaku's judgment as astute for recognizing Minato's potential so early on. Yet now, it appeared that Fugaku's foresight was quite limited. "Chika, you are still young, and I can understand your admiration for Minato," Fugaku remarked, assuming that Chika's opinion stemmed from having witnessed Minato's prowess in battle firsthand. "Let us not dwell on that. Your assistance in helping Minato vanquish the 7 ninja swordsmen indicates that your own strength has progressed remarkably." Uchiha Fugaku shifted the conversation back to Chika. Although he merely assisted, participating in battles among Jonin was a testament to Chika's commendable abilities. "Your family holds great expectations for you. I have specifically selected a few ninjutsu for you, and I hope you will dedicate yourself to their mastery." As Fugaku spoke, he produced 3 scrolls. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku smiled mysteriously and softly remarked, "There exists a technique that your father is undoubtedly unaware of." With that, he gestured for Chika to unroll the scroll. Chika opened the first scroll, revealing the Fire Release, Great Fire Dragon technique. He did not dwell on it for long before opening the next scroll, which piqued his interest. It pertained to the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan, Illusory Restraint Technique. This particular technique is a manifestation of the unique visual illusions afforded by the Sharingan. I recall that you had already employed the Sharingan's Jinjutsu during your assessment at the Ninja Academy, suggesting that you possess considerable talent in this regard. "This Jinjutsu is precisely what you require," Uchiha Fugaku stated. "Thank you, clan leader, for your thoughtfulness," Chika replied, aware that his talent in Jinjutsu exceeded mere competence. His self-developed auditory illusion had even ensnared members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Mastering the illusory restraint technique would undoubtedly bolster Chika's capabilities. After a brief examination, he turned his attention to the final scroll. Upon opening it, he found scant information within, and to his astonishment, the execution of this technique required only 3 hand seals. A glimmer of excitement crossed his eyes as he looked up at Uchiha Fugaku. Izanagi? Indeed, this is a forbidden technique within our clan concerning the Sharingan. It must never be employed unless one is faced with death, Uchiha Fugaku replied solemnly. Furthermore, this forbidden technique must remain strictly confidential. We cannot allow outsiders to learn of it. The Sharingan is already an object of desire. If it were to be revealed that such a forbidden technique could be utilized, it would incite even greater frenzy among those who covet our clan's Sharingan. Wealth stirs the heart. The Sharingan is already regarded as one of the foremost bloodline limits in the ninja world. To discover that the Sharingan can wield such a technique would be tantamount to granting an additional life. No one could resist such temptation. Moreover, in the ninja world, not everything can be proclaimed. One must always retain a few trump cards. It is evident that Izanagi and similar forbidden techniques serve as one such safeguard for the Uchiha clan. Acquiring this technique, Chika understood that he had finally stepped into the core of the Uchiha clan. This was indeed a fortuitous development for him. Once Minato ascended to power, Chika intended to transform the village's perception of the Uchiha while also reorganizing the clan's internal dynamics. After all, it was rather absurd that factions such as the Hawk and Dove existed within the same clan. With the official matters concluded, Uchiha Fugaku prepared to take his leave. At that moment, Chika interjected, "Clan leader, please wait a moment. I have one more matter to discuss." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's expression stiffened, and he let out a resigned sigh before retrieving 150,000 ryo from his robe and handing it to Chika. "You rascal! Where did this penchant for wealth come from?" He had assumed Chika had forgotten about this matter. To his surprise, it seemed he could not escape this predicament after all. Chika shot a bewildered glance at Uchiha Fugaku, realizing that if Fugaku had not produced the money, he might have indeed forgotten about it entirely. Although Tsunade bestowed upon him over 2 million ryo and an additional 5 million from an S-rank mission, Chika was not in want of funds for the time being. Yet, even the smallest of mosquitoes can be considered a morsel. Tucking the banknotes into his bosom, Chika turned to Uchiha Fugaku with a playful smile. "My lord, I am not referring to this matter." From Uchiha Fugaku's negative emotions, emotion value 10. With a furrowed brow, Uchiha Fugaku inquired sharply, "Then what do you wish to convey?" Chika remained silent, merely drawing forth his katana and presenting it before Uchiha Fugaku. Upon receiving the weapon, Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened as he observed the numerous nicks and imperfections on the blade. Although Chika's katana was merely a standard issue, its battered condition spoke volumes about the fierce close-quarter combat he had endured. Recently, Chika had only ventured out with Minato, indicating that the damage was sustained during their battle with the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. From this singular glimpse, Uchiha Fugaku could easily envision Chika's significant role in that confrontation, which surely extended beyond mere assistance. "You brat, were you being dismissive when you inquired about the rumors?" Uchiha Fugaku scrutinized Chika, his gaze traversing his form in search of any telltale signs. "What could I possibly conceal from the clan leader?" Chika offered an awkward smile, noting Fugaku's skepticism, and continued, "Lord Third Hokage advised us to refrain from disseminating details." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku examined the katana more closely and remarked, "So you faced off against the longsword user, Kurosame Samaru? How do you know that?" Chika responded with surprise. "Humph." Uchiha Fugaku, sensing Chika's confusion, let out a self-satisfied snort and elaborated, "The marks on your blade, aside from the nicks, consist mainly of elongated scratches, something ordinary tools cannot achieve. The explosive blade, shobo, would not leave such wounds. Only that long sword, the sewing needle, could produce such effects." Chika fell silent at this revelation. He was reluctant to divulge more, feeling it might come off as pretentious, yet Uchiha Fugaku seemed determined to uncover the truth. As Chika wrestled with his thoughts, Uchiha Fugaku began to form reasonable conjectures. "So, I surmise you managed to restrain Kurosame Samaru, allowing Minato the time to deal with Nashi Shinpachi before he could come to your aid?" "That's roughly correct." Chika offered a vague response. "What do you mean by roughly?" "It is either so or it is not," Uchiha Fugaku retorted with dissatisfaction. "Our original plan with Minato Senpai was indeed structured that way, but as the battle unfolded, I ended up killing Kurosame Samaru. Uchiha Fugaku fell silent, pondering the implications of Chika's claim. How could one simply kill Kurosame Samaru in the midst of battle? Was he merely a wild boar by the roadside? After all, he was regarded as an elite jonin, yet he had met his demise at Chika's hands, leaving Uchiha Fugaku profoundly astonished. Did you truly single-handedly eliminate Kurosame Maru? Uchiha Fugaku incredulously inquired. Indeed, Senju Chika nodded affirmatively. You are quite impressive. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku found himself at a loss for words to commend Chika. He had initially believed that awakening the Sharingan at the tender age of 7 marked Chika as a prodigy. However, he was astonished by the remarkable pace of his growth. Consequently, he began to place greater significance on Chika's previous statements. In the world of Naruto, strength ultimately reigns supreme. Chika had already demonstrated the capability to independently confront an elite jonin and still considered Minato worthy of competing for the title of Fourth Hokage. Given this, Uchiha Fugaku truly needed to reassess his friend. Patriarch, please keep this matter confidential, otherwise my peaceful days will be disrupted, Chika urged Uchiha Fugaku. The latter silently nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, at Kushina's residence, while Chika and Uchiha Fugaku were deliberating over Minato, Minato was enjoying a tender moment with Kushina. The two were seated on the living room sofa, with Kushina rarely showcasing her delicate side, leaning against Minato. Minato rested his hand upon Kushina's shoulder, a blissful smile gracing his face. His palm gently brushed against her front, each touch deliberate yet playful. Kushina, with a furrowed brow and an expression of impatience, remarked, "If you intend to make a move, do it decisively. Stop hesitating. Are you displeased with my size?" "Not at all. Kushina, you are just right," Minato replied awkwardly, unable to admit his preference. "What do you mean, just right? Have you tried other women?" Kushina's anger flared in an instant. "All right, Minato, if you don't clarify this today, it seems you're eager to move into the memorial stone ahead of schedule." "Kushina, please don't be upset. I merely misspoke," Minato apologized repeatedly, expending considerable effort and signing numerous agreements to placate her before they resumed their previous game. "By the way, Minato, since the third Hokage assigned you an S-class mission and the rewards have been issued, what achievements did you exchange for?" "I obtained the second Hokage's ninjutsu development notes. I hope to learn from them and see if I can develop a technique that requires no hand seals, which, when combined with my Flying Thunder God technique, could yield unexpected results on the battlefield." Kushina nodded in response and then inquired, "What about Chika?" Minato, perplexed, replied, "Didn't he mention it to you? That kid was conversing with me quite well, but then Tsunade came looking for money, and after she left, he abruptly ran off. He hasn't visited me in days." Kushina expressed her dissatisfaction. Minato responded, "I see. Chika originally intended to exchange for the Flying Thunder God technique, but his achievements from one S-class mission were insufficient, so he decided to save them. Wait a moment. If I recall correctly, you initially exchanged for the Flying Thunder God technique with the accomplishments from a single S-class mission. Why can't my disciple do the same?" Upon hearing this, Kushina expressed her confusion, remarking that while she had anticipated Chika's exchange for the Flying Thunder God technique, the fact that it did not occur was beyond her expectations. Watergate, acknowledging her sentiment, revealed his own puzzlement, stating, "I found it strange as well. But in the presence of the third Hokage, I felt it inappropriate to voice my thoughts." After listening to Watergate, Kushina's anger intensified. That despicable old man, treating my disciple differently. Why couldn't he obtain it? She abruptly stood, preparing to confront Hiruzen Sarutobi. Watergate quickly intervened, explaining, upon reflection, "I suspect that Jiraiya-sensei may have spoken on my behalf upon learning of my desire to obtain the Flying Thunder God technique, which likely swayed the third Hokage to grant it to me. Is that so?" Kushina replied, her fury somewhat quelled. "Now that I think about it, that pervert Jiraiya does treat you rather well. Indeed, Jiraiya-sensei is quite admirable, but Kushina, you need not always refer to him as that pervert. You could simply call him Jiraiya-senpai. Humph. It's not that I'm saying anything wrong. Jiraiya, despite his age, is perpetually gallivanting in search of women, neglecting his duties, either peeping or on the verge of peeping, all while claiming he is gathering material for his novels. Do you think he deserves to be called senpai?" Faced with Kushina's assertive stance, Watergate felt compelled to refrain from further argument, as she spoke nothing but the truth. "All right, let us not dwell on him. Since Jiraiya has done such a favor for you, should I not also do something for Chika?" Kushina returned to the matter at hand. As night deepened, With the moon obscured by clouds and the winds rising, it was indeed an opportune time for mischief. After bidding Watergate farewell, Kushina found herself unable to sleep, pacing back and forth in the living room. The uncertainty in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a newfound resolve that shone brightly in the darkness. Clenching her fist and striking her palm together, she chuckled softly, "Let us do this." Having learned that Jiraiya, that rascal, could approach Hiruzen for Watergate's sake, she felt it was her duty as a mentor to do the same for Chika. Although she believed that merely stating her request would guarantee Hiruzen's agreement, the thought of personally asking him was a challenge to her pride. After pondering for much of the night, Kushina suddenly struck her forehead with her palm, ultimately deciding to steal the sealing book. In that very moment of resolution, far away in another corner of Konoha, the slumbering Yamato inexplicably raised his thumb in approval. As if sensing her determination, an action-oriented individual, Kushina silently departed her residence, her mind unconcerned with the necessity of a meticulous plan for such a significant theft. What was planning, after all? Could it be consumed? The umbu stationed at her door, having grown lax after Kushina's prolonged absence, failed to notice her stealthy departure. In the darkness, she evaded the patrolling Konoha guards and maneuvered past the umbu at the Hokage building's entrance. Finally, she arrived at the entrance of a small room on the third floor of the Hokage building. One could not entirely blame the lax security of the Hokage building. Rather, it was due to Kushina's incessant boredom. In her idle moments, she enjoyed wandering around the Hokage building, memorizing the patrol schedules of the umbu, noting precisely when and where they would appear. Of course, her memorization was merely a product of her ennui, certainly not for this very day. Kushina placed her hand on the door, gently testing it. Before long, a look of disdain appeared on her face. The level of the Konoha sealing team had deteriorated significantly, as they were still employing a barrier developed 5 years prior. As an expert in sealing ninjutsu, Kushina effortlessly breached the barrier at the entrance in merely a minute. Gazing at the sealing book in the center of the room, a mischievous smile spread across her face. Truth be told, she had long desired to do this. Kushina seized the sealing book and, without a moment's hesitation, dashed towards Chika's home. She was acutely aware that the moment she grasped the sealing book, Sarutobi Hiruzen would undoubtedly sense it, and time would become of the essence. Just as she anticipated, the instant Kushina took hold of the sealing book, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his eyes. He stood up, not even taking the time to don his clothes, and exited the room, making his way to his usual workspace at home, where a crystal ball was also located. The scene revealed Kushina sprinting towards Chika's residence, clutching the sealing book. "Ah, it's Kushina." Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened, though his eyes no longer reflected the same urgency as before. "Lord, Third Hokage." At that moment, an umbu appeared before Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Dispatch 3 umbu squads to encircle the Uchiha Chika's estate." "Understood. Should we restrain them?" "No. Simply surround them and await my arrival." After issuing his command, the Hokage began to dress himself. At Chika's home, Kushina leaped onto the eaves, locating Chika's room, and broke through the window to enter. The still sleeping Chika was abruptly awakened by the commotion. Unsure of the intruder's identity, Chika instinctively prepared to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. "Chika, wake up quickly." Fortunately, Kushina spoke up in time, stopping Chika from acting. "Kushina-sensei, what brings you here at such an hour? Is there an urgent matter?" Chika asked as he turned on the light in the room. Under the illumination, he recognized Kushina, who appeared much as she always did, save for the enormous scroll she bore on her back. A glance at the scroll caused Chika to pause, and he blurted out, "The sealing book?" "Oh, you even recognize the sealing book?" Kushina replied, astonished. Chika pointed at the scroll on Kushina's back, saying, "It says so right there." Kushina chuckled awkwardly, then boasted, "Your teacher has gone through great lengths for you. Why did you decide to steal this thing, Kushina-sensei?" Chika inquired. "What do you mean by steal?" "It is indeed a matter of possession, and while the majority of the forbidden techniques inscribed within this tome were developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, it also contains numerous forbidden arts belonging to my Uzumaki clan. I merely experienced a sudden lapse in memory regarding certain techniques from my lineage and sought to revisit them to reinforce my recollections. Is there any issue with that?" Initially, Kushina felt a twinge of guilt, yet as she continued, her conviction grew stronger. In truth, as Kushina asserted, this sealing book contains a plethora of unique sealing jutsu from the Uzumaki clan, such as the Corpse Demon Seal and the Four-Symbol Seal. Chika cast a sidelong glance at Kushina, remarking, "You may utilize that excuse, but what of me, the observer? My family possesses no forbidden techniques documented within." It was evident that Kushina had brought the sealing book for his perusal. Chika felt a mix of emotions regarding Kushina's treatment. "Chika, do not overthink it. I did not retrieve this solely for your desire to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. In fact, I heard the third Hokage boast of the numerous defensive measures surrounding the Hokage building, asserting that even a shadow would find it impenetrable. Yet, it appears to be quite the opposite, as it could not deter me, Kushina." Kushina seemed to perceive the complexity of Chika's feelings and remarked nonchalantly, witnessing Kushina's disingenuous demeanor. Chika sighed. "Kushina-sensei, trouble may arise from your actions. When have I ever feared trouble?" Kushina retorted. "Now enough talk. Focus on your studies and absorb as much as you can." As she spoke, she unfurled the pages of the sealing techniques. Chika, acknowledging her gesture, silently expressed gratitude to Kushina before diligently studying the forbidden arts inscribed within the tome. While Chika was engrossed in memorization, the entire residence had been silently encircled by the Umbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood solemnly at the entrance of Chika's home. Sensing an impending presence, Kushina glanced at Chika, who was still absorbed in his studies, before stepping outside to confront Hiruzen. With an awkward smile, she inquired, "Ah, third Hokage. What brings you here at such a late hour?" The following day, within the Hokage's office, the gravity of the situation was palpable. Trespassing into the Hokage building and unlawfully appropriating the sealing book, Kushina Uzumaki has gone too far this time, admonished Kohara Udatane, one of the Hokage's advisors, squinting seriously. Another advisor, Midokado Hamura, concurred, "Indeed, this is the consequence of your leniency, Sarutobi. I never anticipated Kushina would act in such a manner, but fortunately, it has not resulted in dire repercussions. Moreover, Kushina possesses the qualifications to view the sealing book, as many of the techniques therein originate from the Uzumaki clan." Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling the weight of the situation, responded with a furrowed brow. Despite his timely arrival, the incident of Kushina's theft had already spread. To mitigate further fallout, he had no choice but to detain Kushina temporarily. As for Chika, who had merely observed the sealing techniques, he was not imprisoned but confined to his home, awaiting the resolution of the matter. "Sarutobi, this is not merely a question of whether any severe consequences have arisen, nor is it about whether Kushina Uzumaki is qualified to view the sealing book. However, it is evident that Kushina Uzumaki has meticulously planned to circumvent the patrols of the Konoha Guard and the defenses of the Hokage Umbu, which is the crux of the matter. This incident involves the theft of the sealing book. What might the next step entail? An insurrection? Let us not exaggerate. If Kushina possessed the intellect for a coup, I would be more than pleased." Sarutobi Hiruzen and the two advisors, Kurama Shikaku and Mido Gate, engaged in a fervent discussion regarding the theft of the sealing book by Kushina last night. They unanimously agreed that she should face severe punishment. Yet, while Sarutobi was infuriated by Kushina's actions, he declared, "I have decided. Kushina shall be confined for 6 months, with no visits permitted. Is this not excessively lenient?" The two advisors nearly exhausted their voices in disbelief, astonished by Sarutobi Hiruzen's mild punishment for Kushina Uzumaki. They were well aware of Sarutobi's leniency toward the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, but was this indulgence not excessive? There is no need for further discussion. "I have made my decision regarding Kushina's punishment," he asserted, invoking the authority of the third Hokage. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two advisors darkened. The Hokage remains the Hokage, while the advisors are merely advisors. Their role is limited to discussion and suggestion. They possess no decisive power. This was precisely the reason they sought to compel Sarutobi Hiruzen to impose a harsher penalty on Kushina Uzumaki. Even though the advisor's influence is limited, they desired their opinions to sway Sarutobi's decisions, even to the extent of having him act entirely according to their will. "Danzo, do you have nothing to contribute today?" At that moment, Kurama Shikaku noticed that Shimura Danzo had remained silent, and her expression turned to one of surprise. Ordinarily, Danzo would have already been vocal in his criticism of Sarutobi Hiruzen. She and Mido would merely have needed to lend their agreement. However, to her astonishment, Danzo had not spoken a word from the beginning of the meeting to its conclusion. She had wondered why she was the one leading the charge today. Yet, she also understood that if Danzo were to speak, he would undoubtedly advocate for the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to be placed under Root's control. Although they would oppose such a notion, it would at least apply pressure on Sarutobi Hiruzen, preventing him from glossing over Kushina Uzumaki's actions. Feeling the attention of the three upon him, Danzo spoke in a grave tone. Hiruzen, while I shall refrain from commenting on your handling of Kushina Uzumaki, what of her disciple, Uchiha Chika? He was present during the viewing of the sealing book. Upon hearing this, the two advisors responded with renewed vigor, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. A new round of power struggle had begun. Indeed, what of her disciple, Uchiha Chika? Did you not, Sarutobi, state that Uchiha Chika was taken in as her disciple to ensure Kushina's stability? Yet, unexpectedly, she has caused such turmoil in her pursuit of her disciple. Was it not Uchiha Chika who incited Kushina to steal the sealing book? This matter must be thoroughly investigated. I have always suspected the intentions of the Uchiha clan. Even in the case of a mere 7-year-old child, the relentless questioning sent shivers down Sarutobi Hiruzen's spine. He pressed his palms down to silence the two and finally spoke. We have already conducted an investigation regarding Uchiha Chika. The decision to steal the sealing scroll was entirely made by Kushina herself, with no involvement from others. As for Uchiha Chika's viewing of the sealing scroll, I have also looked into it. He merely examined the content of the Flying Thunder God technique. He had previously submitted a request to exchange for this forbidden technique. Thus, we shall consider it as him redeeming this technique through the merits of an S-rank mission. Shimura Danzo interjected with skepticism. Can you guarantee he only viewed the Flying Thunder God technique? Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily at a loss for words, but maintained. Given Chika's rate of growth, it is only a matter of time before he can exchange for the ninjutsu contained in the sealing scroll. Shimura Danzo continued. Regardless, the contents of the sealing scroll must not be viewed without consent. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned at Danzo's words. Memory sealing, conveniently. I have a ninja en route who excels in this type of ninjutsu. We can bring him to route to investigate whether he has viewed any other forbidden techniques, while simultaneously conducting a memory seal. Absolutely not. You have no authority to do so. Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly stood, his tone stern. To bring Uchiha Chika into route is not merely for memory sealing. It could lead to him never returning. Moreover, the Uchiha clan would never permit others to probe their kin's minds. This matter has crossed the line. In response to Sarutobi Hiruzen's vehement reaction, Shimura Danzo calmly stated, I have already dispatched someone to carry it out. Ryoma and his companions should have arrived at Uchiha Chika's home by now. A glimmer of confidence flickered in his eyes. He did not believe a word of Sarutobi Hiruzen's claim that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's act of stealing the sealing scroll was unauthorized. It seemed that Uchiha Chika held significant sway in the heart of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, having previously missed the opportunity to control Minato Namikaze, allowing Jiraiya to take the lead. Danzo could not afford to let Uchiha Chika slip through his fingers. The power of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki could only be maximally harnessed by me. At Chika's residence, Karasuba perched on the windowsill, observing Chika as he hurriedly scribbled on a blank scroll. The content was indecipherable to it. However, seeing Chika's serious expression indicated the significance of what he was writing. Thus, it refrained from approaching him for affection, merely watching with curiosity. At last, he finished. Moments later, Chika inscribed the final character, scrutinizing the scroll's contents while recalling the forbidden techniques he had noted the previous night, verifying there were no errors. After confirming everything was in order, he tucked the scroll away, leaving a mark of the Flying Thunder God technique on it, and placing it beside Karasuba. Ensure this scroll is safely stored in the nest. Chika solemnly instructed Karasuba. Due to uncertainty regarding potential repercussions from the higher-ups of Konoha, Chika had no choice but to meticulously document the forbidden techniques gleaned from the sealing arts. The decision to refrain from storing this information at home stemmed from a fear of sudden inspections. Gah! Kagawa exclaimed, lowering his gaze to the scroll and gasping upon noticing the mark of the Flying Thunder God technique. Ever since that fateful day when his endeavors were interrupted by the use of the Flying Thunder God, Kagawa had sworn to himself that he would never allow anything bearing the mark of this technique to enter his sanctuary. All right, I understand. It won't appear again suddenly. I promise this time. Chika gently patted Kagawa's small head, expressing a mix of exasperation and reassurance. Reluctantly, Kagawa nodded and seized the scroll, soaring into the depths of the forest. With Kagawa's departure, Chika exhaled a sigh of relief. Last night, after Kushina had brought the sealing book, Chika, already adept in the Flying Thunder God technique, had not delved into its contents. Recognizing the invaluable opportunity to study the sealing book, he was determined to make the most of it. Chika intentionally avoided the forbidden techniques related to sealing, knowing that Kushina possessed ample knowledge in that area. Given her attitude towards him, it was only a matter of time before she imparted such ninjutsu to him. Thus, Chika focused on selecting forbidden techniques developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. However, time was still too short, even with Kushina's assistance. He only managed to remember the impure world reincarnation and an additional technique, the 8 gates. Just as Kagawa took flight, a quartet clad in black arrived at Chika's doorstep. Sensing their presence, Chika stepped outside his room to assess the 4 individuals before him. Each donned a distinct animal mask and wore dark attire typical of Umbu operatives. Fixating on one figure, a flicker of recognition crossed his eyes as he discerned a familiar aura emanating from the shadowy form. After a moment's contemplation, he realized who it was, a familiar face, Murata, the ninja who had assessed him during the Genin examination. Simultaneously, Chika understood that this group belonged to the Root organization. Initially, he had presumed that the Konoha F4 had convened to deliberate on a punitive decision, dispatching Umbu to inform him. However, he was taken aback to find that the visitors were indeed members of Root. This development piqued his interest. Frowning slightly, Chika inquired, "Have you come to convey a punitive decision from the third Hokage?" He emphasized the name of the third Hokage, underscoring his intent to accept only directives from him. Nevertheless, the small team from Root appeared unfazed by this assertion. The leader, Oil Girl Ryoma, stated, "Uchiha Chika, you are to be taken back to Root for memory sealing under the orders of Danzo-sama." "Danzo-sama? I'm afraid I only recognize the orders of the Hokage. As for Danzo-sama, I am not acquainted with him." Chika's gaze flickered as memories of their initial encounter resurfaced, recalling the aggressive glint in Danzo's eyes. Realizing that this must have been a clandestine decision made by Danzo, he understood the peril of accompanying this Root team. He could very well be stepping into a trap. Danzo-sama serves as an advisor to the Hokage. His orders are no different from those issued by the third Hokage, Oil Girl Ryoma asserted. "Do not utter such trivialities. I am solely interested in the directives of Lord Hokage. If it is merely Danzo's orders, then I suggest you return at once, lest you squander my time." Chika rolled his eyes, remarking that such bravado should be displayed before Sarutobi Hiruzen to see if Danzo could truly safeguard you. Realizing that conventional methods would prove ineffective, Oil Girl Ryoma ceased his pretense and directly accused him, huffing, "How dare you openly defy Lord Danzo's command? Uchiha Chika, are you contemplating treason against the village? If so, we shall have no choice but to employ force to bring you in." With that, he waved his hand, and the 3 members of Root behind him sprang into action. Truly, those who linger beside Danzo have mastered the art of accusation, but what of their strength? Observing their initial aggression, Chika merely smirked and, in an instant, appeared before Murata. Although he had already avenged past grievances, the satisfaction was fleeting. He had not anticipated Murata presenting himself so conveniently today. It was time to experience the true essence of the Sharingan's Jinjutsu, magical restraint technique. In the face of Murata's astonishment, a pair of tomo filled his vision. In a heartbeat, as he attempted to cast the mist concealment technique, Murata's gaze became vacant. Within the illusion, his body was immobilized by immense iron spikes, rendering him utterly defenseless. The sensation of being pierced by the large nails elicited a harrowing scream from Murata. What a formidable Jinjutsu! Oil Girl Ryoma's expression changed dramatically. Shocked that Chika, who had barely managed to survive against Murata months prior, had evolved to this extent. In mere moments, he had subdued Murata. It became evident that their intelligence network was lagging behind. Secret technique, insect sphere. Before he could contemplate further, countless parasites manifested around Oil Girl Ryoma, a dark swarm. These parasites not only restrained foes, but also gradually consumed their chakra. Under his command, the swarm surged towards Chika. Simultaneously, another Root member formed hand seals. The shadow beneath him began to shift, revealing him as a member of the Nara clan. Shadow imitation technique. As a multitude of insects descended from the sky, shadows crept forward from the ground, prompting Chika to leap back. In midair, he began forming hand seals. The moment his seals were complete, he had already vaulted onto the rooftop, evading the shadow technique due to insufficient range. At that moment, gazing at the swarm of insects, Chika declared, "Fire release, ash pile burning technique." In the face of the insects, The most effective countermeasure was this widespread fire ninjutsu. Chika expelled a cloud of searing ash from his mouth. Within this blistering haze, Ryoma's parasites stood no chance of resistance, swiftly incinerated. Witnessing his swarm being consumed in flames, Ryoma had no time to lament the loss of his insects. He leaped backward. After all, he was well aware that the fire release, ash pile burning technique was not merely concluded by the high temperature of the ash, it was merely the beginning. As Chika enveloped the 4 individuals in a shroud of ash, he ceased to expel any further smoke. Instead, he deftly formed a seal and exhaled a small flame that danced upon the ash. In an instant, the power of the fire release, ash accumulation technique erupted, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to surge as if one were standing beside a blazing furnace. Suddenly, a torrent of crimson flames burst forth from the ash, mingled with billowing black smoke and countless tiny sparks. These sparks spread rapidly through the air, transforming into a sea of fire that consumed everything in its vicinity. The heat wave struck fiercely, as if it sought to scorch the very skin of those nearby. A suffocating aroma of charred matter and combustion permeated the atmosphere. The entire battlefield seemed to morph into an inferno, with flames weaving a scarlet net in the sky, painting the heavens a fiery red. The Uchiha clan was instantly roused. What was happening? It appeared that a battle was underway. Fighting within the Uchiha territory? Madness. Where were the Uchiha ninjas? It was rumored that someone had infiltrated the Hokage building last night, and our security team failed to detect it. Today, they were all summoned for a reprimand. How infuriating to choose this moment. Quickly, take cover. Given the commotion, it was likely at the level of a jonin, and they must have alerted the security team. Who would be en route? Those remaining in the Uchiha territory were primarily the elderly, women, and children. Upon hearing the disturbance, they wisely refrained from seeking out danger and chose to hide within their homes. It seemed that this group from the root had known that the Uchiha ninja were engaged in a gathering today, emboldening them to recklessly confront Chika and take action. As the dust settled, 3 of Oil Woman Ryoma's teammates lay motionless on the ground, their bodies emitting a charred scent. Oil Woman Ryoma himself was not in much better condition. Although he had managed to escape the ash-laden area at a crucial moment, he had still been caught in the explosion's aftermath, suffering injuries to half of his body. Chika had restrained himself, employing only a modest amount of chakra, yet even so, the potency of this jutsu was not to be underestimated, for it was a family technique of the Sarutobi clan. With half of his body wounded, Oil Woman Ryoma knelt on the ground, gazing up at Chika as he approached. Upon reaching Ryoma, Chika halted, casting a cold smile upon him and sneering, "What's this? You lot, dispatched by your esteemed Danzo, think you can simply take me away?" Ryoma lowered his head, ignoring Chika's taunts, murmuring instead, "Root, devoid of name, nor sentiment. No past, and no future. Only the mission remains. I shall not fall until I have brought you back to Root." With that, he summoned all his strength to thrust a kunai towards Chika's chest. "Madman!" Chika slightly sidestepped, effortlessly evading Ryoma's kunai strike, before delivering a swift blow to Ryoma's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. Observing Ryoma's struggle to rise again, Chika let out a resigned sigh. This predicament made him feel as though he was the villain. Killing you all would undoubtedly lead to significant troubles, especially considering your unhinged leader. Though Chika spoke thus, he could not help but admire Danzo's brainwashing methods, as he possessed subordinates unafraid of death, willing to complete their tasks. Such individuals transcended mere humanity. They were akin to tools, exceedingly useful instruments. If possible, Chika yearned to possess such a tool. The moment this thought flickered in his mind, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in his eyes. Indeed, he lacked the means and the temperament to cultivate such subordinates, but Danzo was capable. As the saying goes, one must wield the hoe adeptly. Ancestors plant the trees, and descendants enjoy the shade. Chika resolved to allow Danzo to serve as a forebear, transforming all the root ninjas he trained into his own subordinates. With this thought, Chika instantaneously appeared behind Oil Woman Ryoma, drawing his katana and striking the back of Ryoma's head with the hilt. He then examined the area of Ryoma's burns, making a small incision on the charred calf. The calf bore the brunt of the injury. Upon cutting, no blood flowed, only the sight of exposed, blood-streaked white bone. Observing this, Chika enveloped his palm around the bone. In a short while, a complex pattern emerged upon the bone under Chika's imprint. The moment the pattern formed, it seemed to come alive, traveling up the leg bone until it reached an uninjured area, where it finally halted. This was the Flying Thunder God technique mark, which was conspicuously evident and irrepressible, compelling Chika to avoid inscribing it on an external location. By marking the bone, medical ninjas, focused on treating the burns while utilizing healing techniques, would likely overlook the bone itself, making its discovery after the wound healed improbable. After completing the procedure on Ryoma, Chika proceeded to employ the same technique on the other 3 individuals. Controlling the root ninjas was no simple task. Chika needed to devise a meticulous plan and study how the root ninjas were brainwashed. Currently, he lacked the time and resources to conduct his experiments. So he left marks on the 4, intending to return for a thorough investigation when circumstances allowed. At that moment, Sarutobi Hisashi arrived at the scene with Shimura Danzo and 2 advisors. Simultaneously, members of the Uchiha police force also reached the location. Yet they were hindered from entering by the Umbu. This indicated the Uchiha police force's insignificance before the Umbu. Their authority within the village paled in comparison. Even amidst troubles in the Uchiha clan's territory, Sarutobi Hisashi, who had initially rushed in with concern, cast a glance at the unharmed Chika before shifting his gaze to the 4 fallen root ninjas. He had not worried much about Chika. Rather, he feared that Chika might eliminate the root ninjas, leading the situation to an irreversible state. However, upon witnessing that the 4 root ninjas were still alive, Hisashi's worries began to dissipate. However, Shimura Danzo's expression grew increasingly grim. He had already anticipated that Uchiha Chika would mount a rebellion. He had specifically dispatched Oil Woman Ryoma along with Murata, who could restrain Chika, and 2 other teammates with full control capabilities. To his astonishment, all 4 were now sprawled on the ground, seemingly having inflicted no harm upon Chika whatsoever. How audacious! To dare assault a root ninja. Uchiha Chika, are you contemplating defection? How bold! To openly attack a root ninja. Uchiha Chika, do you intend to betray the village? Danzo swiftly decided to label Chika with accusations. Chika casually picked at his ear, casting a disdainful glance at the fallen Ryoma. Indeed, it seemed only Danzo's own words could convey the gravity of the situation. Others fell short. Seeing Chika remain unfazed, even taking the liberty to clean his ears, a surge of anger suddenly welled up within Danzo. What? Do my words, as the Hokage's assistant, sound so foul in your ears? You wicked little Uchiha. Just wait. If I do not firmly place this hat upon you today, I might as well relinquish my role as the Hokage's assistant. From Danzo's negative emotions, emotional value 50. With a frosty tone, Danzo declared, Sarutobi, you see, I have sent Ryoma to request Uchiha Chika to come to the root for a minor procedure on his brain. Furthermore, the executor of this procedure is none other than your disciple, Orochimaru. Surely you trust him more than you do me? Unexpectedly, Uchiha Chika not only refused but also assaulted my personnel. His violent resistance to Root's enforcement gives me ample reason to suspect he has encountered numerous forbidden techniques in the Book of Seals. Sarutobi, I propose we apprehend this young man and take him to Root for rigorous interrogation. We will undoubtedly extract the extent of his knowledge regarding the forbidden techniques within the Book of Seals. Afterwards, let this youth atone for his transgressions at Root. This is all in consideration of the village. While sealing his memories might prevent Uchiha Chika from accessing the forbidden techniques in the Book of Seals, Uzumaki Kushina, as a sealing ninja, undoubtedly taught him sealing techniques. This little Uchiha must possess the means to lift seals. Moreover, joining Root would effectively shield him from the prying eyes of others, given Root's clandestine nature. As he spoke, Danzo's tone grew increasingly righteous. Presenting himself as a guardian of Konoha village, he waved his hand and commanded, Someone, bind this youth and deliver him to the Root headquarters. I intend to interrogate him thoroughly. Danzo's authoritative demeanor emanated a force that even overshadowed the unassuming old man beside him, who silently puffed on his pipe while wearing the Hokage's hat. Thankfully, those who accompanied him were all umbu, unwilling to heed Danzo's nonsensical utterances. They merely stood quietly behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing Danzo's performance. Meanwhile, the originally supportive Tsurugi Koharu and Mito Gate Flame silently stepped back a few paces to align with Sarutobi Hiruzen. The atmosphere grew awkward, with even Uchiha Chika himself looking on in astonishment at Danzo. Had Danzo always been this bold? To command the umbu, who only heed the Hokage. In the presence of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen retracted his hand with a calm demeanor, internally lamenting. This is it, an extraordinary performance. Enough already. Observing Shimura Danzo, who seemed poised to say more, Sarutobi sighed helplessly and replied, Danzo, let us not discuss sending Chika to the root. I shall not agree to it. Although the scene appeared as Danzo described, Sarutobi understood that had Chika not possessed formidable strength by the time they arrived, he would have already been taken to the root. At that point, extracting Chika from the root unscathed would be exceedingly difficult. Noticing this, Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the wounds of the four individuals before glancing at the dust on the ground, discerning something from the ashes. His eyes brightened as he addressed Sarutobi. Look, the jutsu used by Uchiha Chika is actually your clan's fire release, ash pile burning technique, which is absent from the Uchiha clan's repertoire. I suspect he has been covertly studying it. It appears that while he was perusing the sealing scroll, Uchiha Chika had already commenced learning the jutsu of various clans, undoubtedly. His mind harbors techniques from other clans as well. Sarutobi's expression darkened at these words. He held some authority over this matter. In the past, his own descendant had, in an attempt to lower Chika's guard against Yuhi Kurenai, inadvertently bribed away their family's cherished jutsu to help her succeed in the exam. As it turned out, not only did Kurenai fail to win, but this incident also left her with psychological scars, leading her to avoid Asuma ever since. Maintaining a stoic expression, Sarutobi approached, crouched down, and grasped a handful of unburned ash, rubbing it between his fingers. Then, he turned to Chika and spoke in a deep voice. Uchiha Chika, Lord Third Hokage, I can provide an explanation for this jutsu. Chika responded gravely. Although Sarutobi had not yet succumbed to Danzo's insinuations, Chika feared that Sarutobi might falter under the pressure. At that moment, he even contemplated how to escape using the Flying Thunder God technique. However, Sarutobi's expression shifted as he praised. Indeed, your application of the fire release, ash pile burning technique is commendable, even superior to how Asuma employs it. Yet, there are some details you have yet to perfect. Observe this ash. Its explosion was insufficiently thorough, leaving remnants, thus diminishing its overall potency. Chika felt a wave of relief and followed Sarutobi's lead, humbly inquiring, Is that so? Then, Lord Third Hokage, how can I enhance its power? This was the crux of the matter. Sarutobi, noticing Chika's earnest quest for knowledge, appeared even more benevolent. While I cannot divulge certain characteristics of the ash, you might first try smoking to experience it. Our Sarutobi clan developed this jutsu from the act of smoking. However, you must not share this with Kushina. Otherwise, considering her temperament, my beard might not survive. At this point, Sarutobi instinctively stroked his chin, a lingering trepidation evident in his demeanor. When Kushina becomes enraged, she is truly formidable. If she were to discover that she had inadvertently encouraged Chika to smoke, it would be no surprise if even his body hair vanished. Observing this, Chika confidently patted his chest, assuring, I would never divulge such a thing. The teachings of the Third Hokage are etched in my heart. How could I possibly share them with others? Not even with you, Teacher Kushina. Ha ha ha, splendid. Chika, I have not misjudged you. Should you encounter any issues with ninjutsu in the future, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed heartily, patting Chika's shoulder, indicating that he was always welcome to approach him with inquiries. Although the title of the strongest Hokage might be somewhat exaggerated, the moniker of the Doctor of the Ninja World is indeed well-deserved and not to be taken lightly. As Sarutobi Hiruzen began instructing Uchiha Chika on how to enhance the power of the fire release, ash accumulation technique, Shimura Danzo realized that Sarutobi Hiruzen was entirely unconcerned about how Chika had acquired this fire technique. Furthermore, this exchange served to divert attention away from the fact that Chika had severely injured the root ninja, subtly signaling him to cease further inquiry on the matter. Danzo, of course, was unwilling to let this slide. He struck the ground forcefully with his cane, interrupting the conversation between Chika and Sarutobi Hiruzen, capturing their attention before stating, Hiruzen, this matter cannot simply be dismissed. My subordinates lie injured on the ground. Oh dear, I nearly forgot. Chika exclaimed, suddenly recalling that these four individuals were to be his future subjects for experimentation and could not simply perish. He glanced anxiously at the four lying on the ground and earnestly addressed Danzo. Lord Danzo, perhaps you should take these four for treatment first. If we delay any longer, they may truly die. With a face full of regret, he continued, though I executed the fire release, ash accumulation technique quite well, as you heard the third Hokage mention. My attention to detail was somewhat lacking, leading to an inability to control the technique's power effectively. Surely, Lord Danzo will not hold this minor issue against me. From Danzo's negative emotions, emotional value, 60. I do not require your insincere sympathy. At that moment, Danzo felt as if he had been stabbed in the heart, his anger boiling over. Sarutobi Hiruzen, regaining his composure, looked at Danzo, whose expression was twisted with fury, and remarked, Danzo, listen closely. Chika continues to express concern for your subordinates' well-being, indicating that he was merciful in his actions. How could someone like him ever betray the village? It is clear that your subordinates failed to communicate their intentions and acted first. Only Chika, being the good-hearted individual that he is, chose not to hold a grudge against your men, merely incapacitating them. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression of heartfelt sorrow perfectly complemented the regret on Chika's face, driving the metaphorical knife deeper into Danzo's chest. Please, third Hokage, do not say such things. Lord Danzo is also acting in the interest of the village. Chika tugged at Sarutobi Hiruzen's sleeve, his face slightly flushed. It was not a facade he put on. He simply felt a slight flush at the praise bestowed upon him by Sarutobi Hiruzen. He merely regarded the acquisition of these 4 experimental subjects as a hard-won achievement and did not wish to relinquish them so easily. Contrary to what Sarutobi had suggested, he did not harbor any concern for the fate of his adversaries. You have gone too far. At that moment, Shimura Danzo clutched his chest with one hand, while the other trembled with his cane, pointing shakily at Chika Uchiha and Sarutobi Hiruzen, his words faltering. The 2 advisors behind him could no longer bear the scene, especially as more members of the Uchiha clan began to arrive. They understood that remaining in this situation could potentially escalate matters. It was trivial for the Uchiha clan to harbor grievances. The real issue lay in preventing the other clans of Konoha from discovering how they treated the children of the village's families. Very well, Danzo. Take your people and attend to their injuries. Yes, if there are any issues, we shall discuss them further in the Hokage office. Seeing that no one spoke on his behalf, Danzo recognized his powerlessness against Uchiha Chika. He inhaled deeply to steady his emotions, casting a venomous glare at Chika before making his way towards the Hokage building. As for the root members lying on the ground, there would be others to carry them away. In the Hokage office, Tsunade and Mito Minju had already departed, leaving only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Let this matter end here, Danzo. You must cease your pursuit of Uchiha Chika. Confronted with the formidable Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo could only remain silent. Hiruzen gazed at his former comrade, a sigh escaping his lips. He clapped his hands gently, and an invisible force enveloped the entire Hokage office. Noticing this, Danzo's expression darkened, understanding that Hiruzen had something significant to convey. Danzo, you are still researching Lord Hashirama's cells, are you not? Hiruzen's words struck like a thunderbolt. Since the death of Senju Hashirama, Konoha had lost its means to restrain the Nine Tails. Consequently, Hiruzen and Danzo had mobilized the entire village's resources to study Hashirama's cells. However, due to the numerous volunteers perishing during the experiments, Hiruzen was compelled to terminate the project, sealing the related records as a dark chapter of history. Yet, he knew that Danzo would not relent. The Nine Tails had always posed a latent threat to the village, without a means to control it. They could not allow Kushina to leave the village freely, necessitating constant protection. This was both a danger and a burden for the village. Thus, the quest to find a means to control the Nine Tails had always been their shared objective. To this, Danzo neither confirmed nor denied, merely frowning as he replied, Hiruzen, what are you trying to imply? Hiruzen inquired, have you considered that since Lord Hashirama's experimental subjects have never come to fruition, perhaps we might adopt a different approach? Danzo looked at Hiruzen with confusion. Hiruzen continued candidly. That individual is also capable of controlling the Nine Tails. Are you referring to Uchiha Madara? Upon hearing these words, Shimura Danzo's pupils abruptly constricted. In stark contrast to the violent control techniques of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the mastery of the Mangekyo Sharingan wielded by Uchiha Madara is undeniably superior. The ability to utilize Jinjutsu not only enables the control of the Nine Tails, but also allows for the conversion of its power into one's own, achieving a remarkable dual benefit. Danzo began to grasp why Sarutobi Hiruzen would consent to Uchiha Chika becoming a disciple of Uzumaki Kushina. Furrowing his brow, he addressed Hiruzen, such fanciful notions. Are you not concerned that should Uchiha Chika gain control over the Nine Tails, the village of Konoha would fall under the dominion of the Uchiha clan? Thus, he inquired, why do you think I would allow Chika to become Kushina's pupil? And why did I refuse when Chika had the opportunity to exchange for the Flying Thunder God technique? Upon hearing this, Danzo suddenly realized, so, the theft of the sealing book by Uzumaki Kushina for the sake of her disciple was also part of your scheme? Coughing lightly, Hiruzen shot Danzo a reproachful glance. What a troublesome topic to broach. If I could keep pace with Kushina's thought process, would I still be here conversing with you in this capacity as Hokage? From Hiruzen's cryptic remarks, Danzo discerned the underlying intentions regarding Uchiha Chika's involvement. The plan was to have Uchiha Chika become Uzumaki Kushina's disciple, thereby fostering a bond between them through various minor affairs. When Uchiha Chika's Sharingan became potent enough to control the Nine Tails, they could then embark on the next phase, employing the ocular techniques of the Sharingan to dominate the Nine Tails, thus rendering Uzumaki Kushina the perfect Jinchuriki. It must be acknowledged, this is indeed a fanciful concept, yet it possesses a degree of feasibility. However, such an arrangement would effectively bind the two together, placing Kushina's life and death entirely in Uchiha Chika's hands. That is not my intention. I merely wish for Chika to understand that his capacity to exchange for the Flying Thunder God technique is solely due to Kushina's influence. Hiruzen chuckled softly, secretly pleased. As the initial bond had been remarkably well established, their relationship having grown quite intimate. Danzo understood that Hiruzen's clarity was also a message. Uchiha Chika was a critical component of his plan, and any further antagonism towards Chika would be tantamount to openly defying the Hokage. However, Danzo remained skeptical. His expression darkened as he remarked, as a shinobi, to believe in such bonds. Hiruzen, you are growing old. You are allowing emotions to cloud your judgment. Your plan may have a commendable starting point. Yet one cannot trust the Uchiha clan, not even a mere child. Do not forget, there have been few within the Uchiha clan, like Kagami, who genuinely cared for the village. In response, Hiruzen corrected him. While I acknowledge your old comrade, Kagami, such individuals are exceedingly rare. I still recommend a form of reprogramming for Uchiha Chika before executing your plan. Reprogramming? Is it your intention to transform the genius of the Uchiha clan in Konoha into a mere tool? Do not assume I am unaware of your foolish antics. In the past, when you coerced other clans, you refrained from employing excessively forceful methods, so I shall not dwell on that. However, when it comes to Chika, you audaciously dare to act within Uchiha territory. Do you hold the Uchiha clan in such low regard? Are you so dismissive of my authority as Hokage? Furthermore, now that you aim to brainwash Chika, do you believe Kushina is oblivious? If she were to cause an uproar, would you be the one to resolve it? Sarutobi Hiruzen, witnessing Shimura Danzo's obstinacy, was seething with rage, nearly compelled to physically confront Danzo. You owe a debt to Uzumaki Kushina, but I do not. Danzo instinctively shot back a retort. His words caused Hiruzen to furrow his brow, prompting him to temper his tone and inquire, what are you implying? Uzumaki Kushina. Minato Namikaze. Upon hearing these names, Danzo raised his gaze to Hiruzen and slowly uttered, Cloud Ninja. In that moment, as Danzo spoke the words Cloud Ninja, an invisible pressure surged forth from Hiruzen, enveloping the office with the formidable aura of a peak ninja, akin to a tempest. The terrifying murderous intent in Hiruzen's eyes ravaged the surroundings. Even Danzo felt a fleeting pang of fear. Yet, having reached this juncture, Danzo pressed on with unwavering resolve. Years ago, when Uzumaki Kushina first arrived in the Hidden Leaf Village, she was merely an 8-year-old girl. She harbored resentment towards Konoha for failing to assist her clan, the Uzumaki, and even after being rescued from wandering the ninja world, she felt out of place in the peaceful village. You recognized this dilemma. And when the Cloud Ninjas sought to capture Kushina, you seized the opportunity to orchestrate the scene where Minato Namikaze came to her rescue. Those Cloud Ninja had never considered that their every move was under the watchful gaze of the Umbu. Just as Kushina found herself in despair, Minato, as you had arranged, appeared at the perfect moment. This allowed Minato to win Kushina's heart and simultaneously secure her allegiance to Konoha. As Danzo continued, he lifted his head to meet Hiruzen's gaze, stating, more importantly, Minato became Jiraiya's disciple after that, did he not? Once Kushina confirmed her desire to become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, she became a puppet in your hands. Danzo, it is time for you to leave. Hiruzen asserted, neither confirming nor denying the allegations against him. All of this was merely Danzo's conjecture. As Danzo departed, Hiruzen sighed, lamenting that he lacked the extraordinary power of Lord Hashirama. Power can intoxicate the eyes, while strength is the grand avenue leading to the pinnacle of authority. Meanwhile, as Hiruzen and Danzo exchanged verbal blows, Chika was at home conversing with Uchiha Fugaku. What exactly transpired? Fugaku inquired. The assistant of the Hokage sought to draw me into their ranks, but upon my refusal, they resorted to force. Chika briefly conversed with Uchiha Fugaku, omitting the reasons behind my impending abduction. Danzo, Uchiha Fugaku sighed, stating, I had hoped to shield you from this matter, but it appears I must forewarn you. Among the higher echelons of Konoha, only the third Hokage has shown any fairness towards my clan. The others harbor considerable disdain, especially Danzo. Hence, you must exercise caution regarding him. Understood, esteemed clan leader, Chika nodded. Observing this, Uchiha Fugaku chose not to elaborate further but instead produced a scroll, unsealing it to reveal a gleaming katana. In the afternoon sunlight, the blade shimmered with a chilling brilliance, its scabbard crafted from a rare black hardwood, smooth as jade. The patterns along the spine were distinct, indicating it was no ordinary weapon. This sword was forged by a renowned craftsman from the land of iron, infused with chakra metal, making it a rare treasure even among our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku declared. Chika, upon hearing this, gently tapped the blade, producing a satisfying tone that prompted a nod of approval. I am quite pleased with this sword. Thank you for your care, esteemed clan leader. Does it have a name? Indeed, it is called Swift Wind. 3 days later, Minato and Kakashi walked through the Uchiha clan's territory. Since the conclusion of their last mission, they had not seen Chika for several days. After resting in Konoha for a week, it was time to resume their duties. Kakashi's expression shifted to one of intrigue as he noticed a Uchiha clan member smiling and nodding at them. If he was not mistaken, that individual was a Jonin. Minato-sensei, Kakashi murmured, have you noticed something different about the Uchiha today? Indeed, they seem considerably more amiable, Minato replied softly, filled with curiosity. The Uchiha had never been overtly hostile, yet such friendliness was unusual. After some contemplation, Minato suggested, perhaps it's because we are Chika's teammates. After all, he holds significant esteem within the Uchiha clan, and it stands to reason that our association with him has elicited a favorable response from them. That seems plausible, Kakashi agreed, nodding in assent. Their reception by the Uchiha clan was undoubtedly influenced by Chika, though not solely due to him. Rather, it stemmed from the higher-ups' awareness of their investment in Minato. Had it not been for Minato's existing relationship, they might have even considered finding a suitable match for him within the Uchiha clan. Historically, the most effective means of fostering alliances has been through marriage. Upon arriving at Chika's residence, they knocked on the door, yet received no response. Minato subtly sensed the atmosphere within the house and discovered that Chika was still at home. He exchanged a glance with Kakashi, who, understanding the unspoken communication in Minato's eyes, pushed the door open and entered without hesitation. Minato had no choice but to follow Kakashi inside. As they traversed the front yard, they stepped into the inner room. The sight that greeted them was chaotic. The spacious living room was strewn with a myriad of complex documents. Minato casually picked up a few books, glancing at their titles, which pertained to Jinjutsu and the structure of the human brain. He was momentarily taken aback. Having initially presumed that Chika was engrossed in materials regarding space-time ninjutsu to solidify his foundation for mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. This revelation piqued his curiosity. Oh, Minato-senpai and Kakashi. Chika, who had been buried in the pile of books, lifted his weary head upon hearing the commotion and asked, what brings you here? Are you developing a new Jinjutsu? Minato observed Chika's gaunt cheeks, pronounced dark circles under his eyes, and his disheveled hair, reminiscent of someone grappling with challenges while formulating a new ninjutsu. Chika nodded, then shook his head. To permanently compel someone to obey one's commands necessitated the use of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and even then, it required a Jinjutsu of the Kodohama Tsukumi caliber to achieve such a feat. It could be argued that fundamentally altering a person's will transcended the very definition of Jinjutsu. In the anime, the application of Kodohama Tsukumi was merely showcased once, leaving the permanence of its effects shrouded in uncertainty. After 3 days of research, Chika had made no headway. What kind of Jinjutsu are you aiming to develop? Minato inquired, now intrigued. Minato-senpai, you must have heard of the Root organization, right? Chika responded. Minato paused for a moment, then nodded. Yes, that department had once invited me to join, but it seemed that Jiraiya-sensei intervened, so I paid it little mind. Thus, the commotion at your house that day was due to Root attempting to recruit you? Minato had indeed heard whispers about the matter, although the higher-ups had suppressed it. Some rumors still managed to surface. Pretty much, although their methods were rather extreme. Chika replied, continuing, Minato-senpai, let me tell you, the Root ninjas immediately branded me with labels. Attempting to overthrow Danzo during the third Hokage's tenure is unrealistic. Their trust in each other is too profound. Only under your administration, Minato, would there be a chance to challenge Danzo. Upon hearing Chika's account, Minato's expression shifted to one of concern. Though he was a common ninja, being a disciple of Jiraiya placed him firmly within the Hokage lineage, making it improbable for Danzo to resort to harsh tactics against him. He had always believed that Root was merely a training ground for the Umbu, but after listening to Chika's narrative, his perception of Danzo had considerably declined. Furrowing his brow, Minato asked, what does this have to do with your development of a new genjutsu? Chika observed the success of his eye medication and nodded with a sense of covert satisfaction. He then remarked, I have been contemplating that since Lord Danzo can eradicate the emotions of ninjas through self-elimination training and subsequently brainwash them, might I not also employ a genjutsu to achieve a similar effect? Many ninjas from the Root had been transferred from other departments, including Orochimaru, who still operated under Shimura Danzo's command. The true ninjas of Root had undergone rigorous training in self-erasure, resulting in unwavering loyalty. They represented the core strength of Shimura Danzo. These were the very ninjas Chika aimed to transform. Upon hearing this, Minato refrained from commenting on the genjutsu aspect, simply shaking his head and stating, that is impossible. While I am unaware of the methods Lord Danzo employs for self-erasure, I do know that before a ninja becomes a tool, they are first a human being. And as long as one is human, one cannot completely obliterate their own emotions. Chika replied in astonishment, so, do you think Lord Danzo's method of self-elimination is merely a joke? Minato responded, not exactly, but I believe this method merely suppresses the self, resulting in a persona devoid of emotion, focused solely on tasks and loyalty. A second persona? Chika pondered this notion, finding some merit in it. Thus, it seemed that the plan to fundamentally alter the mindset of Root ninjas should be set aside in favor of awakening their true selves. Whether this self would heed Danzo or Chika would depend on Chika's efforts. It's a line of thought I must delve into further. By the way, Chika, what do you intend to develop such genjutsu for? Minato inquired. This is not development. I merely find the idea of altering a person's will rather terrifying. I wish to take precautions against potentially falling victim to such manipulation, Chika replied, sidestepping the sensitive issue of undermining Danzo. He then shifted the topic. All right, Minato-senpai. Let's not dwell on this. Is there a particular reason you all have come here? Minato, casting a bemused glance at Chika, responded. You have not participated in the activities of Team Minato for 7 days. You haven't forgotten that you are still a member of our team, have you? Chika sheepishly chuckled at this. Indeed, he had been quite busy these past few days, entangled in his own affairs, completely disconnected from Minato and the others. 7 days of rest has been long enough. We should take on new missions, Minato declared, a driven individual with clear aspirations for his future. Becoming Hokage required not only strength, but also contributions to the village, which accounted for the frequent missions undertaken by Team Minato. However, Chika sensed something awry. He scrutinized Minato with a mischievous grin. Minato-senpai, you must be feeling rather bored at home. Unable to see Kushina-sensei, aren't you? The punishment for Kushina's theft of the sealing scroll had been enacted, although it only entailed an additional 6 months of confinement. The guards at her door had been replaced with a squad of Umbu, and a female Umbu was stationed at her residence, monitoring her around the clock. In this scenario, it is impossible for Minato to meet Kushina privately. It appears that this predicament prompted Minato to consider undertaking a mission. He cast a sidelong glance at Chika while letting out a resigned sigh. His girlfriend is admirable in many respects, yet her talent for causing trouble is truly unparalleled. The mistake Kushina made this time, stealing the Book of Seals, could easily warrant a charge of treason against their village. Remarkably, she received merely an additional 6 months of confinement. One cannot help but marvel at the disparities between individuals. Furthermore, this incident, coupled with the kidnapping of Kushina by the Cloud Village years ago, led Minato to some conjectures regarding her status within the village. it likely holds greater significance than meets the eye. What perplexed Minato even more than Kushina's identity was the fact that the only means of access to her room was the entrance permit held by Chika. As long as the third Hokage had not revoked this permit, it remained valid. Minato could not fathom why, if they were able to reinforce security at Kushina's door, they would be unaware of the existence of Chika's permit. He found himself momentarily baffled by the third Hokage's intentions. Were it not for Chika's name inscribed on the permit, Minato would have considered borrowing it for his own use. In light of this, Minato connected the dots between Chika's involvement and Kushina's theft of the Book of Seals. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Chika with an expression of regret and said, "I apologize for not realizing that Kushina's reckless behavior would cause you such trouble. Even without this incident, she would likely find other reasons to trouble me." Chika waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. Minato refrained from elaborating further and instead looked at Chika and Kakashi, asking, "All right, let us not dwell on this. We are set to undertake a mission. Do you have any specific requests regarding it?" Kakashi shook his head in negation. After pondering for a moment, Chika suggested, "Let us go to the land of hot water. I've heard Kakashi mention that the hot springs there are quite delightful, and given the recent drop in temperature, it is the perfect time for a soak." "Oh, I see. Very well. We shall seek a mission in the land of hot water." Minato nodded in agreement. At that moment, Kakashi interjected, "By the way, Minato-sensei, rather than confirming the mission's location, shouldn't we be more concerned about the potential for unforeseen complications during the mission?" This remark jolted both Chika and Minato back to that fateful night of setting the flag. Sometimes, even ninjas must concede to the whims of fate. Thus, Minato's expression turned serious as he replied, "Kakashi, you are correct. We must indeed consider this issue. Minato-senpai, setting the flag is a trivial matter. The real concern is that the mission must remain confidential. Aside from the third Hokage, no one else should be aware." Chika subtly reminded them. Compared to Minato and Kakashi, Chika was more inclined to believe that this situation was orchestrated by Uchiha Madara. Moreover, from the fragmented words of the two ninjas from the land of water, Chika sensed an underlying hostility directed towards him. As the eyes of Minato narrowed, he inquired, "You suspect that someone has leaked the mission details, leading to our assassination attempt, do you not?" Chika nodded in affirmation. Although it seemed somewhat unrealistic to evade the omnipresent surveillance of Kurojitsu, Chika believed that maintaining a degree of secrecy might still allow them to avoid his prying eyes. At that moment, Kakashi interjected, "Personally, I attribute this to Chika. Had it not been for your initial deception in establishing that flag, such an incident would surely not have occurred." "Wait, can you really blame me for that? Were you two not equally swept up in the moment?" Chika shot Kakashi a glare, sensing that he was attempting to place the blame for that mishap squarely on his shoulders. With a stoic expression, Kakashi responded, "Yet, it was you who first initiated the flag. If there is fault to be found, it undoubtedly lies with the three of us." Chika was unwilling to shoulder that blame, fearing he would be labeled as a harbinger of misfortune in the future. Observing the quarrel between the two, Minato stepped forward to intervene, stating, "All right. While I am somewhat skeptical of this notion, Kakashi does have a point. The matter of establishing a flag indeed warrants caution. Therefore, I have made a decision." At this, Minato spoke with gravity. "I hereby issue the first decree of Team Minato. Under no circumstances shall a flag be established during or prior to a mission." "Understood, sensei." Kakashi replied with equal seriousness, thereafter shifting their gaze to Chika. "Why are you both looking at me? Do you not realize that I am merely on loan here? My true allegiance lies with Kushina's team." Chika protested, feeling that he was unjustly implicated in the decree. "Am I truly one to frivolously establish a flag? Had the atmosphere not been so conducive, I would never have uttered such words." While Chika recognized the necessity of such a decree, he could not shake the feeling that the two were deliberately targeting him. "Enough of this," Minato remarked. "Kushina has already been confined for 6 months. By the time she is permitted to venture out, it will be next year." Minato clarified, "This means you are obligated to accompany us for at least another 6 months." The implication in Minato's words was clear. "You will remain under my command for an extended period, and now you dare defy my decree? Do you wish to face consequences?" "Fine, I understand." Chika sighed. Initially, he had found it quite pleasant to accompany Kushina on D-rank missions within the village, but after venturing out once, he had lost the opportunity to team up with her again. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Minato exchanged a few pleasantries with Hiruzen Sarutobi before getting to the point. Lord Third Hokage, could you kindly assign us a mission to the land of hot water? Oh, Hiruzen exclaimed in surprise at Minato's request for a specific mission. You see, with the cold weather settling in, we would like to experience the hot springs of the land of hot water. After hearing Minato's explanation, Hiruzen nodded in understanding. Provided the mission was not urgent, it was indeed customary for ninjas to enjoy brief moments of respite after completing their tasks. After a moment's contemplation, Hiruzen did not rummage through the mission list, but instead smiled. In that case, I happen to have a mission that requires you to venture to the land of hot water. It is indeed a task that requires your direct intervention, Watergate. Upon hearing this, Watergate's countenance turned solemn as he responded, Please give your orders, esteemed Third Hokage. He believed that any task necessitating his personal involvement must surely require his unique abilities, which, clearly, pertain to the Flying Thunder God technique. Do not be so serious. It is not a particularly challenging task, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a chuckle, observing Watergate's demeanor. By the way, it has been quite some time since you last saw your teacher, hasn't it? Indeed, esteemed Third Hokage, it has been over half a year, Watergate replied. Are you suggesting that we bring Jiraiya-sensei back from the land of hot water? Initially taken aback, Watergate soon recalled Jiraiya's current whereabouts, and the realization dawned upon him. Yes, Sarutobi Hiruzen confirmed candidly. If you truly need to retrieve Jiraiya-sensei, I could use the summoning technique to notify him. I am certain he would return upon receiving the message. Watergate, possessing a sense of integrity, would not engage in such blatant misuse of public resources for leisure travel. There is a reason for sending you. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively. If that rascal could simply be summoned by a toad, that would be splendid. He has already sent me 3 waves of umbu. And if you cannot bring him back, I shall have to intervene personally. At this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. Currently, within Konoha village. Although 2 of the legendary Sannin resided in the village, Tsunade had effectively entered a semi-retirement due to her hemophobia. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had been transferred to the route, where he was currently engaged in merriment with Shimura Danzo and had no intention of returning to the Umbu anytime soon. Consequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen's elite forces were limited to only Hatake Sakomo. Given the increasingly severe circumstances in the ninja world, he felt compelled to summon his wayward disciple back. Perhaps Jiraiya-sensei had crucial intelligence to gather. Watergate awkwardly provided a defense for Jiraiya. Perhaps there is important information he needs to collect. Then it is settled. We shall depart early tomorrow morning. The mission is classified as B rank, and I expect you to bring Jiraiya back. Sarutobi Hiruzen declared firmly, slapping the table. The Third Hokage had clearly made the retrieval of Jiraiya a formal mission, evidently exasperated by Jiraiya's carefree nature. Having dispatched 3 waves of umbu without success, the decision to send Watergate, tasked with appealing to the bond between teacher and student, was evidently Sarutobi Hiruzen's limit of patience. Should Watergate fail to persuade him? While Sarutobi Hiruzen's personal involvement was impractical, Hatake Sakomo could be mobilized. In that case, Jiraiya would be hastily escorted back by Hatake Sakomo. Understood, esteemed Third Hokage, Watergate replied, recognizing the gravity of the assignment. As he prepared to leave the village once more, Chika arrived at Kushina's home, gaining entry effortlessly with his identification. Due to the constant surveillance of a female operative, Chika refrained from elaborating further. He merely informed Kushina of his impending departure for a mission before returning home. As night fell, Chika resolved to take action before leaving the village. He sensed the markings of the Flying Thunder God technique and discovered that 3 of the seals inscribed on the root ninja were undetectable, likely hidden within a barrier. The 4th mark, however, was located in a certain area of the village. Utilizing his memory of the Konoha village map and the current position of the Flying Thunder God seal, he pinpointed the exact location. It was not a significant part of the village, merely a commonplace residential district. A splendid opportunity. Chika's eyes gleamed. It was highly probable that the root ninja resided alone. Without further contemplation, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Murata, who was fast asleep, suddenly jolted awake, sensing a presence behind him. He turned to see a pair of Sharingan eyes glowing crimson in the darkness. Is it Uchiha Chika? How did he suddenly appear behind me? In a mere heartbeat, Murata fell victim once more to Chika's Sharingan. This time, Chika merely employed the hypnotic abilities inherent to the Sharingan to put Murata under a trance. Observing Murata's dazed expression, Chika inquired, What is your name? Murata Hiroshima. How old are you? 25. Satisfied with Murata's obedient responses, Chika proceeded to ask, what is the reason behind Shimura Danzo's bandaged right arm? As a time traveler, Chika was well aware of the circumstances surrounding Danzo's arm. However, at this juncture, Danzo had already bound his right arm, and Chika was curious to ascertain whether the Sharingan had manifested there yet. If it had, from where did it originate? Just as Murata was about to respond, Chika felt a tremor run through Murata's body, who then collapsed, breaking free from the Sharingan's control due to the pain. Lying stiffly on the ground, Murata struggled to ask, Uchiha Chika, what exactly do you intend to do? Chika raised an eyebrow, realizing he had inadvertently touched upon the subject of Shimura Danzo, triggering the tongue-tied curse technique. Ignoring Murata's question, he intensified the illusionary control, reasserting his dominance over him. Once Murata regained his composure, Chika contemplated before stating, write down the reason for Shimura Danzo's arm being bound. Upon hearing this, Murata stood and fetched paper and pen. But just as he was about to write, he too experienced a tremor. Noting this, Chika furrowed his brow. It seemed the tongue-tied curse was not so easily circumvented. Chika proceeded to ask several more questions, some of which Murata could answer, while others he could not. Chika was not overly concerned by this. After extracting all the information he could from Murata, Chika finally delved into the main topic. The crimson light in his eyes flared as he began to implant a memory. During this time, he had considered much, recognizing the potential value of the second personality that Minato had mentioned. However, Chika decided to proceed with his own approach. This inspiration stemmed from his opponent, the Scorpion of the Red Sand. The Scorpion had once utilized his remarkable ability, the puppet technique, to infiltrate his subordinates into the enemy's ranks. Chika's current task was to implant a memory into Murata, one that predated Murata's induction into the root. In this memory, Chika had orchestrated a scenario in which he assumed the role of Murata's superior, instructing him to become a spy within the organization. If this memory implantation were executed flawlessly, it might indeed deceive Murata's consciousness. At that moment, Murata's eyes flickered with anguish, his body rigid and motionless, resembling a marionette that had been mishandled. Before long, sweat began to bead on Chika's forehead, for crafting a memory proved to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. Fortunately, Chika's control over his chakra remained commendable, preventing Murata's mind from turning to mush. After a lengthy period, Chika concluded his manipulation and released the control of his Sharingan. As Murata regained consciousness, he clutched his head, howling in agony, his eyes bloodshot. Struggling to lift his gaze, he stared at Chika, rasping, "Damn it, what have you done to me? You wicked Uchiha." Murata attempted to hurl further insults, but Chika swiftly reasserted control over him. With a resigned shake of his head, Chika acknowledged his failure. It seemed that achieving such a feat solely with the two-tomo Sharingan was an impossible endeavor. Nevertheless, Chika was not disheartened. He considered it a valuable practice, a means to gain experience. This method of manipulating the mind could only be performed once within a short time frame. Any subsequent memory implantation would require a recovery period of several months. Moreover, since Murata had witnessed his appearance, sealing the memory would undoubtedly lead to unforeseen complications. To ensure that he would not be discovered, Chika resolved not to leave Murata alive. However, simply killing him seemed a waste. After some contemplation, Chika devised a new strategy. It appeared he would have to make use of him in an unconventional manner. With this thought, Chika activated his Sharingan once more, sealing away all memories of his presence that night. He then proceeded to strip Murata of his garments entirely. Finally, biting his fingertip, he inscribed a sealing technique upon Murata's body with his blood. Once the preliminary preparations were completed, Chika approached Murata, fixing his Sharingan upon him, and softly instructed, "Seize the opportunity to assassinate Danzo Shimura and frame the third Hokage for it." Although fully aware of the close bond between Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi, Chika was eager to test the veracity of their relationship. After all, it was merely a matter of convenience. After casting this illusion, Chika suddenly struck Murata's head with a firm palm, issuing a sharp command, "Two instruments sealing." In an instant, the seals inscribed upon Murata's body converged beneath Chika's hand. Simultaneously, the illusion he had conjured was also sealed within the two instruments sealing. Once Chika withdrew his hand, it transformed into a sealing technique, one that was remarkably discreet, positioned near Murata's ear. Given that root ninjas often donned long cloaks and masks, combined with Murata's lengthy hair, This sealing technique would be nearly undetectable without a meticulous examination. The dual seals will automatically unravel in 3 days, at which point this illusion will take hold of Murata. It is likely to surprise Shimura Danzo. By then, I shall have departed from the village, significantly alleviating my own suspicions. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as Danzo cannot find evidence linking him to the incident, he will be powerless against me. Furthermore, Chika has sealed a small portion of her chakra within the illusion. This chakra is sufficient to muddle Murata's mind into a state of confusion. Not only will this obscure the fact that Murata has fallen victim to an illusion, but it will also erase his memories entirely, a precaution against any secrets being uncovered after his demise. Having completed this task, Chika clapped her hands together. Done. Observing the unconscious Murata, she subsequently utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to depart from the scene. Meanwhile, the slumbering Murata merely felt as though he had experienced a nightmarish dream. After turning over, he fell back into a deep sleep, entirely unaware of the sealing technique that had been imposed upon his mind. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique once more, Chika returned to the Uchiha clan grounds. Lacking a seal for the technique at her home, she found herself back at the nest of crow feathers. Upon her arrival, she noticed crow feathers perched atop a particular crow, which quivered at her presence. With a serious expression, Chika remarked, "This matter, I can actually explain. What a surprise to see you exercising at such an hour." 3 days later, at the root headquarters, Shimura Danzo sat in his chair, inquiring of his subordinates. "Is there still no clarity on what the Team Minato has been dispatched to accomplish?" "Apologies, Lord Danzo. As the task was assigned directly by the Hokage, there was no formal mission briefing, and we are unable to ascertain the nature of the assignment." "Humph, a bunch of useless fools," Danzo scolded angrily. He was well aware that Sarutobi Hiruzen had already issued a warning regarding their previous conversation. Yet, when has Danzo ever heeded counsel? Furthermore, even if Hiruzen's plan succeeded and Uchiha Chika truly managed to control the Nine Tails, transforming Uzumaki Kushina into the perfect Jinchuriki, that would be Hiruzen's triumph. With no relation to Danzo whatsoever, who would only find himself further overshadowed. Since I cannot obtain it, neither shall anyone else. Following that day, Danzo's intent to eliminate Chika intensified. Just as Danzo was preparing to instruct his subordinates to seek out Chika and her companions, Murata, amidst the crowd, suddenly experienced a constriction of his pupils, accompanied by a flood of memories. Before he could fully process this, a pair of Sharingan with double tomo flickered in his gaze. Subsequently, he fell into a state of stupor. Taking several steps forward, he respectfully addressed Danzo. "Lord Danzo, I know where they have gone." "Oh, pray tell." Danzo, taken aback, glanced at Murata. As Murata advanced further, he continued, "Lord Danzo, their destination for this mission is..." Just as Danzo leaned in to listen, Murata's expression abruptly twisted into a sinister grimace as he drew his katana from his waist and lunged menacingly towards Danzo. Shimura Tozo never anticipated that he would suddenly face assassination, particularly at the hands of his own subordinate. As he beheld the blade approaching perilously close, he could only twist his body slightly to evade a fatal strike. Murata, witnessing his failure to deliver a decisive blow, sighed in disappointment before whispering to Shimura Tozo, "The third Hokage has decreed that you know too much. The name of Sarutobi Hiruzen? Impossible, utterly inconceivable." A look of disbelief enveloped Shimura Tozo's countenance. Their relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen was intricately woven, friends initially, then allies, and ultimately adversaries. Over the decades, their bond had deteriorated, yet the trust between them remained steadfast. Even now, on the brink of enmity, Shimura Tozo had never contemplated assassinating Sarutobi to seize the position of Hokage. At least, such thoughts had not yet crossed his mind. However, the phrase "you know too much" was deceptively potent. Merely days ago, he had confronted Sarutobi in the Hokage's office, reminiscing about past events. And now he found himself the target of an assassination. This left him with little room for contemplation. Could it truly be Sarutobi behind this? Die? Before Shimura Tozo could ponder further, Murata let out a furious roar, his wrist twisting with force as he aimed to carve a hole in Shimura Tozo's chest. "Humph." Shimura Tozo scoffed coldly, seizing the katana with his bandaged hand and delivering a powerful kick that sent Murata hurtling away. Murata collided violently with the stone wall, the excruciating pain jolting him out of the Jinjutsu. Yet, in that fleeting moment of clarity, The chakra of Chika within him surged uncontrollably. "Oh!" Murata cried out in agony, clutching his head, only to fall silent moments later. As the chakra obliterated his mind into a state of chaos, it finally dissipated. "Lord Tozo, are you unharmed?" His subordinates gathered around him, expressing concern. Ignoring them, Shimura Tozo felt the wound on his chest begin to heal gradually. At that moment, a root ninja who had inspected Murata's corpse approached him, stating, "Lord Tozo, he is dead. His brain has turned to mush." Even the Yamashiro clan cannot extract any useful information. Shimura Tozo nodded, unsurprised. If assassination were the method chosen, one would certainly leave no trace. Having regained his composure after the initial shock, he declared with venom, "We must track down the mastermind behind this, and every root member must be scrutinized. How could it be that I, Shimura Tozo, have been ensnared by someone else?" With but a moment's reflection, he knew Sarutobi Hiruzen could not be responsible. After all, the Honorable Sarutobi still relied on him to bear the village's darker burdens. Yet, he could not fathom who had subverted or manipulated Murata to employ such a vile tactic against him. His past actions had been numerous, and it was not just foreign nations that harbored resentment. Even within his own village, several clans despised him. The adversaries are numerous, and it is indeed quite challenging to sift through them all at once. In a quaint town within the land of soup, an unexpected surge of negative emotions emanated from Shimura Danzo, registering a staggering 99. This sudden influx of emotional energy brought a smile to Chika's face, revealing that Murata had flawlessly executed his scheme. Although he had not succeeded in eliminating the scourge that is Shimura Danzo, Chika felt a sense of satisfaction in being able to trouble him. This was merely the beginning. Once he acquired the capability, he would ensure that the entire root organization was under his control. When Minato ascended to power, he would orchestrate a coup against Danzo with this group. "Chika, why do you smile so sinisterly?" Kakashi observed Chika's grin, feeling an inexplicable shiver run down his spine, sensing an unsettling chill within Chika's amusement. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely find myself looking forward to soaking in a hot spring again," Chika replied dismissively. "All right. Although the task of locating Jiraiya-sensei is indeed a rare leisure endeavor, we must first attend to our primary duties before indulging in personal time," Minato stated, gesturing towards the seemingly endless hot spring street. "Today, we shall thoroughly search this street and enjoy the hot springs tonight." Where does Jiraiya-sama frequently appear? Although Kakashi had some understanding of Jiraiya's character, he was certainly not as well versed as Minato. Furthermore, he was currently viewing the Sannin through a favorable lens. Even though he was aware of the rumors surrounding them, he believed they would not act without bounds. However, Minato swiftly dispelled this initial impression. After a brief pause following Kakashi's inquiry, Minato whispered, "The women's bathhouse." "What?" "Minato-sensei, even at my age, entering the women's bathhouse would label me a pervert," Kakashi exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, nearly throwing up his hands in resignation. Minato quickly clarified, "Do not misunderstand. I am not suggesting you enter the women's bathhouse. What I mean is to search the areas surrounding it where one could hide, such as wooden crates, barrels, trash bins, and bushes. Particularly, the small bushes near the women's bathhouse should be examined carefully, as Jiraiya-sensei's technique of hiding in the foliage is quite discreet." Minato earnestly conveyed the secrets to locating Jiraiya to Chika and Kakashi. While Kakashi regained his composure, he still remarked, "This still makes us appear as if we are perverts." "The perverts are not us. They are our target," Chika added, feeling exasperated. Fortunately, given their relatively young ages, lingering around the women's bathhouse would not label them as rogues. "Minato-senpai, will you also be wandering near the women's bathhouse with us?" Chika inquired. Minato replied solemnly, "I apologize, but at my age, appearing near the women's bathhouse would truly lead others to consider me a pervert." "Ugh," Chika scoffed, casting a derisive glance at Minato. "You have already become Jiraiya's disciple. You need not concern yourself with your reputation in public. After all, upon learning you are a disciple of Jiraiya, others will likely assume that a great master produces exceptional students, embodying the notion that the pupil surpasses the teacher." Mizuno disregarded Chika's gaze and continued earnestly. "Aside from the women's bathhouse, Jiraiya-sensei also enjoys visiting izakayas and kabukicho. I shall search for him there. TSK, it seems that after arriving in the land of hot water, Mizuno-senpai intends to let loose, perhaps forgetting someone from Konoha." Chika mused with a sly grin. "Do not speak nonsense. You two are ill-suited for such places. Chika, upon your return, you must explain to Kushina that I sacrificed myself solely to fulfill my mission. Mizuno exclaimed. You have no idea of the terrors lurking in such establishments. The women there are as fierce as wolves, and any man who ventures inside is thoroughly drained. You are both still young, and it falls upon me, as your leading jonin, to shield you from such torment. Mizuno replied with utmost seriousness, his tone conveying a sense of noble duty. His words, delivered with righteous fervor, were tinged with tears, as if he were genuinely concerned for Chika and Kakashi. However, Chika was not swayed by a single punctuation mark. Anyone valued by the lecherous Jiraiya was undoubtedly not to be underestimated. Chika was certain of this, seeing that his words had elicited no response. Mizuno lowered his gaze towards Chika and Kakashi, only to find himself locking eyes with Chika, who had activated her Sharingan. Mizuno was taken aback and asked in astonishment, Chika, why have you activated your eyes? Chika smirked coldly. How could I possibly discern the excitement, eagerness, shyness, and sympathy radiating from your self-sacrificing gaze without them? Oh, and why is there sympathy? Mizuno-senpai, are you hoping to play the role of a youthful savior rescuing a wayward maiden? Nonsense. I only pity myself for having to sacrifice so much for the two of you. Mizuno quickly retorted, urging Chika and Kakashi to hasten their search. The land of hot water, though not vast, posed challenges in locating a single individual. A week later, within a women's bathhouse in the land of hot water, amidst the swirling mist, numerous graceful figures flickered in and out of sight. Water droplets, accompanied by foam and a faint scent of cherry blossoms, splashed and sparkled in the sunlight, creating a scene as enchanting as a dream. Ah, you're quite ample. Do you have a secret? The secret is for your man to give you a good rub. The playful banter of women intertwined with the splashing water was enough to ignite one's imagination and cause cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Yet outside, Chika and Kakashi remained expressionless and unmoved. After a week of incessant exposure, even the thirstiest of men would develop immunity. Are we still going to the hot springs tonight? Kakashi asked weakly, his spirit drained. Do not even mention hot springs to me. I've had my fill. Chika replied, feeling as though she had shed a layer of skin after a week of soaking. She kicked at the nearby grass, hoping to see a certain and scrupulous white-haired old man emerge. After completing their search of the women's bathhouse, Chika and Kakashi returned to the street and paused at the agreed-upon location with Minato, while they awaited his arrival. Chika's attention was suddenly drawn to a burly man with a lewd smile as he entered a pink barber shop. 3 minutes later, the same man emerged with a satisfied grin. Chika could not help but express his disdain. That was quick. He looks so imposing, yet he turns out to be utterly useless. What are you staring at? Kakashi followed Chika's gaze and sneered. You don't intend to try it out yourself, do you? Did you not notice? Chika shot Kakashi a sidelong glance. Kakashi's expression turned serious as he asked, what's the issue? He's too fast. And there was no chakra fluctuation. Chika pointed at the middle-aged man who had just exited the small salon. Huh. Kakashi was taken aback. What did too fast mean? And what was this about chakra fluctuations? How could a mere 6-year-old boy comprehend such concepts? Idiot. Did you even read the book I gave you? Chika lamented. Don't say such things in public. Kakashi's face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly covered Chika's mouth, fearing his companion's indiscretion. Chika pried Kakashi's hand away and retorted disdainfully. Did you only look at the pictures and ignore the plot? Mind your own business. Kakashi shot back, his expression darkening. You seem to know a lot. Have you already finished it? His mind was already filled with the exposed scenes, leaving no desire to delve into character dialogues. Sighing, Chika began to enlighten Kakashi. There's a part in the book where a certain ninja, while having an affair with a woman, becomes so overwhelmed with pleasure that he loses control of his chakra, and coincidentally, the woman's husband is a sensory ninja who discovers them, leading to the infamous three-way situation. Now that you mention it, I do recall that part, Kakashi said, realizing the depth of knowledge within what he previously thought was merely a display of indulgence. I stand corrected. I should go by the sequel. No, I mean to study it. Chika rose to his feet and followed the middle-aged man. Chika, let us not complicate matters. Our mission is solely to locate Lord Jiraiya. Kakashi hesitated, blocking Chika's path. We've been searching for a week with no sign of him. If I have to visit places like a women's bathhouse again, I fear I may lose my vigor. Chika retorted. Rest assured, I only wish to inquire about his intentions. I want to harm him. Besides, I've become quite adept at using my Sharingan, so I should go unnoticed. Upon hearing this, Kakashi dismissed his doubts and ceased to impede Chika's actions. The two stealthily followed the middle-aged man. And when the coast was clear, Chika stepped forward, adopting a pitiable demeanor. "Excuse me, sir, could you spare some change?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man displayed a look of impatience on his face. As he turned his head to say something, he unexpectedly locked eyes with Chika's Sharingan. "Which country do you hail from, ninja?" "The land of Earth." Realization dawned upon Chika. No wonder the man was so robust. He was an IWA ninja. Oh, an old acquaintance indeed. Previously, in the land of rivers, they had been driven to the brink, nearly exposing his flying thunder god technique. Since this encounter had now fallen into his hands, he was determined to create some trouble for the rock ninjas. Chika then inquired, "What brings you here?" "To receive intelligence." "And the intelligence?" The middle-aged man produced a scroll from his bosom and handed it to Chika. As Chika took the scroll and unfurled it, he was confronted with a chaotic array of intricate symbols that made him dizzy. He waved over to Kakashi, saying, "Kakashi, come here quickly. It's in code, and I can't decipher it. Who told you to graduate early?" Kakashi shot Chika a glance of exasperation before focusing on the scroll. Each nation possessed its own coded language, and it would take time for Kakashi to interpret it fully. He could only concentrate on piecing together the fragments. The target, Jiraiya, has been spotted at a hot spring in the land of water, and a demolition team has been dispatched to capture him, along with sealing ninjas intending to bring him back to the land of Earth. Though the coded message did not explicitly mention Jiraiya, the reference to the old pervert was unmistakable. Jiraiya, despite being in his middle age, sported a shock of white hair that made him appear older. As for why the land of Earth would target Jiraiya, that was self-evident. As a high-ranking asset of Konoha, eliminating him clandestinely would undoubtedly be advantageous for rival nations. Moreover, Jiraiya was alone, a rare opportunity indeed. It was not just IWA that would make a move. Any nation would seize such a chance. "Chika, let him go," Kakashi said, tucking the scroll back into the IWA ninja's possession. "All right, let us first seek out Lord Minato and report this matter to him." Chika understood Kakashi's intent. They must not alert their adversaries. If this ninja were to perish or lose the information, it would easily raise suspicion. At that moment, remaining in the shadows was the best way to support Jiraiya. Subsequently, Chika employed the powers of his Sharingan to ensure the IWA ninja forgot the events that had transpired, and then, together with Kakashi, they found Minato, who was still mingling in Kabukicho. Chika observed that while Minato was enjoying a pleasant conversation with a lady, he was behaving appropriately, and felt a twinge of regret for not having caught him in a compromising situation. He then remarked, "Minato-sensei, do not become too engrossed. A serious matter has arisen." At the mention of this, Minato immediately left Kabukicho with Chika and Kakashi and inquired, "What has happened?" At that moment, Kakashi recounted to Minato the startling discovery of the rock ninja's stronghold and the details contained within the intelligence scroll. Upon hearing this, Minato's expression darkened considerably. It seemed that when matters pertained to those dear to him, even a person as composed as Minato could harbor murderous intent. Without further ado, he employed the summoning technique to call forth a messenger toad. "Tsunade, I beseech you to inform Jiraiya-sensei that I urgently require his assistance." The toad shook its head in dismay, responding, "I'm afraid I cannot. Jiraiya has stated that during this period of gathering materials, he wishes to remain undisturbed. He hasn't summoned our clan in a long while." Cursing under his breath at his unreliable mentor, Minato lamented the fact that Jiraiya hadn't even utilized the summoning technique in ages. With no means to reach Jiraiya, the trio resolved to hasten towards the Snow Mountain bathhouse to support him. Given the urgency of the situation, they departed that very night, arriving at the small town referenced in the intelligence scroll a day later. Upon arrival, the town was eerily silent, with plumes of black smoke rising in the direction of the Snow Mountain bathhouse. The three understood immediately that Jiraiya had engaged in combat with the rock ninja. They quickened their pace until nearing the battlefield, at which point they slowed to conceal their presence and approached stealthily. Before long, they found refuge amidst the ruins. The battle had seemingly subsided. So soon? Minato mused, suspecting that his teacher, engrossed in his research, had been caught off guard by the rock ninja, leading to a swift conclusion of hostilities. This thought only intensified Minato's anxiety. Peering through a crack in the wall, he observed the battlefield. 5 explosive squads, accompanied by 15 sealing ninjas, had assembled, A considerable display indeed. Initially disregarding the vigilant explosive squads, the trio focused on the sealing ninjas. The group had formed a circle, inscribed with intricate sealing techniques, surrounding a figure tightly bound in bandages. They were in the process of executing the final steps of their sealing technique. My word, has Jiraiya-sensei violated a heavenly decree to resort to such a grand sealing technique? Chika exclaimed, scrutinizing the scene. Based on his studies of sealing techniques under Kushina, he surmised that this sealing technique was formidable enough to subdue not only Jiraiya, but even a tailed beast. It was no surprise that Jiraiya, being as powerful as he was, would employ such an advanced sealing technique. Minato, well-versed in sealing arts himself, recognized the potency of the technique and nodded in agreement, while also praising his mentor. What shall we do now? They possess 5 explosive squads, making it exceedingly difficult to breach their defenses and disrupt the seal. Chika inquired of Minato. After a moment of contemplation, Minato addressed Chika and Kakashi with a grave tone. I will engage and restrain these 5 explosive squads. You two must rescue Jiraiya-sensei. Minato-sensei, Kakashi called out, his voice laced with concern, recalling how even 3 explosive squads had once driven them to despair, let alone 5. Fear not. I fought for my life back then, and my condition is far from optimal now. Minato consoled himself, acknowledging that while he could not claim to eliminate all his adversaries, he was certainly capable of restraining them. In his quest to rescue Jiraiya, Minato was prepared to take significant risks. As Kakashi seemed poised to speak further, Chika swiftly intervened. Possessing the Flying Thunder God technique himself, Chika understood the formidable nature of this space-time ninjutsu. Should it come to a life-or-death struggle, Minato might not survive against the 5-man demolition squad, but in terms of containment, he had no doubts. After all, the Flying Thunder God technique was remarkably agile, and Minato's reflexes were sharp enough to evade any peril. Once the plan was solidified, the trio sprang into action. To create an opportunity for Minato, Chika took the initiative. His hands moved rapidly through the necessary seals, and he declared, Fire Style, Great Fire Dragon Technique. In an instant, a colossal fire dragon erupted from Chika's mouth. The rock ninjas sensed the disturbance, and as they turned to investigate, they were met with the sight of the roaring fire dragon charging towards them. Enemy attack, shouted the leading rock ninja, promptly slamming his hands onto the ground. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Several earthen walls surged upwards, establishing a barrier in front of the fire dragon. However, at that moment, he suddenly spotted multiple shurikens hurtling towards him. Before he could comprehend their purpose, Minato appeared before one of the shurikens, seized it, and swiftly slit the throat of a rock ninja who had not reacted in time. Upon witnessing Minato's abrupt emergence, the leading rock ninja's expression shifted. His face contorted with murderous intent as he exclaimed, A ninja from Konoha? Do you seek to disrupt the peace accord? Surely, that accusation was more fitting for us to voice. Minato's expression darkened in response. The audacity of the rock ninja to attempt to conceal their targeting of his mentor, Jiraiya, was intolerable. With his resolve ignited, Minato unleashed his full power, darting across the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. In mere moments, he had dispatched 3 rock ninjas. Cursed be it, the Flying Thunder God technique. He was Namake's Minato. However, the utilization of this technique also revealed critical intelligence about Minato. The leading rock ninja, not one to be underestimated, quickly devised a counter-strategy against Minato. Calm yourselves. The operations department has studied combat strategies tailored to this individual. His offensive capabilities are quite limited. Employ the hardening technique. After all, this ninjutsu had been developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Although they may not have mastered it, they had certainly analyzed it. One by one, the rock ninjas activated the hardening technique, forming a swastika-shaped formation in groups of 3 to guard against Minato's assaults. Observing this, Minato recognized that eliminating any more rock ninjas would prove difficult. However, his primary goal was not to kill, but merely to restrain them. As long as he could maintain this for a time, he believed that Chika and Kakashi would be able to unravel the sealing ninjutsu. This battle also solidified Minato's determination to develop a powerful ninjutsu capable of complementing the Flying Thunder God technique. Meanwhile, as Minato engaged the rock ninjas, Chika and Kakashi had already approached the sealing ninjas. Despite Chika and Kakashi's arrival, the sealing ninjas remained oblivious, entirely focused on their target, indicating that the sealing ninjutsu had reached a critical juncture. Kakashi's eyes sparkled as he grasped his short blade, preparing to charge forward and strike down an opponent. Wait. Chika promptly intervened, blocking Kakashi's advance. What are you doing? If we don't stop them now, they will complete the sealing technique. Moreover, Sensei Minato is occupied holding off the rock shinobi. We cannot afford to hesitate. In times past, Kakashi would not have been so reckless. But with his teacher stalling the five-man demolition squad, the pressure weighed heavily upon him. He yearned to swiftly conclude this battle to enable the trio to disengage from combat. Chika remained silent, merely extending his hand forward. Instantly, a ripple manifested between his fingers, accompanied by a shimmering arc, and a tingling sensation enveloped his fingertips. Observing that this barrier not only prevented enemies from entering, but could also attack those who dared to touch it, Kakashi's heart raced with a cold sweat. Had he leapt forward impulsively, he would likely have been incapacitated by the electric discharge. The sealing ninjas, witnessing Chika's caution, inwardly cursed. Indeed, the education in Konoha was commendable, as this young boy possessed such awareness. Chika, having learned about sealing techniques and barriers from Kushina, understood that a barrier is, in essence, a form of sealing ninjutsu. It was precisely this knowledge that allowed him to identify the presence of the barrier before Kakashi did. Placing his entire palm before the barrier, Chika channeled his chakra and sensed it delicately, his brow furrowing in concern. What is the situation? Kakashi inquired. It's quite troublesome. The strength of this barrier is formidable, and the sealing technique is anchored in the 15 sealing ninjas within. Relying on a counter-sealing technique to dismantle the barrier is impossible. We can only resort to brute force. However, the power of this barrier derives from those 15 sealing ninjas inside. In other words, to break through by force, we would have to compete with them in terms of chakra. Upon hearing this, Kakashi felt a chill run down his spine. He was acutely aware of his own chakra levels, which were merely above average for a chunin, barely matching one of the sealing ninjas within. While Chika indeed possessed a considerable amount of chakra, it was unlikely he could surpass the combined strength of 14 ninjas. The sealing ninjas inside, upon noticing Chika, smirked with contempt. The little Konoha brat is not too shabby. He could sense the structure of this barrier in mere moments. This barrier, developed over 3 years by our land of Earth, boasts absolute defense that cannot be breached from the outside. Even if the Hokage himself were to arrive, he would be unable to dismantle it before we encounter any issues. Damn it, Kakashi cursed, realizing they were thwarted at the final hurdle by the barrier. Meanwhile, Chika watched the sealing ninja with a puzzled expression. Is there no soundproofing? Huh, why would we need soundproofing? The sealing ninja was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Chika summoned hundreds of crows, which began to form a circle outside the barrier. Little brat, what do you intend to do? The sealing ninja could no longer sit idly, suddenly gripped by a foreboding sense of unease. Heh, with such apparent flaws in the barrier, it took you 3 years to develop it? Chika mocked. No wonder Kushina-sensei told him that compared to the sealing class she had trained in Konoha, those in other nations were akin to mere decorations. As the crow opened its beak and began to caw, Chika called out, Crow's secret technique. 100 Crow's funeral. That cacophonous sound instantly transformed into a melodious song, enchanting all who heard it. Jinjutsu. The sealing ninja's expression changed drastically. He had not anticipated encountering a Konoha ninja skilled in auditory illusions here. This was truly absurd. Seal your hearing, do not listen. The sealing ninja bellowed. However, while the sealing ninjas could utilize chakra to close their ears, they still had to maintain their sealing techniques and the barrier. This was not something everyone could accomplish. Before long, some sealing ninjas could no longer withstand the pressure from all sides and succumbed to the intrusion of the illusion, clutching their heads and screaming. As their numbers dwindled, the sealing techniques were forcibly interrupted, and the seals inscribed on the ground began to fade in and out, the barrier flickering erratically. At this point, the sealing ninjas realized they could no longer sustain their jutsu. Kakashi act now. Seeing this, Chika immediately amplified his chakra, and in an instant, the crows screeched in unison, their cries growing sharper, as if an invisible force brutally pierced the eardrums of the sealing ninjas. Their faces grew increasingly grim as they tightly covered their ears. But this did nothing to alleviate their unbearable suffering. Ultimately, all the sealing ninjas could no longer endure. They screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground with their hands pressed against their ears. At that moment, Kakashi swiftly appeared in the center of the large sealing technique, scooping up Jiraiya, who was cocooned like a chrysalis, and rushed towards Chika. As he ran, he shouted to Minato, "Sensei Minato, we've got him. Let's retreat." This shout not only caught Minato's attention, but also that of the rock ninjas. Upon seeing the target in Kakashi's hands, they collectively descended into madness. "Damn you, kid. Put him down. Kill him. We absolutely cannot allow them to take him back to Konoha." In that instant, the rock ninjas abandoned Minato and aimed their attacks at Kakashi. Kakashi's expression changed dramatically. He was not Minato and lacked the strength to face so many rock ninjas. Moreover, the frenzied expressions in the eyes of those rock ninjas indicated a willingness to risk their lives to eliminate him. Chika, nearby, also felt a sense of dread. He had not expected that when Kakashi touched Jiraiya, the rock ninjas would collectively go into a frenzy. Did Jiraiya, that old lecher, hold such significance for them? Was it his mastery over the art of ambush that attracted them? There was no time for further contemplation. Chika hurled a specially crafted kunai towards Minato and shouted to Kakashi, "Follow me, run." Upon hearing this, Kakashi hoisted Jiraiya onto his back and followed closely behind Chika. Minato initially intended to support Chika and Kakashi, but upon seeing the kunai flying towards him, his gaze sharpened. That is the Flying Thunder God seal. Has Chika mastered the Flying Thunder God technique? How is that possible? He initially took half a year to learn it. How long has it been since Chika acquired the Flying Thunder God technique? And he has already mastered it. Minato felt a slight shock in his heart. But he also understood Chika's intentions. Trusting Chika, Minato believed he had indeed learned the technique and swiftly grasped a kunai, using the Flying Thunder God technique to depart from the location. He knew that Chika could be a bit frivolous at times, but he would not joke around in such a perilous moment. At that very moment, while the ceiling ninjas were stalling, the rock ninjas had already surrounded Chika and Kakashi. Chika glanced in Minato's direction and noticed he had vanished, which relieved him immensely. He then grasped Kakashi's hand and also utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Initially, they thought they had encircled the Leaf Ninjas, believing their target was secure, and were preparing to issue some harsh words when they suddenly realized that there was another who could also employ the Flying Thunder God technique. The leading rock ninja was left utterly dumbfounded. He then erupted in a deafening roar. "Search. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the land of water. We must find them, capture them, and I will grind their bones to dust." 1,000 meters away, even at such a distance from the battlefield, Chika and his companions could still faintly hear the rock ninja's furious shouts. TSK, if this person could wield sound-based genjutsu, they would undoubtedly be formidable. Chika lamented as he gazed in the direction of the rock ninjas. Minato shot Chika a glance, suppressing his curiosity about when Chika had learned the Flying Thunder God technique, and said, "Stop being mischievous. This place is still not safe. We need to retreat and find a secure location to undo Jiraiya-sensei's seal." The three nodded in agreement, and Minato, unconcerned about his own chakra, once again utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to take Chika and Kakashi away. After employing the technique more than 30 times, Minato finally came to a halt. As he munched on a soldier pill, he looked at Chika in disbelief and asked, "Chika, when did you learn the Flying Thunder God technique?" "Perhaps 3 days after I acquired it." Chika casually fabricated an excuse, then shifted the topic, saying, "Minato-senpai, should we now remove Lord Jiraiya's bindings?" Seeing that Chika did not wish to elaborate, Minato did not press further but merely nodded, and the three began to work on unwrapping the bandages from Jiraiya. However, as the layers of bindings were removed, Minato's initial joy at the prospect of seeing his teacher gradually morphed into a strange expression. The figure, originally appearing to be over 2 meters tall, was now revealed to be only around 1.50 meters after the bandages were taken away. Jiraiya's height was approximately 1.90 meters, unless his legs had been severed. Finally, the person inside revealed their face. The individual was bare-chested, wearing a rock ninja forehead protector, with their hair tied back in a ponytail and sporting a large beard. "Who is this?" From the forehead protector, it was evident that the person belonged to the rock village. But did the rock ninjas really need to create such a grand spectacle to deal with one of their own in the land of water? Just as Minato and Kakashi were still in a state of bewilderment, Qian He had suddenly recalled the identity of this individual, exclaiming in astonishment, "Ah, no wonder the rock ninja intends to reduce us to ashes. It is the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple from the land of Earth. Do you know who he is?" Minato gazed at Qian He with a puzzled expression. As a Jinchuriki from the land of Earth, Old Purple's identity was somewhat enigmatic. Minato meticulously sifted through his memories, yet could not ascertain who this person was. "Cough, I do not know who he is, but I believe I can deduce his identity. Qian He contemplated briefly and elucidated. I found it peculiar that such a formidable sealing technique was required to contend with Lord Jiraiya. After all, that sealing technique is capable of sealing tailed beasts. Thus, Minato and Kakashi, upon Qian He's prompting, also came to a realization, their faces instantly reflecting shock. A sealing technique capable of restraining tailed beasts indicated that this individual must indeed be a Jinchuriki. This predicament had escalated significantly. Having brazenly seized their nuclear weapon in the presence of the rock ninja would drive anyone to madness. This was merely conjecture. However, Minato sought confirmation by placing his palm upon Old Purple's exposed chest, channeling chakra to sense the being within. Instantly, a wave of malevolent chakra surged into Minato's consciousness, even feeling as though a colossal monkey was roaring at him. Taken aback, Minato exclaimed, "Indeed, it is true." He hastily formed several intricate seals, pressing them against Old Purple's abdomen, for symbol sealing. After completing this, Minato finally exhaled in relief, turning to Qian He and Kakashi, declaring, "Confirmed, it is indeed the Four Tails Jinchuriki. This shouldn't be. How could it be a Jinchuriki?" The encrypted message clearly described an old lecher frequenting bathhouses. Kakashi expressed his confusion, realizing that he had single-handedly caused this misunderstanding through his own analysis of the encrypted message. In that moment, Kakashi began to comprehend the grave consequences that erroneous intelligence could entail. Their selfless endeavor to rescue Jiraiya had inadvertently resulted in the disruption of the Rock Ninja's seal on their own Jinchuriki. Who told you to graduate early? Qian He stabbed at Kakashi's heart, avenging the previous mockery he had endured. Kakashi's face flushed at the remark, realizing the truth in the old adage that one must eventually face the consequences of their actions. Minato, observing Kakashi, offered words of comfort, "Do not take it to heart." Deciphering the Rock Ninja's encrypted message can be quite challenging, and it is likely that you overlooked some crucial information during your translation. At this juncture, Minato gestured toward Old Purple, exclaiming, "Moreover, this fellow truly appears to be quite the lecherous old man." The red lipstick marks adorning Old Purple's exposed chest, coupled with a faint hint of cologne, led Minato to conclude that this individual was certainly no paragon of virtue. A perfect match for Master Jiraiya. Qian He nodded in agreement, recalling that Old Purple was indeed a wandering monk who had somehow found himself in such a disreputable locale. However, why would a Jinchuriki leave their village? Minato pondered, unable to fathom why a Jinchuriki, regarded as a nation's ultimate weapon, would be allowed to roam freely. Qian He, however, was aware that this individual had seemingly departed the land of Earth due to a strained relationship with the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. Who would have thought this would occur at such a critical juncture? The third Tsuchikage could not possibly allow the Jinchuriki to leave the village unimpeded. Thus, he covertly dispatched ninjas to recapture them, but unexpectedly, they were thwarted. Most crucially, the identity of the Konoha ninjas was unmistakably revealed to the IWA ninjas. If this matter were mishandled, it could lead to war. Chika inquired, "What shall we do next, Senior Minato?" "Let's take them back," he replied. "Now that we have them, even if we return and claim it was a mistake, those frenzied IWA ninjas would never believe us." Minato rubbed his temples, feeling that it would be better for the village to manage this situation. Generally, actions against the Jinchuriki of other nations are conducted discreetly, even if discovered. One could easily feign innocence, claiming to have merely stumbled upon them while wandering, as long as there are no glaring flaws in the facade. The opposing party is left with no recourse but to swallow their grievances and pay a ransom for the Jinchuriki. Of course, another option would be to initiate war. If victorious, not only could they reclaim the Jinchuriki, but also secure war reparations. However, only the most irrational would choose such a path. Considering the existence of 5 great nations in the ninja world, where a single thread pulled could unravel the entire tapestry. The pressing issue now was that the Four Tails Jinchuriki had been taken right before the eyes of the IWA ninjas by Chika and his companions. Even if she were a delicate and timid girl, she would not suffer such a loss, let alone the irascible third Tsuchikage. He could very well use this as an excuse to retaliate against Konoha. Fortunately, this was a concern that did not rest upon Chika and his companions. Their sole task was to bring this troublesome situation back. The more vexing matters could be left to the third Hokage. After all, the role of a village leader is primarily to shoulder the blame. Chika and his companions had already devised a plan, Should they be captured by the IWA ninjas, they would claim that it was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had ordered them to act in such a manner. Hiruzen Sarutobi would surely exclaim, "I thank you and your entire family." The land of water could no longer be a sanctuary for them, so Chika and his companions prepared to travel through the night, aiming to return to Konoha in the shortest time possible. As for their B-rank mission to bring back Jiraiya, in a sense, they had already accomplished it. With the Four Tails Jinchuriki having been seized by the Konoha ninjas, the IWA ninjas would undoubtedly seal off the land of water with impregnable defenses. Not only would Konoha ninjas be barred entry, but even a fly merely passing through from the land of fire would be captured and interrogated, only to be executed on the spot. Under such a state of martial law, Jiraiya would certainly find it untenable to remain. During Chika and his companion's journey back, Minato endured considerable strain, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique repeatedly, leaving him feeling utterly drained. Upon returning to Konoha, he appeared gaunt and emaciated. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked with surprise upon the weary Chika and his companions, his attention particularly drawn to Minato's pallor. TSK, just like when you returned from the land of rivers. What happened? Did you encounter unexpected complications while searching for someone? Sarutobi inquired, not probing further, but raising an eyebrow at the recaptured Four Tails Jinchuriki, saying, "Oh, you managed to bring Jiraiya back?" Before Watergate could provide an explanation, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with a tone of relief, saying, "Indeed, well bound. That rascal Jiraiya is truly a source of worry." He had thought that Jiraiya was unwilling to return, leading Minato to take drastic measures to bring him back. However, Minato swiftly shattered that illusion, stating, "Lord Third Hokage, this is not Teacher Jiraiya." Then who is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned to one of confusion, and he inquired, "Wait a moment. What unexpected situation has arisen now? Lord Third Hokage, please allow us to explain." The trio pleaded. Minato, feeling the weight of the moment, wore a sheepish expression and proceeded to recount the entire incident to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon learning that the individual encased within the cocoon was the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand trembled as he stroked his beard, inadvertently plucking a few strands. With a grimace, he glared at Chihiro and the others. If memory served him correctly, they had previously returned with 2 of the 7 ninja swords from the land of water. Now, they had brought back the Four Tails Jinchuriki from the land of earth. What could possibly come next? A Kage? During the time when Minato and Kakashi formed a team, Sarutobi Hiruzen had never witnessed such formidable power. What had changed to cause such a potent chemical reaction with the addition of Chihiro? Adjusting his hat, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice carried a hint of anticipation as he asked, "Minato, are you planning to rest for a few days before embarking on another mission? Perhaps a visit to the Land of Lightning? That rogue Third Hokage insulted me not long ago, and I eagerly await his visit to Konoha." In response, Chihiro and the others exchanged exasperated glances. "Do you think we are the Dragon Balls, capable of granting wishes? Ahem, back to business. Who is this Four Tails Jinchuriki?" Sarutobi Hiruzen possessed intelligence regarding the Jinchuriki of various nations, but most were merely speculative identities with few certainties. The identity of the Four Tails Jinchuriki remained unknown, piquing Sarutobi Hiruzen's curiosity. "Lord Third Hokage, I have not encountered this individual before, hence I am unaware of their identity," Minato replied, then proceeded to untie the bindings of the Four Tails Jinchuriki. "I have placed the 4-symbol seal on him, and coupled with his original sealing techniques, he should lack the ability to break free from the seals." Trusting in Minato's sealing prowess, Sarutobi Hiruzen awaited the revelation of the individual within. Upon seeing the person, he exclaimed, "It's Otsutsuki. Indeed, he is among the more suspicious figures in our intelligence reports." With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen rose to his feet, placing a hand on Otsutsuki. Noticing the extensive seals adorning Otsutsuki's body, he ensured that the seals would remain intact before utilizing chakra to awaken him from his slumber. "You bastard Inoki. You shall not escape my wrath." Otsutsuki erupted in curses as he regained consciousness, only to be met with a smiling face that was unmistakably not that of the Third Hokage. The emblem of fire upon the hat left Otsutsuki in bewilderment. Did I merely take a nap, and the land of earth was overrun by the land of fire? Otsutsuki gazed around in disbelief, confronting the unfamiliar room and the unfamiliar faces. The only resemblance lay in the sly smile of the Third Hokage, akin to that of Inoki. Laozi exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed he had arrived in the wrong place. Once he regained his composure, he stepped back warily, distancing himself from Sarutobi Hiruzen, and placed a hand on his abdomen, feeling the presence of the four tails within. However, with the multiple seals in effect, it was not only challenging to access the chakra of the four tails, but even to communicate with it was fraught with difficulty. What have you done to me? Laozi inquired gravely, surveying the chaotic array of sealing techniques within his body. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised a hand, halting Minato's attempt to control Laozi's movements. Despite currently wearing the Hokage's attire, Sarutobi stood only slightly taller than Laozi. Yet, should a confrontation ensue, 10 Laozis combined would scarcely be a match for Sarutobi's prowess. Thus, Sarutobi felt confident in his ability to subdue the incapacitated Laozi in an instant. After a moment's contemplation, he offered Laozi a benevolent smile and said, "Do not be alarmed, for Tails Jinchuriki Laozi. Would you believe me if I said your presence here is merely a coincidence?" Laozi remained silent, responding only with a look that conveyed disbelief. "I trust you as far as I can throw you, you cunning old man." Having already uncovered his identity, it was absurd for Sarutobi to claim that Laozi's appearance in the Hokage's office was incidental. Indeed, when it came to deceit, Inoki would bow down to no one. Were it not for the knowledge that he could not defeat Sarutobi, Laozi would have already struck him with a blow. Realizing that further explanation was futile, Sarutobi lost interest in conversing with Laozi. He waved his hand, summoning two Umbu to his side, and addressed Laozi, regardless of the circumstances. "Your arrival in Konoha is a reality. As a guest, I trust you understand that Konoha will not harm you. If you cooperate, I assure you, in the name of the Hokage, that you will return alive to the land of Earth." This assurance, of course, only guaranteed Laozi's survival upon his return. But whether he would be missing limbs remained uncertain. "I suppose I have no choice," Laozi conceded, understanding Sarutobi's intentions, and a look of resignation crossed his face, though he felt a sense of relief within. As long as he could survive, that was sufficient. The price he would pay was a matter for the third Tsuchikage to ponder, not his concern. He had never been on good terms with Inoki. Causing him a bit of trouble would be a source of delight. Moreover, had it not been for Inoki's underhanded ambush, he would currently be in a much more pleasant situation. Reflecting on this, Laozi could only let out a bitter laugh, wondering what sins he had committed to end up here, having been beaten by his own kin only to awaken in the enemy's village. Laozi vowed to himself that if he returned alive to the land of Earth, he would practice self-restraint and uphold propriety, becoming a devout wandering monk. After ensuring that the Umbu would escort Laozi for proper hospitality, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally turned his attention to the three members of the Qian. "This time, we have successfully brought back four-tailed beasts, a considerable achievement compared to our previous endeavors. Sarutobi Hiruzen must now deliberate on what rewards to bestow upon Team Minato." While he was deep in thought, Minato's expression suddenly shifted, prompting him to address Sarutobi. "Lord Third Hokage, the Toad Yasho from Mount Miyaboku has contacted me. It seems Jiraiya-sensei has relayed some news." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi replied, "You may summon him. Inform Jiraiya to return swiftly. The land of water is currently unsafe." Minato nodded and summoned Yasho, only to find that accompanying the toad was yet another one. Toad summoning technique. As the toad opened its mouth wide, a hand emerged from within. Jiraiya appeared, resembling his animated counterpart, but significantly younger, with a tall stature, a forehead protector inscribed with the character "Fu," and long white hair cascading down to his waist. His closed eyes bore a red marking beneath them. The youthful Jiraiya exuded a charm absent in his middle-aged counterpart. However, Chika felt a bit queasy regarding Jiraiya's unconventional entrance. Emerging from a toad's mouth was hardly different from slithering out of a snake's. No wonder Jiraiya and Orochimaru had been entangled for so long, sharing a peculiar affinity. As Jiraiya emerged from the toad's maw, Chika tugged at Minato's sleeve and inquired, "Does this mean we have completed our B-rank mission?" Minato offered no further comment, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Jiraiya, upon realizing he was in the Hokage's office, was filled with joy. He bypassed Minato and exclaimed to Sarutobi, "Old man, significant trouble has arisen. The rock ninja has gone mad and sealed off the land of water." Sarutobi retorted with annoyance, "I dispatched someone to do that." "What? Has this hampered your attempts to spy on the women's bath in the land of water?" Jiraiya froze. Initially believing he had stumbled upon critical intelligence, only to be met with Saratobi's sarcastic remark upon their reunion. "What have you done, old man?" "They've begun apprehending anyone suspicious," he questioned, confusion etched on his face. Saratobi shot Jiraiya a sidelong glance and replied, "To ensure your return, I captured their tailed beast." "What?" Jiraiya exclaimed in shock. "Old man, are you insane? Do you intend to incite war just to bring me back?" Seeing that Jiraiya believed him, Saratobi rubbed his temples in exasperation before explaining. "Minato and his team, while searching for you, inadvertently obtained intelligence from the rock ninja." Understanding the context, Jiraiya turned to Minato and lamented, "Minato, you ought to know better. Do you not understand my character? The lecherous old man mentioned by the rock ninja could not possibly refer to me. I only frequent baths and izakayas to glean inspiration. I am certainly not as licentious as a tailed beast." Minato silently regarded his teacher, neither refuting nor agreeing with his claims. Kakashi's perception of the legendary Sannin was one of relentless critique. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired of Chika, "Is Jiraiya-sama's skin not exceedingly thick? Is he truly the teacher of Lord Minato?" Chika responded nonchalantly, "Well, a lecher like him must have a tough exterior to survive. You'll get used to it." "Who are you, little brat?" "You seem to know me quite well," Jiraiya interjected, lowering himself to meet Chika's gaze. As they locked eyes, Chika contemplated his words, gathering Jiraiya's negative emotions. Unlike with Tsunade, Chika felt no apprehension about offending Jiraiya. After all, he recalled Kushina's words when she had wished to take him on as her apprentice. She had assured him that among all the ninja in Konoha, Jiraiya was the one he need not fear. Chika held a profound trust in his mentor. After a moment's reflection, Chika chuckled lightly. "I believe I am someone you cannot provoke." At this, Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Taken aback by the audacity of this child's mockery after being away from the village for so long. From Jiraiya's negative emotions, emotion value, 10. First acquisition of Jiraiya's negative emotions, reward, natural energy absorption technique. Chika's heart swelled with joy. Indeed, the rewards from the Sannin were exceptional. Natural energy could be fused with one's own chakra to create Senjutsu chakra, Sage Mode. Chika had longed for this ability. Suddenly, his gaze towards Jiraiya softened considerably. "Is the education in the ninja academy so lacking these days?" Jiraiya remarked, rolling up his sleeves, intent on teaching Chika a lesson. "Stop!" Minato interjected immediately. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. Had he entered the wrong village? How could someone of his esteemed stature as one of the Sannin be intimidated by a mere child? Minato continued, "Chika is a disciple of Kushina. He sought to maintain the dignity of his mentor by promptly revealing Chika's identity. In contrast, Saratobi Hiruzen wore a disappointed expression, having initially anticipated the spectacle of Jiraiya reprimanding Chika, only to be pursued by Kushina afterward. However, upon learning of Chika's connection to Kushina, Jiraiya's demeanor shifted to one of shock. He then earnestly addressed Chika, "I apologize for speaking so loudly just now." Now it was Chika's turn to be astonished. Was Kushina's influence truly so formidable? Minato leaned closer to Chika and whispered, "It's normal. One can only wonder what dirt Jiraiya-sensei has on Kushina. He seems as frightened as a mouse before a cat." Chika's understanding deepened. No wonder Kushina had spoken with such conviction. It seemed this leverage was quite significant. "All right. Since Jiraiya has returned, it has been ages since you two have seen each other. Why not descend and reminisce? I, the old man, have numerous affairs to attend to." Saratobi signaled Minato with a glance, suggesting he should persuade Jiraiya to refrain from wandering. Minato subtly nodded. He too wished for his mentor to remain grounded. Although the world of shinobi appears tranquil, none can predict whether unforeseen events, akin to the emergence of the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, may arise. It could very well be that Jiraiya awakens to find himself in the office of the Tsuchikage. Exiting the Hokage's office, it was now nearing noon. After a brief discussion, the group decided to indulge in some barbecue, with Jiraiya graciously footing the bill. He offered no objections, merely gazing curiously around him, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "What's the matter? I haven't returned to the village in over half a year, yet everything feels so unfamiliar." Following Jiraiya's line of sight, the others too observed the root ninjas patrolling the eaves, their demeanor hurried. Surely, Lord Danzo must have some significant mission at hand. Minato was equally perplexed by the actions of the root ninjas, with only Chika aware of the underlying reasons. Shimura Danzo was indeed a vengeful individual, even now. He occasionally sensed the negative emotions emanating from Danzo. The four arrived at a barbecue establishment, where Jiraiya relished the grilled delicacies while sharing tales of his past 6 months. Haha, Minato, you would never guess that during this time, I traversed the land of hot water and finally completed a magnum opus. It is bound to captivate the shinobi world, and as my disciple, you shall have the privilege of witnessing it firsthand. He continued, though you two young ones are still quite juvenile, this book serves as an excellent introduction for you. With that, Jiraiya produced 3 volumes, distributing them among Chika and the others. The covers were adorned in pink, featuring an alluring woman. Minato's eyes sparkled with interest as he reached out to accept one. But upon noticing Chika lingering behind, he instantly adopted a serious demeanor. My apologies, Master Jiraiya, but I am a man of principles and shall not indulge in such literature. You certainly weren't like this before. Jiraiya was taken aback, realizing that Chika, being Kushina's student, was present. It appeared this lad was under Kushina's strict supervision. Kushina is far too stringent with you. Sometimes, you must embrace your masculinity, or your future days may be quite dismal. Jiraiya lamented the boy's misfortune, feeling frustrated by his lack of ambition. The fact that even Kushina's disciple felt apprehensive was indeed absurd. Minato smiled slightly, indicating that he merely enjoyed the constraints imposed by Kushina. You, a solitary soul, would not comprehend. Jiraiya felt an ache in his chest, reflecting on how he had yet to even hold Tsunade's hand, which instantly dampened his spirits for lecturing. He then turned his gaze towards Chika and Kakashi, hoping to garner their praise for his literary endeavor. However, both Chika and Kakashi merely glanced at the volumes before casting them aside. Jiraiya was momentarily stunned. This was a labor of love, a romance he had painstakingly crafted. Could it be that even the younger generation found it unworthy? Did he truly possess the talent for writing? As he pondered his own literary worth, Minato recalled the task communicated to him through Sarutobi's gaze and inquired, Master Jiraiya, upon your return, I presume you will not be venturing out for research anytime soon? Well, that is difficult to say. Jiraiya hesitated. Some words linger uncertainly on whether they should be conveyed to Minato. Jiraiya-sensei, there are indeed hot springs in the Hidden Leaf Village. Why not gather inspiration from your own village? Minato inquired, perplexed. Enough, Minato, cease your remarks. However, upon hearing this, Jiraiya felt an even stronger urge to depart. In that moment, Chika suddenly had an epiphany and spoke up. Lord Jiraiya, is it that you wish to avoid being spied upon while you yourself are spying? Chika, refrain from such nonsense. Minato immediately dismissed. Jiraiya-sensei's concealment technique is unparalleled. How could he be spied upon? Unless it's by the third Hokage. At that point, Minato seemed to awaken with a jolt, turning to Jiraiya in astonishment. Jiraiya sighed deeply, recognizing that Minato had uncovered something, and could only reply, about a year ago. That old man developed a rather indefinable ninjutsu. It is only through my years of experience in espionage that I discovered it. Each time I gather inspiration in the Leaf Village, there is always a pair of malicious eyes watching from behind. My creativity has been utterly stifled. After hearing Jiraiya's words, Minato fell silent. Previously, he had been perplexed about how the third Hokage had discovered his secret rendezvous with Kushina during her confinement. Now, with Jiraiya's explanation, it all became clear. The telescopic technique. No one desires to be observed while frolicking in their own village. Rest assured, you need not worry excessively. Although the old man lacks scruples, he does not frequently employ the telescopic technique to spy on you. Moreover, the user must be familiar with your chakra to utilize this technique. Since your interactions with the old man have been few, he should be unable to apply this technique to you, Jiraiya reassured, sensing their unease. He himself was not without challenges, having followed the third Hokage since childhood. The third Hokage was not overly familiar with him, and their shared interests often led them to exchange glances in the women's bathhouse. Upon hearing this, Chika and the others finally exhaled in relief. Curiosity sparked in Chika's eyes as he asked, Lord Jiraiya, have you never considered learning this ninjutsu? For you, it would be quite perfect. I disdain such soulless methods of voyeurism. Besides, the noble pursuit of gathering inspiration requires some thrill to ignite creativity. Jiraiya replied with a slight smile, indicating that he relished the thrill of being caught. How could a mere child like you understand? Chika rolled his eyes, realizing he was dealing with a pervert. After indulging in a hearty meal, the four prepared to depart. However, as they exited the barbecue shop, They encountered a squad of ninjas approaching. A quartet, led by a ninja clad in the Leaf Village attire, with long silver hair tied in a ponytail. "Father?" Kakashi was taken aback and exclaimed in astonishment. The man before them was none other than Tsukumo Hatake. Though he bore no visible wounds, his face was weary, and his eyes appeared dim. Upon seeing his son, Hatake Tsukumo managed to force a smile before saying, "Kakashi, why don't you return home for now? I will come to find you shortly." "Tsukumo-sensei, what is the matter?" Jiraiya inquired gravely, astonished by the sight of Hatake Tsukumo, whose prowess he was well aware of as one of the legendary Sannin. The situation must have been quite dire to render him in such a state. Moreover, the expressions of the four individuals, devoid of any semblance of cheer, indicated that the mission had indeed failed. "I apologize, but the details of the mission must remain confidential," Tsukumo replied, shaking his head and withholding any information. One of the ninjas behind him could no longer contain himself, saying, "Captain Tsukumo, if it weren't for me, enough? Do not speak further." Tsukumo interrupted his comrade. He then addressed the other two teammates. "Please take him to the hospital. I will seek out the third Hokage alone." With that, he departed, leaving everyone in silence, watching his solitary figure fade away. It was evident that he was preparing to shoulder the consequences of the mission's failure by himself. Chika observed this and felt a tightening in his chest. Had it not been for Tsukumo's unexpected presence today, he might have nearly forgotten about the incident involving Tsukumo's suicide. With this thought, he wished to offer a warning to Kakashi. Meanwhile, Minato was comforting Kakashi, gently patting his shoulder and reassuring him, "Do not worry, Kakashi. It is not uncommon for missions to fail. The third Hokage will not hold you responsible, and your father will not face any punishment." Jiraiya nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed. Kakashi, rest assured. Should the old man express any displeasure, I will intercede on your behalf." Faced with the calm demeanor of Minato and Jiraiya, Chika sighed in resignation. No one could have anticipated that such a mission would result in the loss of a ninja of Tsukumo's caliber. "Kakashi, it seems this failure has profoundly affected your father. You should pay him some extra attention when you return," Chika advised. Kakashi nodded, taking Chika's words to heart. He had never seen his father in such a state. After a moment's contemplation, Chika continued, "By the way, Kakashi, I recall there is a small grove in your backyard, correct?" Kakashi looked at Chika with confusion. "You see, my raven colony has been thriving rapidly, thanks to the efforts of Crow Feather. The grove is becoming too cramped for them. So I would like to relocate a portion of them to your backyard for a few days until I find a new territory," Chika explained, believing it prudent to keep an eye on them personally. "All right," Kakashi agreed without further thought. 3 days later, the Land of Earth did not widely publicize the incident of Konoha's raid on their Jinchuriki of the Four Tails. The third Tsuchikage, valuing his reputation, was reluctant to admit such a disgraceful event, especially with 5 explosive teams and 15 sealing ninjas present, only to have the Four Tails taken by 3 individuals from Konoha. Such a humiliating affair, if made public, could severely impact his standing in the ninja world. However, matters cannot simply be dismissed. Upon learning that their Jinchuriki of the Four Tails resided in Konohagakure, the third Tsuchikage swiftly assembled 5,000 IWA shinobi. They advanced towards the hidden leaf village from the directions of the rain and grass countries. This unexpected mobilization from the Land of Earth sent ripples of anxiety through the other great nations, prompting them to adjust their military deployments in anticipation of unforeseen circumstances. The entire ninja world was suddenly on high alert. Once prepared for an invasion from foreign lands, the other 3 nations became mere spectators, poised to observe the fierce clash between the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire, ready to seize any opportunity to join the fray. Yet, the anticipated battle failed to materialize. The Land of Earth halted its advance abruptly, pausing midway between the rain and grass countries. The 3 major nations were left bewildered. They were just a step away from confrontation. Why had they suddenly retreated? Was the third Tsuchikage lacking in resolve? Upon reflection, considering his age and frailty, any sudden burst of activity could be seen as commendable. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, understood the underlying issue. This was a warning from the third Tsuchikage. If the Four Tails Jinchuriki was not returned, war would be declared. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no desire for conflict, yet yielding to such threats was not in his character. To placate the third Tsuchikage, he personally composed a letter, indicating that during a mission in the Land of Water, the Leaf Ninjas had fortuitously discovered a wild Four Tails Jinchuriki. upholding the principle that the four tails belong to the land of earth. The third Hokage invited the third Tsuchikage to visit Konoha to reclaim their Jinchuriki. Naturally, before the return, the expenses incurred during the four-tail stay in the Leaf Village would need to be reimbursed, the amount depending entirely on the Hokage's mood that day. Chika did not concern himself with the events unfolding in the ninja world. His focus was predominantly on Kakashi Hatake, vigilantly monitoring his movements with the aid of crows. Over the course of 3 days, Kakashi did not step outside his home, remaining confined to his room. Within the village, whispers circulated regarding Kakashi's decision to abandon his mission in order to save his comrades. Have you heard? Lord Kakashi forsook his mission to rescue his companions. Indeed, he seems foolish. A ninja should prioritize their duties. I once supported Kakashi as the next Hokage, but now, sigh. Isn't protecting his comrades from harm a manifestation of the will of fire? Rumors criticizing Kakashi coexisted with those in support of him. Yet these discussions remained confined among the elite of Konoha. Chika learned of these through Minato, who also lacked clarity on the specifics of the mission, indicating a high level of confidentiality. It was said to have resulted in significant losses for the Land of Fire. Notably, it was the Land of Fire that suffered, implying that Kakashi's mission was a commission from them, rather than from the village itself. This distinction holds considerable significance. It is akin to an employer investing in your services, only to find that your dedication is lacking, resulting in the employer's affairs being mishandled. The Land of Fire undoubtedly seeks an explanation from Konoha. As for the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, he dares not openly proclaim that Hatake Tsukumo's decision to abandon his mission in order to save his comrades was commendable, especially under the pressure from the Land of Fire. Ultimately, Konoha must rely on its ninjas to fulfill commissions in order to sustain its economy. To publicly endorse Hatake Tsukumo's actions would imply that Konoha's ninjas do not regard their employer's commissions with sufficient seriousness, which would severely impact the volume of commissions coming to the village. This is the primary reason Hiruzen refrains from making such statements openly. By the riverbank, Chika inquired of Kakashi, who was diligently training. Kakashi, how is your father faring? What is his state of mind? Not this again, Chika. You've asked me about my father's condition no less than 10 times in the past 3 days. What exactly do you want? Kakashi retorted, his expression dark as if he were a pot bottom. Triggered by Hatake Kakashi, emotional value, 100. As the son of Hatake Tsukumo, Kakashi, while concerned for his father's well-being, found Chika's incessant inquiries overbearing. One might think that Chika was the biological son, while he himself was an adopted child. Ridiculous. Chika chuckled sheepishly. I was merely inquiring. No need to be so worked up. As long as your father is all right, that is what matters. 3 days passed, and circumstances began to shift. The comrade saved by Hatake Tsukumo altered his perspective and began to criticize Tsukumo, asserting that a ninja's primary responsibility is to complete their mission rather than to rescue him. Consequently, a considerable number of jonin joined in the condemnation of Hatake Tsukumo due to this individual's sentiments. After observing the situation for several days, Chika discerned that there was no underlying conspiracy. Rather, Shimura Danzo was subtly maneuvering to exploit this opportunity to utterly tarnish Hatake Tsukumo's reputation, thereby eliminating any chance of his candidacy for Hokage. The change in the saved ninja's stance was indeed influenced by Shimura Danzo. Thus, Chika felt it was time to speak directly with Hatake Tsukumo. In truth, Tsukumo's life or death would no longer impact the standing of the Uchiha clan within the village. Nevertheless, out of friendship for Kakashi and the desire to bolster the village's strength in preparation for the impending Third Shinobi World War, Chika resolved to exert his utmost efforts. Arriving at the Hatake household, Chika discovered that Kakashi was conveniently absent, likely off training alone once more. Over the past few days, Minato had been preoccupied with developing his new jutsu, often in the company of Jiraiya. It remained uncertain whether they were genuinely innovating new techniques or surreptitiously observing the maidens bathing by the river. Chika whistled, and a crow soared from the Hatake clan's backyard, alighting beside him with a caw. After gathering the necessary information, he pushed open the door to Hatake Tsukumo's chamber. At that moment, Tsukumo was kneeling on the floor, a whetstone placed before him. He moved like a machine, rhythmically sharpening his white-bladed dagger. Upon hearing someone enter, Tsukumo Hatake paused, lifting his gaze to meet Chika's. His eyes revealed not a flicker of emotion. Observing this, Chika sensed he had arrived at an opportune moment. It appeared that Tsukumo was preparing for the final maintenance of his beloved blade, ready to offer a heartfelt apology. Those crows were yours, weren't they? You seem to know what I intend to do, Tsukumo remarked flatly upon recognizing Chika. Lord Tsukumo, do you regret the decisions you have made? Chika inquired. Not at all. Tsukumo replied with a shake of his head. Then that is sufficient, Chika responded, perplexed. Do you truly care about the rumors surrounding you? Young man, it is best for you to leave, Tsukumo sighed. He certainly did not concern himself with the gossip of the outside world. However, he fully acknowledged that the failure of his mission was his responsibility, one he must own up to. Chika was aware that persuading Tsukumo would not be a simple endeavor. Contemplating for a moment, Chika attempted to lighten the mood with a soft chuckle. Who would have thought that the renowned Konoha White Fang would, at heart, consider himself a samurai, and that he would wish to rectify his mistakes through samurai means? If this news were to spread, those enemies slain by Lord Tsukumo, whose graves are now overgrown, would likely rise in indignation. Tsukumo smirked slightly, responding with a hint of resignation. Young man, you are Uchiha Chika, are you not? I assume your purpose in persuading me pertains to your clan? I'm afraid it will not unfold as you wish. While the higher-ups in Konoha will not punish me, my position holds no further potential for advancement. I apologize. Even if I were to survive, I would be of no assistance to your Uchiha clan. You are mistaken. I have come here for but one purpose, Chika stated, locking eyes with Tsukumo and enunciating each word carefully, to ensure that a child does not lose his father. Kakashi, Tsukumo murmured, a flicker of color passing through his otherwise impassive gaze. Chika recognized that the despairing Tsukumo had begun to harbor a glimmer of hope for life. Predecessor Tsukumo, you would not wish for Kakashi to remain in darkness for eternity, would you? As he spoke, Chika activated his Sharingan, and Tsukumo made no attempt to resist. Succumbing to the illusion woven by Chika. Within the illusion, Tsukumo witnessed Kakashi, silent before his lifeless form, tears streaming from his eyes as he mourned deeply. Tsukumo felt a jolt in his heart. Indeed, he had not considered the profound pain his death would inflict upon Kakashi. The imagery shifted, revealing a Kakashi engulfed in grief, further descending into shadows. He became a mere tool within the roots, living solely for missions, devoid of humanity. In a particularly cruel twist, Chika compelled Tsukumo to witness Kakashi's means of solace. Each night, in solitude, Kakashi would retrieve the little yellow book that Chika had gifted him. Seeking refuge from the bloodshed he had wrought by day, the subsequent scene was not one that a father ought to witness. Hatake Tsukumo swiftly broke free from Chika's illusion. So that book hidden beneath Kakashi's bed was meant for you? Hatake Tsukumo narrowed his eyes, his gaze towards Chika becoming increasingly sharp. From Hatake Tsukumo's negative emotions. Emotion value 50. First-time acquisition of Hatake Tsukumo's emotion value. Reward: 5,000 lightning attribute experience. Chika was taken aback, feeling a surge of murderous intent. Could it be that this fellow intended to take someone with him in his final moments? Chika couldn't help but berate himself. Why not simply show Tsukumo the scene from the anime, where Kakashi fell into darkness, instead of adding inappropriate elements? Chika's expression turned serious as he earnestly inquired, Lord Tsukumo, what book are you referring to? I am unaware of it. Does Kakashi have a penchant for reading? A triplet of denials. He resolutely could not admit to this matter, or it would truly be the end. Tsukumo remained silent, merely fixing his gaze on Chika. Realizing this, Chika could only avert his eyes from Tsukumo's increasingly piercing stare. Pleading earnestly, Lord Tsukumo, your departure is indeed a release, but the deeds you committed in Sunagakure are still fresh in Chiyo's memory. You cannot forget that not long ago, Chiyo caused trouble for Kakashi, can you? This is merely the beginning. Should they learn of your demise, they may pursue Kakashi with even greater fervor. Tsukumo shook his head, asserting, I am not concerned about this. Kakashi will inevitably face such assassination attempts, which will only hasten his growth. Chika, feeling helpless, asked, Lord Tsukumo, after I have shown you so much and provided numerous reasons, do you still insist on using death to atone for the losses you inflicted upon the land of fire? Tsukumo, taken aback, replied, who said I still intend to take my own life? I knew it. Lord Tsukumo, you would never neglect the young Kakashi. Chika exclaimed joyfully. Tsukumo, expressionless, stated plainly, indeed, with a friend like you, I cannot rest easy regarding Kakashi. Chika replied, if you hadn't said that, we could have continued our conversation. Realizing that Tsukumo had indeed confirmed himself as the one who delivered the inappropriate book, Chika could only smile awkwardly. Well, I merely wished for Kakashi to acquire more knowledge. Speaking of which, this knowledge was even utilized in our last mission. The segment involving the three-man exercise? Tsukumo inquired. Yes, indeed. Chika exclaimed, looking at Tsukumo with astonishment. Who would have thought that this white-haired, squinting Hatake Tsukumo would be so familiar with the plot within that book? After all, a family that treats the unique technique of 1,000 years of pain as a cherished ancestral skill and personally demonstrates it to their son could hardly be considered ordinary. It turns out we are kindred spirits. You should have mentioned it sooner. Chika relaxed, saying, Lord Tsukumo, you need not be so formal. Before Chika could finish, Tsukumo interrupted with a smile. If it pleases you, feel free to call me Uncle Tsukumo. Lord Tsukumo, behaving that way might invite trouble from the Uchiha clan. Such a reverence. Not only did he secretly peruse risque literature, but he also harbored intentions to exploit the Uchiha clan. It is worth noting that due to Chika's increasing prominence within the Uchiha hierarchy, he was nearly universally recognized as an uncle within the clan. Which member of the Uchiha clan would not greet Chika with a warm Uncle Chika upon meeting? If Chika were to address Kakashi Hatake as uncle, what title would the Uchiha clan members adopt? Great uncle? Huh. I suspect the Uchiha clan would be quite pleased to hear you call me uncle. Kakashi Hatake remarked with a hint of playful inquiry. Recognizing the lingering skepticism in Kakashi's demeanor, Chika took a moment to clarify. Uncle Kakashi, please do not doubt my intentions. As I mentioned before, I genuinely wish to prevent Kakashi from descending into darkness. Moreover, Uncle Kakashi, our Uchiha clan has not placed any bets on you. Oh. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at this revelation. The position of Hokage is traditionally inherited within the Hokage lineage, and Kakashi does not belong to this lineage. Nevertheless, his prospects of becoming the fourth Hokage in Konoha were exceedingly high. While Kakashi would not claim with certainty that he would secure the Hokage title, he believed that becoming a consultant or an advisor to the Hokage was merely a matter of time, given this inevitable ascent within Konoha's upper echelons. It was curious that the Uchiha clan had not invested in him. The Uchiha clan had long harbored aspirations for influence within the higher circles of power. Kakashi's curiosity was piqued as he inquired, if I may be so bold, which individuals does your Uchiha clan hold in high regard? Chika smiled and countered. Is it not because you favor the esteemed Minato that you took Kakashi as your disciple? Your clan possesses discerning judgment. Upon hearing this, Kakashi displayed an expression of agreement. Outsiders often claimed he had an uncanny ability to discern a person's potential. While this assertion may be somewhat exaggerated, his eye for talent was indeed sharp. Minato was gentle and radiant, his demeanor and actions imbued with an infectious charm that easily fostered a sense of closeness. He boasted considerable strength, a commendable character, and a pleasing appearance, all while harboring deep affection for the village. Most importantly, Minato was a true member of the Hokage lineage. As this topic waned, the two did not delve deeper into conversation, recognizing the age gap that limited their common ground. Moreover, after languishing in despondency for several days, it was time for Kakashi to regain his composure and contemplate how to provide an account to the Land of Fire without resorting to self-destructive apologies. Hence, Chika chose not to linger, stepping out from the Hatake household and gazing up at the resplendent sunshine. He erupted into a radiant smile, exclaiming, I have indeed mastered the art of verbal evasion. In truth, Kakashi's suicidal thoughts were merely impulsive reactions born from a moment of guilt. Now, Chika had offered Kakashi a reason to live, a purpose for the sake of Kakashi. Every individual encounters moments of extremity, yet with reflection or by confiding in another, one can swiftly emerge from such depths. Of course, if clarity remains elusive, the outcome could be dire. At this moment, as if foreseeing the events to come, Kakashi returned home, only to be met by Chika standing at his doorstep, leaving Kakashi utterly bewildered. What brings you to my house? He inquired, perplexed. I came to find my crows. Chika replied. With a sharp whistle, dozens of crows suddenly took flight, swirling above Chika's head. Would you leave a few for me? Kakashi looked up, a glimmer of longing in his eyes. I've noticed that your crows are quite perceptive and seem to understand human speech. They would serve as excellent aerial scouts. Though the crows had only resided at his home for a few days, Kakashi had already recognized their advantages and their potential to assist in illusion techniques. Kakashi, you wishful thinker. Chika retorted without hesitation. I saved your father. And you dare covet my crows? This hardly qualifies as gratitude. With a huff, Chika stormed away from the Hatake clan. As Chika departed, Hatake Tsukumo emerged. Having heard his son's return, observing Chika's retreating figure, he turned to Kakashi and asked, "Have you been getting along well with Chika?" Kakashi was taken aback, then joyfully exclaimed, "Father." He was well aware of the immense pressure his father had been under in recent days, having been confined to his room with minimal communication, causing Kakashi deep concern. Now, to see him without the persistent look of guilt that had marred his expression was a relief. "Yes," Kakashi responded earnestly to his father's inquiry, nodding emphatically. "Chika is my lifelong aspiration." Hearing this, Hatake Tsukumo nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the boy's potential. At that moment, he gently ruffled Kakashi's hair and chuckled, "Recently, I have been neglectful in your upbringing due to the heavy demands of my duties. Now, I believe I have ample time to instill a proper worldview in you. Also, Kakashi, you mentioned that Chika is your goal, correct? I have decided to teach you our clan's secret technique, the 1,000 Years of Pain." As Kakashi gazed at his father's benevolent smile, and then at the gleaming white fang in his father's hand, he felt a chill run down his spine. The audacity of Uchiha Chika to potentially reveal his secret indulgence in inappropriate literature to his father was beyond comprehension. Meanwhile, with Hatake Tsukumo voluntarily stepping down to serve as a captain in the Anbu, Danzo was thoroughly pleased, as rumors dissipated overnight without a trace. As for the ire from the Land of Fire, it would require the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, to assuage their anger. At the close of the 44th year of the Leaf Village, the Hidden Leaf Village of the Land of Fire unexpectedly announced a joint Chunin exam with the Rock Village of the Land of Earth, inviting the third Tsuchikage to discuss the examination details in Konoha. To everyone's surprise, the old adversary, the third Tsuchikage, eagerly agreed. This unexpected development left the three great nations, who had initially come merely to observe, utterly confounded. "No, why did you all seem ready to fight earlier? And now it appears as if you are the best of friends?" The high-ranking officials of the three kingdoms must be utterly perplexed, unable to fathom the true intentions of the Earth Country and the Fire Country. The Chunin exams are undeniably intriguing, as those familiar with the original work would attest. The transition from Genin to Chunin is not determined solely by strength rankings, but rather by a composite of abilities. Chunin serve as the grassroots commanders on the battlefield. Their need for a calm demeanor and exceptional situational analysis and judgment far outweighs mere combat prowess, which is pivotal in their ascension. However, the true purpose of the Chunin exams is, in fact, to serve as a spectacle. If the examination system were as stringent as suggested, how could those lacking in intellect ever achieve the rank of Chunin? Each nation requires a tangible assessment to showcase the strength and talent emerging from their respective ninja villages. Only then can they secure adequate funding. The decisions made by the village did not concern Chika, after all. He had only graduated from the Ninja Academy less than 6 months prior and saw no reason to participate in the Chunin exams at this juncture. Moreover, the Earth Country's involvement in the exams surely harbored ulterior motives, especially since he was one of the ninjas tasked with bringing back the Four Tails Jinchuriki. It stands to reason that the IWA shinobi would be eager to eliminate him during the Chunin exams. Chika deemed it unnecessary to invite trouble over a mere Chunin position. Additionally, the guiding Jounin, Kushina, who could have registered him, was currently confined and likely unaware of the Chunin exams even taking place. Therefore, rather than concern himself with such matters, he preferred to contemplate how to absorb natural energy to enter Sage mode. Yet, circumstances did not unfold as Chika had wished. By the riverside where he often practiced, a ninja clad in Anbu attire suddenly appeared before him. "Uchiha Chika, Lord Third Hokage requests your immediate presence at the Hokage's office." Taken aback by the sudden appearance of the Anbu, Chika momentarily paused, then quipped, "Uncle Tsukumo, your disguise still allows me to recognize you." Upon arriving at the Hokage building, before Chika even stepped into the office, he spotted a familiar figure ahead. "Kushina-sensei?" he exclaimed in astonishment. "Haha, surprise. I'm back." Kushina greeted Chika with a radiant smile, stepping closer to pinch his cheeks, and lamented, "By the way, you haven't visited me in days. Do I no longer hold a place in your heart as your teacher? Furthermore, Minato is equally at fault for being so engrossed in developing new jutsu that he was unaware of my release." Chika rolled his eyes at Kushina, retorting, "Kushina-sensei, your confinement seemed like a joke. Who would have known you were out?" Kushina chuckled playfully, replying, "Your involvement played a part in my release." Chika was momentarily taken aback before blurting out, "Kushina-sensei, You didn't enroll me in the Chunin exams, did you? Indeed, you guessed correctly. I have signed you up, Kushina affirmed. Well, to be honest, I'm not particularly eager to leave the ranks of Jinin, Chika sighed. What nonsense are you spouting? The rank of a ninja is intrinsically linked to the rewards of their missions. The higher your rank, the greater the remuneration, Kushina remarked.